really something that we never thought we'd see to this level.
And numbers we certainly never thought we'd see.
Numbers are, I mean, people are literally bankrupting their parents by the time they're finding out, credit card bills are coming due 30 days later. It's already, way late in the game, and it's scary.
100%. All right. We've started this morning with just under $500,000. In fact, if someone would give a really generous donation right now, they can get us that $500,000 mark.
That would always be nice.
Which would be amazing. And people often wonder about, where the money goes to, etc. You just mentioned to me off the air that we wouldn't believe the cost of therapy. Just that category of making sure to match up somebody who's in a really difficult situation with a good quality therapist and somebody who could spend a good amount of time, because it takes weeks and months, if not more, to deal with these issues. So that's just one initial major cost.
Well, you have to remember, our staff, and you'll meet some of them today, are all mental health professionals. Right. So off the bat, anybody that's calling Amudim to get help, the person who's managing their care is a clinical case manager. It's actually a clinician who's assisting in managing that care. And the reason why we do that is we find there's a very big difference. Referrals are very important. But all too often, people might go to a therapist a year, 2 years, even 5 years, and not really get to the next step. But when somebody who understands it is managing the care, if after 2, 3, 4 sessions it's not clicking, it's like a shidduch. Okay, let's take a step back and let's try to find the right person. Let's make that right connection. So that's one big piece of it. And in order for that to work, obviously, our staff have to be paid as well, right? So they're actually providing the service that we believe is the life-saving service. But we've grown so much more than that, where we have educational programs, school-based programs, preventative programs, things that we're trying to do to not just put out the fire, but prevent the fire from even happening. So that's a big portion of what we're dealing with. Plus, for example, you'll hear in a few minutes, in Eretz Yisrael alone, we have an actual clinic, that we've opened up in partnership with Yeshiva University that's been doing very well. We're opening, we're going to be doing similar things like that here in the United States, Emir Hashem. So it's just a lot of things that are starting to expand that we're trying to address the issues before they get to that level where it's like, okay, it's too late. We want to avoid that.
All right, Amudim is now embarking on 36 consecutive hours, everybody. That's Unite to Heal. Tzvi, what have we set for the goal? What do we want to be at when we end things tomorrow night? At least at what number?
So the goal itself that we're hoping for, or that we've set, is $3.5 million for this year. Obviously, we'd love to get to the $5 million that we've done in previous years, and we do have some amazing donors and sponsors that have agreed to match the donations up to $3.5 million. And then we have some people that have agreed to continue that match if we can go higher than that. But we are saying that every dollar that people are donating is being matched. So if you give $1, it's worth $2. 10 is worth 20. 10,000 is worth 20,000. But we really are hoping to be able to surpass our goal and send a very clear message that it's not just about the fact that we're breaking the stigma, but that people are stepping up and really want to show those in need. We're here to help you. And
over the next 36 hours, there'll be plenty of examples and discussions about this very thing. Obviously, there'll be entertainment as well and interesting conversations about current events, etc., etc. We'll run through some of that a little later on. Wonderful musical performances. But the key is for people to focus in on what Amudim does and how important an organization it is. And halavai, we get to $3.5 million and then to a bonus round, which would be amazing, of hopefully $5 million by tomorrow night. It's all happening at UniteToHeal.com. You made the recommendation that people should actually share on their WhatsApp and through their Facebook page and all the other many avenues of social media. Your link, UniteToHeal.com. Encourage their friends and family to give. Encourage them to tune in to all the great programming. You're privy to some of the great programming.
I am.
You're aware of just how incredible it is. And as great as it's been over the last few years.
This year, it's far surpassed it. The charity bids, Yummy Schechter, Gabi, the team really stepped it up in ways we've never seen before.
Amazing. And you said you have to give a shout out to your friends at Twillery.
Absolutely. These are my friends who made sure that I can be comfortable while I'm sitting here, and for the next 36 hours I need to be, able to operate. And at the end of the day, they make amazing clothing, and we're very proud to partner with them in so many other ways. And yes, I'm giving them a shout out. Thank you.
It's an advantage to be comfortable while raising money, huh?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Tzvi Gluck, founder of Amudim, everybody. UniteToHeal.com. That's what you want to do. You want to make sure to get to the website ASAP. and make sure to give whatever you can. Go to 𝐈𝐻𝐸.com. Toss in a donation, and remember that every single donation over the next 36 hours is doubled. When you give your 180, it's really 360. When you give 1,000, it's really 2,000. And when you give 25,000, it's really 50,000, which is an amazing investment. Amudim in general is an amazing investment, but now you have an opportunity to double the impact and to help raise double of what you're actually contributing. So 𝐈𝐻𝐸.com is where you want to go. And it's also the website that you want to recommend to your family and friends all through today and tomorrow. Yossi Globerstein is with us, the head of Amudim Israel. We mentioned earlier during our conversation with 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 that Amudim is really beyond geography. For those of us who thought it was starting in New York or thought it started across the United States, it ended up servicing really the entire globe. So he's getting calls from everywhere around the world on a regular basis. Israel, of course, a major hub. And Yossi is the head of Amudim Israel. Yossi Globerstein, a pleasure to welcome you to 𝐈𝐻𝐸.com.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. How are you?
Tell us about your Amudim work in Israel. Many people are familiar with what goes on here in the United States and other parts of the world. How important is the Amudim work in Israel?
Critical. I guess I would start off with that. As far as the work we're doing, it's the same work as Tzvi described, same work as those in the States who are familiar with Amudim. We're all part of the same infrastructure, part of the same organization, part of the same family. As far as the impact Baruch Hashem we're having in Israel, moments ago you were mentioning global impact. We divide the inquiries and calls coming in more or less just based on time zone. So in the Amudim Israel office, we're also fielding the calls from England, from Belgium, from South Africa, from Australia. Aside from the bulk bread and butter of our Israel calls, we have 525 active cases on any given month. We have 100 plus active clients in our subsidized therapy clinic. We are on a monthly basis facilitating hundreds of thousands of shekels of government benefits for mental illness support for clients that we're helping out with. We're recognized by the welfare ministry as a support center for victims of sexual abuse, as well as by the health ministry as a mental health clinic for soldiers and families of soldiers. A lot going on.
Wow, to say the least. There's been, thank God, a major aliyah, a lot of people moving from North America and other places to Israel. That sometimes I don't want to suggest that that's problematic, but sometimes situations do occur where you're meeting people from those families who have specific challenges. Would you say that the fact that the English-speaking population in Israel is increasing has increased your need of Amudim and its services?
We've seen a slow and steady uptick. It's hard to gauge. There's been a clear uptick just from the past years of war and trauma. It's hard to differentiate and to which one are just more olim and which one are general population living in the war zone.
Right.
So it's a hard question to answer. It would be interesting to dig into that data.
No, I hear that. But you do mention the war, and of course that's something that might be unfortunately a little bit easier to answer. Some people are under the impression that the war has ended, and obviously that's the big news story out of the Middle East over the last couple of months. But the reality is that so much of the suffering, so much of the trauma of the 2 years of war continues in Israel, and that I assume has no choice but to increase the amount of work that Amudim has.
Absolutely, 100%. And even as far as to whatever extent that the war is over, and Baruch Hashem for that. PTSD, the P stands for post. So to whatever extent that we're after it, there's still a lot of work to be done on the mental health side of things. And it's everywhere. What we saw most significantly was really the broader cultural impact. There isn't anyone who lives there that wasn't directly touched by it. Even if there wasn't the first degree of someone, God forbid, killed or worse, or who knows what, living in the war zone, the sirens, the panic, it touched every single person here. And that we see on a daily basis.
Yossi, there's always a debate, maybe that's too strong of a word, about supporting local causes and, of course, supporting what's happening in Israel. And the war itself, of course, increased that conversation tremendously. You are one, Yossi Globerstein, who could sit in Israel and literally tell us that if you're giving to #UniteToHeal.com, if you're supporting this Amudim live campaign over the next 36 hours, you're really doing both. You're supporting communities on this side of the world, meaning where I am, and at the same time, you're supporting an important effort going on in Israel. With that in mind, could you encourage people to give and let them realize or make them realize that they're supporting communities on both sides of the globe?
I couldn't have said it better myself. My pitch would be that I don't think there's anyone in our broader community, whether you're in Jerusalem, whether you're in Woodmere, whether you're in Beit Shemesh, whether you're in Chicago, wherever you are, I don't think there is anyone in our community who does not have a first-degree connection to someone who has benefited from Amudim. You all may not realize it. People out there may not realize it, that they know someone who has benefited from Amudim, but I know with certainty that is the breadth, the scope of the work we're doing. And it's, to everyone out there watching, to everyone listening, we really need your help. We are impacting the people in your lives as well.
UniteToHeal.com. Everybody out there should help us get to the first hurdle of $500,000, which is coming very, very soon. Then, of course, continue on until we get to the goal and the bonus round tomorrow night. It's 36 hours of amazing programming and a fantastic cause to support. And as you just heard Yossi confirm, when you give to Amudim, you're giving to communities, to kids, to families, to those in need, to those who are suffering on both sides of the world. So be as generous as possible right now. UniteToHeal.com. Yossi, is the organization in Israel able to do what Tzvi said is being done here? Preventative measures, getting into schools, doing what you can to actually have formal programming in that manner?
Absolutely. We have, there, as people will hear about in the next, today, tomorrow, there's the _𝐷𝐴𝐻𝐈𝐄 social emotional learning curriculum developed by Amudim. And we have it integrated for gap years in yeshiva and seminaries.
Oh, wow.
We have our own division over here. It's an incredible program.
Wow. So everyone, the young men and women who are going to yeshiva and seminary in Israel, obviously that's a great experience, but you've added something where hopefully what you're teaching them and what you're transmitting to them is just going to add to their life experience when they end up leaving school. I mean, both for now and for later, which is pretty amazing.
Evidence-based for healthier futures. Can't get better than that.
Right. And the thing I like about Amudim is they're more than happy to share that evidence with everybody. They're more than happy to share the numbers. They're more than happy to share the case studies and everything that's been going on both sides of the world so people can understand that the progress that Amudim is making is remarkable. Is it a shame that we need Amudim in the community, folks? Of course. What would we rather have? We'd rather have everybody having a normal life and a peaceful life, and that would be ideal. But there are problems out there, and there are circumstances that arise that Amudim went ahead and decided to address, to take on head-on, both here in the United States and where Yossi is in Israel. Here's the opportunity to support the incredible work of Amudim and to make sure that this campaign is a success and that all the work going on around the globe can continue with tremendous strength and just a fantastic vision, because it's not just what's happening now, it's Amudim and the vision they continue to implement as they continue. So go to UniteToHeal.com. Yossi Globerstein, a big yeshakach to you. Best regards to everybody in Israel, and I really hope and pray that the people come through and they support everybody at Amudim all around the world.
Amen. Thank you for the time. We appreciate it.
A pleasure. UniteToHeal.com, everybody. UniteToHeal.com. Suggest to your friends and relatives and everybody on your email lists and everybody on your WhatsApp groups to become very aggressive about fundraising over the next 36 hours when it comes to Amudim. Recommend the link to them. Make sure to mention to them that every single dollar is doubled. You know how valuable that could be. And keep the money coming in for Amudim. Next up is a song that we know as the Amudim Anthem. I remember when we introduced it with Eli Schwebel. He composed it. He sings it. The song has literally saved lives as it's encouraged people to reach out and call Amudim for help. It's amazing. Eli Schwebel, here he is. Keep on giving at UniteToHeal.com.
I can see it in your eyes. There was something you were hiding. you were holding deep inside. You were fighting on your own. All the nights you went to bed, under covers you were crying. With his words inside your head, he stole your innocence. So when you feel like hope is lost and you don't know where to go or who to call, I will stand for you. We can face the world together if we raise our voice and make the choice to learn to live again. I will stand for you when you need me more than ever. We will face the truth and find a new way through. I will stand for you. I will stand for you. For as long as you remember, you had troubles on your mind. At the bottom of the bottle, you left them all behind. You said you would surrender. All you needed was more time. But the days turned to years, and your promise turned to lies. So when you feel like hope is lost and you don't know where to go or who to call, I will stand for you. We can face the world together if we raise our voice and make the choice to learn to live again. I will stand for you when you need me more than ever. We will face the truth and find a new way through. I will stand for you. I will stand for you. And I love you enough for you to hate me for this. I will stand for you. We can face the world together if we raise our voice and make the choice to learn to live again. I will stand for you when you need me more than ever. We will face the truth and find a new way through. We will stand for you.
It's Unite to Heal, powered by Amudim, with a special tip of the hat to our friends at Charity Biz.
Hello.
My name is 𝐂𝐈𝐕𝐄, and we're here in the New York area and broadcasting around the world during this incredible 36-hour live stream. So many incredible things coming up. We'll run through some of them in just a moment. Also, the goal for this year is $3.5 million. We need your help. Every single donation you give is doubled. So you can go to unitetoheal.com. Be as generous as possible to keep Amudim going. That's right, that's the goal. Keep Amudim going over the next 36 hours. 𝐋𝐢𝐯 and the 𝐇𝐞 are with us from Israel. They are the parents of Ron. Ron 𝐔𝐕𝐄's remains are the final hostage remains that we are awaiting At the moment, it is. One can only imagine what they're going through. He's the last remaining hostage in Gaza. 𝐋𝐢𝐯𝐞 and 𝐸𝐈, shalom, shalom. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Hi, shalom. How are you doing?
𝐋𝐢𝐯𝐞, how can you describe to us what the last 2 years have been like?
Wow. We lived 2 years in the 7th of October, the same day. We still live in the first day. Nothing will change for us. But we have a big hope to bring Rani back home to us.
What is the latest that you've heard? I know that we hear about the possibilities of him and his remains being returned in the news. Are you told anything by the government or by authorities or officials that we may not have heard?
No, we don't know. We don't have any news about Rani. We still wait. And they promised us they don't keep to the second level before they bring Rani back home. Is what is promised.
What have you been told? Because government and intelligence, the IDF has certain information. What have you been told about what happened on October 7th? What have you been told about what he did? What type of episode he was involved with?
Rani, actually, he was at home. We know it. I wake him up in the 7th of October. He was with broken shoulders. He's a police officer on a SWAT team. And he come to save the people. He come to help the people. And he saved all the kibbutz Alumim. And he get the name of Alumim shields because there was over 120 terrorists that want to go in. And he's the only one person who stopped them to go for this direction where they want to come. This is the story about Rani. And he fight and till the last bullets. And he catch him and he's hostage right now. God.
Right. 𝐋𝐢𝐯𝐞 𝐬𝐭𝐫 is with us. It's Ronnie's father. We're all praying for his speedy return, of course. Obviously, that's important. I mean, you've seen what's happened over the last few months, and you've seen those who are in Gaza being reunited with their family. I can't imagine what the agony is like for your family. Do you feel the love of the rest of the state of Israel? Do you feel the love of Jews around the world who are praying for your family and are hoping that this is going to come to a good conclusion?
Yeah, of course, I feel it. And we need you much more to press everyone to bring Rani home, because Rani went to save Israel, and he saved Israel. And now Israel has to save him, and all the world, all the Jewish in the world, they have to save him back, to come back to us. He's the last person over there. He must to come home.
And when you think about the fact that he saved an entire kibbutz, you know what happened to some kibbutzim on October 7th.
Yeah.
You know what happened to certain communities. You know what happened to families and those who were in a terrible situation. It has to be a drop, some type of comfort, knowing that he's responsible for an entire kibbutz to be able to go on living.
Yeah, of course. It must to come back. This is we're not allowed to forget him. We must do everything to bring him back.
𝐋𝐢𝐯, I can't thank you.
I want to tell you something. I know you're a legend. And in the Nova, the Nova party, they write a Torah. And we wanted to write a Torah for Rani and for all the hostage to come home, to come back. And when we finished to write the Torah, 3 days after, there was the agreement to release all the 48 hostage. So Rani helped to release all the hostage. Now he's the only one is left, and so we have to release them back, release them.
A hero on many, many levels. David,
Yeah, of course.
David Feuerstein is with us as well. David, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Pleasure to welcome you to 𝐷𝐢𝐿.com, and thank you for joining us. You've been with the family, the 𝐔𝐕𝐄 family. You're somebody who has seen up close and personal what they're going through. What could you tell us? What could you add to this conversation about Ron and his heroism and the fact that the family is waiting with impatience, as one would suspect, for him to return?
The one thing that I would add that I think is very important to sort of internalize at the level that we are now, and I was talking about this to my wife and my son, when we met some of the hostages that have been released, you hear the experiences that they had, and in a way, it's like you're being able to interview Holocaust survivors the day of their liberation, to hear what were our grandparents' stories, but at the immediate time. What Ron represents is a biblical proportion of the heroism of Judah the Maccabee, the heroism of Sam. Someone who, if this happened thousands of years ago, would have been written up in the annals of history. Ron went in to fight with a broken shoulder. His condition was second to the state of Israel and to the citizens of Israel. He fought until the last bullet, saving his colleagues, saving his friends and co-combatants from attack by warning them of upcoming Hamas terrorists, compromising his position. And the hope is that until Ron is back, that we need to keep our pressure on, that we need to keep speaking to our congressmen, our senators, and let everyone know that stage 2 does not begin until Ron is home. And that's the most important thing. 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 and 𝐇𝐞𝐚𝐥 have raised a wonderful family where these are the ideals that are instilled in all of their children. And we should all model ourselves around that, in the sense that Israel is a priority and the Jewish people are priority, and that's what everyone would do.
How remarkable has it been the way the family's been handling the situation for these 2 years?
To me, they're inspirational. I've often said that they give me strength. And the fact that they've been able to remain as poised as they have, and the fact that they've been able to stay focused on what matters, which is bringing all of the hostages home, and now Ronnie especially.
We always say, unfortunately, somebody has to be the last, and it's terrible and tragic that they have to wait the way they are. But boy, it'll be a collective sigh of relief, David. I think you agree, for the entire nation of Israel, the moment the final hostage, Ron in this case, is back in Israel.
Yeah, without a doubt, it's important to follow the family on Instagram. Bring Ronnie home now. And really, Nachum, thank you so much. And thank you so much to Amudim. This is as paramount an issue for the Jewish people as what you are doing right now. And we appreciate your giving us the time and the exposure. But everyone should light candles for Ronnie. Everyone should bring him into their house for Shabbat and for every Chag that comes up. And hopefully you won't need to do that for much longer.
David Feuerstein, thank you so much. 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, we are praying for Ron. We are hoping and praying that he's back in Israel as soon as possible. And to the entire 𝐔𝐕𝐄 family, Dash Cham, and we are thinking of you. We are keeping you in mind at all times.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to make a recommendation to this worldwide audience, if I may. There are people who love to give tzedakah, who love to give tzedakah, who love to give charity in honor of important things. And if you're already supporting Amudim today, why not dedicate the donation to the speedy return of Ron? Simple as that. We hope, in fact, that whatever charity, whatever tzedakah is given, in fact, does have a tremendous effect up in the heavens, as we know it does. And let us hope and pray that if we give and continue to give and support good causes and mention Ron, when we do all of that, that in fact it will lead to an even speedier return of Ron 𝐔𝐕𝐄 to Israel. And I thank 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 and I thank David for joining us from Israel. It's 𝐢nitetoheal.com. That's the website, and it's the website that we're hoping you're going to share with everybody over the next 36 hours. It's a 36-hour live stream that has tremendous information, a lot of great conversation, wonderful gatherings like this, a live one right now and a live one tomorrow night, which we're looking forward to in hours number 34, 35, and 36. In addition to that, oh, by the way, The next donation gets us to $490,000. So there's your incentive. Right now, 𝐷2HEAL.com, you could be the person to put us over $490,000. If you'd like to give 5, 10 grand because everything's matched, you'll get us over the $500,000 mark. And I very much would like to get to that $500,000 mark during this hour, folks. So please, as 𝐔𝐕𝐄 reminds us, Amudim's work is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all around the globe. Give for that reason, give for any good reason right now, and everything you give is doubled at 𝐷2HEAL.com. So some of the things that are going to be coming up today, for instance, Hillel Fold's going to be on one of the sessions. Shabbos Kestemam is going to be interviewed in a segment entitled "Courage in the Chaos." Tzvi Heber and Miriam Lankry right after us at 10 a.m. Eastern Time on the opposite of addiction. Very important conversation. They'll be doing a lot of music over the next 36 hours. Eitan Katz in a very special presentation. 𝐷𝐕𝐄 Kunstler in a special presentation. Shlomo Simcha, Yanki Lemmer, all part of the musical portion of Unite to Heal. Jewish Jeopardy is going to be done by Ami Kozak and Dovi Newberger. It's in good hands. It's in good hands if it's with them. 6:10 p.m. tonight Eastern Time, just after 6 p.m. tonight Eastern Time, a segment entitled Uncharted Territory with Rabbi Ephraim Goldberg, Rabbi Ari Leibowitz, Rabbi Shai Shachter, Rabbi Mark Penner, and Rabbi Larry Rothrax. The 5 of them in a very interesting panel. All of this you'll see at 𝐷2HEAL.com. I hope everybody takes advantage of all the incredible things that are going on. 8:30 tomorrow morning. I know it's up against JM and the AM, but I understand it's the Amudim 36-hour live stream. How to truly see each other. Reb Shlomo Katz and Reb Moshe Weinberger together, 2 amazing personalities. So you have a lot of great programming coming up all through the next 36 hours. Take advantage and make sure to be tuned in. Obviously, anything I've mentioned and anything that's going to be presented will be available forever online at 𝐷2HEAL.com. But right now, we want you part of all the action. We want you part of all this incredible activity, this rush to make sure that Amudim gets to its goal and has a very successful 36 hours. Tomorrow night, from 6 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll be here to wrap it all up. And by the time we get to that segment, I hope that we are very, very close, if not have surpassed, the $3.5 million goal. And hopefully by then, we will be in bonus time. Are we set for the next song? We'll do this? Okay. Ron Weinreich, I'll never forget when Ron was in my studio over at JM and the AM. A real hero and somebody who has been a tremendous advocate for important causes as they relate to the Jewish world and the state of Israel. Ron Weinreich is a former tank commander in the IDF, was injured in the Second Lebanon War, and he has created a selection entitled Latate with Ofer Sobel and the IDF choir, which he's going to be performing. And Latate, as you know, means to give. It means to give and to be generous and to support good causes and to make sure your dollars and whatever monetary unit you're contributing with is used for a very important and noble purpose. Latate, Ron Weinreich and company. This is 𝐷2HEAL.com.
Hi to all my friends around the world. My name is Ron Weinreich. I am a former tank commander in the Israeli Defense Forces, and I was injured pretty severely during the Second Lebanon War, where I suffered a spinal cord injury. And today in my life, among the things that I do is that I'm a professional artist and musician, a singer. And I'm really, really honored to be a part of Amudim's giant event this year and to sing with you, with my friends here from the IDF. The song we're going to be singing is called Latet, which means in Hebrew, for those of you who don't know, Latet means to give. It's a very famous song in Israel, and we're going to sing it for you here today. I wanted to share with you really quickly that my life changed so dramatically after my injury, and the easiest place to go was, inside and into depression and to feel horrible about myself, about the world. But sometimes when you step outside of yourself and you're able to give back and to contribute to others in one way or another, or in any way, it can be the most significant and important thing you'll ever do in your life. Whatever the circumstance is in life, you get to say how your life goes. So My friends here and I, who are all former singers in the IDF, are really excited to share this song with you. We hope you love it.
לתת את הנשמה ואת הלב, לתת כשאתה אוהב, ואיך מוצאים את ההבדל שבין לקחת ולקבל. עוד תלמד לתת לגלות סודות בסתר, להתיר את צווח הקשר, כשהלב בך נצבע מכל חיוך, מכל מבט. אתה נזהר, אתה יודע, וחוץ ממך איש לא שומע. עושה הבן הדקויות וממלא שעות פנויות. לתת את הנשמה ואת הלב, לתת כשאתה אוהב. עוד תלמד לתת אתה לומד עם השנים לבנות ביחד בניינים, לחיות עם כל השינויים, לרקוד איתה סיפור חיים, ולעבור ימים קשים במצוקות וריגושים. תמיד לדעת לוותר ואת הטעם לשמר. לתת את הנשמה ואת הלב, לתת כשאתה אוהב. עוד תלמד לתת
we go. 𝐈𝐳 Thank you to Ron and everybody that helped him put together that amazing performance. Latet is to give. Give now, everybody. That's the message. Simple as that. Amudim is a very, very worthwhile cause. And we're hoping that you'll give and give generously. Right now, and everything you give is doubled. That's important to keep in mind. Even more of a value, even more of an impact with your donation. 𝐈𝐳 and please, 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 after you've given, recommend to family and friends to do the same thing. And hopefully by tomorrow night, we'll be way past our $3.5 million goal when we get back live between 6 and 9 Eastern Time tomorrow evening. Meanwhile, in this incredible 31 hours or 32 hours in between this opening and tomorrow night, you have incredible programming coming up, which we are highly recommending. And hopefully you'll be able to enjoy and learn from all the incredible panels and musical presentations, etc. We have a guest in our studio. Edel Pearl is here. Edel is a caseworker at Amudim, and she's joining us this morning as we kick off this incredible campaign. Thank you for being here at Unite to Heal.
Thank you for having me here.
A pleasure. What is a caseworker?
Yes, what is a caseworker? So I'm here for Amudim to basically I get the clients' calls. You know, they reach out to the main line, and whenever I'm sent a case, I'll reach out, hear what it is that they're looking for, how I can support them, whether it's inpatient, outpatient, therapy referral. Really, I'm just here for their support. And yeah.
There must be, I don't want to say scary situations, but there must be some very serious situations you deal with. Is there ever a time where you say to yourself, okay, thank God this case wasn't so difficult, or all of these are pretty touchy situations?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I'm human too. So if there's a day that it's a little bit less severe, I take that as a little break for myself. And then the days that are a little harder, they're hard, but I have the right supervision and I work with amazing people. So I have the right support out there.
And we spoke earlier about every problem that we're experiencing in this country, for instance, I'm sure it's like that around the world as well, has seeped into our community. I mean, I don't need details, and I don't know what you can or can't say, but how severe are the most severe cases you get?
I mean, without getting to specifics, but whatever you can imagine is out there, and what we're hiding in our community very much exists. So I feel so fortunate and happy to be a part of Amudim, where we can speak about it openly, so no one feels shame. And whatever's part of our community, we could just normalize and get them the support that they need and that they're looking for.
Do you get to the point where at least the client, I don't know, months later or whatever period of time, you see how they've adjusted to their new life and you get a nice compliment from their parents about the life-saving work Amudim has done? Have you experienced that?
Yeah, well, for them or, the parents, but really the clients themselves, and sometimes they don't even notice it themselves.
That they're doing the work and moving forward.
Point it out to them. If they are the ones, if they have a hard time reaching out for help and I'm doing the follow-up, but there's one time that they call themselves, that's huge, and that's important to notice too. And it might seem small, but it's not.
So on a day-to-day basis, you're more farming out, like examining what cases come in and deciding where they should go, or you're one of the case managers where it stops at your desk, where you're assigned to literally take care of that case?
So yeah, I mean, it comes to me, everyone on the case management team, we're assigned a case and we're here to follow up. It's not just that one initial intake phone call to hear what it is that they're looking for. We're guiding them, emotional guidance and support along the way, what worked, what didn't work. If they didn't find that inpatient treatment center or that therapist didn't work for them, we're there to troubleshoot and really just to help them find the ongoing support.
On those initial calls, is it sometimes very difficult for the potential client to get out the information they're trying to give to you, like, I don't know, out of fear, out of shame, or just not able to verbalize it the way they need to in order for you to understand what they're going through?
Yeah, very often, and that's normal, and it's common. It's hard to talk to a stranger.
Every day.
Yeah, it's hard to talk to a stranger over the phone. Some are more comfortable than others, but, by me doing my job of helping them feel comfortable, it's also always over the phone or email, so, that anonymous phone call, like that could really help them feel more comfortable, and just me reminding them that I'm here for their ongoing support just really helps.
You just touched on something which we really emphasize, especially in the context of fundraising. Amudim has a confidential hotline. And I know that doesn't sound like, a big revolution when it comes to this type of work, but the reality is people need to know that there's an address where, with confidence, without any revelation, they can call and start the process of getting help they need. And I know that confidential part is a very important part in our community.
Oh, very important, just so that they know nothing's being shared within the walls of what our phone call and our conversation is about. Of course, I seek out supervision to make sure that I'm doing my job of supporting them the best I can, but Yeah.
And when it's a life, and excuse me for saying this, when it's a life and death situation, I'm sure you second guess yourself, and you need a support system. You must be surrounded by a lot of good people you would seek advice from and draw on their own experiences, right?
Oh, definitely. I mean, shout out to my fellow case management team, supervisors, Svi, Miriam. I have a really great support system and people that I really can turn to because, we need it for ourselves as well.
Well, somebody's have to huddle together and just decide if you're going in the right direction with this thing, right? I mean, that's what it would seem.
Yeah, we really network and bounce ideas off of each other. So that's
all right. Edel Pearl, you're going to join me now for the next minute, encouraging everybody to give. I mean, the work you do every day, you could say from the front lines, it is worth supporting, right?
Yes, 1,000%. I see the work that's done every single day, and if you could just open up your hearts and your wallets and just see what we do each day. It's not easy work, and the clients that reach out are just so strong, and it's our job to point that out to them at each moment of each day. And if you could just realize that and be generous.
How long have you been doing this work?
So I've been with Amudim for a bit over 2 years.
Wow.
So I've had, social worker for a bit longer than that. But I just wanted to be able to use my abilities and my voice to help give other people a voice. And by speaking openly about emotional struggles, reminding others that they're not alone and that the support is out there and available, that, I can do my part so that people don't feel like they have to sit and suffer in silence. The help is out there, the help is available, and it's just picking up that phone. That first phone call is a huge step.
And
once
that
you do
first
it.
phone call is any age, or typically is there a specific age group that you're likely going to get?
It's usually any age that reaches out, mostly above
'Cause we talk a lot about the
18.
teenagers and those in their 20s, but it's really everybody in the community could be.
Everyone in the community reaches out. We have young to old that reaches out, and we help everyone.
I have good news for you, by the way.
What's the good news?
The good news is that we've surpassed the $500,000 mark.
Oh, amazing.
Baruch Hashem, my goal is to make sure it happens during this hour. And while you were on the air, it did happen, and we thank everybody for donating, and thank you very much for joining us.
Okay, thank you for having me here.
Edel Pearl, one of the case managers. This is one of the people who's on the front lines every single day, helping people in our community in any way possible. Whether it means a referral, whether it means a program, whether it means advice that they never would have suspected that they needed. This is one of the people, the case managers on the front lines of what Amudim does with all the different situations that come to their attention. Now we ask everybody, now that we've passed $500,000, which is amazing and incredible, now we ask everybody to get us to the 3.5 million and hopefully even beyond that. Wouldn't it be great to have a bonus round that's talking about $4 or $5 million? That'd be incredible. And hopefully we'll be doing that between 6 and 9 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow night when this live portion continues. Meanwhile, we have incredible programming coming up with so many of the segments that I outlined earlier and many others as well. The full schedule is, of course, online at unitetoheal.com, and I hope everybody takes advantage, enjoys, and learns from the different panels and all the great musical presentations and the fun, like Ami Kozak and Dovi Newberger, who are coming up tonight, and so many other great segments are going to be happening. Help Amudim get to its goal. Help Amudim continue to do its amazing work. That's what we ask you to do. And we ask you to be as generous as possible. And we've implemented a system to make your generosity even more generous. Every time you give, the dollar amount is doubled. The value is doubled. The impact is doubled. You have an opportunity to really make a difference and make a difference in a very, very big way. Those of you who are giving $100, it's really $200. And if you're giving $1,800, it's really $3,600. And for the larger donors, when you give $50,000, which is a good number for a lot of people out there who are able to do it, and they set aside numbers like that for tzedakah, you're really giving $100,000. So please help Tzvi Gluck and everybody at Amudim continue the amazing work they do on a daily basis all around the world. It's not just the New York area. It's not just the United States. It's even Israel and so many other countries around the globe, as we've outlined for you over the last hour. We want Amudim to be as successful as possible. We need your help in order to do it. And finally, make sure to share the unitetoheal.com web address with as many people as possible on your email list, on your WhatsApp groups. Encourage everybody, family and friends, to give the same way you're giving during this unitetoheal.com event. We are going to close out the first hour before we get into our first segment at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We're going to close out the first hour with this original Yishai Ribo gem. It's called Lashuv Habaita. The song was translated by the Solomon Brothers and co-produced by our friends Yummy and Gabi at Charity Bids with Nachman Solomon. We're bringing this hour home. Keep the donations coming, everybody, and enjoy the amazing 35 upcoming hours at UniteToHeal.com. It's music, interviews, panel discussions, and more. I'll see you tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern Time right here at UniteToHeal.com.
Wake me up, it's time to go. Been down this road before and I know there's danger up ahead. Recalculate and turn around. I'm heading home, I'm homeward bound. No, I'm not gonna walk that path no more. I know it's not too late. No, my past won't seal my fate. You'll be there with arms wide open. No matter what I've done wrong, no matter how long I've been gone, you'll be there to let me back in. אפילו שעשינו משהו רע, הוא מוחל וסולח, מוחל וסולח, מושיט ידו לעזרה, ונותן ברחמיו את הכוח לתקן ולשוב אליו. הגיע הזמן להתחרט, אם כבר לברוח אז מאחת, אם כבר לקחת אז לקחת בשביל לתת. זה הזמן להתקרב, לא לפחד מהכאב, ואם לתת אז כבר לתת מכל הלב. כל אפשר רק אם נרצה, מחפש תמיד מוצא, גם אם הוא נמצא משם אחר בקצה. דלתות שמיים אני נעלו, כשהבן קורא הצילו, אבא שבשמיים מגיע אפילו. And even if we did a little wrong, you always have mercy, I know you forgive me. So please show me the way back home. I'm wandering blindly, and finally I'm on my way back home. אפילו שעשינו משהו רע, הוא מוחל וסולח, מוחל וסולח, מושיט ידו לעזרה, ונותן ברחמיו את הכוח לתקן ולשוב אליו. שוב הביתה, find my way back home. Wake me up, it's time to go. Been down this road before and I know there's danger up ahead. Recalculate and turn around. I'm heading home, I'm homeward bound. No, I'm not gonna walk that path no more. I know it's not too late. No, my past won't seal my fate. You'll be there with arms wide open.
Hi, Tzvi.
Hi, Miriam.
It's so great to be here with you. I have to say that I was very excited to do this segment. As a clinical director of Amudim, I very often have these emergencies, and I know that I can call you, I can call Yehuda literally day, night, any time zone, and you guys take my call and help Amudim directly. You help people in the community and beyond. And it's really a pleasure and a privilege just to sit with you. So thank you for
Absolutely,
this and for everything. Yeah.
I'm saying we know that you, the times that you do call us are 1/100th of the times that you are working within those hours. So it's our absolute pleasure.
Thank you. And, for all the people that we can't name, I know how much you've helped them, literally saved lives. So thank you. A global thank you. So we're here today to reminisce and talk a little and maybe even figure out what got you into this field.
Yeah.
I know that it's more than a job. It's more than a living. It's a passion project. So let's go back. Let's go back in time. And if you could share a little bit about your journey, a little bit about what it was like before recovery.
Yeah. Life was hard. Life was really, really hard. They say, when you get sober that you'll have the same issues that you had before. And that's true, but, you definitely have different tools to deal with it. I don't know how far back, but my dad died when I was 1 is the easiest way for me to describe the start of, the difficulties. And I was an athlete. I never thought drugs weren't really part of my story. I think like everybody, I might have had a drink at a young age. I might have tried some marijuana at a young age, but never thought of myself in that category. My uncle actually passed away of a cocaine-induced heart attack. So there was a lot of fear around that, if that makes sense. And I went to Israel for a year, and I met a doctor who was in the West Bank, was what it's called, the West Bank, and and he used to prescribe me some oxys because I tore my knee, and my buddies were like, you should try them. And the next thing I knew, I was detoxing on my rabbi's floor in the middle of Yerushalayim, not knowing what it even meant, at the end of the year. And
not knowing that you were getting addicted to a substance.
Yeah.
And not knowing that it was going to require such a painful process of detox.
Oh, yeah. And really not even knowing while I was going through it that was required. I just thought I was sick. It just didn't make sense. I was young. I was in good shape. It didn't detox. It more felt like I had a bad virus, It was just, and then when I moved back to Miami, and I had a young lady that worked with us who had cystic fibrosis, and she would be prescribed from these pill mills, these giant Oxycontin bottles. And knowing knowing how I enjoyed my year in Israel, and there was this disconnection. One of my favorite guys I've ever worked with in many ways loves the phrase, addiction is the opposite of connection.
Right.
And recovery is connection. And not knowing that's what I searched for my whole life, the uncomfortableness that I felt throughout my whole life was the yearning for that. And I end up getting into more trouble in Miami with pills, and I end up leaving detox and looking at the sky and asking myself, how am I going to live life? And didn't know. And I looked at my brother, and my brother says, and it was some random detox in South Florida in 2008. It wasn't when treatment wasn't cool yet. There was nobody, no cool people were in recovery yet. Or if they were very quiet about it.
Right.
Like our friends 𝐔𝐬𝐬, they're great people. They were just quiet. I didn't know they were that cool.
Yeah, you didn't know looking them up. Yeah.
Exactly. And so I looked at my brother, and I'm like, I can't live life. I'm not suicidal, but I don't know what I'm going to, how am I going to wake up tomorrow and not do anything? How does that make sense? And he said to me, well, my buddy has 10 years sober. He went to California for treatment. You should go there. And I did. I picked up I was 21 years old and headed to this city where, there's 7 lanes on each highway, and there's, tons of just everything. And I met the world in its eye. Right. And there weren't it wasn't a place that I felt comfortable in. It wasn't a place that, I felt connected. I remember seeing people who had kids in treatment and being like, you're such a loser. Like, how are you going to get high when like you have a wife and kids? Like there's some woman that's willing to love you. There's this kid that like adores you. Yeah. How is that possible? I didn't know that I would leave there and within 6 months meet my wife and get married and have a kid. And 4 years later, end up back as that guy.
Wow. Powerful.
Yeah. And
yeah.
I remember just sitting in my room in treatment, crying every night, just looking at a picture of my daughter being like, I don't know how I'm going to do this.
Right.
I guess that's like the easiest synopsis that I could take you to there.
For sure.
Yeah.
So let's go back to, this phrase that I also I don't know who said it originally, but the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, it's connection, right? Going back to your time in Israel, would you be able now, in retrospect, are you able to identify that that you were lacking connection because you had friends, you were an athlete? So tell us a little bit about that. Like, how does that lack of connection manifest and feel? Because maybe there are people out there who are listening who don't even know that in some way they might be susceptible. Some doctor, well-meaning, intends something. Like, you weren't looking for substances. That was not your story.
So I'm going to say what I share in like my AA speech because I think it's really important. It goes further back than Israel. I could go over many stories of disconnection during my teens but this goes back to me being in the 5th grade. I was 10 years old and I had a coach. He was 6'7", bald-headed man. He played in the NBA.
No way.
He was just in a Hebrew Academy in Miami. He was the coolest guy, nicest human being, and always cared for me. There was, looking back at it, I don't know if there were anyone who cared more on a day-to-day basis than this man. And we used to play wiffle ball, like basically like wiffle ball. And
I remember those, yeah.
He would pitch underhand to everybody. And I got up and he pitched overhand. And he pitched as hard as he could and he struck me out. Now, I'm a big boy. I was a big boy then. I was loud. I was rambunctious. And he was laughing at me. And in that moment, I still remember I went out they used to put a boy and a girl in each position on the field and you'd play. And I was in shortstop and I remember looking at Dana, who was standing next to me, and said, watch this. And I walked behind the coach and I pantsed him.
Wow.
And this man used to wear 5th grade.
Wow.
And he would wear like basketball shorts.
Sure.
And the way that I described this story, to fast forward to the end and then go back, is I got to make an amends to this man in recovery. And he shared with me that he wore khakis and a belt every day from there. So like the way that I affected people also by my actions, I didn't realize the power of my actions even in 5th grade. But this man was my coach from then on throughout my whole life. Never let me know how much I hurt him, right? In a lot of ways. But I felt so connected to him in that moment. And when that happened, there was this disconnect. And I remember my dad was the principal of the Hebrew Academy before he passed. And I remember like just being able to get away, no one else's fault, just trying to cater to the almanas, just feeling bad for this boy. Everyone tried to help me. And like this coach got suspended for a week and I got put back in class. And the reason why was because he should have never struck me. And it's like, that's not what I needed. And it's not what he needed. It's not, and with all good intentions, everybody had the perfect intentions. And I think that's what kind of taught me that I could force connection, if that makes sense. Unbeknownst to me, was only later was I able to kind of put all these pieces together as I ran through my life story. That who would have known that like my entire adult life up until that's all I needed, right? All I needed was that. Little did I wasn't able to appreciate it. Today, I appreciate all connections that I have. So I'm very grateful for my addiction. I'm very grateful to go through my story to allow me to appreciate those things. But really that is what was missing for me always.
Where in that process of connection did the connection to self become the strongest? Was it like before after? Like first you needed to connect outward and then learned inward, or the other way around?
Such a good question. I would say I thought it was outward.
You thought it was outward.
I always thought it was outward, and outward convinced me to connect inward. Right.
Wow.
But I think there's like, fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
Kind of. And I think when I think of that, and it's a great question, because I would say it's like, it wasn't even the steps that got me into myself. It was really like some IFS work and some other, therapeutic measures that I took post that. And the truth is all of them have its own journey with it. It's just the depth is different with each one of these things. And
you can't really do it without being in recovery.
Oh yeah.
It's taking you out of reality, the substances. So you can only go deeper once.
Yeah. I had a conversation with someone yesterday. He's on ketamine treatment and he's abusing it, and he can't figure out why any of his modalities that he's tried are not working. And I said, like, no matter what you're doing, no matter what therapeutic work you're doing, you got to then practice that outside of the room. Right. And a lot of times we forget that. And I think, with reality comes pain, but with growth becomes pain also. Right. Sure. And I think that I specifically have a very hard time, relating to avoiding pain, just because I was brought up with the pain of, missing someone in our home. It almost felt second nature to me, my lifelong, I call her my therapist, but she would laugh at me and say she's probably not. My life, someone that I've done a lot of therapeutic work with, she says to me, it's really hard for you to relate to people because there's not one thing that you don't know how to do things half measure. Like no matter what you do, it's to the end of the earth. And I think that I've attacked self-growth in that way. I've attacked my own recovery in that way. And attacked helping people in that way. And I do it my way. And, there's plenty of people whom agree, disagree, etc. And I'm willing to have those conversations because I think conversations is what creates connection, whether it's in my business where I say communication is the only way that we could actually help someone. It's also in my life, and it's also with myself. I need to communicate with myself to find out where I'm at regularly.
Yeah, that's powerful. So lead us now a little bit to like the turning point. What was the catalyst for that? Because you said like you went into recovery, but then only found yourself back in those rooms, a few years later, having a wife and a child, thinking like, oh, now you have connection, like, problem should be over.
Yeah. And it's interesting. I don't like saying personally, I don't like saying that I tried recovery the first time I went to treatment, because the truth is I didn't want recovery. I didn't want to have to make an amends to the people I stole from. I didn't want to have to, be at a meeting every day. It wasn't something that like no one woke up and is like, I'm done using, I'm going to sign up to this AA thing. I'm going to, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And really, I feel like, and this is why I take it so seriously, like the right place for the right person, because ultimately, as great as the place I went to the first time is, it wasn't for a 21-year-old boy whom had some opiate issues and really just had like some lifelong traumas that needed to be worked through. The second time I was a full blown, I tried everything. I was ready for help and there was no turning back. There was more of me surrendering to the idea that I needed more out of life. So the second time going to treatment, and I love, I tease with you, but I love saying the stories. Like I was almost jealous of the guys that came from New York to there, because they came usually through Amudim, and there was this like, you just felt like this connection. You felt this wraparound that wasn't, that like I didn't have coming from LA in there, even with a wife and kid. Like there was just, it felt like family work was being done at the behest of what you were asking for. And watching that really guided my thoughts on what it took to get sober. And I remember my roommate was sharing with me that he had a child in a different country and he hasn't seen him in 5 years. And, he was telling me this horror story. And I just remember him going to sleep and me looking at my daughter's picture. And I'm like, this will never happen here. Like I just want everyone in the world to tell her that her dad tried everything and couldn't stay sober. I don't think I'll be able to stay sober. There's no way, based on my story, based on how I used, based on everything, like that sobriety met me. Also, I wasn't necessarily interested, as I said, in like becoming the guy that like went, I was told, you go to meetings, you work the steps, you do this, you do that. And it's like, I'm willing to try it just because I was willing to try almost everything to feel okay.
Right.
But I didn't think it was ever going to be my story. Like if you would have asked me that, I would have been like, no. I had a better chance of being like in B'nai Brak with Payas and the Strimal than being a guy in
that would be a scene. Yeah. One day. With AI, we'll try and conjure up that image. That's great. Yeah. So I want to move on with your story, but I find it fascinating to see who you are today, to know who you are today, and to hear that voice of doubt that you didn't think it was possible for you. Because I think a lot of people, at my work with Amudim and individuals who might come into my practice or whatnot, they can't fathom that there's a better life for them. It's so outside the scope of their reality, like their life experience, their everything that they know up until then just says it's not going to be good and it will never be good. And you were even in the process of trying to recover, and that possibility was still not in front of you. There's no pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, or like this, like, whoa, I can get it. And I find that really interesting that you were able to kind of persevere. What do you think that there was some particular program, maybe your connection to Hashem, to God, that kind of helped you like stay the course? How do you?
So it's actually interesting. My friend who reminds me every time I speak to him, and I speak to him a couple times a week, that I missed his wedding for rehab. And
how long is he married?
He's only 13 years.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. He's really milking that one. Yeah.
Exactly. He is. He milks it to the T, and you know who you are. Our connection, to go back to what you asked, is when I was in rehab, there was tons of stuff that I could point to. Someone said to me 4.5 months in, I'm going to see you back here. And I was like, who says that? Like, you're a counselor. Like, how do you say this one? I'm working the steps. I'm in therapy. I'm doing family therapy. I got everything. Like, how do you tell me? And he goes, no, I see you're doing everything. And I got like very upset. I used to have a little bit of anger issues, and I let him know, like, I wasn't happy. And he goes, no, I'm not saying you're not doing everything you can. He's like, but I've never seen you in this facility alone, not once in 4.5 months. And the people that can't sit alone with themselves usually have the hardest time, because you're going to be alone with yourself come a month and a half from now. I said, no, I have my wife, my kid. What do you mean I'll be alone? He goes, what happens when they're sleeping? What happens when they're this? What? You're going to have time alone. And it was the most remarkable conversation I've had at that point in recovery. I went to my room and I would do step work with 7 guys, right? So moving forward, I started doing it on my own. And I remember getting like 3 minutes alone, like timing it. And that felt like a flight back to LA, like it was forever. And today I love at times being alone with myself. Like I enjoy every moment of that. I also enjoy connection, right? So like the balance is very pure to me, but I learned how to be alone. But you brought up the 𝐓𝐡𝐢, which I think is, for me, the catalyst of connection, right? It's the way I've learned how to connect with no judgment. I came into recovery hating God. Like there was I davened 3 times a day. I kept kosher. I kept Shabbos. I remember I used to have a guy crush up my pills if I didn't crush up enough before Shabbos.
Wow. That is super impressive.
I used to go to very large lengths to try to, what I would say is not keep halacha, just not break it.
Right.
There was a difference.
Right.
And I remember the detox I went to, had there was a $5,000 deductible, and no one in my life was willing to pay for it. And they said, we'll pick him up. He's going to do it on the couch in my house. My sister and her husband, who I worked for up until then, who did not have me back working for them in any capacity. And, you know, they were at my house this Friday night. I have the extremely close connection with them, their kids, like, but I still remember my waking up from like 4 a.m. till 6 a.m. I would sleep, and my niece was laying next to me, who's now, you know, married with 2 kids on her own, and my nephew who's, you know, married with 4 kids, and they were in the room when I was detoxing. And one night there was this rabbi that came over that my brother-in-law used to learn with every week. And we told him what was happening, and we were sitting in the backyard, and they were learning, and I was kind of just going through my mind. And he said to me, and I don't know if he meant to say this, he goes, if I was in your position, I'd stop keeping everything and find out your connection with God. And it wasn't like he was my rabbi. He wasn't giving me permission. And like, at that moment, I made a decision. It's like, this guy's so right. Like, I have no relationship with God. These are like halachas that make no sense to me. Like, I'm zero. And I went to Chabad, right? I went to a Jewish treatment center. I didn't go into shul at Chabad. I did not go to the services. I did not go to, even in there to like read Tehillim. There was nothing I was willing to do for my entire stay there. I did not miss a day of tefillin before that.
Wow.
I missed 6 months straight. I actually missed 8.5 months straight.
Wow.
I then randomly one day just explained the depth of connection. And I have a story for each halacha I've taken on. And thank God today I have a robust part of my Yiddishkeit is I looked in the mirror and I had a really rough day. I was arguing with my wife for the first time, like in what I would call later recovery, but it was like in my later part of treatment. And we were on such a roll, and we had an argument, and I looked in the mirror and I said, you know, I need to do something. And I looked at myself, and something drove me into the shul, which was across the hall from my room. And I put my hand on the Aron Kodesh and I said, God, I know you're God. You're in my second and third step. I know it's you. I don't know how to talk to you or connect with you. I only know how everyone else wants me to. Could you please tell me? And I was wearing basketball shorts, a tank top, a backwards hat, and sandals, because I was going to play basketball. And I walked into a restaurant in LA, which is not in like Pico Robertson or La Brea or Valley Village. It was in an area that is not from, it's like one restaurant in the middle. And Chabad rabbi's in there, and he goes,
wow.
Hey, did you put on tefillin today? And I'm like, nah, I did, don't worry. And I order my meal, and only like a minute and a half later did I process that I just asked.
Right.
I literally just asked. And I've had the zoche of not missing a day from there.
Wow.
And even like Shabbos, I got a job that I had to work through Shabbos, and I lied to them on the phone and said, I can't work because it's Shabbos. They said, no problem. And then that night I wanted to get high because I lied, and now I lie in recovery. And Shabbos morning, I shut off the TV. Shabbos morning, I woke up and I kept Shabbos that week. And I had such a profound connection with my wife and kids that Shabbos.
Wow.
That I wouldn't trade it for the world. I wouldn't trade Shabbos for the world.
Right.
But I needed that. I don't know what everyone else needs. I'm not a Rav. I'm not going to tell people what they need. But I think that my connection with the Eibusher has really taught me how to connection with myself, connection with my wife, my children, my friends, my family.
So powerful.
So yeah. So
the story that you just said about like talking to God and like I know you're the God of my first, second, third step, but I don't know how to talk to you. And then that Lubavitch rabbi showing up. I think the real miracle in that story is that you made the connection, because so many people, I'm sure you've heard it too in your work, like I'm praying, I'm asking, and then they miss that miracle that's actually sent their way. Somehow they're not, maybe they're expecting it to come like in one form or another, you know, like the classic joke of the guy who's drowning, you know? And being open to it and being able to see, right, something could change. That's mind blowing. It's beautiful. It's really nice to hear that you were able to make meaning from every mitzvah that you took on, and then to like say, okay, I'm in that place because it's a different Yiddishkeit then. It's not just, your inheritance, but it's your legacy for your family, 100%. For your, for yourself and for your children.
And it's remarkable the level of, I want to say, ignorance I had to those brachas, right? Like from my seed is like, I say this all the time. My dad passed when I was 30, when he was 31. I was 1. Wow. My mom was pregnant with her 6th kid, right?
Wow.
And I was talking to a friend of mine whose father-in-law passed away this weekend, and he was 74. I'm like, oh, you're so young. And his father passed away when he was 20. And we were just talking about how when you surpass your father's age of being nifter, there's a certain level of like, any age that you pass is young, right. Hold on, like this isn't okay. And I think that, there was this, and I have grace for myself in those moments where I did struggle with Yiddishkeit. Is like, the Eibishter gave us all our journeys, all our stories, all our our individualism. But like, there are days where, I forget that I'm human. I forget that I'm allowed to fall, whatever, Shava Yiplay Tzaddik is like my favorite niggin, right? Is like from my vision of this is like, I have had the people in my life that have, that like, even when I was getting high, there's a gentleman who was on Shark Tank and sold his business to one of the sharks or partnered with him. And I gave him tefillin when we were 16. I was 16. He was 19 and he hasn't missed a day. And that was his story. He grew up conservative. He didn't grow up in a frum environment, but he saw me put up tefillin at 4 p.m. one day because I forgot to in the morning. Yeah. And he's like, what? He's like, I haven't put it on since my bar mitzvah. Yeah. And I happen to have a second pair. And I gifted it to this guy. Wow. And we speak almost at least once or twice a year. And I spoke to him before Rosh Hashanah, and he was telling me how he still hasn't missed a day.
That's incredible.
And like, so I look at that, I'm like, he needed that. Like if he would have grown up with it, I don't know if he would have been putting on every day. And it's like,
you were his miracle in that moment. That's beautiful. Yeah. It's special. Okay. So let's shift gears a little bit, because I'm sure everyone's like curious to hear the story. Like, what you're in recovery and you're healing. You turn this into your profession. Like, how did that happen? A life of purpose, I imagine, but tell us how that played out.
Yeah. So it played out in, I'm the guy that sits in the studio and says, oh, this should be different and that should be different. So me being someone newly in recovery, I had that opinion about a lot of things in treatment. And I remember being like, why don't they X? Why don't they Y? And someone said to me, you need to write down all your ideas. It'll help you work through your resentment, but have them. Maybe you'll open up a place one day. Who knows? And I wrote down all my ideas. Was
that like a sarcastic comment somebody was saying to you?
No, he was being very genuine. He was like, you just seem like a guy, and I came from, I like worked in different fields and I was young. I'm saying even when I got sober, I was still only 26 years old. Right. So, a part of that was, I didn't know what I was going to do the last 4 years of my life. I worked in construction. It wasn't really for me, but it was a profession I knew how to like pay my basic bills and etc. And I had an interview with somebody about 9 months into recovery. My wife is borrowing, stealing to be able to pay our bills. I'm this guy that like, recovery's first. I need and I get it. There's a balance between what I did and what you probably should do. And I had an interview and it was supposed to be this job that would allow me to start paying my bills. And I wait Friday afternoon for this guy. And, he tells me to meet him at Starbucks downstairs at his office at like, Shabbos starting at 5. It was like 3:15. And I'm like, I'm not even going to like show him who I am. And he orders a coffee and then asks me what I'm there for. I said, oh, I'm here for an interview. We're not looking for that spot. Oh. And I went home. I waited 4.5 hours for this interview downstairs. Gosh. And I was in tears on the way home. I get home. My wife was super supportive, but Sunday came around and she's like, I get that you've been waiting for all these gigs. You got to do something. Like, even if it's $5 an hour, I need you to do something.
Right.
And her best friend just bought a home, and her kids were like allergic to dust or something. They might have even made up this job for me, but basically they had me like vacuum and sweep and mop their whole home every night after construction, so the dust wouldn't build up. And it was going to be a 2-week job, and this 2-week job happened, and I cried every day while doing it. It was like $10 an hour. It was, you know, very hard to swallow my pride, knowing like I can't even pay for my apartment. They just have a house, you know. And the Friday that this ended, I just got a complete bracha, and this is irrelevant to the story, so I won't go into it, but basically I got a gig that I somehow was able to pull off that made me enough money to like pay off some debts and then have the ability to go get a simple job for a year as I kind of figured it out. And I remember going back to Chabad treatment, and I said like, hey, I have 3 months off of this job, of this new gig that I found that was very successful. I said, I don't know what it'll look like afterwards, but I'd love to volunteer. Now, they wouldn't hire anyone without 2 years in recovery. So to me, is like, there wasn't an option of that. And I basically volunteered. And for whatever reason, at the end of that 90-day period, the job that I was supposed to go back to didn't exist. But while that was happening and I was finding that out, Chabad came to me and said like, look, I know you only, at that point, I think I had like 18 months sober. They're like, we'd love for you to come and like be our lead counselor and see how we could make this happen. So I went, and I was pitching them on this for a year. I thought at 6 months I should be working there. And I went back to school and I got my KDAC, and I worked there for a year, and it was the most powerful year of my life. It's where I met Yehuda, who I'm sure we'll get into. That's where that's when I would say, there were a lot of individuals, both male and female, coming from everywhere to, California, specifically Chabad, for help. And, the success, I'm saying I've walked individuals down the aisle that were there at that point. I've been I've been the Sandik for some babies.
Wow.
I've had, that house was the most special year of my life. Like, those guys I'm still super close with. My wife and I started our Friday night meals through there, and Yontif meals. And that's like really where my post selfish recovery became something where it was like, okay, now it's time.
You can give over.
I could give over. And, I was not making enough money to pay my own bills then. I was dipping into the savings. The savings I knew would last about 14 months. So at about 11 months, I started to like really trying to figure out what was next. My dream was to open up a Jewish place. Like, it was my ultimate dream. Until I don't remember exactly how this kicked off, but there was this idea that I didn't want money and helping a Yid to come in the way of that. And it was, as you know, is like, it's either free or it's either call me and it's free if I could, and if not, I don't want it.
Right.
And it's hard because I know how many people need help and want the help. But there's a balance to it. I know myself is like, I want to give everyone everything, but I also have to feed my family. So there was always this, but I had this huge bracha. There was a gentleman who I knew from Miami growing up who was opening up a detox in a hospital. It was a huge detox. It was 29 beds. It was state of the art. It was everything. And little did I know, within 2 years, I'd be essentially running the place. And I was able to finally like feed my family and still live very modestly in an apartment and really getting my life back together. But within, by year 3-4 in recovery, year 4 in recovery, I was no longer, my wife could get her nails done Erev Shabbos, like this was a big accomplishment to me. And still is. Like, I find that to be, that independence of only relying on one thing, which, obviously going through bitachon and all that, but relying on one thing to me is so important.
And also the importance of being fiscally sound also. You can't ignore that part of recovery. Part of, Pia Melody talks about like the dis-ease of immaturity, right? Yeah. So just being mature about all aspects of our life. We all have moments of regression or, like Freud would call it or something like that. But that stepping into adulthood in a certain kind of way is really important and something that, spans the scope of what being in recovery is. So I really hear that like being able to breathe, like, oh, my wife can go for a manicure. That's a big deal.
Yeah. And I say it still is because now we do it as a date. Like we go and that's our time. It's like,
I love that.
We try to do a date as often as possible, but that is our date no matter what. Mm-hmm. Like we go together and it's, so I end up running this hospital-based detox. It ends up becoming a national, what is known nationally as, I believe, was the best detox ever, even better than the ones that I've been able to create or do on my own, or with the partner. But there was just something special about that place. I got to work with patients hand in hand and with the freedom of what, the person who started this detox really trusted me explicitly and like was also very into helping them get sober and really be a part of it. We also scholarshiped a ton of people. And he really taught me the foundation of that and really had that heart that like was just very trusting. And I was able to get girls in there and really help them find that right place, as I was saying. And that's really when my life kind of took it from just, working at Chabad and kind of being the guy's guy to really building a community. My wife and I used to have 150 people every Shabbos, right? This Rosh Hashanah, we had 75 people for the entire Rosh Hashanah in our house. Yeah. And it was awesome. We had families of guys that we knew when they were, and it was just
pure joy.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
And, around 7 years ago, I got a call. I used to get calls very often of people like recruiters, people trying to, bring me into their organizations. And I got offered 2.5 times what I was getting paid, by other organizations. And they never really fit. Like, they didn't have the organization didn't have the neshama that allowed me to have mine.
Right.
And I came to New York to look at the place that they opened, and I walked out. I was another one of these places. This is ridiculous. And the financier called me and says, I heard you're not taking the job. I said, why would I take this job? And I was very honest with people, and I probably am still too much to a fault. I told him all the services that I think he's going to go through. And within a week called me back and offered me the sun, the moon, and the stars. But what he really offered me was to be able to do it my way, and had carte blanche to scholarship, to run the business in the way that I saw fit. And really, like, my performa, to look at it from a business standpoint, had all these things caked into it. And I had the ability to still make it what ultimately a financier would want it to look like.
Right.
And, 7 years later, this project and a different one is extremely, I will say, like, we have a joke in our office is if Miriam calls us, we know we're going to be full next week. And the reason why is every time that you've called us, and I'm telling you till today, every time you've called us and we've had the privilege of bringing someone in on behalf of Amudim, we fill up. It's just, we call it the miser of beds, right? Like we do a lot, we obviously get.
I feel a little less guilty now. Thank you for sharing that with me.
You never need to feel guilty, but it's a joke in our office. When we're slow and Miriam calls us, we know the Eivishter was listening. It's a joke that we have and will always.
That's great.
Whether true or not.
Right.
And that's the thing. It's like more of like, we know that is the
Urban
truth.
Legend. Yeah.
Yeah. We know it's the truth though.
Right.
It's like.
Ultimately, it's the truth for all of us. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so that's how I got into it.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
And I have so many more questions I would want to ask, but I think that I'm wondering for you personally, has it shift the way you are in recovery, or there's like the personal recovery, and then you, the public person? Has anything changed, or now it's just like, this is my life and I live it and I breathe it and it's just all integrated now?
So it's a great question. I think one of the greatest compliments I ever got from a friend during a, like a therapeutic intensive, like this, I have someone who does like polyvagal and IFS, you know, so I was with one of my good friends that were there, and the compliment that he gave me was, he's seen me in every area of my life. And I show up as the same guy in each of those places.
Beautiful.
Like whether it's in my home, whether it's work, etc. And like,
Authenticity.
I didn't really realize what a compliment that was until like I started to like accept that compliment. I would say naturally I have to be a little bit different, right? Just, I got to be more disciplinarian with my kids maybe, or, you know, at work, I have to, Kiddush Hashem being the most important thing of my day to day. Like I genuinely, like, I believe that's why I have the privilege of being in the spot that I'm in, is to be able to, and I don't even want to say to prevent Chil Hashem. It's to be a Kiddush Hashem, right? Whether it's me, my business, etc. I don't see myself needing to be any different. I will say my recovery is not reliant on the work that I do, whether both nonprofit related, my business, they just don't conflate because I don't make it what I need. I still have sponsees. I still, you know, do a lot of the things that I still do, therapeutic intensives. I still do these things because to me, I wouldn't have everything else without those things. And also like I chase success emotionally more than I chase success in anything else. And I think that like, I'll never give up those things. So,
beautiful.
Yeah.
It's such a gift to hear it. It's such a gift to yourself that you live it. It's beautiful. So you working in this field. You know, calling you all hours of the night, sending people from the community. And I know plenty of people come to you, not through me, from the community. I'm wondering about what you wish the frum world knew about addiction, about recovery, about people going through this process. You know, we're holding a lot of heavy stuff for a lot of people. I don't want to call it secrets because, you know, we're only as sick as our secrets, right? It's not about secrets. And sure, there's stigma. We're breaking the stigma, all of that, you know. But if it was a message or just from your lived experience, what do people need to know?
So we talk about how the opposite of addiction is connection, right? I think in today's world, the opposite of what, it doesn't even need to be our community. The opposite of what this world is struggling with at this moment is connection. And I think connection starts with conversation. You know, there's not one time that someone could ask me something and I won't answer it, honestly. Now, if it's about someone else, I'm not privy to. But about myself, I have no problem. And the main reason why is just because I've seen how my relatability to other people have been the catalyst for their own success. I think that you know, it's funny. They used to talk about Fight Club. So Fight Club is, you know, you don't talk about Fight Club. And I think recovery used to be that. In the world that I associate with, even in, I'll say my shul, we have anywhere between 12 to 20 sober individuals, married with children in our shul. When I moved there was just me. Now, there's 4 people who have more time than me who didn't associate with recovery until like, again, recovery became cool. But they're, you know, one guy's 37 years and he's like, he's a foundational piece to our community in terms of, and my rabbi jokes, he says, either you're in recovery or you need to be in recovery in our shul. So, you know, I think it's dependent on each community, but I do think there's so much relatability to someone in recovery's story beyond the drugs and alcohol. You know, it always says like alcohol's only mentioned once in the steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, right? But God is mentioned and And I think that like, if we remove that aspect of it, I think now with gambling and some other, process addictions that our community is struggling with at the moment. And what, honestly, people are brushing this off, but what marijuana is doing to the younger generation. I don't mean you, the 45-year-old who's, having a gummy on Shabbos. I'm talking about potentially your son whom is smoking with his buddies. There's a very good chance one of those boys ends up in a psychosis in the next couple of weeks. And I see it over and over again. I just sat with a very well-known psychiatrist who literally was telling me he has a mental health primary facility, and he said his facility at this point is 75% that. And that's a 36-month turnaround. They've been around for 17 years.
It's incredible. I want to clarify for the people who are listening to this, to explain, some people do not know this. There is 5 people could be sitting around in a circle, smoking the same marijuana or eating the same gummies or whatever it is. It's not about the product. And one person could have a psychotic episode. You want to call it a brain allergy to certain things, but it is pervasive. I have colleagues all across the country and all across the state and in all different communities. And somebody who's working ER in psychiatric hospitals, and it's happening everywhere. So this is something that people need to know. And sometimes it sticks. Sometimes, the first time it happens, so a lot of times people will get out of it. A lot of times it could be quite permanent. And if kids are going to ignore it, it could be really dangerous for their mental health. So I just want to clarify what we're talking about. We both have seen so much of, and people need to know that it's not just like, oh, you're okay, a few less neurons, nobody really cares. This is a severe mental health crisis.
Oh yeah. I'm saying suicide attempts without any provocation, without history, without family history, in even some cases, which is appalling, right? I used to have a running joke, and I think I've shared it with you a few times, is like, I used to be like, where are the addicts in the Jewish community? Like, there's no more like opiate guys. There's no more.
Where's the good stuff? Yeah.
And I used to say like, I'm a little resentful against Amudim. You did such a good job of awareness that we don't get the guy that's addicted. I want to help that guy.
Right.
And what the truth is that Amudim has done that job. And in return, our society has provided a level of, cannabis that is so pervasive, as you said, that, and so potent that these individuals don't need to skip now to the next drug. They're getting that relief at such what seems like a recreational drug. And I feel like what's happening now is a lot of people, that becomes much more shame-based than even the opiate addict, because we've educated on what that sounds like. But when we're the same and we're both smoking, and like you had that, I don't want to get near you. And I feel like that's something that,
because the mental health issue, that's the stigma, not what's inducing it, which is the drug. Yeah,
exactly.
100%. Yeah, it is. It's a scary reality, and people don't always know about it, even when they're seeing it. They think it's just like, oh, he's being weird because he's high, and it's a lot more complicated than that. It's interesting. Do you think there would be a benefit to integrating a lot of these types of things into schools? Amudim has a program called 𝐷𝐴Rcheinu, or Our Path, where we do a lot about healthy relationships. Again, the good connection could mitigate a lot of the possibility of people sliding into substance use problems or process addictions or things like that. But is there something that you think should be integrated into the educational system that could really shift the way this is a public health issue, right? In the Jewish and frum world and in the world at large, something that would be helpful for people to know, or that schools could bring into the schools. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, it's funny. I have the privilege of speaking at a school. Actually, it was my this past year, because my daughter will, God willing, be going there. So I didn't want to speak to anyone. I only would speak to the senior class senior and junior, the senior this year, because I didn't want anyone in the school to be there. And when I first started 10 years ago speaking at different schools, it was all about my story, substance abuse, this. as society has adapted, and as I said, like as Amudim's education nationally and internationally has been there for our community, I solely speak on connection. And I think that I've had rooms where people have opened up about things that they have never spoken about in their lives, right? I've also had experiences where one girl tells me she's a senior going to Israel, and telling me she never knew that she struggled with connection. She had so many friends.
Wow.
And I think that I say it, and it's not just in our community, but it's at large. Like, I think there should be an elective in every school that is mandatory, elective, but mandatory on this subject. And I think that we shouldn't wait till people are graduating to like get them that. I feel like there's all these activities within schools, whether it be Shabbatons and this, that bring people together. And I think different schools have different stories, but there's always the 5 or 6 kids who grabbed the bottle from here or got in trouble for this. And we go straight to the consequence rather than why. Yeah. And I think that, you know, we as adults have a lot of privileges to be able to go to different Shabbatons that provide us the ability to connect, but yet we don't think it's necessary for our children. And yeah, so I not only believe that we need to, as much as Amudim is doing in this area, like I would love for the funding to be that much more to be able to get it to where you could go and attack this in a curriculum way and really provide things to these kids, because you know, Yiddishkeit's all about the next generation. It's time to bring Mashiach. We need them prepped for it.
That's right. Absolutely. We can't go into Mashiach with the gullus mentality.
Exactly.
100%. Yeah. It's, and what you're saying is very powerful. I mean, you know, if the governor of New York is saying that, you know, this adolescent mental health crisis, it's got to be really bad.
Oh yeah.
You know, and this is, you know, all over the country, frankly, all over the world. So this is something we really have to get on. I could talk to you for hours. You know, I have so much appreciation for you. So many people I know have so much appreciation for you. So many people who don't know you have so much appreciation for you. But what, you know, just to round it up, what would be your message? Somebody's out there listening, they're tuning in to Unite to Heal, hoping to find, you know, something positive to hold on to because they're in a dark place. What would be your message to them?
Do you mind if I give 2 messages?
You can give as many messages as you want.
Okay. So the first message, and I was privileged enough to be interviewed by Ami a few years ago, and I said this, and I got a lot of backlash for it. I'm going to say it again because I want to double down on it. So every shul I've been to has a Kiddush club of some sort. I deal with I have the privilege of attending some pretty important business meetings. Sometimes I won't eat before it because I don't want to have a stomach ache in that meeting, let alone drink, right? But, and I think that anyone who had the most important business meeting of their week would never attend a Kiddush club prior to that meeting. We go throughout our week and we have very busy weeks. Everybody, you know, to live as a From Yid today is not cheap. Yeah. The chances are, if you are, you're working really hard to stay from, if that makes sense. Yeah. And hustle. I work that hard for the pleasure of being with my family. Yeah. And alcoholic or not, right? I think that there's this idea of connection and the next generation that we're all working towards, striving on making it a healthier place, that I would just ask you to ask yourself, am I disconnecting or connecting by attending this? And I think that there's if we're talking about, again, the opposite of addiction is connection, but if we're talking about the opposite of today's society is connection, am I doing that by attending it? And I think that I would imagine most people, if they are honest with themselves, would say this is what helps me tolerate myself to get there, but it helps me tolerate this person in my house.
Right.
Well, maybe that's some work you got to do, right? Rather than continue to ignore it. So that was my connection to the person that might be struggling in that way. And obviously use the idea of the term kiddush club as a euphemism, like it could be anything.
It could be anything, right?
The person struggling out there, I say my person struggling because you're me, is you don't need to have hope in yourself. There's no need to have hope in yourself. You need to find someone that can have hope in you. And what I have found, and I'll forever be grateful for our relationship in this way, is that, I got to speak to Chaim this week, and I heard now the generations continue to pour love into this world. Is like, there's not one, no matter, we've dealt with someone that this is our 15th time speaking to them, and they're trying their hardest. And they don't know how to love themselves, and you loved them until they did. And I would say, like, I'm sure there's countless stories I don't know, as you said, but like there's countless stories I do know. And there's plenty of people within the Amudim umbrella, not only yourself, that have proven to thousands that they will love them until they could love themselves. And I will say, like, try it out. Just pick up that phone and ask for that help. And you'll learn what it means to love yourself through the way that they'll love you.
Thank you so much. Hashem should give you continued strength to be so integrated, so authentic, to help and benefit so many others. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
This is the story. For me, for my parents, but before that day, before my addiction took me to places I should never have gone. Before I needed drugs to feel alive. Before I used them to escape. There was the day my parents found my secret. That was the day they had a choice. To make one phone call. But they didn't. But what if they did? What if they realized I needed help? What if they realized they needed help? What if they realized that we didn't have to be alone? Amudim would send someone to talk with us and make a plan. Most importantly, they would listen to me. They would get me the help I needed to heal. And become strong again. I would rediscover who I was and what I loved. I could learn to be happy without drugs. I could finish school with a world of possibilities. And instead of a nightmare, it would be a dream come true.
Hello, everybody. This conversation is part of Unite to Heal, a global movement powered by Amudim, reminding us that healing begins when we show up for one another. I'm a journalist and I host a podcast called Question Everything and a card game by the same name. It's basically a club for curious minds. And I'm here with two people who embody purpose and empathy in action, Emmanuel Shrieky and Mandana Dayani. Mandana Dayani is a brand builder, an activist, and entrepreneur who has dedicated her career to empowering others through purpose-driven work. She's the creator of I Am a Voter. She served as president of Archwell, the production and audio founded by Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. And she founded Calinet Foundation, which incubated One Mitzvah a Day, Mitzvah Maker Day, Our Campus United, and the OCU Chronicle, all to combat anti-Semitism and celebrate Jewish joy. She also has my very favorite newsletter on Substack called All of It. It's so good. Mandana's work sits at the intersection of impact, culture, and community, and she leads with heart and conviction. Emmanuel Shrieky is an actress, producer, and advocate. You've seen her shining on screen in Entourage, The Mentalist, and Superman and Lois. And of course, you don't mess with the Zohan. If I read a list of all of the charities she supports, we wouldn't get into the conversation. She is one of the most philanthropic people I have ever met, and a really powerful example of using visibility for good, and truly helps people feel less alone. Now, Amudim was founded on the pillars of kindness, on compassion, and dignity. Mandana and Emmanuel embody those virtues every single day. So this is going to be a beautiful hour. Thank you for joining us.
Hi. Thank you. That was so nice.
Yeah, I feel like maybe we should just stop before we mess this up.
It's weird when people read your bios back, right?
Yeah.
What was it? Are you supposed to smile? Like, what are you supposed to say? Like, should I curtsy? Like, I don't understand.
It's like when people sing happy birthday. It gets like...
Yeah.
Well, we're here as part of Unite to Heal, which is a reminder that healing begins when we show up for one another. So we hear that phrase, show up, so often. I'm curious what showing up means to you in a practical, non-Instagram type of way.
One of my, this woman named Ashley McDermott, who's really close to us, she has a saying, which is you can fake caring, but you can't fake showing up. And I think there's so many people that will like your photos or, you know, interact with you through social, but showing up is being there, fully present for the hard times, the joyful times, celebrating your wins with you, getting in the weeds with you, helping you figure things out, showing up for your community, taking risks, doing work that's hard. You know, it's not easy to be an advocate sometimes, but I think, I mean, I'm sure we'll talk a lot about integrity today. But I think showing up, and you both emulate that so much, is just like fully being present for the people and the issues that you care about.
Well said.
Yeah. Well said. I'm watching going, what do I add to that? I think it's the idea of just being in action. You know, words, we can just say things all day long, but then when you actively show up, it takes effort. And you kind of got to go beyond yourself. And I think that I know that when people show up for me, I am so touched because I know that they took that extra time out of their day to really show up.
Yes.
And you feel it. It's not just empty words.
I want to ask you about that because I find that one of the bright spots of going through hard things is learning how to show up better for other people by emulating what people have done for me. Is there a way that that somebody has shown up for you that really sticks out to you or that was memorable and really felt impactful at the time?
Oh, absolutely. One of my best friends there was a moment in time in LA several years ago where I felt like I was floating a little bit. I didn't feel like I was really a part of a community. And I felt that it didn't feel good. And we became friends, and her friendship and the way she showed up as a friend to me taught me how to be a better friend.
Wow.
Like, talk about being attentive and loving and, all these things that, you think but then when someone goes the extra mile, it floored me. And every birthday card, I'm like, thank you for literally making me a better human, because her friendship was just so rich in that way.
Mandana, how about you?
Well, I was just thinking about, I think there's a deep vulnerability in asking for help or showing that you need people to show up for you, which I struggled with most of my life. And I think I'm one of those people who never had a birthday party because I had this fear of, oh my God, no one's going to come. Or if they come, they're going to be so bored, which is really a horrible way to live. And I remember when I started I'm a Voter, and I was like, oh my God, I've now called in every favor I know. Every cool person I know is doing this with me. I have CA found, this, it's such a thing. And then what if no one cares? And I was so afraid. And then I went out into the community and I started sent everyone all these emails. And I was like, hey, we just started this thing, And every response was, oh my God, thank you so much for asking. I'd love to help. And that blew my mind, just that how much sometimes people want to show up for you, but they either you don't ask for help, or you also don't show that you need help. And so in the process of, I think, me showing up and other people showing in my life, I've also learned the importance of vulnerability and being honest about how you're feeling. Like, hey, I've called her so many times and been like, I need you now, SOS, and sometimes it's like, I just need to see you and I need to hang out with you and I need you to talk me offline. Or it's even when I started One Mitzvah a Day, it wouldn't have happened without her being from the beginning, like, this is going to happen. We're going to do this. I'm going to post about it. We're going to email all of our friends, and you need sort of those cheerleaders along the way. I can't think of one time I've asked you to show up and you haven't.
Well, thank you. I feel as if there are certain people in our lives that we know, and sometimes they're not even people we're close to, that will show up. You just know, maybe it's integrity, maybe it's a care. Can you pinpoint what that feeling is? Of why can you ask a certain person and you know that they'll show up?
I'm just going to interject. It's funny. We're all here because of Israel. And before we became really close friends, it's actually stunning. I've never met anybody who's dedicated their life to giving back.
Yeah.
It's kind of other level, and it really sets a super high bar, but it's an example of it's really inspiring. So it's I don't think I'll ever really be able to do what he does, but what he does, the feeling that you're talking about, it's inspiring, it's touching, it's moving. Whenever we catch up and he tells me what he's up to, I'm always like, wow.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. So it's that. It's a little inspiration and a little being touched.
Yeah.
Being moved by somebody's actions.
He's an expert in showing up.
Expert.
For sure. I think sometimes we think that we're showing up to help somebody else, and then we really end up kind of healing ourselves in the process. You're smiling, Mandana. Is there a time that you can think of where that's happened?
I think for me, weirdly, that was the most formative memory as a child was, I started being active and giving back so young. I think I started my first charity in 4th grade. And
of course you
I know.
did.
I can imagine little
God,
Mandana.
I love her. Yeah.
But part of it was I really cared about what I was doing. But also it was the best I ever felt in my life. Feeling like a leader, and you realize in this space of showing up and giving back, you meet your people. Like, I didn't know who my friends were in school. And then when I started doing this work and the people that came to our little ecology club, you know, those were the coolest people to me. And we had so much fun. And those really became my friends. And all the people I've met through starting all of the different advocacy work I've done are really the people that became my community and my friends and my family. And so I think there's so much that we get from the process of being present and showing up for other people that I think they also get from us.
That's
Absolutely.
really well said.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think you both show up for others quite a lot. You were generous in saying that we show up for you, but I watch the two of you on Instagram and off Instagram, and I'm wondering how you even have jobs, because you show up for other people, friends, community members, strangers so often. You both have shown up for the Jewish community and have not just been leading voices, but you've given your time, your money, your energy, and your love so much, especially the past few years. What's something you've learned about taking care of yourself in the process?
Where do we begin?
This is a big one.
It's a huge one.
Yeah.
I have so many therapists and healers to get me through this question. So I will. She's really way more wise than I am.
Oh my God, that's absolutely not true. No, I'm only giggling because I feel like over the past 2 years, that's a common question for all of us in the community. It's always been like, how are you? How are you holding up? I know for the people that are doing this 24 hours a day, the Mandanas and the Hens and the Noahs, I'm like, how are you doing this?
Yeah.
And, you know, and we talked a lot about these like mental health breaks. And I think that the reality is that we live in this Instagram world, and it's, you know, it becomes our world like that. And so if you don't take a step back from that, you literally think the world is ending. You do.
Yeah.
And for myself, somewhere along the way, I realized that my contribution, if you will, is to give light and love and peace. Like I own that. Like, I know that that's sort of like how I'm wired, and I love to elevate the people that I respect and admire, like their wisdom and their actions. And that I really had a limit. Like, I realized that like I was not okay. And if I didn't take a step back, like not everybody has a role.
Yeah.
And I think it's really important to honor that. And the people that this is their work, this is what they do day in and day out, like hats off, that's also their job. This wasn't my job. This was my heart calling. Like, there wasn't a moment. It was like, of course we have to show up. And then within that, I sort of had to gauge, how much can I do and still be of service? Because if I'm not okay, I'm no good to anybody.
Can I ask you what not okay looks like?
Yeah, it's really anxious. It's really upset. It's you know, borderline depression. It's you know, you feel like your light is extinguished and your hope is wavering.
Right.
And like, it just can never be that. Like,
and
it just
if your
can't.
light is the gift, you have to be careful with that.
Yeah, you really have to protect it. And that, you know, that's, you know, we've spent so many coffees together just being like, oh my God, what's happening?
But that helps too, being in community, even if you're commiserating together.
Oh my gosh, 1,000,000%.
It's better to do it together than alone.
Yes.
Yeah. You have a bunch of healers and therapists, or how are you doing it, Mandana?
Let me tell you, Lexapro is great. Look, I think I because of my childhood and other things, I always, this is not something anyone should learn from me. I'd always convince myself that I'm good at trauma. Like, I can do this. I got this. I know how to like hunker down. I'm like, I can, and when I get stressed or I'm hurt or I build, and that is sort of I do. And that is my therapy, is in the process of doing, is building, and is responding and feeling I need to feel productive. So I channel my rage and my frustration and my heartbreak into the creation of something that I think might solve the issue.
Yeah.
And I overwork myself and overextend myself and get on an airplane every 3 days. And I overwork and overexhaust myself because I'm also like, oh, poor me, I have to get on an airplane. There's like people fighting in tunnels right now trying to save, you know what I mean? Like, who am I to be? And I don't give myself the grace that I should because I'm a human being, because I'm just like, someone else is it's harder there. And so, but I think by the end of last year, like by December, like I literally hadn't taken a day off. I had been on an airplane every 3 days. I was also working on the election. It was just so much stuff. And I felt like I was breaking. Like I could feel myself getting I was sick every 2 weeks. I was having rashes. I was like depressed. I was sad. It was hard. Yeah. And so starting in January, I think I came back and said, I'm going to focus on the work, which I believe in, and these organizations that we were building on the anti-Semitism, but I was not doing anything else that I didn't want to. Mm-hmm. And I really started every question with like, do I actually want to do this? And I removed shoulds. I called this my year of no. And it was
hilarious that this is the year of no. But okay.
Yeah. But it really did. Like I was more present with my kids. I cooked more. I was like the things that really bring me joy. I was there for, and I still worked a lot, but it was more sane. And I think once the hostages came home, I was like, okay, like I'm going to go back to work. Like I'm so happy that I was able to do what we did, and I'm so proud of it, but I'm like, I want to go back to doing the things I usually do, which I guess is this too, but I don't know.
Well, speaking of all of the things that you usually do, I'm curious if there's a job that has taught you the most about yourself.
I think I think the brand building stuff teaches me the most about what I'm good at and how to like show up with those skills and build things that are impactful. Mm-hmm. I think the advocacy work taught me the most about who I am and what actually makes me happy, because I think so much of my life and being an immigrant was just figuring out how to be perfect. I've always sort of reflected back to people what they wanted me to be. And I knew how to be every different type of, I could walk into a room and within 10 seconds read the room and be like, oh, I have to be like really funny, or I have to be the cool girl here, or I have to be like whatever it was. And I could do that and succeed, but I was like, I always felt fraudulent in a way. Like I felt like everyone met my representative and no one knew me. And I didn't even know what I was, because I was trying to be what American was. I was trying so hard to assimilate to like America as a child that I didn't know, like, am I done? Like, did I do it? There was no like end to whatever that exercise was. And I
just want to interrupt really quickly so that people know you fled Iran with your family and came to America when you were around 5, right?
We left Iran. Yeah. So when I was like 5, we went to Italy, then New York, and then LA.
Okay. Sorry, please keep
going.
No,
of course. I mean, I used to like sit there and watch like Full House and be like, okay, this is how you act like an American. This is how you talk, and like this is how you dress. And I would, I remember even in high school, like going into a room and seeing everyone and like, oh, okay, people have to dress like this to like get ahead. Cool, I can do that. And I like bought a sewing machine. I taught myself how to sew, and I was like, okay, cool. I'm gonna have great style. That's so easy. Like, it was like, what is the system that I have to hack? But it wasn't building me in a way, if that makes sense. And I think through the exercise of impact and using my voice and knowing that almost every time I took a position, I was upsetting half of the people in my life. Like when I started I'm a Voter, almost every person in my family disagreed with me. So many of my friends stopped talking to me. And I thought that would like send me into a state of complete and utter panic. And I swear to you, I felt like I was skydiving, and like it was the happiest. I was like, oh my God, I'm free. Like I don't even care what is on the other end of this. I was like in my body and I was free. And that changed the rest of my life.
Such a beautiful explanation. Wow. Also, I've heard a lot of entrepreneurs say that every time they build something, they make friends and lose friends. Mm-hmm. It sounds like that tracks.
Well, I think to M's point earlier, because the world is split into these binary algorithms, like everyone is forced constantly into the most extreme versions of things, or they're always presented, and that kind of gets reinforced them over and over. And I always, this is probably a controversial thing to say, but I feel like no matter what, I'm not the right kind of Democrat, because like the Democrats are mad at me and the Republicans are mad at me. Like I'm never the right kind of Jew. There's Jews on this side that are mad at me and Jews on this side that are mad at me. And then Iranians are always mad that I did, like, why am I upset that this thing happened and why didn't I show up this way? And I'm like, no matter what I do, it's going to piss people off. And if I spend my energy trying to give that energy, I would never get out of bed, because it's like, you can't, there's no way. Like the algorithms are created to highlight and activate like rage and provocative points of view, right? That's why like most people can only name Marjorie Taylor Greene and AOC. Like no one knows who the like congressman is in like Alaska that's actually getting something done. You know what I mean? Like nobody knows, nobody cares. And
it's
so
the noise.
Yeah, the noise wins on the internet, and I'm like, I don't want that.
I think that's a really good point. Thanks for your vulnerability.
Thanks.
How about you? Is there a job manual that's taught you the most about yourself?
Oh gosh, I feel like we touched on this a little bit way back when we did our podcast. The obvious thing is to say for acting, because I've been doing it since a child. But here's the thing. I was living my dream at the height of my career and felt so empty. Like I was like, what? This is it? Like, this is it? And I knew, and that, that's when we talked about advocacy. And I knew that there was a very big something missing. And so when I started to get really involved with giving back, for lack of a better term, that's when I just started to just feel like, oh, this is the balance. Yeah. Like, this is it. Because I love acting and I love the creative process and I love artists and I love talking movies and all the things.
Yeah.
And I love talking about the human condition and how can we raise the vibration and how can we make a better world. Like, that's equally as important to me. So I would say, like, the thing that rounded it out is like, I'm acting until they won't hire me anymore. And I will always walk alongside, like, just giving back. It's both.
Yeah.
Do you know?
I know one of my dreams for you is that you hire yourself.
Yeah. It's happening.
It is?
Oh, yeah. It's happening.
100%.
Okay.
But Em's that way. Like, you just call her and she just guides you to light. She's never like, okay, let's be miserable. She's just, she'll figure out how to reframe something. She's just like, it's really, I tell you this every time I see you. It's really rare.
Sweet. It's a superpower.
I think I was not sure I even thought it, like, I was like, is this real? I was like, there's no way. Like, she's just this nice. I've never heard her say a bad thing about anyone. Like, it can't. Like, she just can't be. You don't.
No, it is
really
true.
Is true.
Yeah, you
are. It's really cool.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a light worker for sure. I think you both tell stories for a living in different ways, through film, through media, through activism. How do you decide which stories you're going to attach your voice to? Especially, I guess, less through art and business and more through philanthropy, because there are so many great causes. How do you know when you feel that pull?
I think for me, it's when I feel a profound injustice that my brain can't possibly comprehend, and it keeps me up at night. I know that is the thing that I want to spend my time on. And then I always just dive in and start doing as much research and having as many conversations. I'm like, who are the smartest people that work in this space? Who can I sit with? And I just start having a lot of conversations. And then I will pinpoint a small problem that I think I can impact. And then I start to build towards that solution. And that is just like how I'm wired. I don't know. I can't do it any other way.
It's really incredible to witness. Like,
it's a gift.
If
your gift is light, her gift is one of her gifts is that
100%. When she told me about one mitzvah a day, I was like, yes. Because it was so solution driven. It was like, we need to thank our allies. Yeah. We cannot alienate people that feel like we're not grateful to them. And I was like, yes, that is one of the problems. And like the way that Mandana's brain works, she's like, okay, so this is what it is. And it was epic. And
it
joy.
Always has like an element of calling people in instead of calling them out, which I think is like a huge, it's a huge gift, and you galvanize people, which is a real leadership quality that's so rare.
Yeah.
My whole life, I did this one interview a while ago, but it was my entire life, and everything that I care about was always framed around the Shabbat dinner. Like, I believe, and I always do believe this, that sitting at the table with people is the most important heroic work that you can do. And it's like the most ancient ritual. It is what we're lacking the most, of just sitting across from somebody and looking them in the eye, even if you disagree with them, and see humanity in them and pass the chicken over to them. Like, there's just humanity in just sitting with people and having conversations. We've done it for thousands of years, and you can't isolate to only the people you agree with, because you will never learn anything. You will never challenge yourself in any way. And then those other people will never be exposed to a different perspective. And so I think for me, everything I've ever built was sort of, how do I bring in the people I like the most, to be honest, and the people I want to learn from, and the smartest people that I know, and like, how do we just do some cool shit together, right? It's like, how do we all sit down and like, oh, you're really good at this, so you can do this, and you're good at this. I'm never the one that like, I think I know how to do all the things. I just know that if these 20 people sit at this table, it's going to be magic. And that is my gift, is getting those people together with one focus, and I buy them snacks.
Really
or make
good
and I have really good merch. And so like those two things combined, I think that's the formula.
I feel like we've identified each of your gifts. I don't know if we've actually spoken out loud what you feel like your purpose is, but I'm wondering if your sense of purpose has changed over the last few years at all.
I'm just going to jump in really quick. I was thinking about the question you just asked. I do feel like the purpose has changed a little bit. Like I feel like for all the advocacy and volunteer work and all the things that I've done sort of over the past 20 years, nothing has been more important than speaking up for my own people. Like, it kind of makes me really like, it makes me really emotional, because it's different. Right. It hits differently, and we've had a really difficult time. And I feel like Jews, for whatever reason, in my business, have a really hard time being proud and just standing in who they are. Like, listen, I'm the least political person on the planet. She knows this. It's remarkable that we're as close as we are. So I'm like, I don't do politics. I do human. And like, to stand up for people. When did this become political?
Yes.
And so, I feel like my purpose has just changed a little bit. Like, of course, I want to help out in all the things that I deem important, but nothing has ever felt quite so important. And I realized that this is a lifelong thing. It'll ebb and flow, but like, this is for as long as I'm on this planet. I'll be speaking up for my people. And I don't think that I really knew that until 2 years ago.
You've helped me with that, because I, as a journalist, was trained never to really speak out on topics. And so for a long time, I held my tongue on a lot of things. And seeing both of you be so vocal sort of gave me permission. And I'm easing into it still,
but I think you are probably affecting more people than you even know.
So much.
Oh,
yeah.
It's really
the thing
lovely.
I hear the most from people in entertainment is like they wish they had your courage.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
And you do it
very
with
lovely.
love.
Yeah,
Always.
you're never like mean or toxic or vile or hateful.
Yeah.
Like it's really beautiful how you do it.
I love when you said you do human too, because if anybody were to look at the list of philanthropies that you've gotten behind with your time and your money, it runs. I've never seen such a gamut. I mean, I think it spans probably like 5 or 6 continents and multiple countries and religions, and it's pets. Like it's not even just people. So yeah, I
Thank
agree
you.
with you.
That's really lovely.
It's
both
true.
Of you.
Mandana, I think purpose, which from the outside looking in, looks like it just runs so deep in you. Like, people, what's the Dunkin' Donuts? Like people run on Dunkin', or the America runs on Dunkin'. I feel like you run on like a battery that doesn't ever need to be recharged. It's from the outside, it looks really glamorous, but I know on the inside, there's a lot of frustration and sometimes pain and logistics and complications. What moment made you realize that you needed to do work that mattered on a deeper level?
So on the first part of what you said, ironically, purpose is what I struggle with the most. It's what I'm in therapy. Like it's the question when I sit across like healers and spiritual people, it's the question I have struggled with the most in my life. And I'm like an achievement hustler because I feel like I have to constantly create and perform and deliver to feel like all the sacrifices my parents made were worth it, that it was that like God made the right choice picking me to leave Iran. Like I think guilt about some of the things that I felt so lucky about.
Yeah.
And I always felt like I had to deliver. And so what I understand purpose is much more aligned with just being myself and not living for other people and not shifting who I am and just being like true to my integrity and my knowing.
Yeah.
And doing everything I can to make my kids' lives better than mine, right? I sort of like that is how I now take my purpose. I think when I think about like what I show up for, is like injustice just pisses me off. Like things that feel hypocritical, things that feel just like blatantly unjust. Like they just like when you watch a school shooting, you're like, I don't understand. Like I can't, my brain can't comprehend it. There's nothing any human is ever going to say that's going to make me feel like that was an okay outcome. And I can't sleep. Like I just can't. It really pisses me off. So like anger is a big part of, I think, what fuels me sometimes. And
it's a good motivating factor.
Yeah. And also like, I don't know that millennial women were really allowed to be angry that often. So I think it's kind of cool that you talk about that.
It really pisses me off. Like there's certain things that just really piss me off. Like I couldn't let it, like I remember when I spoke at the United Nations about the sexual assault of women in Israel by Hamas, and like all of the women I worked with at Time's Up, like vanished. And it just pissed me off because I'm like, how could you be this hypocritical? Like, how can we not believe all women? Like, how can you just draw a line right now? And things like that, just, I can't sleep. It just makes me crazy. And then I'm like on the phone and and then it spirals into me wanting to do 50 other things, but,
build a company.
Truly. So I don't know how else to show up, I guess.
I understand that. Emmanuel, you've played so many beautiful roles. You've played other people for a living, and yet you have this very strong sense of self. Was there a moment that shifted how you saw yourself beyond the roles that you played?
Wow.
I know it's a big question. I'm kind of asking, I'll give you an example. And Mandana, I don't know if you have an example too, but every job I take, all the hard stuff teaches me something about myself.
Yeah.
And sometimes I've heard actors talk about how playing a specific role made them more fearless in a certain way because they were taking on this character who was fearless.
Right.
Has there been a role that has taught you something about yourself or that you've gained something from?
Oh, I think every time there's something. so ironic. I have this movie that's on the air right now.
It's so good.
Thank you. But, we shot it in record time. We shot it in 12 days. There was no prep time. And it's so crazy because it was such a tough experience. Like, I don't have a photographic memory. I was in almost every frame of that movie. We shot it in 12 days. And there was this feeling of like, can I do this?
Yeah.
But it did. Like, after, I was just like, for so long, I used to say, it takes me a minute to learn lines. And then I was like, what's this false narrative I've been telling myself? Apparently, that's totally untrue.
Yeah.
It gives me work. Like, I have to work at it, but I'm not, like, incapable. Shoot, I just did a whole movie in 12 days and, like, literally went into it thinking, like, can I do this? Mm-hmm. And so, yes, I can. Yay! But I feel like whether it's creatively or the process, like whatever it is, I feel like every job, whether it's a life imitating art, art imitating life, I walked away from it literally being like, lean into the things that scare you.
Mm-hmm. That's such a great lesson
and like
to feel in real time.
Oh my gosh. It was such a clear, like, okay, copy. I got it.
Thanks for the download.
Yep, thanks.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for asking. It's good.
It's really cool.
So true.
Do you guys ever struggle with hopelessness? Seeing, you gave me like, I don't know what the...
yeah.
I think to be an activist, you have to be a hopeful idiot. Like I feel like I wake up every day and like I can get better. I just believe that things can get better, and that's the only way I can keep showing up, I think. Yeah. But I struggle. October 7th, for so many reasons, really broke my heart. Like, it took me, I was so angry and I was so upset and but it took me, like, it's so corny to say, but it, like, and the abandonment of friends and community. Yeah. And it took me a long time to say, it actually broke my heart. Like, it really broke my heart in a way that nothing had really, like when I'm working on gun safety stuff and it's like the NRA, like, I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, don't talk to me again. I don't. Yeah. But this was so different. Yeah. And
so personal.
Yeah. And I didn't lose any hope in the work and the possibility of the hostages coming home. And I think I was just like, I had to believe it. But really, it was a big shift, I think, in sort of my just like, oh, we're all friends. It's going to be great. Well, that felt very different.
Well, it's a loss of community that you've spent so much time cultivating. There's also this oneness that I think we're so lucky to be able to feel intrinsically as a Jewish person. Mm-hmm. And so their pain was our pain. And it was just, you couldn't get rid of it. It was at every dinner table, at a Thanksgiving celebration, you would look at a chair and just think about the hostages. It was inescapable.
Yeah.
I'm just going to add one more thing, actually, which is, I think like all the kumbaya stuff that we used to say in these like activism community circles, like I believed. And I think there was a moment where I was like, this was so fraudulent. Like, these people were just like doing this for Instagram. And like this idea that like we all have courage, they have none. Mm-hmm. Like they are fully living their lives afraid of their Instagram comments. And these are people I looked up to and I thought were like amazing and heroes of mine. And I'm like, oh my God, like you will tell me behind closed doors all these things. And you are supposed to be the leader in this moment. You are the, you know what I mean? Like you are the person that the thought leaders, and you can't say anything because of what? Mm-hmm. That blew my mind.
Mm-hmm. There was an asterisk in a lot of rooms or conversations, I think, that excluded us.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Can't.
Do you feel like you're a hopeaholic, Emmanuel?
I think generally, yes. Mm-hmm. And I think that my I think if I ever experienced like real hopelessness or like flashes of it, it definitely was over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
You know, because even when I think about like my career, like coming from Canada, just a whatever, a little Jewish girl coming to LA being like, yeah, I want to act, was, whatever. The past 2 years, there were real tough moments where if I didn't take a step back, which is circling, the hopelessness would have maybe just, I would have been frozen and incapable of doing anything. Because there were days where I couldn't believe what our reality
what I'm thinking about
was.
is just, we started a text group with me, and 3 other friends at the beginning. And it's funny how much humor got us through this.
Yeah.
Like, we would have days where one of us was just like, I'm broken in the text group. And then someone would send like the most ridiculous joke, or like they would group FaceTime us, and like someone is like wearing their, towel from the shower. And like, we would just like talk smack to each other and laugh. And like, I cannot imagine the last 2 years if we didn't have that little group.
Oh man.
Like those
It's
FaceTimes
true.
in the good times, in the bad times, like and that's to your point of just like the community. Like if you, like the people, the way that people showed up and held each other up. And these are people I never FaceTimed with before October 7th. And now like I cannot imagine life
without.
Wow.
Yeah. That was the silver lining of all this, is like
the community.
Yes.
Yeah. Like multiple times a week. Just like wild FaceTimes, and you're like in the car driving. Like it didn't matter where you were, you picked up and it was really, really beautiful.
And you know what else, to piggyback on that? Yes, humor for sure, and our community. And also too, that the antidote to hopelessness, I think, is action.
That is such a great point. I'm so glad you said that. Will you say more about that?
I just, over the past couple of, this is what I mean. Whenever I felt that bubbling anger, or the injustice, or like all the things that we were accosted with over the past 2 years, it would just be like I would find that whatever it was, a post, a quote, a this or that spoke to exactly that thing. And then I could like put it out into the universe. Yeah. And there would be a reaction, and there, whatever, people picked it up, this and that, whatever, phone calls, this and that. But this idea of like, don't give in to the hopelessness. Like we can't, right? So it was just like, okay, let's just gather ourselves and have a Shabbat. That's action, right? Let's be in community. Let's remember who we are. That is an action. Yes. Right? Let's have pride in who we are. Like, action isn't just advocacy. Action is let's like actively be present in our lives authentically.
Yeah. When you're scared or sad, you got to jump in.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
I'm so glad you said that. Okay, this is a big one that we were actually we were talking about it a little bit before we started filming, is saying no. I feel like I'm 34. I think I've had 34 years of practicing saying no. I'm finally just getting at it a little bit. How have you been able to learn, or have you been able to learn how to say no without guilt? Without Jewish guilt?
I'm actually really super happy. I didn't inherit the big Jewish guilt thing. I don't know why I bypassed it.
Because your mom probably was like Moroccan and cool, and
I don't know how cool she was, but definitely she had no problem saying no. It was like, Mom, can I go to so-and-so's house? No. Why? Because I said no. Okay. But to really like stand in your power and say no and not feel a certain way about it, of course, is a journey. One of my dearest friends said to me, many years ago, he said, no is the most powerful word in Hollywood. And I was like, oh, I like that.
That's true.
And then of course the sort of spiritual evolution of like, say no to create room for the yeses that you want.
Right.
Right. Which was circling back to what you said. And I just feel like there's no time, man. There's no time to beat ourselves up. Does it resonate? Do you want to do this? Yes or no? There's no maybe.
Yeah.
And if it's no, then do it with love.
I'm learning that every time you say no to somebody else, you're saying yes to yourself in some ways. Are you good with no?
I told you this was my year of no, but up until now, and it's the hardest thing for me.
Yeah.
Because I want to show up for everybody and I want to be present and I love so many people. And I also realized that I was not as present for other things that were really important to me because I was constantly making these sacrifices and my health also. So I really try to now reframe things from, am I doing this because I think I should?
Right.
Or am I doing this because I actually really want to and this sounds fun? Like, does this bring me joy? And like a lot of the times it doesn't. And I would just do it because, and I was like, I don't want to do that anymore. And I'm so much happier.
Yeah.
It's wild how much happier I am.
Was it, this is maybe a personal question.
I have no boundaries. You can literally ask me anything.
Love it. Thank you.
Truly.
It's so wonderful. Was it a health incident that set you up for this year of no, or what was the impetus?
Last December, after running I'm a Voter, working on the election, building the CalNet Foundation, I was touring all the campuses, speaking at the campuses. I was like on an airplane I don't think I was in LA for more than 5 days for a 6-month period without international flights. It was insane.
Yeah.
And then like wardrobe and fittings. It was just so much stuff. And I got really sick. Like I broke down. I had rashes everywhere. I mean, I was like really sick.
Yeah.
And I was getting IVs every week. I just had to I started forming all these other random things and I'm taking medications for it. I will be fine. But I just, you get to this place of like, okay, and for what? Like
your body was speaking to you.
And also like why? And you realize that sometimes like you just do really dumb, like things for no reason. You're like, why did I just leave my family for a night to like go to this event that I don't care about, to like take a photo for Instagram? Like you're like, what am I doing? So I don't know. I think I just had this like, I'm not going to do things because I think I should anymore.
No more shoulds. I love that.
I love it.
It's really hard. I'm not gonna lie, guys. It's really, really hard.
Yeah, it's not.
I still am like, is it okay? I called her like about something that, remember? I was like, do you think it's okay if I don't go to this? I really can't and I really don't want to.
But it's nice to have a pulse
She's
check.
like, of course you shouldn't go.
Talk about should. How about shouldn't?
Yeah, exactly.
Great. Are you guys faithful people, would you say?
Faithful?
Yeah.
You mean?
Would you say you have faith?
Yes, 1,000,000%.
You have a lot of faith.
A lot. In fact, I was speaking to my best friend who I was talking to you about before. I was gone for most of the summer, and we had this really good catch up, and it was really wild. And I said to her, I feel like right now, my connection, with God, higher power, divine, whatever you want to call it, I feel like it is so clear right now. And I feel like I have such a relationship. Like I feel like there's been so many moments where my faith was tested and then I was floored by the outcome. And I know that Israel is probably watching this being like, I can think of a few. But there really have been so many. Like a lot of sort of spiritual teachers, they talk about like play with the universe, like, talk about manifest, like, play, ask for something, da, 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 da. But I felt like I really was talking to God And like there was a response, and it gave me so much peace, and it continues to. I know that might sound like a lot, but it's really been, especially I would say like the last like year, where I felt like, wow, this is profound.
Wow.
Yeah, really.
That's really beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I've only heard a response from God once in my life, and it almost freaked me out. It was almost like an inner voice. But in Farsi, the word God means the deepest part of you, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's one of my favorite definitions of God. I think that's so beautiful.
Wow, that's beautiful. I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
Makes
Are you
sense.
a person of faith, would you say?
Yeah. I'm always talking to God.
You are?
My bestie. Just
in the car, on walks?
Honestly, all the time. Like,
Really?
and I have moments where I'm like, seriously? Like, you know, and I'm just like, are you kidding me right now?
Yeah.
All right, let's roll.
You're so funny.
It's so good.
Yeah.
But it's true. Like, I am like, all right, what I'm sure there's something I'm going to learn from this. And I just like pull up my sleeves and we go. But yeah, for a million reasons.
Is it something you talk to your daughters about?
Yes. Weirdly, the thing my daughters ask me the most is whether God is a girl or a boy.
Oh,
the deepest part of you.
I was like, obviously he's a girl. But yeah, we have a lot of conversations about God, and they tell me what they think God looks like and what it does. It's just we talk about it a lot. It's really cool.
Sweet.
At the beginning of our conversation, we talked about showing up. I'm curious how your Jewish identity has influenced the way you show up. I was thinking, it's a hard question to answer. I was thinking about what that is for myself. I think it's in our culture.
I know. I was about to say, I think it's in our DNA.
Yeah. It's like you show up.
Yeah.
If you think about like all of the rituals that we have, everything from Shabbat dinners to bar mitzvahs to shivas, like everything is oriented to make sure that you are never going through any of these things alone, right? Like that you're processing joy and grief in community with other people, and that the community, you know, like when you go to the cemetery and you have to have 10 men together, right? Like everything is about like the collective.
Yeah.
Because we were born in tribes, right? Like we were born to sort of take care of each other, and you can't carry the load by yourself. You just cannot. The sooner you realize that, you won't have to be 42 years old and sick like I am or was. You know, like there's real knowing in the importance of letting other people show up for you, showing up for them, letting other people sort of make life easier, better, less lonely, more joyful, fun. Like there's so many moments in life that are just hard, and like your front doors open and your community shows up and they have food and they sit down with you and you're laughing and you're just like, that's how you're going to get through life. That is life, by the way. That's not just getting through life. That is life.
That is life.
And that took me a really long time to learn. But Judaism is the entirety of why I know that, I guess. You know?
Very much so. I think that's exactly right. I feel like when I say like, yeah, it's all that. And the fact that we were born into that, and then we discover that in our journey, like we go, oh my God, this has always been in our backyard.
Yes.
You know, because we seek to feel better and to da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then you go, oh, wait, this is actually what I was born into.
It's wild.
It's wild.
Can I tell you the funniest thing?
Yeah.
So you both know I'm obsessed with questions,
Yes.
right? My whole life is oriented around questions. And about a year ago, Liev Schreiber made a speech. And I didn't know this, but it was a beautiful speech. But he taught me that the word Israel actually means to question God. And to question God, like in so many religions teach you not to question things. And in our religion, we're taught to question even God.
Right.
So here I am thinking like, oh, I just like questions. It is so deep in my DNA.
Wow.
When did this
It's
start for you?
unbelievable. The question thing? I think when I was a kid. Wow. Yeah.
I could so see it.
That's
You just like
amazing.
Don't you just see her like in
So
class?
many-
Like,
Yeah.
Wait, back to you guys.
Wait, that's
though.
amazing though.
But I think so much is deep in our DNA.
of course.
Yeah.
So
I'm so obsessed with Jewish joy right now. Is there something that is bringing you joy about your Jewish life?
I mean, literally everything. So I live in like a 5-block radius of my entire family. Yeah. So we do Shabbat together every Friday, and then Saturdays we have leftovers, and then we all like show up. I would describe my life as like everybody loves Raymond meets my big fat Greek wedding, and like 10% Borat. And
oh my God.
Literally, not exaggerating. That's the Kurdish part of it. Just kidding. But
hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know. I think every day is anchored in something. So, well, there's always a holiday, or it's like you're prepping for Shabbat. You know what I mean? Like there's 3 days of prep for Shabbat. Are you coming to our house? I don't know, all the fighting back and forth. And I don't know, like when I think about all the things that we are, like all the things that we were taught about passing information generation to generation, which like anchored so much of how I parent, to focusing on joy and focusing on good. And I don't know, like I just can't, I can't imagine not having had that foundation growing up.
Yeah.
You know, recently, I don't know if you've heard this, but like supposedly like Sukkot was like trending hard this year with like Jews that have like never celebrated Sukkot. Like this is the greatest holiday ever. And my
fruit huts,
eating outside under the stars. It's a full moon. What?
Al fresco.
Al fresco.
Yeah.
So this year, my neighbors are, Chabad, and they invited us over for Sukkot, and this is like our second or third time celebrating it with them. But this year, it was so good. It also goes back to what we were just talking about. But he got up and he was talking about how for 1 week, okay, we are like, it is written that like we must be in our joy, like actively be in our joy for these 7 days of Sukkot. And I was like, wait, what? And when you think about it, right, we just had Rosh Hashanah, we had Yom Kippur, or like just a difficult day. And then we're eating outside under the stars, a full moon, and being told that the next 7 days, every day you have to wake up and think like to be in your joy. I was blown away by that. And you know, I took that seriously. I was like to my boyfriend, I was like, babe, every day this year, we got to be in our joy. This week, not this year. Every day this week, we got to focus on our joy.
I love that it's prescriptive.
Me too.
I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
That's
and
so cool.
I love that. So that's just, it's just another thing that I find our religion is just always giving us these gifts.
Well said.
Yeah.
Okay, we have some fun rapid fire questions.
Cool.
Before you leave us, if you could leave everyone watching with one truth about healing, what would it be? That's not very rapid fire.
Yeah, how is that rapid fire?
Let me give a different one. Okay, what's one small way we can show up for someone else this week?
Check in on somebody that you know might be having a difficult time.
Love that.
Yeah, there's something called like invisible pain, like when you pay attention to people and what they're going through, and just say, hey, I know this is a hard week for you, and I'm thinking of you, and I'm giving you strength, and I love you. Like there's when you just know. I got a lot of those during the Mamdani election because it was not very invisible, my pain, but it was meaningful.
Finish this sentence. Showing up means.
I see it as like presence plus community.
It's sprinkled with love.
Of course.
I love that you guys are doing this together. You're answering these questions in community.
Sorry. I was clearly the person that would do the group assignments in class, I was like, just let me do the homework and then I'll put your name on it.
Same.
I know, I can tell.
Okay, the last one is what makes you feel most alive?
Dancing.
You. I don't know. Being honest.
Beautiful. Your integrity. Okay, thank you, Emmanuel, Mandana, for your words today, for the support you show people every day of your lives. Mandana, you give people hope to show up and keep showing up even when it's hard. And Emmanuel, you make people feel seen, and you carry empathy into every single space you walk into. So to everyone listening, thank you for being with us. And if you or someone you know needs support, visit amudim.org. You are not alone. There's help and hope and a whole community ready to show up for you.
All right, well, good evening to all of our friends, supporters of Amudim, wherever you find yourself in the world. We have people watching from the U.S., from Canada, from Israel, from Australia. We are joined today by someone who really needs no introduction, but nevertheless, I will introduce him, Nate Buzz. Nate is an actor. I will be honest, Nate, I have not seen the Vampire Diaries. My sisters have, though, and when I told them I would be speaking with you, they got incredibly excited and insisted I take a selfie with you. Nate is not only an actor, though, he's an activist, and perhaps most importantly, he's a follower of God's Word, and so we're incredibly honored to have you, Nate, so thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. I'm looking forward to this discussion.
So I'm going to ask you the classic question that no doubt you've been asked 1,000 different times, but for our listeners, we as Jews are used to anti-Semitism. We're used to being hated and oppressed. And when I, for example, will talk on TV about why I support Israel, you know, my name is Shabbos Kestenbaum. I wear a yarmulke. I'm from an Orthodox community. It's like, go figure, this guy likes Israel. But when we have a guy like Nate Buzz, who, correct me if I'm wrong, does not have any immediate personal or familial attachments to Israel, we kind of are taken aback in a very positive sense. But we're just so not used to it. So I got to ask, what is it about Israel that drew you not only into supporting it, but to supporting it consistently? You've been there more than 55 times, which is more than most Jews have ever been to Israel.
Yeah, look, it's like anything when God is building out a person or a story, there's a lot that goes into it, you know. So like the short answer of why I support Israel is, you know, really my deep connection to the Word of God. You know, reading the Torah, the Tanakh, and for me as a Christian, the New Testament, you know, I was profoundly impacted by the covenantal relationship that God has with this people that can be tracked through human history. Now, I wasn't always a believer. I was born in Australia. My mum was actually born in a refugee camp in Egypt.
Oh, wow.
So I was a first-generation Australian. And when I became a Christian, I was exposed to, you know, the biblical narrative, which is a very, very complicated book, which I think many people will agree watching this. Sometimes we're overwhelmed by the daunting challenge of trying to understand this text that's been written over 1,500 years by many, many different authors, but really pointing to one reality, which is the sovereignty of the God of Israel and the story that he's telling with his love for a people, but also his plan to essentially break the rebellion that humanity has had against him since the beginning, and to bring everything into its fullness, which would ultimately be called Tov Meod. It's you know, the goodness of what God really created, which we can't really see in 2025, but we're starting to understand how God is telling us this story. So for me, it started with that. Now, as a Christian, I wanted to understand the Jewishness of Jesus. And so in 2017, I went to Israel for the first time. And my goal was to understand Yeshua, but I was confronted with what was currently happening in our world today, which is this conflict between Arab Palestinians and Israelis about what the real story is, and the conflict that's unfolding in this land. Now, I grew up in a very Muslim majority community in Sydney, Australia, so my understanding of Israel came from a very Arab Islamic perspective to begin with. So you can only imagine when I first went to Israel in 2017, I was like, everything I've been told doesn't match. In fact, it was almost as if everything I've been told was this. Everything that people were saying about apartheid, genocide, occupation, was almost the opposite. And I looked at this Jewish Israeli identity, and I was amazed at their resilience and also heartbroken at how the world has lied so much about them. So I spent the next 8 years just going back to Israel, learning, understanding. I was leading Christian tours. And so in 2023, when October 7th happened, I felt that everything that I'd done for the previous 7 years really led me to a place of knowledge, understanding, and responsibility. I realized that very few people would stand up with the Jewish and Israeli identity purely because it comes at a cost. Just as it comes as a cost to being a Jew and identifying as a Jew. Walking down the street, you have to make the choice. Am I going to wear my yarmulke? Am I going to be looked at differently? Am I going to be targeted by different groups? What do people think of me when I walk into a room? There's a cost to everything that you do. And I realized that there was going to be a great cost for anyone who stood with Israel during these days. But it was something I was willing to pay. And so, yeah, it's I'll say this. The last 2 years has been probably the hardest 2 years of my life, without a doubt. So many challenges, so much heartbreak, disappointment and betrayal, and being exposed to the heightened human wickedness of the world, a world that's morally bankrupt. But at the same time, I have seen the glory of Hashem over and over and over again. So the hardest year of my life is also, or the last 2 years of my life, has also been the best 2 years of my life.
I mean, there's so much there to unpack. I want to focus on that last part, though, because I think at least the Jewish audience who's watching, they can certainly relate to the costs, whether it's the campus Jewish student who lost friends for their support to Israel, whether it was the Jewish student on the subways of New York getting physically assaulted. We can certainly relate to that. You have a different set of costs and a different price that you paid. One of the things that Amudim does really well, which I think attracted us to support this organization, was they do mental health counseling. It's not just drug addiction recovery, it's not just domestic violence, but for people who are really struggling with mental health. And I think one of the things that our religious communities have in common is mental health is still very much a stigma. It's not really something that people want to talk about out in the open, or perhaps they're embarrassed by it. But I guess if you're comfortable sharing, given that you're so noticed, you're so public on those front lines, how do you manage from a mental health perspective to just keep going and to talk about the truth, even if, or especially when, it is incredibly difficult and comes with those sacrifices?
Yeah, look, mental health is, I wouldn't even call it mental health. I would say, have you built a mental toughness to a callous world? If you can conquer your mind and you can control how you think, how you talk to yourself and how you perceive the world, it changes everything. The problem is, I think we get so internal in ourselves that we lose focus of what our real task is. And so for me, I've learned through lived experience how to really control my mind, and I know that everything starts in here. If I can conquer this, then nothing outside of me is impossible. And that's really the case for a lot of people. There's a few things that I've implemented. And I've lived a very, very interesting life becoming an actor. I grew up very, very poor. Low social, economic family. It was just me and my mum. My dad left when I was a little kid, and I learned very, very quickly that no one's coming to help me. I'm going to have to learn how to look after myself and build a resilience to a world that isn't so friendly. When you're a kid, you have this idea in your head that the world's beautiful, it's an amazing place. But from 12 years old, I started working, supporting my mum, who had an extremely difficult and challenging life. And I think I became an adult really, really quickly. But it taught me some really, really valuable lessons about what it takes to mentally overcome challenges. And the beauty of it is, I look back at my difficult childhood now, and I'm actually grateful for it, because it built something in me that prepared me for something much, much bigger. So I think that's kind of like, been one of the big parts of my journey, is trying to conquer the mind. But more importantly, when you think about it, we're purpose-driven creatures. Most people that fall into depression have no purpose. And if they do have a purpose, their purpose is anchored to somebody else, or some other thing that they can't control, but that controls them. And so I think really from a spiritual point of view, what's given me a lot of strength is my relationship with God, Hashem. I'm a Christian, so my relationship with Yeshua has really kind of cut away a lot of the rubbish of the mental health thing, and I just have a purpose. And I can achieve that purpose every single day, regardless of my financial status, regardless of my health status, regardless of my social status. Because ultimately what we're called to do as people is to be reflectors of the divine. And he has this divine love, which he's revealing through Israel. It's a covenantal love, but it's, I guess the word that I would use in Hebrew is chesed, right? Which is this faithful love. When you're able to serve him and your purpose is him, and I often say there's only one audience that I care about, and that's his. If I can please him, then everything else will fall into place. And so I think that's a big part of my mental kind of challenge of constantly simplifying my life and saying, this is my task, to be a representative of Hashem in this world. And I know I can do that regardless of any situation I find myself in, whether I'm on a bus, whether I'm defending Israel online, whether I'm talking to a stranger about dealing with the loss of a loved one. I can answer all those questions by relying on him and his wisdom and his knowledge, which we find in the Torah. So I'll give you an example. I'm an actor, and I've had the opportunity to receive a lot of fame, which the world values so much, right? You're an influencer, you have millions and millions of followers, that must be an amazing feeling. And one rule I made myself, because I grew up with nothing and I had no exposure to this kind of world, I always said to myself, if I ever got to a place where I was influencing people, I would never take it seriously. And what do I mean by that? People can say really, really nice things about me, and I'll appreciate it, but I won't take it as my value system. And I'll tell you why I don't do that. Because if I'm going to take the good compliments seriously, guess what else I have to do? Take the bad compliments, the criticism seriously. And so when I remove both, then I'm free from that world of, does the world like me? And a lot of people, they live for the validation of the world, but they will ultimately die from its rejection.
Wow.
And so when you let yourself go from all that and say, that's my purpose is him.
I mean, in Hebrew, we have a term for influencer, mashpia, literally one who influences, but we don't use it in the context of someone with millions of social media followers. We say anyone can be an influencer. Mm-hmm. You're an educator. You're someone who imparts wisdom onto others. You are a mashpia. You are one who influences others, and anyone can literally do it. I think one of the many things that your answer sort of galvanized in my mind was the pasuk, the quote from Sefer Tehillim, from the book of Psalms, of Gam ki elech begeitz salmav, though, even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of the death, I do not fear because God is with me. And I think you personify that tremendously, that you are facing so many attacks from so many sides and on so many different platforms. It's not just on the online space, it's also directly, it's in person. I mean, you were telling me that oftentimes you have to carry a gun with you. Mm-hmm. So I guess, there's so many things I want to ask you, but first and foremost, because you mentioned that you're on this online battle as well, what message would you want to tell our listeners or those who are trying to defend Israel online as well? Either words of encouragement or practically, what are things that we should be doing different, things that we need to be doing better? Because it's quite obvious that while Israel is certainly winning on a militaristic lens, the battlefields of Gaza or Yemen or Lebanon, it's also true that they are losing tremendously the battle of ideas, the battles in the campuses, on the streets, in the court of public opinion. Yeah,
and there's a lot of reasons for that. Over the last 24 months, I've really had time to think about how we got here from a narrative point of view. When you look at what Israel is presenting to the world and what the propagandists of the Palestinian movement present to the world. And first and foremost, it's much easier to tell a lie than it is to tell the truth. So the pro-Palestinians already have an advantage because they can say whatever they want, however they want, and even if they get caught in the lie, it seems like it doesn't really matter. Right. But, you know, more than that, culturally, what I've realized is the Jewish identity and the culture of the Jewish identity isn't really fit to explain to a world who they are to people who don't understand them. Because you're a closed practice belief system. You're not in the business of converting. So you've never actually had to learn how to talk to people that don't believe what you believe, but to convince them to believe what you believe in such a way that they would completely change their minds. You know, when you think about the history of the Jewish identity, particularly after being exiled from the Roman Empire, you went and you disappeared into the world. And it was for your benefit that you would almost hide from society. So everything was closed and quiet because you didn't want to experience the horrific nature of what humans do when they realize the Jewish identity is amongst us. And they make up all these lies and propaganda that we're seeing over and over and over and over again. So that's one of the disadvantages of the Jewish identity, because as a Christian, as a Muslim, as soon as you become a believer in that framework, go and share it with everybody. But more importantly, go and share it with people who are not your own. So you get very, very comfortable in having conversations about how to influence people in what you truly believe. The other thing I would say is this, and this is a criticism of the world. You know, I speak at a lot of Jewish events, and I can see the Jewish identity really struggling with why is the world so against us and why can't they see the truth? And so I've created an equation, a formula to help the Jewish identity understand where we're at in the world. And so the formula is this: why are the Palestinians so successful in their narrative? When stupid people talk to stupid people understand. And I say that with absolute confidence, because when you think about the narrative of the Palestinian movement, they have no facts, but they're great storytellers in the sense of from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Which river? Which sea? Who cares? It doesn't matter. It's catchy. And, you know, the whole idea of the oppressor and the occupier, you know, this ancestral identity of the Jewish people. Okay, like everyone wanted to kick them out from Europe, kick them out of Europe, and they send them away, and then they get back into Israel and like, no, you can't be there either. Well, where are they supposed to go? You know, I often say that the Arab nations in 1948 were the original Zionists because they kicked out every single Jewish identity from every single place they could find them. They were spurring on the reality of a Jewish state being formed and helped increase the influx of the Jewish people who would be returning to the land out of their hatred. They're true Zionists. But this is the problem that the Jewish identity face. And the other thing is when you know, if you've had enough time with Jews and Israelis, you realize you guys are high-level thinkers. By default. Maybe it's a blessing from Hashem. Maybe it's just a culture of learning and study through the Torah and the Tanakh. Either way, Jewish people are high-level thinkers. And so when you're talking to a world on a high level, it's sometimes hard to talk to that average person who doesn't really think on that spectrum. And so this is one of the biggest challenges I think that Israel faces. On top of that, what goes against you so often is your mercy and compassion. And we've seen this since the beginning of the war. You know, October 7th and the horrific nature of the massacre that was unfolding before our eyes was something that I'll never be able to remove from my mind. The images, what Hamas did. But Israel chose not to show the worst videos. They chose not to release these horrific pictures and videos to the world because they cared more about the victims and the families having to maybe see that than the people who inflicted these horrible acts of violence. Now, on the other hand, if you and I were watching what was happening in Gaza, for every single person that was taken into a hospital, there would be 25 DSLR cameras, filming it, shooting it, retaking it. It was almost as if they were picking up these children and to shoot it again because they needed to get the perfect shot. And they didn't care about the child in their hands as much as they cared about getting the shot, getting back to Wi-Fi, posting it, and claiming that they're this victim and look what's happened to these children. They don't care about the children. You know, I watched a video of, his name is Motaz or something like this. He blocked me on Instagram. He was a journalist in Gaza. And I remember,
that's how you know you're doing the right thing, when they block you on Instagram.
Yeah, because I'll go at them on social media. And he was holding this baby in his arm while he was kind of driving, and he was trying to film. And the baby's head is just flopping. And I thought to myself, you are the definition of scum. Because you do not care about this innocent Gazan child who has been born into jihadism more than you care about getting the shot and telling a story. Because if you did, you would put that camera on the floor, you would hold this child like it should be held, and you should actually care about it, but you don't care about them. You care about getting the shot. That is an evil that the world can't even fathom, but yet we allow it to exist.
So can I delve deeper on that for a second?
Yeah.
Many Jews, certainly in the Orthodox community, we would agree with the diagnosis of the problem that you just outlined. And then we'll say, well, the Hebrew Bible kind of prophesies that. The Hebrew Bible said that so long as Jews are living in exile, which we are currently in, whether you're living in Israel or not, we don't have a third temple, the Messiah has not come, so we're in exile. The Bible says three things will be true. You'll be small in number, check. You'll be scattered across the world, check. And you'll be hated. And it will be an irrational hate, but you will always be hated. And in fact, in last week's Torah portion, Parshas Toldos, we have this new terminology of Esav Sona Es Yaakov, that Esav and his descendants will always have this almost existential, ontological hatred towards the descendants of Jacob, the Jewish people. And so a lot of Jews will say, yes, it's just so terrible, and the world is celebrating this culture of death and jihadism, but it is what it is. And the Hebrew Bible, it predicted this 3,000 years ago, and we see anti-Semitism. It's just merely a manifestation of what God said 3,000 years ago. So I'm curious, as a Bible-believing Christian, how much of this anti-Semitism battle, especially vis-a-vis Israel, Palestine, how much of it do you think is part of this greater spiritual plan? Or is this just like really bad politics and just the world not being able to see the truth? Or do you think, God is behind this in a very real way?
Oh, God is sovereign over all things. And what God allows is human wickedness to unfold for two reasons. One, it exposes the darkness of our hearts by default, which means we need an actual transformation. The Torah talks about God giving the Israelites a new heart, not a heart of stone, but a heart of flesh. And I think the world is so dark that God is revealing our wickedness so that when everything is said and done, not a single person will ever say, I want to go back to that version of the world, right? God is building out a testimony against humanity, allowing us to choose, right? Allowing us to choose self, ego, wickedness, pride, all these things, so that we can actually understand that apart from Him, we are not good. So that's the first part. But the other part is God will use human wickedness for His glory, right? We see this in the story of Pharaoh. And you can see the parallels between the Exodus story and what's happening over the last, 2 years in Israel. We have a Pharaoh that, from the very beginning of the story, creates a narrative that if the Hebrews get any bigger and stronger, another army could come along and they could join force with them and they could destroy us. So there was a fear of the Hebrews, even though there was no evidence for that. And his hardened heart would drive him to persecute and hate this Jewish identity. And even though the plagues would keep coming and his people would keep suffering, he would keep choosing the same path. Even until the very last plague. Now, what was the very last plague that would be inflicted on the Egyptians?
Death of the firstborn.
Firstborn, children. What does everybody talk about? Oh, the children in Gaza, the children in Gaza. Well, yes, the children in Gaza are suffering because of the hardened hearts of Hamas and their parents. Because they've committed to jihad. And they don't celebrate life like you do. You may think that they just want what you want, but you would be absolutely mistaken in your analysis of what the people of Gaza want. They celebrate death. In fact, Ohad is one of the hostages who was released after 491 days. I got to interview him. And he lived in a kibbutz, and he believed in coexistence with the Palestinians. And he was in a tunnel, and he would have conversations with these Hamas terrorists. And the one thing he told me is he was shocked at how completely different they view the world. That these people really do celebrate and live for death, and Israelis truly live and celebrate life. This is why the expression Am Israel Chai is such a powerful statement, because it's really what drives the Jewish identity. We want life. And what's one of the key features or components of life, creating. Now, you're a people that was chosen by Hashem, and Hashem is the creator of all things. So it makes sense that the people he chose would reflect his creative ability. And when you think about Israel as a nation, it's the startup nation of the world. They have the ability to see a problem, solve a problem, and create solutions. I mean, even this conversation, they see a problem with mental health. They say, hey, we've got to fix it. We've got to solve it, and we've got to create something to help people for life. Now, what's the counterweight to a spirit of creation? If you could give one word, what's the opposite of creating?
Destruction.
Destruction. So now it makes sense why the Palestinians are driven to destroy a Jewish state. They have no desire to create. They only know how to destroy. And we're seeing these two people groups side by side, as if God is saying, look at the difference. It's almost as if we're standing, listening to Moses talk to the Israelites before they enter into the promised land. And he says, today I present to you life or death, the blessing or the curse. And he says, please, please choose life. But I think the world's been giving a choice right now. We can choose the culture of life, which is Judaism and the Jewish identity, or we can choose the culture of death, which is jihadism. Jihadism, Judaism. The world will get to choose. But be careful what you choose. Because whatever you choose is going to be what you're going to have to deal with. You're either going to get a people who create or a people who destroy.
Right. I have to flex for a second because my Instagram bio actually has that quote. It's Deuteronomy 30:19 of
Amazing.
Choose life. And that's kind of, in my opinion, that to me personifies the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, where I believe the leading cause of death for Palestinians is just really bad choices, and insisting on electing leaders who believe, like Muhammad Deif, like Yahweh Sinwar, that the greatest weakness of the Jews is they love life, where we love death. And it reminds me of this excellent book, If It Takes 1,000 Years, where this author, Jesse Petrella, he's interviewing a senior Taliban commander who's had his arm blown off and he's injured, he's in a cage, and Jesse asks him, why don't you just surrender? Why do you keep fighting? How long will this take? And the senior Taliban commander looks at him and says, if I don't have the privilege of finishing this war, then my kids will fight you, my kids' kids will fight you, even if it takes 1,000 years. And I think that's what so many in the West are struggling to rationalize, that there are legitimate cultures out there in this world who really don't want peace and really don't want coexistence, and evil is like an actual tangible thing. And Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Iran, they symbolize, they actually are like evil incarnate. So I think you totally nailed it. Let me go back though to what
I want to ask you a question though, because I want to kind of drive home what we were talking about. If I had the ability to change your identity at the end of this interview, you're no longer Jewish, would you give it up?
My Jewish identity? No, for sure not.
Why not?
Well, we have the concept of 𝐷𝐻𝐻𝐸 v'al-ya'avor, better to be killed than to actually do that thing. Judaism is not a component of my identity, it is my identity. And I don't view my Judaism as something that's relegated to the synagogue or the study hall or in prayer. Judaism is life itself. So my interactions in the professional world and in business, my interactions as a friend and as a son and as a brother, they are all constantly influenced by my Jewish identity. So you take that away, then who am I?
And you know what, I've asked every single Jewish person I know this question, and they've all given the same response, never. But it tells you something. What you believe is inherently gifted to you, didn't work for it, you were born Jewish, has value, a deep value. A value that you would hold on to at all costs. You'd never give it up. And that's the powerful and beautiful thing about, I think, the Jewish people, but more specifically, whatever God decided, and when he chose Abraham, he put something inside of the Jewish soul that says what you have is not easy, but it's valuable. It's valuable. Because you know at the very core of your soul that you have a connection to the Creator that you'd never want to give up. When you find that connection, your value no longer comes from what you do, how much money you make, what car you drive. Your value comes from something much, much deeper. It's this divine connection where humanity and Hashem connect. And that's really what drives everything in my life, in my purpose, in who I am. If I lost every single follower tomorrow, who cares? As long as I don't lose that connection, I'm the richest man on the planet.
Wow. And that's so markedly different from what our culture dictates. Our culture would say, no, you actually do base and measure your value based on the followers and based on the car you're driving or the money in your bank account. But you're making the argument that I'm so emphatic and in agreement of that, no, it's not about the externalities. It's about your internal values. It's about your relationship with God. It's striving to create a more perfect world. And I think that's what our society is so clearly missing. Which brings me to what I want to ask you, and this might be shifting the conversation a little bit, but we briefly were speaking about Charlie Kirk and whether one agrees or disagrees with his politics. He was clearly an influential male figure on so many Gen Z men. And I always say that Charlie is the closest thing that Gen Z Christians would ever have to a Hasidic rabbi. Right. In the sense of, if you were to watch his debates on college campuses, they weren't just asking questions on immigration or tariffs or the economy. They would say, what is the type of woman I should be dating? What is the type of church I should be praying in? And I think a lot of Gen Z men, the data kind of supports this, are incredibly lost. I mean, Christians, Jews, people are looking for answers. And we are seeing for the very first time that Gen Z is actually more religious, more observant than their parents. Yeah. Usually it's the opposite, that the younger you are, the less likely you are to be engaged in your religious faith and your religious traditions. So I guess I'm curious, what would your message be to whoever's watching, Jews, Christians, young people? Why is faith so important for the flourishing of a society? Why is faith so important in these incredibly confusing and dark moments?
Well, first of all, I would say Charlie was one of the best examples of what I think true Christianity was, particularly in America. The one thing I appreciate about Charlie is not the sound bites, but how he saw every single person. He would see every single person and he would give them his time equally. And that's really what his life was about. It was about bringing people into something better, right? And he sacrificed his entire life in order that people might come to know that they can actually transcend who they currently are through the lens of faith. People often said, talked about what Charlie would think about Israel or whatnot, and we spoke about this before we went on camera. But Charlie had only ever been to Israel twice in his lifetime. He's not an expert. It takes many more trips and many more experiences to actually really understand Israel, because we're talking about one of the longest histories of a people, but we're also talking about an Israeli identity that is against 1.9 billion Muslims who have muddied the water enough to make it so confusing that you really have to start digging and you have to spend a lot of time there to understand it. So what I appreciated about Charlie was this: he'd only been to Israel twice, and yet he supported Israel because I know he read his Bible. And the Bible is very, very clear that God's covenantal with Israel will not be broken. It's an unbreakable covenant. The covenant he made to Abraham, the covenant he made to Isaac, the covenant he made to Jacob, the covenant he confirms throughout the prophets. Even in the book of Deuteronomy, Moses will talk about God's faithful love to Israel for 1,000 generations. And so let's just say, hypothetically, one generation is, 40 years. If we have 1,000 generations, that's 40,000 years. Now, how long has the Jewish calendar been in effect?
Less than that. We're talking
about 5,700 and something like this. So that tells me
5,782.
Okay, so that tells me we've got another 35,000 years before we can even begin to question God's faithfulness. Now, for a Jew, that should make you feel like, God's still with me. For a Christian, that should make me go, wow, I better understand Israel, because he still loves them. It's the apple of his eye. In fact, he called Abraham his friend, beloved friend. And so if Abraham is his beloved friend and you are the descendants of Abraham, he has a deep relationship with you, an unfinished business. Now, in terms of what advice I would give, there's a lot of things I could say. When I look at Charlie's life, I think what made him a great man was his belief in Yeshua and his conviction to be less of himself and more of who Yeshua represented to us as Christians. You know, the whole idea of the Tanakh and human rights comes from this one line in Genesis 1:26, where God says, "Let us make man in our image." Right? So we're image bearers of the divine. And so I think when you stop thinking about you and you start thinking about how I represent God, for me as a Christian, how I represent the Messiah, all of a sudden, my framework, my perception, my goals become completely different, and I become free. But more than that, I tend to do more. I mean, when I look at the last 2 years of my life, if I had have said to myself in 2017 when I first went to Israel that I'm going to be a voice of an entire nation, a defender of the Jewish identity and the Jewish faith, the first non-Jewish, non-Israeli person to light the torch on Independence Day, I would have said, no way, it's not possible. But I've achieved so much, and I've shown what love looks like to millions of people because I haven't thought about myself.
Wow.
That's powerful, right? What happens is we get in our own way, and we start thinking of what I should do for me and how I should look after myself. There's a line that I hate. I don't believe in self-love. I think that's a myth. I think it's a lie.
We're gonna have to circle back to that.
And we can circle back to that. But I don't believe in self-love. And people often say, well, how can you love others if you haven't loved yourself first? And my argument would be, what would you love about yourself if you haven't loved others first? Think about it.
Wow.
Oh, I like my hair. I like how I look. I like my fashion. Boring. No one cares about that. You know what the world is inspired by? People like Charlie Kirk. Because you could see that he loved others more than his own self-servicing needs. And he's all of a sudden elevated to a point where people go, wow, I want to be like him. And the beautiful thing is, you can be. But you have to give everything of yourself up first.
So how do you understand the verse then, 𝐓𝐡𝐢 𝐬𝐭𝐫𝐞, love your neighbor like yourself?
Yeah, exactly. But think about the context of that statement. Love your neighbor like yourself. And there's a deep desire to go, oh, well, I've got to love myself, right? But that's not what the verse is saying. It says, love your neighbor as if it was you. So the question is really asking, if you were in that situation, how would you want to be loved by another? It's a transfer, right? This is what true love is. It's the transfer from one party to another party where the other party doesn't want anything back from this party. They just want to elevate that person, right? This is what love is. It's an exchange from one party to another. There's a famous verse in Jeremiah where Hashem says, my people have committed 2 evils against me. I think you might know what I'm talking about. First, you've denied my living water, and then you've tried to create cisterns for yourself that don't hold any water, right? Now, I think about it because rabbis, the sages, will have debates about what are the 2 great commandments, right? Some will say, love your neighbor as yourself, and others will say, love the Lord your God with all your heart, all your mind, and all your strength, right? So the 2 great commandments in the Torah is about loving Hashem or loving others, right? And the 2 evils that Jeremiah identifies is rejecting this love and also trying to keep love for yourself, but it can't hold. Now, if I ask someone the question, okay, I'm going to give you a choice of 2, but you can only choose one of them. You can either choose to love yourself for the rest of your life, but you'll never receive love from another person, or you'll receive ample amount of love from other people, but you'll never be able to love yourself. You don't have to love yourself. What would you choose?
Oh, man.
Think about it, right?
That's a tough one. I think people have an intrinsic desire to be givers rather than receivers.
Exactly. And we also know that when someone actually loves you, it is so much more powerful than when you just love yourself. Now, do I believe in self-value? Yes, absolutely. I don't believe in self-love, but I do believe in self-value. But where does my value come from? I'm an image bearer. It's that intrinsic thing that I asked you earlier. Like, would you ever give up your Judaism? No, because I know it's valuable. And it's inside of me. And I didn't pick it, I didn't choose it, and I didn't work for it. It's just inside of me, and I know it's valuable. So I believe in valuing yourself, but I don't believe it's possible to love yourself. Because what happens is when you start loving yourself, you're just this. And that's it. That's your world. And you only see you. And the extreme version of self-love, We have a word for it. Narcissist. It's attractive? No. Right? Have you ever looked at a person like Charlie Kirk, like those who sacrifice everything for someone else and be like, they're a horrible person? What do you say about them?
Well, clearly they didn't know who Charlie was, but I digress.
You'd be like, that person is amazing. So it tells me the more I love, the more people will be like, wow, that is a great human being. The trap is to love yourself. The lie is to love yourself.
So I have to ask, and we were sort of talking about this behind the scenes, but when you go to Israel and just people are throwing themselves at you in awe, in appreciation, in love, do you get uncomfortable when they say that? Because to you, you're sort of suggesting that this is just intrinsic to who you are. When you read the Bible and you see that this is God's chosen people, not that chosen means better, it does not, it just means different. To you, it's like, this is obvious that I would be doing this. So it almost would seem like you'd be weirded out that people would thank you and give you an honor and say, hey, can you light the torch for Israeli Independence Day? Like, how do you navigate that emotional complexity?
Absolutely. So you just mentioned that the chosen people is not better. It actually means you have a greater responsibility, right? A greater responsibility to what? Others.
To perfect.
Right?
Well said.
So here's the amazing thing. When people come to me, I don't look at it like, yeah, I'm Nate Buzz. Like, yes, I stood up for your nation and everybody wants to kill me and I lost my career. No. When people come to me and say thank you, I want to look them in the eyes and I want to see them on their level and I want to love them. And I wanted to remind them of something that's far greater than my love, his love. And so often people say, oh, thank you so much. We will never, Israel will never forget this. I like, stop. This is what I want you to do instead. Next Shabbat, next shishi dinner, when you're lighting your candles, when you're with your family, don't thank me. Thank Hashem that He raised me up. Right? Now I'm transferring the glory. Because who deserves the glory? God. Could I have done it without Him? Impossible. And I wouldn't have. Because if I was void of my relationship with God, who makes me look up, not look down, then I would have only thought about me. And I would have been self-servicing. That is why so many people support the Palestinian movement today. Because it makes them feel good. Because they get the validation from millions rather than a few. They get 1.9 billion Muslims going, wow, you're amazing. You see the Palestinian jihadist movement for what it is. Murderers, rapists, and kidnappers. You're so amazing. And they're like, yes, I'm a great human. And I love, give me more, yes. Destroy Israel, give me more. Whereas I'm doing the opposite. Getting hated by the world, but I know that I'm pleasing the Father.
Wow.
And so again, it's just like, my journey to Israel is a lot more complicated. So I'll take you to this. Before I first went to Israel, I went to Iraq. I was working on a very, very popular TV show called The Originals. I was a successful actor. I had money. I had fame. I had everything that the world says will make you happy. But I had just come off the back of a very, very heartbreaking relationship. I was dating a French-Moroccan girl for 3 years and she cheated on me with a very, very famous musician. Shattered my heart. Broken. And that's the kind of irony of life, right? You can be loved by the world, but if the person you love has done something to betray you, nothing matters anymore.
Wow.
And I was in so much pain that I wanted my life to end. Not because I didn't value my life, but I wanted the pain to stop on the inside, and I couldn't stop thinking about this betrayal. I was so heartbroken. And having a good job and having a good career and having money in the bank and having fame meant nothing at that point in time because my heart felt so completely crushed and broken. So I had a big dilemma. How do I marry ending my life without quitting? Because I have this personality where I hate to quit. And so I'm like, I'm not going to commit suicide because I can't. I don't like quitting. But I also don't want to live anymore. So how do I marry those worlds? And so I was sitting in Los Angeles in between filming one day and I put on the TV and I was watching the Iraq-Syrian civil war with ISIS just running rampant throughout the Middle East. And I remember watching this one video of this young boy sitting in the back of an ambulance after an airstrike covered in blood. And my heart broke for him. But then I had an idea, like an epiphany. Go to Iraq. I can go. It's dangerous. Maybe God will do me a favor and end this life a little bit quicker. and it can all be said and done. No one will know why I went or what I was doing, and I thought this is a great solution. So I started reaching out to non-profits in Iraq, and one reached back and said, yes, we would be happy to have you, but it's quite dangerous. Perfect. Wow. I told my agent, my manager, Warner Brothers, that I had a commitment that I couldn't get out of, and I needed 2 weeks off of filming. I told my mum I was going to Greece. I wrote up a will, had the whole plan. The last person I saw I was working on originals, and there was a girl that I worked with called Claire Holt, and I said, Claire, I just want to let you know I'm going to Iraq tonight. I'm flying from Atlanta to Turkey, Turkey to Iraq, and probably not coming back. She's like, what are you doing? Are you crazy? I'm like, no, just, I'm on a mission. So I get to Iraq. I land in, a dusty, broken down airport in the middle of the night. I think we landed at 3 a.m. I have my Beats on, ripped jeans, and I think I'm going to get kidnapped in the first half an hour. Like, this is going to be so quick and easy. I'll end up on a video with a bunch of, ISIS guys, and I'll be wearing an orange jumpsuit, and they'll be confused why I'm smiling the whole time. I really was just committed to the cause. I get picked up by this Arab guy. He says, are you Nate Buzz? I'm like, yeah. He's like, get in. It's like, beautiful. Get in. And then, I get to meet the organization. Like, we're in the green zone. Everything's safe. And I said, no. I didn't come just to stay in the green zone. Let's go to where the action is. So we did some crazy things. We did some really, really crazy things. I was, some days I was 20 minutes from Mosul while ISIS was camped down in Mosul. This is 2016. And you can go back to my Instagram and you can see all these photos from Iraq. Nobody knew I had a death wish. And there were days where I was standing on rooftops and, the Peshmerga fighter that was with us was like, you need to get down because we don't know if there's snipers. There's like IEDs still in this area. There was dead ISIS soldiers around, and I just did not care. I did not care. And then a few days later, I was in a refugee camp working with Yazidi children who had lost everything, watched their parents be murdered, sisters be raped or kidnapped. Very similar stuff to what Hamas did on October 7th, but this is ISIS and the same mentality, this radical Islamic mentality. And I just heard horrible story after horrible story after horrible story until I went out into a dusty field. And I remember just crying out to Hashem saying, take my life, I don't want it anymore. I'm done. This world is ugly, it's broken. There's just so much wickedness and evil, and I feel so much pain on the inside. I just want it to end. And all I remember is a very, very loud whisper to the depths of my heart that said, if you're that willing to give up your life, give it to me. What's the difference?
Wow.
And it's like playing chess with Hashem. And you think you have like, I'm done. And he's like, checkmate, give me your life. What's the difference? Because in that moment of time, I realized if everything I was saying was true, I don't care about my life, I don't care if I'm loved, I don't care if I'm hated, I don't care if I'm rich, I don't care if I'm poor, I don't care if I end up alone, I don't care if the world hates me, I don't care if someone just spits in my face, nothing matters to me anymore, then God was right. What's the difference between me taking your life right now or you giving me your life? Everything. Because the result doesn't matter. And then bang, shalom. I felt peace. I was like, wow, you're right. Nothing matters. Now I just serve you. So, okay, it's yours. Whatever you want. Whatever you want, God. You asked me to, fly to Nigeria. You asked me to fly to, Vegas and preach the gospel. You asked me to go to Israel. Whatever you want, I'll do it moving forward, and I won't ask questions. So I went back to America. I felt a huge sense of peace, and I read the entire Torah, the Tanakh, and the New Testament in 28 days.
Wow.
And this is where my whole life shifted. Why? Because I just read all of God's word, and I just found out who he really is. This God that saves. Now, what's amazing? I got to the part where Eliyahu is on the run after, doing this unbelievable event by raining down fire to show these false prophets that the God of Israel is actually, ruling and reigning, and he's on the run, hiding in a cave. And what was amazing is when I read this verse, Eliyahu says, God, I don't want to live anymore. I'm no better than my fathers. And you know what God does? He sends an angel, he makes him breakfast, and he sends him on another task. And I was just like, wow. Now remember, I'm in Iraq. Where does Abraham originally come from?
Right.
Iraq.
Ancient Mesopotamia.
And so a few months later, I'm sitting in church, and that same voice, which is a whisper to the heart, but you can't challenge it because it's not you, says, go to Israel. Chapter 12 of Genesis. What's the parsha called?
I think that's Vayera.
Go.
Oh, Lech Lecha.
Lech Lecha.
Lech Lecha Ma'artzecha.
Go. And that's all I remember hearing, go. And so that started the entire journey. Now, here's what's amazing. I went to Israel in 2017 on the 8th of May is when I first arrived. And I knew I had a purpose to know him, to understand the Jewishness of Jesus, but then I was exposed to this whole other story. And I would spend the next 7 years of my life just trying to understand Israel, the Jewish people. And I'd never met a Jew before. I'd never spent time with Jews. I never went to synagogues, but I would just find myself sitting in the back of synagogues, understanding, listening, learning about these people, learning about what the Arabs are saying, learning about what the Israelis are saying, learning about the Independence War, the Six-Day War, the Yom Kippur War, just trying to understand everything. And I had no idea what I was doing the whole time until October 7th. And then all of a sudden it all made sense and everything came into play. Now, I told you I was the first non-Israeli and non-Jewish person to ever light the torch on Independence Day. And so I lit the torch on Mount Herzl, and it was an amazing night for me, very, very powerful, to be with a line of heroes, the best of Israel, from post-October 7th, people who saved lives, people who risked absolutely everything for the Jewish identity and saved so many people from whether it was a Nova Festival or kibbutzim and did unbelievable things, you know. And I'm standing in this line, I'm lighting the torch on Independence Day, and I thought, wow, I've been invited in to a nation of people that I've fallen in love with. And so on the cab ride home, I was thinking about my first time in Israel. And I went back and I looked at the post, because I posted a photo, it's still on my Instagram today. And I said, this journey begins with a sunset. And Trevor, who was a guy I was with, find ourselves giving thanks to God on the Mediterranean. And then I had a hashtag which was Purpose Holy Land Tour. There was a purpose. And even in 2017, the very first time I came to Israel, there was something in my head that you saved me in Iraq, you called me to Israel, and there's a purpose to what I'm doing. Now, I went and checked what day I lit the torch, because I was on the cab ride. I was like, what? Today's May. And it was the 8th of May when I first came, 2017. Wow. Today's the 8th of May.
Wow.
2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 7 years. 7 years to the day. Now, to the non-believer, they'll be like, oh, nice coincidence. But to the believer, it's Hashem saying, I'm writing your story. I will take you from no knowledge, no understanding, and no connection to a people, and I will put you in a position where you will be so close to a nation and a people and understanding that I could do all things with you over 7 years and you didn't even know what I was doing. But imagine this. What could I do with you for another 7 years now that I know you trust me? It's the question, right? And so let's wrap this up with an idea of mental health. My strength comes from God. My value comes from God. My identity comes from God. I am nothing without Him, but with Him I am an unstoppable force, not because I'm strong, but because He is willing. And so people who are suffering from mental health, if someone came to me and said, oh, I'm depressed, I hate my life, I want to die, you know what I would say? That's amazing. What do you mean? Because what you're saying is you no longer care about the result. You're free from the prison that we put ourselves in, which is I need to do this, I need to do that, I need to be this, I need to be loved, I need to be appreciated. If you're truly wanting to die, now you're free. Now give everything to Him and let Him take it. And I promise you, He will do something with your life that you could have never done, but He did it from your brokenness. He did it from your chaos. Now, we go back to the Torah. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was formless and void, and the Spirit of Elohim was hovering over the abyss, the chaos. Now, if you and I were standing with God on day one, we would be like, this is a balagan. It's a disaster. No one can live here. There's no life. There's no land. There's no animals. This is horrible. And God goes, wait, let there be light. Oh, okay, that's nice. Oh, vegetation. Separate. This, that. And by the time we got to day 6, you and I would be like, wow, this is tov. No, God would be like, no, it's tov me'od. It's very, very good. And so this is a beautiful thing about the Creator. He says, I work in chaos. So if you're done with your life, if you think you can't fix it, you can't solve it, you can't redeem it, perfect. Let me take it. And let me turn it into something beautiful and good. But here's the amazing thing. I don't get the glory. He does. And that's His story. with me, with you, with humanity.
Well, I get paid to speak on TV, so it's not often that I'm at a loss for words, but I really am at a loss for words. And I know you're not always comfortable with compliments, but I would say the analogy between you and Avraham is apropos, because the Talmud asks, why was Abraham the father of our religion? You have Noah, you have Adam, people came before him. Why Abraham? And the Talmud says, because when Abraham opened his tent for the passerby, for the wanderer to come and eat and receive shelter, and they would say, Abraham, how could we thank you? He said, don't thank me. Thank the one who made this all possible, as in he got others to recognize the oneness of God and the beauty of God. And so I think Nate Buzz, Avraham Avinu, I think there's a lot of synergy and similarity with there. And as I said, it's not often that I'm at a loss for words, but I think you've given so much hope and inspiration, not just since October 7th, because as you said yourself, you've been doing this before it was cool. You've been doing this for years and years. It's not just something you do for the camera. It's not just something you do for a gala dinner. It's who you are. It's a core part of your identity. And I think our listeners from Amudim who've struggled with suicidal thoughts, who've struggled with relationships that ended in domestic violence, who've struggled with drug addiction. I think when they hear your story and they can see someone who on paper is successful, he has the followers, he has the fame, but nevertheless what he really wants to be known as and what really animates him is that godly soul that is within each of us. So thank you, Nate, for everything you're doing. Thank you for supporting the great work of Amudim. And if you appreciate what Nate does and if you appreciated this conversation, then make sure that our community has the tools, has the resources to combat the struggles that they're going through. Please consider supporting Amudim. I know we are, and so I encourage you to do the exact same thing. Thank you so much, and thank you, Nate.
Thank you.
Imagine being stuck at home, no friends to talk to, never going outside, never doing activities, never eating out, never exercising, not taking care of your home, not taking care of yourself, not taking care of your family. Imagine feeling isolated, stressed, anxious, depressed. All day, every day, with no end in sight. Imagine wanting to go outside, see other people, connect with them, talk to them, laugh with them. Imagine wanting so badly to break free of the heavy weight holding you down and not being able to because it doesn't feel safe. Now imagine feeling this way long before the pandemic. Long before the lockdown. This is how people who have suffered trauma feel every day. Amudim knows that many people have for years felt the isolation and loneliness many of us feel these days. Not because of a virus, but because they feel broken by trauma, depression, anxiety, or other mental health issues. And we want you to know that we are here for you with whatever you need. Amudim is a lifeline for anyone who feels alone and helpless. At Amudim, we change lives and build futures.
a child within a family goes through something, the other children in the family see what's going on, and they see how it affects their parents. They see how it affects the world around them and all the different things that the parents have to deal with. And there's two ways that children can react to that. Either they say, wow, I don't want to do that to my parents, you know, and therefore I'm going to run the opposite way, and I'm going to, you know, not demand any attention, and I'm going to stay completely under the radar. And that's painful for a child in itself. Sometimes it goes the other way, and they look at it and they say, wow, look at all the attention that my sibling is getting, you know, maybe I should get involved in something like that too. And it's very scary. And when you have an organization like Amudim, and they don't just focus on the individual that's going through the issue at the time, you know, they get involved with the entire family, and they say, listen, whether it's therapy, whether it's sending somebody in to deal with the other siblings, to explain to them what's going on, these are all, you know, collateral damage. They get forgotten, but it's very important that we have to focus on them too.
Welcome. We are here on behalf of an incredible organization that I've had the privilege to work with many times over the years, Amudim, an organization that deals with perhaps the most important topic, especially in the Jewish nation after such a devastating 2 years, and that topic is, of course, mental health. You're here with Hillel Fuld, Yehuda Sabinar.
Right.
Did I say that right?
Sabinar.
Sabinar.
Yes.
Like Mila'el, Milara, right? Okay. The event that we're here for is Unite to Heal. Again, spotlighting this very important topic that unfortunately is too often stigmatized. So it's, again, incredibly important work. But that's not what we're here to talk about, because we're here to talk to someone who is, and I've never met him before, but I'm very excited to hear this story because I've heard snippets. I've heard like the trailer, the preview of your life. And all I have to say is mind blown. So let's start from the beginning. Yehuda, where are you from? Where were you born?
I was born in New York. And when I was 1 month old, my parents came here back to Israel. Okay. So I grew up in Har Nof neighborhood,
Very
Jerusalem.
I lived in Har Nof too a little bit.
Great.
Wait a second. So your parents are originally Israeli?
My mother is American. My father is Israeli.
Got it. And so when you were 1 month old, they came back to Israel?
That's right.
Got it. Okay. And you're a chassid?
A ger chassid.
A ger chassid.
Yeah.
Now, before we get into that, for those that are watching that might not be familiar, just give me like a high-level elevator pitch of ger chassidus versus Satmar versus Chabad versus any other. What characterizes this Chassidus versus others?
Practically, they are the largest, the strongest.
I know. Wake me up, it's time to go. Been down.
Here in Israel, they have a lot of political power.
Interesting.
Even though that was split for the last 4 or 5 years. But spiritually, I believe they were very focused about learning in Iyun and not compromising in Avodat Hashem.
Okay, so
it's a very extremist place.
Got it. So
they took everything to the next level.
Right. So you would say, in addition to having political power because of how big they are, Torah is one of the stronger ideals in Ger Hasidus. Is that what you're saying?
Torah, separation between the genders, everything. They took any aspect of to the extreme.
It's a pretty extreme Hasidus. I mean, I don't know very much about it, but
we can agree on it.
Very extreme. Okay, great. So you grew up and were part of, you still are, a Ger Hasid, correct? Okay. My understanding...
I'm today part of the Reb Shaul's community, but still I believe I am a Ger, Reb Shaul Alter.
Who is what?
We separated, as I mentioned, 5 years ago.
Got it. Okay. So, you grew up in Har Nof, and at some point, something changed. You went a little bit, not, God forbid, away from, as we say, off the derech. No. You're from as ever, but you took a little bit of a different path, correct?
So in my vision, I think it was, already from the beginning, in age 3, 4, when I have 2 brilliant pediatricians in our Nof neighborhood, Dr. Matar, Dr. Shapira. Already I asked them, what should I do in order to be a doctor as you?
How old
3,
were you?
4 years old. Yeah.
You were asking doctors what you need to know to become a doctor at 3 years old?
That's right.
Are you like a genius? Have you ever gotten your IQ tested? No, like what kind of 3-year-old asks doctors what they have to do to become a doctor? So you're saying basically you were born knowing you want to be a doctor?
Yeah, I didn't want to be a kid, so
Interesting.
Let's finish already school. Let's finish already
Okay,
yeshiva.
so you went to regular elementary school, high school?
To a cheder.
Okay.
So
just to be clear, those that are watching might not be familiar. Cheder is strictly Jewish, again, pretty strict Jewish framework where, correct me if I'm wrong, you don't really learn secular studies, no math, no English, no science. It's all Torah. Is that accurate?
It's almost accurate. From age 5 until age 13, you're learning a long day from 8 o'clock till 6 p.m. 1 hour a day, it's secular education.
Oh, really?
In my case, we didn't get to learn the ABC, the English.
Did not?
No.
Okay.
In math, we only learned the 4 basic, elementary moves. Yeah.
Got it. By the way, I heard some crazy story. You have to tell me more about it because I mean, my understanding from what I heard about your life, we could talk for 4 hours, but we also are aware that people watching might have ADHD, so we have to keep it somewhat, so Shabbos is 2 seconds. But there was some story about your dad in a basketball game or something like that. Did I understand this correctly?
Yeah, that's right.
Can you tell me that story quickly? If you want, of course.
Let's do it like this. So when I came to age 19, finished yeshiva, best yeshivas, etc. I was obviously in the shidduch process. My father was proposed with a shot by a matchmaker, a very special role for me.
Yeah.
They didn't add any financial background, so my father said, this guy is going to learn in his entire life, Torah and rabbinical studies, so I need someone to share with me the boundaries of that. So he refused, and then half a year later, he traveled to California. He had to have there a meeting with a very wealthy guy, billionaire, and his partner told him, look, if you're going to get the meeting in his office, it's very depends what he had in the cereal that morning. He might, kick you out. Yeah, in 2 minutes, you're going to be out of the...
Right.
But he's a great fan of the Lakers. So I'm going to buy you a ticket to the Golden Ring. And I count about your social capabilities. You're going to be a best friend next to him there. So my father told him, listen, I am one of the administration managing a Gary Yeshiva. I mean, if someone's going to see me in a basketball game, I'm going to be fired at that second. So, California, who's going to know you? I mean, no one here is Hasidic. So we gave him a T-shirt with a baseball cap, and he was sure that no one going to mention.
In disguise.
Yeah. And 10 minutes to the game, he already got phone call that he should come back immediately in order to be fired. He sat by mistake. He didn't know who he was sitting next to, but he sat next to Leonardo DiCaprio and Bar Raffaelli.
And so it was all over
the
TV.
picture was on live, all over
Wow.
Israel.
That's crazy. Okay, so let's get back to you. So you knew you wanted to be a doctor. And then at what point, then you got married, I assume. At what age did you get married?
20.
20. And at that point, did you already know that you're going towards medicine, or were you still sitting and learning Torah all day?
Still sitting learning Torah, but really had the desire to do something else. 8 months after wedding, my wife was in the end of the first pregnancy. She had complications, obstetrical complications, were sent to Sheba Hospital. That day was the day of the strike of the residents. 800 of them resigned in one day. And we came here, standing very long time on the waiting room. And the doctors was forced to come back to work by court's orders. So they had a big sign on the back where 4 slaveries.
On their T-shirts? Where?
On the scrubs. A big sign, yeah.
In other words, they didn't want to come to work, but they were forced to. But as like a strike, they put on their scrubs, we are here against our will kind of thing.
That's right.
Okay.
So when we came to the examining room, so I told the doctor, as you understand, I was young and stupid. I told him, aren't you ashamed to go with that sign? all my entire life, I'm dreaming to come to that point that I am a doctor. I'm willing to work my entire life without salary, you know. So you, because couple dollars in the salary, you're going with such a sign. And instead of kicking me out of the room, he told me, so why aren't you doing it? I told him, you know what it takes to be a doctor here in Israel. I don't have ABC. I never learned the multiplication table. So
Right.
obviously I don't have a chance.
Right.
So I told him it's never late. But that was, you know, the little part. When I came back with my wife to house, she started crying and told me, what did happen there in that room? I thought you were going to be the next Rabbi
She was
Wozner.
there. She was there.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay.
I thought you were going
All
to
right,
be the
you
next
were there for her.
rabbinical.
So she heard
Great.
you say that you want to be a doctor, and she's
Yeah.
like, what just happened?
Yeah.
Wow.
She was crying, disappointed, etc. And then the other day she came to me and told me, look, I love you. We will not break the house for that reason, but I'm not going to be your problem. Your rabbi is going to be your problem. If you're getting his permission
To become a doctor.
to become a doctor, I'm going to do whatever it takes to be, you know, we're going to travel to Australia if you, this is the only place they're going to be accepted.
As long as the
to
Rebbe gives you his bracha.
Yeah.
Because that's, I mean, that is a very, again, that's how the Hasidic world works. The Rebbe makes the decisions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what happened next?
That day I went to speak with my rabbi and I told him about my dreams. He was in shock. Obviously, it was the first time in the Hasidic sector in Israel that someone wanted to go to medical school first time.
Ever.
70
Nobody's
years.
ever wanted to be a doctor.
Maybe people wanted to be, but no one went to execute that desire.
Wild. Okay.
And he told me, look, do it, but do it as a religious mission. The world is standing on three beams. Torah, Avodah, Gmilut Chasedim, refers to studying Torah, making prayer, and making charity.
Good deeds, yeah.
So you can bluff here and you can go to the kollel and you make believe that you're learning, etc. But in 70 or 80 years, you're going to die. And when you come to Beis Din Shalmala, there's no bluffs. You're going to have to bring receipts. So pick up your beam, pick up your path in life. If you're doing it, if you want charity, take the medicine part as a career and do it as a religious mission. And 2 weeks later, I started, ABC and math.
Where?
In the first program of the Technion University for pre-academic program.
But literally, they started you from ABC?
Yeah.
How many other people needed to learn the ABC?
So people, in our first class, we had 50. We started 57 Hasidic, not Hasidic, very religious men.
Orthodox.
Yeah, and we ended 13. But the first day, very first, lecture that we have they brought us someone that has a PhD in the philosophy of mathematics to teach us, to minimize the gap.
That's funny.
He wrote Z equals the natural numbers, and half of the class asking what is it Z, and half of the class asking what is it natural numbers. So
hilarious.
that was it.
So then they literally started you from zero.
Yeah.
How old were you at this point?
21.
21. Okay, so let me just try to understand. You grew up till you're 21 in the Ger world. You were married. Your wife's name?
Racheli.
My wife's name is Racheli too. Look at that. Okay, and so she heard, I assume she knew that your dream was to be a doctor before that conversation.
Mm-mm.
You never told her?
We had a meeting of
One day before you got engaged?
One day
met her
before.
once.
What?
You met her once before you got engaged?
I met her twice at the same day. In the morning, we had a meeting of an hour and a half. In the afternoon, an hour and 45 minutes. And then we were engaged. And then 10 minutes without disconnection, no letters, no WhatsApp, no phone.
10 how long?
10 months.
10 months with no connection.
Between the engagement and the marriage with no connection.
You have to do another video. You have to explain this stuff to me, but putting that aside right now. So she basically didn't really know you at that point. She didn't.
So this is a funny one because before I went to meet her, I knew what's the information that her family going to gather about me. Good boy, best yeshiva, probably going to be a big doctor, a big rabbi, sorry.
A nice Freudian slip there.
Freud.
Yeah. Great.
And so I said I don't want to be, mentioned, as a crook. So I told my father I am not willing to meet this girl unless you're telling her father that I am not promising to sit and learn Torah my entire life. He tried to convince me not to do it, but I insist. And when my father told it to her father, he was sure it's, part of the bargaining and how much money he has to put in the process. So he said, I didn't ask he should learn Torah in his entire life. So it didn't come
He didn't even think it was serious.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Okay. So,
I tried.
Okay. So that was the first time your wife heard of this aspiration of yours.
That's right.
And so her initial reaction was crying. And then she said, I'll stand by you as long as the Rebbe says yes. And the Rebbe said yes, because as part of Gemilut Chasadim. In other words, he didn't say to you, go build an amazing career in medicine. He said, the world stands on Gemilut Chasadim. If Torah is not your thing, go do chesed.
Yep.
Okay, so then what happened
Go
next?
do chesed, it was 14 years ago. And still, at that very first, conversation that we had, he told me, you're going to find people in the lowest places in their life, in the worst moment. People with kids, with illnesses.
Right.
Never forget from where you come and why you came to that profession.
Beautiful.
And today, 14 years later, when I'm working in Schneider's Hospital, the best pediatric hospital in Israel, CPR on babies, ICU shifts, etc.
What kind of pediatrician?
Yeah.
Any specific specialty or just pediatrician?
Finishing up pediatrician in the next 2 weeks.
Finishing your studies, in other words?
I'm finishing my residency in pediatric. Wow. Yeah, and pediatrician.
Where do you live now?
In Bnei Brak.
Right, you told me that. Okay, and so you live in Bnei Brak. You have how many kids?
4.
4 kids, and you are a full-time pediatrician.
That's right.
What you're doing. Do you have time to learn Torah at all?
Trying, a little bit, but not too much.
We have team.
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. After you started this process at the age of 21, my understanding is you also went to the army?
When I was near to finish my studies, I had the opportunity to join late phase of army.
Would you want to annoy your family as much as possible? What is that? Why'd you go to the army? Again, for those that are watching, I mean, as you can imagine, everything you've heard till now is extremely, untraditional for a Ger Chassid. But army is not just not traditional; it's like a whole political thing. Why did you go to the army? Were you pardon my dirty language? Were you a tzioini? Where did that come from?
First of all, I think their Ger Chassidim are pretty much, and the beliefs are pretty much tzionim. Okay,
really?
We like the country, we like our nation, we like our people.
The country? Meaning you like the land, but you like the state
as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, so they're not
maybe things turn, for the last decades in the new administration that we left, but really like the place. Okay, my grandfather, he was a third generation of Shlichei Tzibur in Ger. Okay.
Oh wow. Okay.
My grandfather was Shliach Tzibur in Yamim Noraim by the Sfas Emet in Poland. Wow. Great Rebbe. Wow. And still he made the army. He was he was wounded in 6 days war.
Okay, so it's not that crazy. There is precedent. There are Ger Chassidim who do the army.
In the past.
Right. Today, no.
Pretty much, out of 70,000 people, I believe there is less than 100 or 200.
Wow. Okay, so you did full army?
No, I didn't do the full army. I was trained to join the reserve forces. In the beginning, I was part of a special rescue unit, search and rescue unit, flying also across the borders of Israel and also in combat across,
Chilutz V'Atzala.
It's the 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. It's the unit that's known for the delegations to Miami, Nepal, Turkey, but also during war, we didn't fight. We were going to have a war. They are also in charge to all the search and rescue in the battle, in Gaza and Lebanon, etc.
Got it. You were in the army for how long?
Couple months, and then reserve each year for around.
Till now you do this?
Till now. Then we had the war,
Right.
In October 7th.
Are you still doing reserves before the war? Are you?
Yeah, I was part of the army 4 years before the war.
How old are you?
35.
Oh, so in theory you can continue doing reserves?
Yeah.
Wow.
But, in October 7th, everything changed.
Right. So here's the big question. I guess, specifically as it pertains to Amudim and the incredible work that they do. How did your family react to all this? When you, it was one thing, I'm sure your parents, again, if you were 3 years old and asking doctors, I'm sure they knew that somewhere deep down you had this dream, this aspiration. But I don't know your parents, but I would imagine they didn't think you're actually going to pursue it. When you decided to go into medical school, forget the army for 1 second. When you decide to go into medical school and quote unquote leave the base medrash, leave Torah learning as a secondary thing in your life, how did they respond? How did they react?
So I must drag you a little bit, before. As a kid in a Ger Cheder, until age 13, I was the best example to the worst kid.
Best example for the worst kid?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Very hard-dealing kid, probably undiagnosed ADHD, the one that getting smacked each day, the one that getting beaten each day by the staff.
By the staff?
Yeah, absolutely. That was the time that still the staff were,
oh boy.
That was the way, to straighten us.
Not anymore.
I believe it's not.
I hope not.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so you were a troublemaker.
Really, out of a school of 1,700 kids, I was really the best example to the worst kid.
You were the worst behaved kid in the whole school?
Absolutely.
Wow. Okay.
So already from the beginning,
you were
they saw a big troublemaker. But in age 16, when I was already in a good yeshiva, one of the best ones, and my parents took me to Philly. We were, spending Pesach together, and we went one day to Philly, and there they have the Franklin Institute of Science. So they have there a big exhibit of the heart. And I went inside the heart, from the atriums to the ventricles, etc. And I told my mother, I still have the dream to be a doctor. You remember what I spoke with you when I was...
This was the age of 16, you said?
In age 16. And she started crying, and she told me, I thought we passed the hard times with you.
Oh my gosh. It's a funny thing though, because like the stereotype is like every Jewish mother wants their kid to be a doctor. In Ger, it's like every Jewish mother does not want their kid to be a doctor. Okay, so that was 16, and then what happened next? Like so let's jump forward, right? So you're doing medical school. Even today, you have a good relationship with your family today?
Absolutely. They were very supportive. It's impossible to pursue that desires and vision without you have support of your wife, your family, your parents.
But was there a point where you felt like this is what I have to do for myself, even though I'm not getting support, or were they supported from day one?
They support me from the minute that I got the permission.
From the Rebbe?
Yeah.
Interesting. And at no point did they come and say to you, are you sure you want to do this? Like, maybe you should just go back to the base marriage. Like, they were just, all right, the Rebbe said yes.
Before I got the permission, obviously, they tried to convince me that it's stupid and it's impossible to achieve it. Even if you decide to go against all your community.
Right, you still have to learn ABCs.
You know what is it to be a doctor in Israel. I also saw one from the secular world, with wealthy parents that got private education. It's very hard here to be accepted to med school. 60% of the Israeli doctors wasn't accepted here in Israel to med schools, and they went to learn abroad.
And they came back.
Yeah, so...
It's very hard in Israel.
Yeah.
So then how do you explain it? How did you get in?
Stupid enough to try.
But why'd you get accepted? Was it like affirmative action?
So I really made my best. In the first trimester of the pre-academics program in the Technion, we had tests on physics, English, and math. English, I got 100. Physics, I got 95. It made sense, after sitting 14, 15 hours a day in yeshiva and learning. It was, it made sense. Math.
You developed your brain for other things, but you already...
Right. Okay, math, that it was only, rules, no sense behind the rules. I got 43 out of 100. Obviously, nothing close.
43 out of 100.
Right.
Okay,
so I went to the principal. I told him, look, I have one goal, medical school. So obviously with such marks, I won't be able to be accepted. So tell me now if I have a chance, because if not, I'm gonna leave now. And he told me, you approved us that you are not a stupid guy. That you have capabilities. I believe if you're gonna give everything that you got, you have a chance. I cannot promise you anything, but I believe you have a chance. And I gave everything that I had. Each day I was making homework until 4:00 a.m.
Jeez Louise.
And after 2 years of those studies, I was able to be accepted. Hard work.
Yeah, hard work, that's an understatement. In addition to, clearly you have cognitive abilities and a gift, you're obviously very smart.
I'm not a genius. In comparison to my class in yeshiva, somewhere in the average.
How do you measure? How do you quantify? Did you ever take how do you know you're not a genius?
You don't have to take. I had friends that knew the entire Shas, the entire Talmud, that they had very brilliant questions to the Magidei Shiurim. I was not on the top.
Clearly, okay, fine. Maybe you're not officially a genius, but you clearly have exceptional mental abilities. At the end of the day, you didn't know the ABC, and now you're a doctor. So let's give you a little credit where credit is due here. But more important than the mental abilities, you clearly are a very resilient human being. Like, you clearly have very thick skin, because at any point in that entire process, which, how long was the process from the day you decided I'm doing this until you're still finishing your residency? How long has it been?
14 years.
14 years. 14 years you're pursuing a dream that you've had since you're 3 years old.
And still continue. I was accepted this week to a fellowship in Toronto.
You're leaving?
What?
You're leaving Israel? This conversation is over. We're leaving temporarily.
To learn something and to bring it back. I don't know if you know it, but I have a special
special needs.
When I finished med school, I really wanted to be a pediatric intensivist, ICU doctor. And then, short time after I started residency, we had our 4th baby. We didn't know anything during the pregnancy, but I had a feeling that she's going to change my career. Wow. I told it to my wife each day. Wow. She's going to change my career. And then when she was, when she passed her cesarean section, emergency cesarean section, the minute that I saw the baby, I saw that something is weird, and she has Downs.
How did you not know that so I don't want to get too personal, but isn't that something they know during the pregnancy? Do you guys not do like?
We are the guys that not checking before.
Oh, you don't do that?
Even though I am a doctor, yeah.
Wait, so I just out of curiosity, that's a thing in Ger Hasidus. There's no ultrasounds, none of that.
Just the regular ultrasounds.
You don't check the baby.
You're not checking the genetics. You're not making.
Is that because it won't?
Beliefs. Then also that you're not going to terminate the pregnancy. Right. So what is the point?
Right. Okay. So you had no idea.
No.
And then she was born. What's her name?
DT.
DT?
DT. Yehudit, and we made it for DT.
DT.
DITI.
DITI. Cool.
And I just felt, I am driving on a autostrad on 200 kilometers per hour, and someone is
pulling the handbrakes.
Yeah. What are you doing? I mean,
right.
I wanted to complete my residency and then to go to Toronto to make a fellowship in ICU.
Right. Okay,
This is what not.
So Didi was born, right?
Yeah.
And how did that change your career? I mean, what did her birth, her joining your family, shift in your mind?
Everything.
Explain.
First of all, she took any complication that Downs can take. A lot of the people with Downs have associated medical problems. She passed heart surgery and 3 months old.
Wow.
She had a very rare neurological condition with seizures. She took any complication.
I want to tell you something. I hope this doesn't offend you, but it's something that I believe. So I've worked with special needs kids over the years. Most fulfilling, unbelievable time of my life. And again, I hope this doesn't offend. I don't think it's offensive. I think it's a beautiful thing. But as we know, there's no nevuah today, right? We don't have nevuah. We don't have prophets. I really do believe that special needs children, whether it's Downs, autism, whatever, have this sixth sense to them. They pick up things that you and I maybe don't. Do you ever experience that with them? I feel like the nevuah is with them. It's not something you've experienced?
I have no idea, but I can tell you one thing. Just as an example. When I feel completing my 28 hours shift in hospital, some of the shifts without the opportunity to put something in the mouth, to go to the bathroom, some of them, you're coming exhausted. You had CPRs in the night, you had violent parents some of the time. I don't want to see anyone, no one.
Right.
Not to eat, just to stick up into bed and, forget about everything. She's the only one that she can get a smile from.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Out of me.
I have had experiences with special needs that are like how did you know that thing? Anyway, it's a different topic, but
she made me a better father, better doctor, and a better person.
That's amazing.
And then we know once we were dealing with all the challenges, my wife told me, what is the chances that we got that baby as a statistic occasion?
Right.
If we are dealing so much with her and challenging so much with her, even though that you are a doctor in the best pediatric hospital in Israel, think about other people. So maybe we got this baby in order to change the medical path for special needs children.
You said she made you a better father, a better person, and a better doctor.
That's right.
Talk to me for 1 second about how she made you a better doctor.
It's very simple. When you're standing next to a kid and a family that deals with devastating new condition, with a special need kid or with cancer, etc., your point of view and understanding of those parents and kid, it's totally different once you are dealing with a
So you're saying more on the bedside manner, more on the way you interact with patients and things like that. But I understand
it's not only the spiritual way. I mean, you also have a professional eye to see the sensitivities, the condition, what is wrong here, what is might be pathologic.
Interesting. So my understanding, you tell me, take me down this kind of road, is that you understood that as a parent to a Down syndrome child, that there's no one place that you can go and, from a medical perspective, take care of all of this child's needs, and you'd have to go to different places.
Right.
Walk me through that.
I mean, our own little Diti, I mean, she has cardiac problems, neurological problems, psychiatry problems, developmental problems, etc.
Is she high functioning, low functioning, mid functioning?
Mid functioning.
Okay.
My wife was an architect until until
Diti was born.
Until Diti was born, and then when we saw the entire bunch of things that we have to deal with, each day appointment to a different doctor in a different place, in a different hospital.
There's no one.
She told me, continue what you're doing. This is our mission. I'm quitting my job. I'm going to take care of her.
The mission, what? To build?
To be a doctor and to bring, we're going to change the path, the medical path for those special parents for special children.
To give them one place?
To give them one place.
Wow. Why was that never done before?
Strange. I don't know.
Strange thing.
It's a strange thing, but 2,000 years ago, the prophets were very big people. When God wanted to talk with the nation, He took through Moshe, Jeremiah, and etc. Today, when He wants to change things, He's taking Doron Almog, a general in the IDF, is giving him his special needs autistic kid, and then He's establishing that Adai Negev, a world-leading center, a village for special needs people.
Wow.
He's taking Yair Lapid, obviously not religious, very far from, from prophecy, but he's giving him his special Yale autistic kid, and he's changing through the politics.
Yair Lapid is a special needs kid?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And he changed for better, much better, the entire...
Such an interesting perspective. So you're saying God used to communicate to the world and make change in the world through prophets, and today there's no prophecy, so God uses messengers, sometimes political messengers, other leaders, that aren't necessarily religious leaders, to make change in the world.
People that have the ability to change things.
Fascinating.
And this is your choice, and especially once we're interviewing to that organization, you got a challenge. This is a fact, It's not your fault that you got that challenge, but you got it.
Right.
Now it's your decision.
Right.
If to take it and to cry about it, it's fine to cry about it,
right.
But the next step, what is going to be? To be a victimized,
right.
to be a victim, or
right.
to take it and to make something better to you, to your family, to your community, to your nation.
I'll tell you something on a different scale. Okay, it's not. I'm not making the comparison, but this war, for me, has changed so much about my perception of the world. Right. So, I grew up religious. You grew up religious. We all know the phrase "Gamzu Latova," right? Something happens. It might be hard right now, but you say, Hashem only does good in the world, Gamzu Latova. I don't know why it's Gamzu Latova, but it's Gamzu Latova, right? And, again, growing up, I said it, but I never really meant it. Like, something bad happens, I'm upset that it happened. Gamzu Latova, but okay, I'm still upset, right? But in this war, many times, I don't know, I can't give a number, but definitely 20 times throughout this war, something happened, and at the time, I was like, oh, man. And then I said to myself, Gamzu Latova, and within days, I realized this is why it's Gamzu Latova. I'll give you one example. I was supposed to go to Australia to speak at a Magen David Adom Gala to raise money. And it was a pretty significant paying gig. It's a lot of money. And I was supposed to fly out on Tuesday. Friday morning, the Australian government wrote me an email. You're banned from our country because of your tweets. They're Islamophobic, blah, blah, blah. I was like, what the? So I appealed, right? I also got the foreign ministry involved. I got the U.S. ambassador involved. Everyone was involved at the highest diplomatic levels. They didn't reverse the decision. I was banned for 3 years. And I was devastated. Not only because of the money, but because, what would it be, 1930, Germany, an American Jew can't come to Australia. I was devastated. But I said, Gam Zulu Tova. I didn't know why. But I said, Hashem, well, first of all, Magen David Adom allowed me to speak virtually over Zoom, so I didn't have to travel 50 hours, insane numbers. That was first of all. So they paid me. But because of all the media that the story got, they got more money raised because more people came to the fundraiser to hear me speak. So they made more money. I made my money. I didn't have to travel. And then the kicker, just a few days later, the Iran war broke out. And if I was in Australia, I'd be stuck there with my wife and my kids would be here in bomb shelters. And I was like, God, that was an interesting way of doing it, but
you're raising your case,
right? And this has happened many times over the war. So it's an interesting perspective of Gam Zulu Tova. You were given certain circumstances. I would imagine that most people in the world, I don't know if most people, many people in the world would say, Hashem, why'd you do this? Why'd you give me a Down syndrome kid? I'm doing good in the world. I'm a doctor. I've learned Torah. Why you do? You didn't view it that way. You said, okay, there's a reason that I was given this opportunity. I would imagine you view it as an opportunity to make the world a better place. So that's what you did. So what happened next? You saw that there was no multidisciplinary, is that what it's called? Clinic, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you. Whew, brain is... okay, so it doesn't exist. It's not a thing.
It exists abroad.
Oh,
I went to see it in CHOP in Philadelphia. I went to see it in Toronto. I went to see it in Denver. Not yet here.
Because I would imagine it's probably...
soon coming.
No, but yeah, but I would imagine it's like a socialized medicine thing. Like
we have here the best medicine.
Right. But why is that not here then? How do you explain that?
I have no idea.
That's weird. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So it existed. So now you're planning. So what now? So you're moving to go discover what they do there and bring it back?
Yep. To learn it there with my hands.
Right.
And
you're
to import it.
You're going there. You're going there to practice medicine. You're going there
yeah.
In this place where in Toronto?
Toronto.
And what's the process? How long do you think?
I have no idea because it was accepted only this week.
Oh,
so
really? This week?
It's very fresh.
So when are you leaving?
Probably in the end of June.
June. Oh, you got a while.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're going there. You're going to study how they do this, how they implement this multidisciplinary clinic, specifically for Downs or for other things too?
For other things too, but also they have their Downs clinic.
And again, that means that a parent of a Down syndrome child can walk in and get all of their medical needs in one place.
That's right.
Again, it seems like such a no-brainer. Sometimes when I meet with startups, I say, how did no one else think of this? It's kind of like, hello, it's strange. But it exists in the world. It just doesn't exist in Israel. Okay, and then you're planning on taking that, copy-paste, bringing it back to Israel.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're planning on doing.
Yeah. But you mentioned the Gam Zulu Tova. I must share with you something that I experienced the last holiday, less than a month ago. I was in a shift in a NICU.
A what?
In night shift in the NICU.
What's a NICU?
NICU is where the babies come, the ill babies.
NICU?
NICU. So I was in the shift in the NICU, in charge also on the nursery. And I got a phone call from the nurse in one of the departments. She told me we admitted a mother and a newborn baby, and she cannot be in this ward. That specific department has no monitoring equipment and staff. So only healthy babies can be there. So I asked her, what is the reason that they cannot stay there? So she told me that family had SIDS in the past. Sudden infantile
where they die
death
in the
syndrome.
crib.
Yeah. So according to our protocol in the hospital, they have to be monitored to 24 hours under a cardio monitor, and only afterwards we can give
And so
her,
the specific ward did not have that equipment?
That's right.
Okay.
And the parents resist. They don't want the baby to go any evaluation,
Why?
They don't want nothing. I don't know why, but it was 2 o'clock a.m. So, so I told them I cannot give her okay for that thing.
Right.
I have to call my manager and ask him what he says. Some of the cases we're going until court, even during night, if we think it's life threatening, etc. He told me, Yuda, give up. Whatever they want.
Really? Wow.
And I said, I'm going to go, even though I'm going to go to get some chat with those parents. And I went to that family, and they were very negativistic, and the reaction was very, you came to steal our baby, etc. Said, first of all, let's start from the end. You got whatever you wanted. I think it's a mistake, but my manager told me not to, right. to give up. So you got whatever you want. And now let's talk a little bit which evaluations you made during pregnancy, what is the situation, etc., etc., etc. And obviously, she told me we are resistant to any evaluation, any test, no EKG, no nothing.
Was this religious?
No.
Wow, that's so strange.
And to show me some kind of, that it's a realistic decision, she told me, and my husband is even working in that hospital. Once she said that word, I asked her, do you live in X town? She said, yes. Are your husband's profession as X? And she said, yes. And I started crying. I told her 2 years ago, when you came with your baby during CPR, in the morning, I was in the emergency room shift. I was inside the CPR of your baby. That situation, I was in one of the doctors involved in the CPR.
Of her previous kid?
Yeah.
Wow. What are the chances?
And, when I remember that CPR, it was one of the hard...
Did the baby die?
Yes. Oh, yeah. He came dead, but even when a baby comes dead, we're trying, we're making, 20, 40 minutes of a CPR. And it was very moving moment during the CPR. Me, other people that was part of that CPR went afterward to get some mental health.
So you couldn't revive the baby?
Yeah, it was terrible.
The
situation was terrible.
The first time that you
No, it's not the first time, but
every time it's horrible.
Under the circumstances, that was, I don't want to get, to the details, but it was hard. Very hard to anyone that was part of it. And 2 years later, to be, to see they have a healthy baby.
Amazing.
And then she saw, it was very emotional. She also remembered me. And then she told me, you know what? Which examination you want to do to the baby?
Wow, that's amazing.
It's not coming, it's getting better. I said, I want to make the newborn physical exam, and I want to make a ECG, 30 minutes of a ECG, just to see that there is no arrhythmias, etc. And I'm going to give you the baby back. Can my husband join you? Yes. And I was called to emergency section. So I came an hour later. Everyone was sleeping in that room. I woke him up. I went with the father upstairs to my examining room. I made the test, and I left the kid there, on the side next to the father. I went to type the examination on my computer, and then I got called by the nurse. Dr. Sabina, come here immediately. And under our eyes, he made 3 episodes of apnea, complete apnea, meaning not breathing at all, and I made, obviously, a CPR immediately. So just imagine, if you were staying, if all that situation would not happen, you were staying in the parents' room. And the morning when we were waking up, we would see
what a
cadaver.
Story.
And 2 years before, when God had the decision that this is the moment to take that baby.
What a story.
He was sure also to put a very specific doctor at that moment.
I got to write this story up. That is a crazy story. Let me just wrap my head around this one second. You're telling me there was a family that had this in their family that, what's it called again? SIDS, right? And they brought a dead baby to the hospital. You administered CPR. Unfortunately, the baby died. Fast forward 2 years later, and a family comes in with a baby, refusing to get the baby tested. And you go meet them to speak to them and say to them, listen, we're not going to do anything you don't want. But, let me hear what your rationale is. Why don't you want? And as they started to talk, you realize, wait a second, there's similarities here. You say to her, is your husband this person? She says, yeah. He says, well, is this your town? Yes, this is your husband. I administered CPR on your last baby, and I was in the room trying to revive that baby. She remembered you. You remembered her. Because of that, she trusted you enough.
A lot of crying in that room, right. Very emotional.
And then she trusted you enough to say, okay, so what tests do you want to do?
Yeah.
You brought the baby to get tested. And during those tests, the baby...
tests were fine, Right. Everything was fine.
And then
but
the baby
later,
stopped breathing. And had that not happened, the baby wouldn't have been there. The baby would have died.
Dead.
Wow. That is a wild story. Holy smokes. Chills. Okay. All right, listen. like I said in the beginning, we could talk about this for 4 hours. You have an incredible story. Maybe we should have a cup of coffee sometime. But, okay, so I want to focus because we're coming to an end. I think the most important thing really, again, I said it before, but I need to hear your, how you explain this, or I guess evaluate yourself when it comes to this resilience. Because again, a normal person without very thick skin, without a supernatural level of resilience, could not do any of the things that you did, could not go to school for how many years? 14? 14 years?
The process is at least 14
years.
It's still counting.
Without any colleagues and friends who have done it before you, you couldn't get some. This hasn't unprecedented. And you go through this thing for 14 years. You go to the army, even though maybe that's a little bit less uncommon than the doctor, but it's also pretty uncommon. I'm sure you don't have many friends in the Gera world who went to the army, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
I have a brother.
Really? You guys are a bunch of troublemakers.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and now your parents you're good. Like they support you. Everything's fine.
Not
right?
only good, supportive.
It's great. Unbelievable. So here's the big question. This is the elephant in the room. How do we clone people like you? How do we bring someone like you who understands that you have a lot to give the world besides, and I don't mean to belittle Talmud Torah. I love Torah, but how do you bring you at scale to the world of Haredim, Hasidim, who understand some people are supposed to learn Torah, but other people could be rock star doctors, other people could do other things. How do you, I don't want to get into politics, but like, how do we change the reality right now where there's this divide? And I'm not blaming either side. I understand why the Haredim don't want to serve in the army. I understand why it annoys, the non-Haredim, but like, just give me like a 2-second thought on is it possible to bridge that ever? Because it's right now the hottest topic. What do you think about that? Or are we just doomed?
When there was an academic poll study to see what is the positions of the Haredi people from stage to stage, I mean, the extremists for a year and the modern extremists, how much percent wants the kids of them to go and to study English during school? Give me a number in percent. How much was positive about 67% of them.
Of the Haredim want their kids to learn secular studies?
Yeah.
So what?
And when they asked the other question, how much people of you think that your friends and community wants their kids, children as well to go to studying English, what was the number? 20%. So this is called pluralistic ignorance, that you think that you are the only modern, the only open-minded, that you want, but you're very afraid from the prices that you're going to have to pay socially against your, it was not easy. When I was in second year of med school, we were thrown out of the shul. I got life-threatening threats.
So it wasn't always so supportive. Yeah. Okay.
But you think, that people do not going to agree with you, that you're going to have to pay impossible prices, and no one wants to pay impossible prices. You agree to pay reasonable prices. So I think that once we're going to work towards individuals and not towards of communities, of groups, we have more chances of getting more people involved in.
Well, the protest that was last week doesn't help. You have 500,000 or whatever the number was. Where did you get this level of resilience? Where did you get this drive to not say in this process, you know what? I don't want to get kicked out of shul. I don't want to be excommunicated from my community. I just want to, everyone's learning Torah, peer pressure. It's what I was meant to do. It's what I'm told to do. It's what my father and grandfather. Azov, I'm going to leave this medical school thing. It's a dream, but you know what? People have dreams. I have a dream to be own a Lamborghini, but I don't own a Lamborghini. So like, what kept you going? Besides, okay, of course you had a dream, but like, you also need resilience. You need thick skin to say, like, I don't care what you have to say. I'm going to be a doctor, and I'm going to excel at being a doctor. How did you not give up?
So, as I mentioned, for a second in the beginning, that I had a very terrible childhood. Right. Okay, really, it was terrible.
But not from your parents, because of you, meaning.
Because of me, because the school, etc. Everyone thought that I'm
nothing bad, like abuse or anything like that.
Physical abuse, if it count.
Each
day I got smacks.
From your teachers.
Yeah.
Okay. And like somebody.
People thought that I don't have any capabilities to learn anything.
Right.
Right. As long that he's not going to go to jail, we are fine with him not doing anything in class. You know, even the plus and minus that they learned in school, I was outside of those classes. I mean, in my entire life, I was searching for some meaning. You know, what is the meaning of me being here, part of that world? So I tried, you know, so I was dreaming about being a doctor. One day I'm going to be able to make meaningful things, to help people, to be worth it, anything, something.
This was your path. This was your path.
Yeah.
I got it.
That was my dream. You know, when I was crying as a kid in school, why no one is understanding me, you know? So I had the dream, I'm going to grow up one day, I'm going to go out of that community. You know, in the beginning, I thought, you know, also to be extra religious. When as a child, I wanted to get some revenge. But when I grew up, I said, okay, what's the point of all of this? I believe in God. Maybe some people made mistakes, but now it's my decision to be a victim or to be successful and meaningful for me and for the entire world.
So that's, I think, a good place to end and say that, you know, everyone has their challenges in life. Some people have bigger challenges, some people have smaller challenges, and you know, some challenges are very, very difficult to overcome. There's no question about that. But there is an element, I think, this is what I'm understanding from you, there is a component here of how you deal with your reality. You know, you're dealt a certain card. And yes, again, I want to be very clear, disclaimer, I don't want to sound like everything's easy to get over. There are some things that are very hard to get over. But pretty much anything that's thrown at you, no matter how hard it is, can be viewed from a victim mentality or from a resilient mentality. And you can do the best you can with what you're given. And that's what you did, and that's what you continue to do, and it's incredible. And I'll just end with a sentence that I heard recently, that unbelievable sentence. Ready for this? Sit down, hold on to your chair. I don't remember who said it to me, but it's a beautiful sentence. It's probably a famous quote, but he said, "The purpose of life is to live a life with purpose." It's good, right? It's strong, right?
Absolutely.
It's a great line, because you know what? Everyone has their purpose, and some people haven't discovered their purpose yet, but you were fortunate enough to know your purpose from age 3. So my question of how did you stay resilient actually isn't even a valid question, because that was your clear, you knew, again, as
it kept me alive.
Right. Again, like it's that in and of itself is, most people, you know, you ask them, what do you want to be when you grow up? They could be 60 years old and they don't know. You knew from birth that you were going to be a doctor. So for you, it wasn't a question of maybe that was your path. So it is a big blessing. Yes, you had to overcome hurdles, but I think the key to what kept you resilient and kept you, you know, mentally strong, was that purpose, was that this is what I was put here to do. And that, I think, is something that anybody could learn from. And again, some people are, you know, have harder challenges than just doing a profession that none of their friends are doing. Some people, you know, in this war lost limbs and lost family, and we know all the terrible things that have happened. It's not like, okay, I just have to stop thinking of myself as a victim and everything's going to be okay. That's an oversimplification. But we can do the best with what we can. And I know I said I'll end with that, but I'm going to end with one more thing. I heard from one of my rebbeim many, many, many years ago. This is a beautiful thing. Remember this, because it's changed my life. We say in Aleinu, "Bashamayim mimal v'alaretz mitachas," right? The sky above and the ground beneath. What's the obvious question? It's redundant. You could have just said "Bashamayim v'alaretz." What's "Bashamayim mimal"? We know the sky is above and the ground is beneath. Why does it have to say it? So he said something beautiful. He said things that are bashamayim, things that are important, spirituality, your connection to Hashem, important things, always look mimal. Try to be better. Strive higher. Things that are al haaretz, not unimportant. Wealth, health, always look mitachas and say it could be so much worse. You stub your toe and it hurts like crazy. Say to yourself, it hurts, but it's not cancer. It could be so much worse. To me, that's how I lead my life. And I think that's an amazing kind of way to build resilience, is shift perspective. So I'm leaving this interview inspired. You're absolutely going to have a follow-up conversation without the cameras, because you're a fascinating dude. And I actually want to, we'll talk about it, because I want to write about you. I mean, it's an incredible story. Maybe I'll interview you. Do you do interviews for Israeli press? Would you?
Many.
We'll talk about that. Okay. But thank you. Thank you, I guess, on behalf of me, Amudim, for showing us what resilience is, and really on behalf of Klal Yisrael, because, again, we need more people like you. So keep doing what you're doing. Go to Toronto, but come back, because we need people here like you. And just stay strong, my friend. It's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Amudim is always there. I don't know what we would do without it today. We have a community of close to 80,000 people today. And when you're going to have a community that large, you're going to have problems. The problems are out there. And there are hundreds of these problems, maybe even in the thousands from our community alone that we have brought to Amudim's door. And they're there for us.
They're doing a great job, difficult job. They're involved in the difficult cases that nobody probably would want to touch. But they're doing it responsibly, and I know they're helping a lot of people.
Amudim is well known. They made a name for themselves, they established a reputation, they do good work.
Any crisis, any situation, any problem, they were there for us. They're there for Am Israel. And they're professional, they do it with love, they do it with care. Something that's so important for us.
Amudim is always there for us, 24/7, 365 days a year. Whatever it is, Amudim is there for us. We always know that we have a helping hand.
Amudim has been involved with our community for many years now. They've helped thousands of people in our community, and they're launching a new initiative, the Amudim Israel Sephardic Division.
The division is here to cater to the needs of all Syrians living in Israel, be it families, yeshiva boys, seminary girls, or lone soldiers.
For the students, boys and girls who are spending the year studying Torah in Israel, whether it be families who make Aliyah, Amudim will be there with total confidentiality, with kindness and love to show help and support for our community.
Amudim Sephardic Division is a place where Syrians who move to Israel could come and receive support in any category, from helping to get their family into Israel, making Aliyah to Israel themselves, or God forbid, verbal, substance, or physical abuse.
Amudim Israel Sephardic Division is an organization that is going to help our students in Eretz Israel make sure that they have the things that they need in order to be able to live a healthy and a balanced life.
ואני חושב לעניות דעתי שהדבר הזה אין לו ערך, כי זה דבר שלא מתעסקים בו הרבה ולא יודעים עליו הרבה, וכאן חמד בחורים, ברוך השם אברכים, גדולים וחשובים, יודעי תורה וחושבי מחשבות, הם יושבים ופותרים בעיות סבוכות, שהם באמת, אני חושב שזה חסד של אמת.
Amudim means pillar in Hebrew. There's a bridge that connects the Syrian Sephardic communities in the US and Israel. Amudim is one of those strong pillars that enables this bridge to work. Please help us keep the community strong by supporting Amudim and help them continue to be able to help us and our communities as a whole.
For those cases that for most people, they will look and say, I'm raising my arms, there's nothing that I can do. Comes an organization like Amudim, and all we need to do is partner up with them, is write them a check, so that we too can be part of this extraordinary chesed.
We need to do whatever we can to help them. Amudim has been there for us, and they will continue to be there for us, B'ezrat Hashem.
I can't emphasize enough the importance to support such an organization.
We are a family no matter where we live, and we're reaching out for support to help those who live in Israel that might need a helping hand. Tzedakah starts at home, and what better place to be is to send it to your family who lives in Eretz HaKodesh. Please look into your pockets and to your hearts, and whatever you guys could do is greatly appreciated.
אני רוצה לברך אותם בכל ליבי. יהי רצון שפועל ידיכם תרצה, ובכל אשר תפנו תשכילו ותצליחו ותעלו על במת ההצלחה, ובעזרת השם, שלא יהיה לכם קניין תורה, כמה שפחות, ותהיו בעזרת השם עוזרים לדלים ולמסייעים ביד כל אדם שצריך באמת את העזרה שלכם, ומהשם תישאו ברכה, אמן ואמן.
They're there for us, we have to be there for them as well, and we hope that Hashem only good things come from this organization.
With saving one Jewish soul, you are saving the entire world. Amudim are out there in the trenches, day and night, saving lives. This is from the utmost importance in the world of tzedakah. Everybody has to dig into their pockets and give to Amudim, because Amudim is out there for us. And we have to make sure that they have the financial backing to continue what they're doing. Be'ezrat Hashem, we hope one day, because of the awareness that they're causing out there in the world, that we won't need Amudim one day. But until that happens, ladies and gentlemen, dig deep into your pockets and give generously to Amudim.
You know, like we say, Manishtana, why is this night different than all nights? Why is this campaign different than all campaigns? I'll put it in 5 letters, COVID. So if you start adding it all up, this is real, what we call sakanas nefashos. So there's no question. But I'm talking about the quality of the people that answer the phones. You could have a caseworker. You could have a junior caseworker. You could have a person that's just beginning to have a practice, someone that still has supervision over them, answering these life and death calls. And we had 2 or 3 of the top PhD clinicians doing this work by themselves. And Pashut living, letting their family down and doing this just to save God's children. It's a chapter in the history of Amudim, which great honor for Amudim to have facilitated that kind of response during the holiday of Pesach, and before it and after it, during those early difficult March, April, and into May months of COVID.
Hey everyone, welcome to Unite to Heal. We're coming to you live from Yerushalayim, Ira Kodesh, with Mrs. Jen Early, Judah Michelle. We're neighbors. We know each other a very long time. I have the privilege of doing meaningful and holy things together. And today we're here for Amudim. Who more than the Earlys know how much our nation, our community, our people, our world needs to heal. And we're grateful to Amudim for the opportunity to be able to be here together and to dig into that a little bit.
Sounds good. Right, didn't I teach one of your kids gears?
Yeah, we did. Yes.
Mountain biking, because mountain biking is healing.
Yes, we also ordered green drinks.
He did do green drinks.
We ordered green drinks.
Healing also?
Yeah. It happens to be, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I think that they're expecting us to talk about a lot of things in Ruchnis, a lot of things having to do with healing the spirit and healing the soul. And sometimes that starts from the bottom up, the most basic human, physical things.
If you're not taking care of your body, your mind's affected, your heart's affected, physically, emotionally, spiritually. I think that's why I'm a personal trainer, so you can get the
Right, you should call this episode from personal trainer to spiritual trainer for a nation that
we went from rah-rah one-on-one to rah-rah nation. Come on, you can do it on Israel.
Yeah.
But it's true.
Yeah, I think that's a real thing. I think that's a real thing. I know my Ora was just saying, well, we spent Shabbos together. And
it sounds like you spent Shabbos with Ora.
Well,
but
Ora
you
and I
Ora
do spend Shabbos together, spend Shabbos with you and Rob, and with quite a few other wonderful Olim. We were on the Kinneret, and I was actually mentioning to Rob while Ora was at your shir, how sometimes it feels like the Ribono Shel Olam chooses us for tafkidim, for jobs, for missions that we never imagined ourselves wanting, and then you kind of, at least from the outsider's perspective, see like who else could be transmitting this message as well as you and Rob, with the unbreakable spirit that you are cultivating in Beit Binyamin, in honor and in memory of Binyamin Hashem 𝐸 the way that your family has reacted to and kind of dealt with or are dealing with this terrible loss, by building and by healing and enabling other families to be a part of that journey and being healed and having them respite, and the therapy and the healing of that, I'm like, Jen was doing that. Jen was doing that in gears and with those drinks and in the training and the exercise. Do you feel that those dots are getting connected?
Totally. I don't think I'd be doing what I'm doing, of speaking publicly like Maze. Where did this come from? And it's draining. The schedule that I have is also quite draining. And I think that if I wasn't in the health world, I wouldn't be able to balance that just on a very practical level of how do you have the energy to keep going? Obviously, Hashem gives me all the kochot, and I turn to Him. Like if He doesn't give me koach, then it won't happen. But I feel like my hishtadlut is all that I have been doing and all that I'm doing. And for sure, what does exercise teach us? Like exercise teaches us that you exercise,
Trying to.
But anybody who exercises knows that sometimes you feel like, am I really even making progress? I'm putting so much effort in. Is it doing anything? I'm not seeing the results, but, there are changes happening inside. You just might not see it. And maybe it takes a long time. Maybe you have to push outside of your comfort zone. Maybe you have to do things that are uncomfortable in order to see the results, right? Like exercise is about, I might not even want to do it. It's not pleasant, but I'm getting stronger.
So perhaps you're saying that the process is opposed to the results necessarily. I'm looking to try to plug in Baderech here, give a little plug.
Well, first of all, it's all progress. All the progress is the result. You have to do the progress to get the result. And the process and the progress is what people don't like. They don't want to work. But you will never, right? How are you going to get strong? Well, you have to just keep training. You have to be Baderech. How are you going to get the knowledge of Torah? You have to keep being Amal B'Torah. You want to be that Yid, you want to be healthy, you want to be whatever, physically healthy, spiritual healthy, emotionally. It takes work, and people are afraid of work, but it's only Baderech. This is the only way we're going to get there.
Now that we got the product plug out of the way, now I feel like we can get back to the... for those who aren't familiar, and those who might only be meeting you for the first time, maybe just to introduce us a little bit or share a little bit about, how you ended up in this situation, or how you and Rob, the story of the Early family and your son Binyamin, Hashem Yikam Damo.
So yes, our son Binyamin was killed November 18th, 𝐂 in 23, Tashbad. Time of recording, just under 2 years. And yeah, our lives completely changed. Turned upside down, but also turned right side up. It gave us clarity, gave us vision that I'm not so sure we would have had before. I was always very Geula focused. I was always very part of something bigger focused, but now it's just much more obvious. And so yes, we had this house, Beit Binyamin, house that we bought that we thought we were buying to make money. We thought it was going to be a fancy Airbnbs and vacation center, and we were going to have a lovely vacation home to go to. And so when after Binyamin was killed, we just thought, what is this all about now?
Binyamin also was a very connected to Tzfat.
Binyamin was very connected to Tzfat. We as a family would go to Tzfat at least once a year for Shabbos. We would go and spend time there. When Binyamin would start learning in the Hesder Yeshiva there, I remember saying, I'm so jealous you get to be there on a daily basis. And even when we bought this house and we were doing construction on it, he asked if he could live there for the first, and gets married. He was even part of construction of the house. And then war broke out before the house was complete, before the construction was finished. And so it just sat there for a few months, because when he was killed 6 weeks into war, clearly this was the last thing we can think of. And when war breaks out, obviously the whole country froze. And then, afterwards we just sat, and the truth is that looking back, anyway, so then after he was killed, we sat there, and then we decided that we were turning it into a house that's going to be a respite house, a retreat center, something that to give to Am Yisrael to help everybody else, help people here, heal. But what's interesting is Binyamin actually wrote this I feel like he wrote the whole mission statement to the house, and probably for Am Yisrael, when he was in Gaza. He wrote in his notebook when he was there, which is its own crazy story, how I never knew he wrote in this notebook, and I didn't get it for a long time afterwards. I heard about it because when we had a funeral for Binyamin, all of his friends were fighting in Gaza. They couldn't come to the funeral. They couldn't come to Shiva. They couldn't come for Shloshin. They were all fighting. But at the funeral, their ceremony, their service was reading from his notebook. So when I got all of his gear a few weeks later, his notebook wasn't there. I was beyond devastated. Like, really, you're giving me a uniform I don't care about. It's not his. I want his notebook. I want to know what he was thinking and feeling and what his heart was saying then. Thank God when they came out of Gaza after 60 days for the first time, they brought me the notebook. They were afraid it was going to get lost. And so when I saw this notebook, which wasn't much, Binyamin wasn't a big talker, but what he said was incredibly powerful. So he wrote, and he described that when the war's over, and people come out, and chozrim l'shigra, you start going back to your regular schedule. Acharei hitoshishut, you come out of recovery. It's on every Jew. He says, he writes it, it should be ketolat meshi, should be a silkworm. It's not, it's just like, whatever, like David HaMelech writes, like these are, and he said, lilmod Torah, that you should go and learn Torah. Lavin b'mitikut shebedavar, understand how sweet Torah is. Litboded, have quiet time, to just sit and meditate, be with Hashem, just slow, just have that space. Lisbol b'mikveh, and go to the mikveh and learn Gemara. This was his vision of how you're going to heal, of how you're going to come out of war, of how you're going to be, also his vision of war's going to end and you're going to be on that level. But, so I think he also understood, you have to understand how sweet Torah is. I don't know, this was his vision of, that's what it's going to be like afterwards. You want to know how to deal with everything you've experienced, with all that he saw there? Hitboded, have just some peace, some inner quiet. So this is what we are trying to provide in Beit Binyamin, before even knowing that that's what he wrote in his notebook.
It feels like it's been a 2-year-long saga process of so much pain and so much loss, so much exhausting trauma and mourning, and at the same time, this awakening of the soul of the Jewish people, sacrifice and spirit and togetherness and giving and doing and so much growth has come out of this, and I feel like the needle has moved forward in Jewish history in an extraordinary way, and you and your family are really at the forefront of that, not just as symbols, but practically. When you're in the middle of what you're doing, coaching and working with people and building Beit Binyamin, does it ever get overwhelming and a feeling of like, this is just not going fast enough, and like we were talking before, we're so close, like that light at the end of the tunnel, figuratively and literally, it feels like we were just almost there.
Like we're ready to sprint at the end of the race?
Yeah.
Like the finish lines?
Ula, Beis HaMikdash, Mashiach, all the big picture, all that, and then just, whether it's the politics or the cynicism or the interesim or the, whatever it may be, the smallness or the galutiyut, the exile mentality or the timing or, I don't know, whatever it may be, and it just kind of feels like we take a step forward and then the 2 steps back and 2 steps forward and 1 step back. How do you get through that? How do you work through that? How do you stay optimistic and stay focused on the big picture and the goal?
So, I don't know if you remember a few weeks ago, I said to you that Shabbos morning, I just was crying, like, enough. I came over to you, I said, Zeu Hashem, enough. En li sablanut kvar. I have no more patience anymore. Like, Mashiach, Beit HaMikdash, now, enough. Geula, now. It was like one of those, I know what set it off, because it was 100 weeks since Binyamin was killed. And I just thought, like, kuf, I was going to get to 100, and I was going to be able to sing these more litodah from the top of the roof, like, Al Gag Beit HaMikdash, like, sing it. And then it was a regular Shabbos. Not a regular Shabbos, but it wasn't a Shabbos of Geula. Like, it wasn't a Shabbos that we were dancing, and I really lost it. And Rob, blessed my husband, he just said, like, Jen, slow down. Do you see the progress that Am Yisrael's made? Now, we're seeing 2 years, because that's our time frame of 2 years of war. But hold on, Shnia, we have friends that have lost sons in 2014, and 10 years ago, and this and time, and that time, and I have an uncle that was killed fighting. This isn't a new story. We're in the crux of it, and we feel like the needle was pushed so far fast-forwarding, which it has, by the way. Like, you understand when the hostages went into the tunnels, when they were first taken captive, like, they didn't even, like, there was no AI. We're so used to using AI, chat, GPT. It wasn't happening before. They don't know what this is. That's how fast things are moving. But if we think back to the Shoah, the Holocaust, like, there wasn't even Israel. Israel was marshland. And now we go, there's traffic in the streets here, there's construction constantly, building light rails all over the place, things moving quickly, and vineyards growing all over the place, a land flourishing nonstop. But, so we're seeing it right now in a 2-year, come on, let's get to this finish line. But when we realize really what the progress has been, how much change, it's giant, it's ginormous.
Right, we're on person time, like we're on human being time, and we have a certain amount of years that we're in this world for. I mean, we're not in Parshas Noach living 900 years time, and we want to see it in our lifetime. And we're experiencing this acceleration, like things, we're listening to the voice note of history on 2.0, you know, yeah. And with all the sacrifice and all of the pain and all the heartbreak, you know, waiting for that to reap the, you know, to see the bottom line, to get the ball over the finish line. It's hard to remember that from the time that Avraham Avinu turned to Hashem and said, "Nu, b'ma'edah kirashana, I'm doing all this great stuff. I have this wonderful theology. I have this great system of life, of monotheism. I've built this whole thing, but I don't have anyone to pass it down to." And Hashem says, "You'll have, and you'll go to Eretz Yisrael." It took hundreds of years. It took 500 years, right, till that came to fruition. Generations and generations and centuries, the other part of the world, until his descendants were our grandparents, Avram's descendants, were able to make it to Eretz Yisrael, and then another 500 years or so until we were able to build a Beis HaMikdash. So in the construct of time and history, we take a step back and another step back.
But you're going really far back. I'm even thinking, okay, so this is still far back, but not to Briat HaOlam. And we have Rebbe Akiva, who was laughing when he saw destruction. Famously, we know, because he saw the fox running through, and if that nevuah is going to come true, that prophecy of Churban Bayit, and then there's also going to be the prophecy of Zechariah of elders walking through the streets of Yerushalayim and children playing. But all I can think, I don't know, we're in Yerushalayim, we see elders all the time. Children all the time playing. Rebbe Akiva didn't even get to see this, and we're witnessing these prophecies come true. Right. We're seeing Otitu Kramim Barei Shomron, the Shomron hills are flourishing with vineyards.
I often, there's like these memes that go around, like the amount of time since Smells Like Teen Spirit came out until now, pardon me, is longer than it was from the end of World War II till the 6-Day War. In the end of the 6-Day War, or like the way I do the numbers, like the 6-Day War was, the amount of time from the 6-Day War until now was shorter than the amount of time from Auschwitz. Like,
we're getting there, Judah.
It's good to create the context, and it's good to see things.
That's what gives me comfort. Like, we're on the path. We're b'derech.
Thank you.
But we are.
That gives me comfort too, also.
We're just getting closer. When? Nachon. So sometime, Zeu Hashem, we just...
Right, but how... So let me ask this, because the audience who are watching this, and through the efforts of Amudim, are looking to tap into real-life models for how to stay focused, how to stay healthy, how to maintain balance and perspective. How do we do that? How do we focus on that light at the end of the tunnel? How do we focus that things are actually moving in a healthy and positive, good direction? like you said, like it's happening. How do you do that on a day-to-day basis? Right? You said that Shabbos morning you felt tzibrochen. I'm sorry if something I said set you off there in the shir.
No.
I thought it was positive. I thought it was a happy shir. You wake up in the morning.
That wasn't that week. It was weeks before.
You wake up in the morning and it's heavy.
When I saw you, by the way, at Feldman's, that wasn't this.
Oh, that was the different one.
I'm saying it was a few weeks ago. No, now we're at 103 weeks. It's not 100 weeks.
You know, the Gemara says, there's no difference between learning 100 times versus 101 times.
100 to 101 wasn't so bad because 100 I thought we were going to finish and then get to 101. So Binyamin just paratroopers, Tzanchanim 101. So I thought, okay, at 101 I could even handle. Now 𝐔𝐧𝐢𝐭𝐫 will be for at 105 weeks.
Am hanetzach lo mefached is not a song that you relate to so much. Mederech Haruka.
I want to tell you something. I don't like that song.
That's what I say. You don't relate to it. That's what I'm saying. You don't relate to that song.
You know why? Because of exactly your question.
Schleppy. Because it's schleppy.
Because we get to a place of...
Now.
I'm worried that Am Yisrael is going to slow down. And you know what happens when Am Yisrael slows down? When Am Yisrael stops feeling that energy of moving forward, seeing the finish line, pushing, you know what happens? We slow down. The whole process gets slowed down.
Pedal to the metal, you're saying. So how do you push forward practically? Is there something on a practical level that you and Rob, that your family, who've become, to so many of us, real-life role models in resilience and emunah and pushing through and pedal to the metal? Right? Pedal to the metal. Is there anything that maybe you could share with us, with whoever might be listening?
Just talk to you.
Yeah, okay. It's not supposed to be an interview, right? I mean,
We're just having conversation.
But it's a real question.
No, it is a question.
It's a real question, meaning like, people have, I'm having a hard day. You're having a hard day because what happened? Someone, you couldn't find the parking. You got a ticket. The kid came home not feeling well from school. Everything in their life. Somebody's struggling with mental health issues. Somebody's struggling with anxiety. The whole entire nation, have a generation of people here who are going to be, right, lo aleinu, svitot, and trying to figure out exactly how to, like the impact of being in bomb shelters and red alerts and
every time we hear a plane, wait, which direction? Is that an airport plane or is that a plane going to Yemen or to Iran or to Syria or to...
Yeah,
we're always...
Exactly. We were in America during the summer. My kids heard an airplane and my 8-year-old son said, go get him, 𝐶𝐶𝐲𝐢𝐭𝐞. I'm
want you to know.
I'm like,
it's good.
Yeah.
When I was...
𝐶𝐶𝐲𝐢𝐭𝐞. I'm like, it could just be that they're going from like LaGuardia to...
Okay, so let's give
Miami.
a little context. Here in Eretz Yisrael, right, when we hear a plane, when it was before ceasefire, schmeasefire, we hear a plane and like they're either going to Gaza, they're going to Lebanon, they're doing some sort of army mission. Okay, because we know the sound of jets versus commercial airlines. So whenever we see a plane, or whenever we hear them, because you don't really get to see them, we go get them, guys. And we give this little tefillah. You should be successful. You should come home safely. You should attack your target properly, right? We give this tefillah. So one time, the first time I was in America, this is the funniest thing, I was in the 5 towns, and I decided, even when I'm not home, and I hear a plane, like it's a good time to daven for our brothers and sisters back home. So every time I heard a plane, go get them, guys, back at home, go get them. And then 5 towns, you're hearing a plane every 30 seconds. I decided in America, they're getting more tefillos from me than back at home. When I'm home, I don't get, the plane's going all the time. I was davening all day, davening to help roll our missions back here with our Air Force. So still, even in America.
Rabbi Young-Reis, who was a Rav in Brooklyn for many, many years. He was a survivor as a child. His Rebbetzin Young-Reis, that's Young-Reis' brother. He said that every time he saw an El Al airplane, he used to stop and say Shema. He said in his lifetime, there's a Jewish airline, right? To your point, the acceleration and the growth and the trajectory of where we're headed from where we came from, it's extraordinary. It's extraordinary. It's biblical level. We're in the 25th book. Maybe you're ready. We're holding by the 26th book. I'm there. I'm with it. I mix that Kool-Aid. I drink that Kool-Aid. I believe it. I give it over to my family, to my children. I say it all the time. And
okay, nachon. So here's practical. Right. Okay. So I think again, I can only talk from my experience. I know nothing, just what we experienced. So I think that there are there's the spiritual path and then there's the practical path. So first of all, the spiritual path, when I need to understand what I'm feeling, Torah is my lifeline. I open a Chumash, just give me Parsha. Give me a Rashi. Just open up basic, straight out Parsha, and I feel like, oh, thank you. He's talking to me. You open up and there's some sort of insight for something I've experienced this week, some sort of feeling I'm having. I hear Hashem talking to me through His Torah. So I, or open up whatever it is, Nasi B'Shal, anything. I feel like if I'm having that moment and I needed a spiritual moment, because I'm feeling that, so I open up Chumash. I don't know. That to me is Hashem talking to me. That's my personal. I only know what works for me. I'm not no doctor, no therapist. I can only just say what works for me. Then there's the practical. So yes, we built our retreat center that we call Beit Binyamin. We have our center in Tzfat where we've been hosting people nonstop for the last year and a half. Anybody who's been directly affected by war, soldiers' wives, bereaved families, and Magen David Adom families who have seen the worst. And this week we even have Nova survivors coming, and we've had mothers of wounded soldiers. They come to Beit Binyamin.
It happens to be a beautiful. It's a Kiddush Hashem.
It's gorgeous.
I mean, the first time that I went there, I was breathless.
And when you come and you see it, you get a total different feel than what you've seen pictures of it before.
It's extraordinary, and the view and the feeling. Yeah. It's so powerful. It's an unbelievable Kiddush Hashem. It really is.
Baruch Hashem, we were given this opportunity to have a place that then we can give it.
Yeah, it's the perfect fusion between the Ruach and the Guf. Also, you're in Tzfat.
There's nothing. It cannot be replicated elsewhere. Like Tzfat is just healing. So first of all, I guess tell anybody with any mental health, just come to Tzfat. No, but just saying.
That's a new one. You got to ask the professionals on Amudim. I don't know.
A retreat to Tzfat.
There's a lot of other people there who are struggling too. So
it's
you'll
true.
be able to feel.
It's true. And we encounter them.
So Ve'odeyas Tarenu. That's the language of Tzfat, is of looking out. I mean, he was looking toward Reb Shimon Bar Yochai, to the light of...
We see the Kinneret on one side and Meron Mountains the other side, Revach in front of us.
Tzfat is a place of yearning for Mashiach. I mean, that's where the Yishuv came from. People went there to yearn for and to awaken yearning toward Geula through a connection to Reb Shimon
They say
Bar Yochai.
Mesorah is in Tzfat, that Mashiach comes there first on the way to Yerushalayim.
I thought Camp Pasco. Ramatziel Salman said stopping in Camp Pasco.
Okay, first it has to go from Chutz it brings it.
On the Jewish plains, you say Shema, go get him. Everyone comes back, and then.
And that's a good question. I guess we're going to have to sort this out. Where is it going to go first?
Practically.
Maybe after Tzfat, on the way to Jerusalem.
Well, we'll have Lebanon by then, so they'll be able to land in the
land
north.
in Syria, Jordan. Yep.
It happens to be, we went to Uman Rosh Hashanah and flew north, and my sons asked what's the water? I'm like, Mama, Kesher. So we looked on the map, the flight map. We flew right over Lebanon, we flew north, over Lebanon, over Syria. I told them, do you understand what kind of miracles this is? That we could fly, this is it. I'm like, Chevra, this is Tanakh level stuff.
Mamash.
These are stories that usually took generations. Yes. Generations.
Rabbi Moon talks about this all the time. How did we attack Iran? How did we have airspace to go? Oh, because the Syrian government fell in the 12 days before. How did that happen? Because it's all la'at. We couldn't, if we would have jump-started October 7th and had to deal with Hezbollah and Iran right away, we would have been destroyed.
Within your own personal loss. And hard days are hard days. They're hard days when your family is living with what you're living with. When it's heavy, it's chumash. Not everybody is able to run to
so I'm saying, so that was one side. So obviously, Torah is one piece, and my kids won't say the same answer, right? That's Jen's answer. I told you, I'm just giving you Jen answer. Yeah. But the practical is the giving, right? When we have this center, when we have this Beit Binyamin center, what are we doing all day? We're giving to Am Yisrael. Okay, this isn't, we're constantly planning how we can give more. Now, it was interesting. We had there a group of bereaved mothers, okay? And I never tell anybody who we are, what people come, they don't know who we are. We were there the other day and they said, oh, do you know where Beit Binyamin is? And I'm like, oh, I think it's over this way. I don't say. And then they saw us on the property and they said, oh, we're guests, so are we, And So there were a group of bereaved mothers. And then, toch kedei, somehow in the first night or this next morning they were there, they saw the picture of Binyamin, and then they, wait a minute, shnia, hold on a second. ''A'r'li family made this place. ''A'r'li family is giving to us. Wait, they also lost a son. We lost our children in the army fighting, but they also did, and they're giving to us. And they realized, wait a minute, if they're giving to us, that means we can also be givers. 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, I can close the whole place down. I got my... But that's the whole thing. When you feel that you have nothing to give, when you feel like your tank is so empty that I have nothing, I can't give to anybody else, nachon, it's a pretty cruddy situation. People don't realize giving can be, you don't have to be a millionaire to give 20 shekels, to give $2. You don't have to be a giant Torah scholar to be able to teach somebody alphabet. You don't have to be the best baker to make somebody a thing of brownies. Everybody's able to give. You can give with your heart, you can give with your tefillot, with your prayers, with your tears, with your good words. Send the message of that you're thinking of somebody. You don't have to be a giant. Everyone can give something. I remember years ago, I heard a shir about how 10% is not just money. When you have to give your meiser, you know, right? It's not just your money that you're giving. 10% of your energies, of your efforts, of your skills, of your abilities, of your time, right? Sit and talk to somebody else. Everybody is capable. And you want to know what's healing? Healing is giving. I think Hashem Hashem knew what he was doing when he made a whole list of things that the Beit HaMikdash needed, the Mishkan needed, and everybody had to give. Everybody had to give, and everybody felt so invested in it. Everyone wants to keep giving. Moshe's like, hold on, stop. Everyone wants to keep giving. And then they're so invested in the project. Yeah, I always say Beit Binyamin, it's everybody's project, and everybody that gives feels invested in it. But Elamas, what happens? So this is my personal take of October 7th. Hashem created a situation where everybody had to give. He made a vacuum of needs. All the soldiers that had to be called up, all the families that needed help, the husbands weren't there, everybody had to pitch in and help take care of the kids and the wives and this, and all the gear that had to be collected, and all we've housed families, all the families from the north, from the south, that needed to be taken into our homes because they had to leave their homes. It was a non-stop giving effort. And what everybody gives, right? And everybody's giving, and it was so much giving. Again, the army had to say, hold on, like Moshe Rabbeinu, hold on, we don't need any more, thermal socks and leidatma. But what happens? Everyone thinks that when they love somebody, they want to show them how much they love them, and they give. But we know Rav Dessler, right? Rav Dessler says, when you give, you develop love, and you feel more, and then you want to give more, and then you feel more love. And Hashem created a situation where everybody's giving, and then you have more Avat Yisrael. And we had more achdut, and we had more giving. But what happens? Actually, we have a story about Binyamin. They were on up north. Mountains are next to the Lebanon border. The mountains are very steep, and that's where these paratroopers were training. And Binyamin was a negavist, as was his best buddy Elia. Negavist is like this massive machine gun. For those who don't know, Binyamin was very strong, tall. You have to be very skilled. It's a very, very heavy gun. And so him and Elia are going up the mountain with the rest of the team who don't have this extra equipment of this Negev gun. And one of the guys, Binyamin's buddy, Elia, is like, Zeo, I can't keep doing this. Like, I had enough. And Binyamin I can't. I have no more energy. And Binyamin says to him, smartly, Elia, put your hand on the guy in front of you's back. Help him. It's Binyamin, I'm telling you, I have nothing left in me. I have nothing. You want me to help the guy in front of me? Binyamin said, yeah, put your hand on the guy in front of you's back and push him, help him. So Elia did it, and of course, obviously, Elia was strengthened. He was able to. He felt stronger. He was more capable. But that's it. We help others, we're strengthened. You give to somebody else, you feel good. And you know what? Rav Shmuel Eliyahu says a beautiful idea. He says, it's not this dopamine effect that everybody thinks. He says, you know why it's the number one antidepressant to give? Because when you give, you do tzedakah v'chesed. You're bringing the Shekhinah down. You're bringing divine presence into you. You're not going to be depressed if you have the Shekhinah in you. If you have divine guidance over you, you're not going to feel the same way. So when you give and you help others with whatever means, it doesn't have to be so big. Literally sending a message, I hope you have a good day. You feel better.
That's it. That's in our DNA. That's the secret sauce. It's true in every situation.
But the building of the center and our daily busyness with it, always planning the next retreat, always planning who needs the call, who needs to be invited, who needs, like, we're busy with trying to help others.
And helping is healing. B'zchuto, b'zchutchem, we're getting healthier. Am Yisrael is getting healthier. We're getting closer. We're getting there.
Hashem,
We're getting there.
We see, and yeah, I think we'll just leave it with that.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Amudim Teeny Tiny Studio series. Eitan, welcome.
Thanks so much for having me. This is incredible.
Yeah.
I'm loving this. Yeah. Amudim United. United means that we're together. Yedid Nefesh Avarachman. We're together with Hashem, our best friend. And we're here with our friends, with Mitch, with Jeremy, with Morty, with Ido, and the crew. This is going to be fun. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
So let's start off with Yedid Nefesh. Yedid Nefesh Avar Rachman Meshoich Avdecha Tzaynecha I could do this tiny desk, tiny studio thing. I like this. This is good. Yeah. All right. Let's go, Mitch. Thank you, Hashem, for creating us for you. Thank you, Hashem, for Amudim. What a wonderful organization. We're so special. Baruch Hu Elokeinu shebra'anu lichvoidai. Baruch Hu Elokeinu shebra'anu lichvoidai. Watching, please sing together. Let's break it down. Here we go. Morty Miller! glad, guys. Ainata b'seichenu, Ainata b'seichenu, Ainata b'seichenu, Nata b'seichenu. Yes. Wow. Morty, how you doing? You're good? This is wonderful. All right. I don't have a chart for this. I just made it up. What do you mean?
Is that what you do it in? I have seen mine.
Which one?
This is what I have.
Oh, boy. You're pretty... Yes, that one. Okay. It's so much closer than you think. I beficha, yuvi levavcha, I love so. At home, please give me harmony. Let's go. Ki kardoi, hayei lecha, davar. I'm joking. That's not what the song. It's always, I could see a remix like that, right? Yeah. Don't even think about it. Okay? Don't even think about it. EDM. Yeah, okay.
Oh, no. I would never do that to you.
All right. For this last song I want to share with you. Baruch Hashem, about, 4 or 5 months ago, came out with an album. And the title of the album is called Beis Hashem. And on the cover of the album is a beautiful picture of the Beis Hashem that we're all waiting for. And David HaMelech tells us, Samachti be'omrim li Beis Hashem nelech. I was so glad, I was so happy when they told me we're going to Hashem's house. And I always wondered to myself, what does it mean they told me? David HaMelech's not good enough to decide to go to shul on his own? Like, it's pretty, be'omrim. Who's they? Who's this, chevra? I was thinking that David HaMelech, of course, Tehillim is eternal. All the words that he says, it's not just for the moment. That's why we say Tehillim every single day, because it's for right now. Maybe it's possible that David HaMelech knew that down the line, down the road, there would be people that aren't inspired to go to Beis Hashem. It's too hard for them to go into shul, into the Beis Medrash, into the house of whatever, davening, learning. So David HaMelech is saying that you don't always have to be inspired. But if you surround yourself with the right group of people who tell you, come, let's go. Come, get out of bed. We're going to shul. Come, let's go this way. You want to go that way, but come. Samachti be'omrim. I was glad when maybe I wasn't feeling it myself. But I have good people around me telling me, come, let's go and do the right thing. So in honor of Amudim, that is just... Amudim is the Omrim Li over here. Amudim is the people that come and tell us to come, let's do the right thing, let's get the right help, let's go on the right path. I want to dedicate it to all the staff, everybody at Amudim, all the just wonderful, wonderful people. And Emet Hashem, we should be Zocher, that Samachti, that sometime, that one day, really soon, today, they're going to tap me on the shoulder and say, Omrim, they're going to tell me, hey, Mashiach came. We're going to the Beis HaMikdash. Ani hoylech lebeis hakneset lavoy des boirim lavoy es boirim hayis barach shemon. So machti beyovoim dimdi beveis Hashem neilech. So machti beyovoim dimdi beveis Hashem neilech. Hay so machti beyovoim dimdi beveis Hashem neilech. So machti be'oim dimdi hay beveis Hashem neilech. Let's go, everybody. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. 2, 3. Hashem doesn't have to be perfect. Thank you so much.
I think the key point is to have parents be aware, or teachers or people, that it's not the individual or the client's fault. If someone has an addiction, it's 98% likely, probably 100%, that there is something else going on. So I feel like there's a lot of blame going on when it comes to abuse and addiction. Like, let's say with sexual abuse, like, oh, you put yourself in that situation, you dressed that way, you look that way, so that's why something happened to you. It's your fault. Oh, you're addicted to heroin. Oh, you're just a druggie. There's no hope for you. So I think it's just instilling in students and in your children that you're a great person, and if something happens to you, it's okay, we're here for you, we'll take care of you, and it's not your fault.
Welcome to the Unite to Heal event in support of Amudim. Thank you for being here. Shalom Noah. Shalom Racheli. So I'm Racheli Frankel. I live in Nof Ayalon, Shalabim. I'm a mother of 7. I'm a Torah educator. I work at Nishmat and Matan. I do Torah, Halacha, Yotzot Halacha. And this is my very good friend Noah. Noah, you want to say something about yourself?
שלום, שלום רחלי. בעזרת השם נעשה ונצליח. My name is Noah. I'm originally from Yerushalayim, live in Efrat, married to Eli, with 8 children. I have a non-profit organization called 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. We have a special program that we work together, Racheli and I, called Ola, which working with Jewish women in Europe, strengthening Jewish identity for Jewish women in Europe. And yeah, I'm always happy to be with you, Racheli.
Say a word about the army.
Okay. Also, I'm serving in the IDF, working in Shura base. I'm also leading the teams of the female 𝐔𝐕𝐄 of the IDF.
So actually, just before we started, you came from the base and you didn't want to take this video in your uniform. So you ran to change. Yeah. Where did we meet first?
Where did we meet? Okay, so for me, you were the famous 𝐿'Cheli Frankel. I have a son, and my son studies in Yeshivat 𝐭𝐫𝐤. My son Itai was in 𝐭𝐫𝐤, and he was close to your son Naftali, Hashem Yikom Damo. And I remember when your son was one of the 3 boys that were kidnapped 11 years ago. So we were all devastated, like all Am Yisrael. And obviously, when we're so close to the yeshiva, and my son was very close to your son, so we were really literally in the story. And I was watching you and following you and thought, what an amazing woman you are. And then a few years later, I started to open a program for Jewish women, the Ola program. And I really wanted women to inspire and to connect. So I thought, okay, I'm going to call 𝐿'Cheli Frankel, famous 𝐿'Cheli Frankel.
So I get this phone call from this lady that says...
and you said yes.
You don't know me, but... Yeah. And the but was, I have this tremendous dream of working with women all over Europe, no matter the denomination, no matter, just women that want to connect to their Jewishness. And just bring women together and learn Torah together. And I was trying to understand at which point, where does it stand? You want something for tomorrow, for next week? And she said, no, it's a dream at the moment. I said, great, when this dream comes true, call me. And actually, 1.5 years later, it did. And we've been having these seminars in different countries in Europe.
Yeah.
So that was part 1 for me. And then on Motzei Simchat Torah and the days that came after it, we were all looking for what can we do. And what can we do? We found ourselves in different roles of what can we do. I found myself somewhat having contact with hostage families, and then with Jewish communities from all around the world, because people were just pouring in goodwill, trying to, and they kept on asking, what can we do, what can we do? And one of the things that was very meaningful for me is, from my own personal experience, to let people know that when they reach out, when they, first of all in prayer, but beyond prayer, with help, with packages, it's not just something they're doing to calm their conscience because they're far away. It really makes, for me, the support that we got from Jews all over, it kept our sanity. It was a very, very real thing. And I found myself speaking to communities saying, keep it personal, keep it going. It's not a show, it's a real thing, it's very significant. And another place I found myself in a tiny way was, I know that on Simchat Torah, not only you were drafted as the head of the Chevra Kadisha. At the time you were a member, you weren't the head yet, and but you functioned that as a head because your commander was away, and then I think 4 of your sons were drafted and your husband was drafted. And I remember hearing about this scene where you walk out of the house in the middle of Chag, you need to go to the base, and oops, you don't have a car. Because actually your husband was drafted to the northern border and he took it with him. And then there were a few times during that time where I found myself doing this tiny thing of picking you up from the base, trying to get you home for a few hours, going back. And it took time to understand what you're really doing there and what you people are really physically dealing with, and everything that was coming to Shura, everybody that was coming to Shura. I'll tell you one thing I remember from then. It was you saying, I feel I'm doing Hashavat Aveda. I'm in this chaos. I'm taking a piece and returning it to its orderly place. I'm helping HaKadosh Baruch Hu, put a tiny piece in place. And so we had some quality time there.
Did I ever say thank you?
I think you probably said 1,000,000 times.
Yeah, I don't know if I told you. I really remember one of the, like sometimes it was 2 a.m. in the morning, and you like, it's like you're in a different place, you're in a different world. You're seeing the horrific sights and all the victims that came, the civilians, the soldiers, everything that was going on there, and trying to identify. That was the first few days. And then I wanted to go home for a few hours to be with my family, and and the first time I think I was just hitchhiking in the street, and I was like, people were like smelling me in the car. But I remember like when I told you and you came to pick me up, that I was so happy, because you need someone to speak on the way, you need someone to talk, you need someone to understand you. But I was also, I don't know if I ever told you, like always, like I feel like I was selfish because I needed you and you helped me, and I ignored your pain. I ignored, no, because I'm thinking, your son was in Shura. You know, your son, I mean, it was Tzrifin at the time. Yeah, but then they came, right, but our people were like in the same...
It's the same rabbis, the same people.
Sometimes we have those discussions because right, I don't say that the job, like whatever we do with the victims and the Chevra Kadisha and identification and the Tehara and the working with the families, but it's like it's different. Like when I see a family, and now part of my job in the army is to go to people's home, I'm stepping back, and I know that like I'll give you an example.
I'll just explain what you mean. Going to people's home means
like
the people, the
families that lost,
women, the soldiers that you took care of. Eventually, the families get to the stage where they might want to speak to the people that dealt with them.
Yeah.
And you go to the family and you meet the parents and the siblings of that soldier.
Yeah, I can meet the mother of the child that was killed, and I was with her. And I remember in the beginning of the war, when I used to come into the base and get into the gates, there were families, waiting to hear. Yeah.
Hundreds of families there.
And I used
on the fences.
Yeah, on the fences, like this. And I used to describe it like, can you imagine someone that is standing on a cliff and like someone pushing down the cliff, and he didn't fall yet. That was my feeling. Like, this is what they are. Like the shouts, people like, someone gave me a piece of paper and said, can you find my child there? So I really remember that. But my experience was like standing and seeing those people falling from the cliff, and I can't help them, and they didn't fall yet. So I'm still holding my breath, but I'm not falling. They are in that fall. There's some kind of a respect of, I've no words to say that. So I feel like you just didn't think of yourself, and you completely...
That wasn't the issue. We were all looking for our, where can we fit in? And here there was something very small that was, part of the ethos of Chevra Kadisha is this almost secretive function. You don't talk about it. You don't want people to know about it. And in the first few days, that was... your younger children didn't know what you're doing. And when everybody disappeared and was drafted into the army, they did not know. It took a while until you understood, everybody eventually found out. And there was also a bit of a change of a state of mind where we all understood that the world has to know. Yeah. The Jewish world has to know, and the world beyond has to know. And that wasn't in your DNA as a Chevra Kadisha. So at that time, just being the minutes that it took from Shura to Efrat, being with someone that you're willing to be open with, it was a big deal. So it was totally my zchut to be there. It's not the issue.
Interesting. Okay, now that we're speaking, you reminded me that in the very beginning of the war, people came and asked what's happening and to be interviewed. I wasn't so comfortable to speak, definitely in Eretz Israel, and it's so sensitive. But the first phone call that I got from, I think, Rabbi 𝐕𝐵, one of the podcasts, he said, can I please speak with you? And I thought, no ways, I'm not talking, I'm not sharing. And I called Eli, he was in the army, my husband, and I called Rabbi Ruzha, and I spoke to you. Rabbi Ruzha said to me, you have to. And it's something that I always, like I really thanking you for that I understood, and it gave me a lot of strength and a lot of resilience to deal with that. Understanding that what happened in Shura it's not my story. And if it's the story of Am Yisrael, and when you have such a pain and you go through things that it's part of Am Yisrael, you share it because it's not about me. So I don't care if, what I'm wearing so much and about all those things that you can be nervous when you are, under cameras like now. You just do it. You just speak and you just give it. You give the story of Am Yisrael. And I remember you gave me koach for that, and it's huge, this gift of be able to share. Thank you, Racheli.
The truth is,
I guess it's also healing to speak about it, right? Yeah.
A story comes to my mind. It's kilu not in the right time of our conversation, but I remember speaking somewhere along the years, and then coming back to that same yeshiva the next year. And usually, it's a 1-year program, so you meet different people. And this guy comes to me after the lecture, and he says, I heard you last year. And I said, I must have bored you. I repeat myself. And he said, no, actually, I'm coming over to you to tell you, because when I walked out last time, I decided to call my mother that I hadn't spoken to for 4 years.
Wow.
And first of all, this is not about Racheli. Maybe it's about Naftali and the power of that people that we lose still have in the world. But I then thought that me sharing, it was just talking about motherhood and about what you miss. It's not you're never sorry that you didn't go to somebody's graduation. That's not the issue. It's you miss hearing them fight. You miss our day to day. So I remember speaking about that, and I figured this guy. I imagine that he walked out and he said, actually, I have such a relationship in my life too. I don't want to miss out on it.
Wow.
And it was more about the power of sharing and about the power of talking about things, and because we're interdependent, it's
and blessing come, yeah.
Blessing comes, yes.
I think if you already, I don't know, if may I say that I think for me the essence of speaking about it is really understanding that it's like not my story. It's something that happened, and I think it's give you a lot of koach, because in a way you are in a lot of pain, and obviously we cry a lot. Even today there was a levaya that coming out of the base, and you have tears and you cry almost on a daily basis. And when you go home and you hear about the girls, or
are you allowed to say which levaya came out of the base today?
This morning was Hadar Goldin, 𝐔𝐈𝐕𝐄.
After 11 years.
And then he was aloof. He was the mefaked of חיל האוויר, �רצל בונינגר, that was passed away. So there was two levayot that came out today. But I think understanding, you sort of not detach yourself, but you feel like you're here to serve. Okay? Speaking about, Hadar Goldin, 𝐔𝐈𝐕𝐄, obviously everybody wants to be part of that. And when you understand that you have your job and you need to do what you need to do, the whole story with looking at, doing Chevra Kadisha is nothing about yourself. You do what you can, and that's it. You're sort of a soldier. You're servant. כן, אני עבד השם. I came to serve you, הקדוש ברוך הוא. אנא השם, אני עבדך. It's one of the strongest sentences that gave me so much koach. I remember. I think I said many times in many places that I stood on October 7th and I saw what I saw, and I didn't understand what's going on, and I say Hashem, you say Ana Hashem, Oshiana, Hashem save us, Ana Hashem atzlichana us, gave us success, but mainly Ana Hashem, ani avdecha, You want me to wash dishes, I'll wash dishes. You want me to, wash people that whatever you want me to do, I'm there for you. Understanding that we are part of Olamo Shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and we're doing what we need to do. It's something very humbling and something that gives you a lot of koach to do it. And then you want me to go back home and wash the dishes and do the washing and shop, go to the supermarket. So go for it. I'm doing it.
Actually, I have something that I am thinking about as you talk. Recently, we were in the beginning of Sefer Bereshit, and we hear about Avraham Avinu as a warrior.
Right.
And it's interesting that these people that we think of as righteous people, tzaddikim, David, Yeshua, Abraham, they didn't only sit at home being righteous, okay? When they had to fight a war, they fought a war. And it also connects to our DNA now because the war started because his nephew was taken hostage.
Right.
And the DNA of taking care of doing everything for the hostage, even if it means, you'd rather not get involved in war, but you are. And then, after the war, HaKadosh Baruch Hu speaks to Avraham and tells him, don't fear. Okay? Al tira. I'm with you, don't be afraid. Now, usually, actually, each of our avot at some point is told by HaKadosh Baruch Hu, don't fear, al tira. But usually, it's about what's ahead. Okay? It's don't fear this because you're going to go down to Mitzrayim and it's going to be okay. And don't fear this war, I'll give you power to go into the war. Moshe Rabbeinu is told, you're going to fight Og Melech HaBashan, don't fear. Okay? Here, it's a post-war
anxiety.
It's like HaKadosh Baruch Hu trying to quiet down a post-war anxiety. And I think in a way that's something we're dealing with now. Because as a society here in Eretz Israel and the Jewish world altogether, things are starting to calm down. Hadar was, Baruch Hashem, brought to Kever Israel today, and there are no more soldier hostages in Gaza. There are still 4 we're waiting to come home, but we're done with soldiers. And all the lives won, we get to the point in the war, and things are happening, okay? Yet, there's so much we have to deal with now. In a sense, davka, as we say in Hebrew, because we're post-war. A lot of challenges, a ton of mental issues that we all know are there and going to come up, and some that people hold on to and keeping very strong, but we'll have to start dealing with. In many ways, we're a post-traumatic nation, and a lot of challenges of, a lot of the unity that was kind of holding up as long as we're in war, and now we know that there are a lot of things that are about to come. There's so much that we have to deal with at this stage. Dafka because we're starting to feel the end of the war, this specific war. It's not like peace on earth, but there is so much to deal with now. Wow. And you said, if I need to wash holy soldiers, I'll wash holy soldiers. If I need to get back home and wash dishes, I'll wash dishes. But doing that transition is not so simple.
It's not.
In a way, there was one of the songs in the beginning of the war was Giborei Al, superheroes, and it tells the story how the
teacher,
the clerk from the bank, and the thing, they all have day jobs, but then when there's the call, they take out their cloak and they put it on their shoulders, and they all become superheroes, and they go out to and then they come home and they are... Right. And then there's something very, I'll say not simple, in folding away the cloak. Okay? This stage has its own challenges and its own difficulties. And, first, what do you feel about it? I'm sure you have your perspective on it.
What do I feel about it? First of all, I experience it a lot with my own soldiers, that they find it sometimes hard. Baruch Hashem, we don't want work there, but doing something so much meaningful, and then coming back and putting a business together, starting to do the regular tasks in the house together. Also, we all, our husbands, our sons, even in my own family, like I have someone very close that she, with anxiety and the husband is still doing miluim. She lost so much weight. She doesn't want to eat. There's a lot going on. I think everybody is experiencing it. You said Avraham, and you described it so beautifully. Mamash, thank you for this piece of Torah. Mamash, Racheli. But he said, but the Kadosh Baruch Hu says Al Tira, and when you said Al Tira just now, it gave me comfort, because I feel like, especially as a woman and a mother and a wife, and Baruch Hashem, we have a shul, so some people like to call me Rebbetzin, and the community we have in Europe. So you spread yourself in so many places, and everywhere you go, there's anxiety, there's a war, there's death, there's loss, there's injuries, there's anti-Semitism, there's people missing like meaning in life, people feeling like they were not doing enough for Am Yisrael. Sometimes people see me and they're thinking, oh my gosh, what you have done, and I'm like, I didn't do Chava Kadisha, and I'm trying to tell them, listen, what you do, everybody do where Hashem puts him to do what they do. But there's so much going on, and I feel like sometimes I'm, it's like a lunatic, like just everywhere you go, there's so much happening with pain and post-trauma and tears. But again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu said to Avraham, Al Tira. I close my eyes when I really feel like lost a little bit, and I go back even to Shura. I always, I sometimes, see myself with HaKadosh Baruch Hu like a little girl. I'm a little girl, and I'm holding my father's hand, and we going for a walk, and we're crossing the road, and it's a very scary road, and it started to rain, and there's cars and trucks, and then it's snowing, I don't know, and there's pits, and we have to go, and it's hard, and then you think like you finish the journey, and then you go for another piece, like this is now, but I'm holding Abba's hand. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is with me. So, and not only that, like I want to say the post-trauma that Am Yisrael is dealing now, and we all have to deal with that. And Baruch Hashem for Amudim and for other organizations like that really support and help. Mamash. Toda rabba lekulam. I even feel like Hashem, it's Hashem's plans. He has a journey that He's walking us through. And I say to Hashem, you know what? If you want us now, Am Yisrael, to walk through post-trauma, I'm with you. Like, what do you want? Like, we'll do whatever we can. We'll support each other. You want us not to, like the help in the war was one way, and now the help is with mental health a lot. So, Toda Hashem.
I feel that the fact that Avraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, Moshe, all our significant figures are told Al Tira, okay, don't be afraid, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is with you, I'm with you, I won't leave you. It says something very basic, but very profound about the human reality, okay? The human journey in the world, in a very basic sense, is prone to be fearful, okay? There are challenges that leave us, and the relationship between our God and ourselves has a lot to do with you saying, don't be afraid. You're not alone in the world. I'm with you. And, we're talking about the war and post-war Israel, but everything we're saying is relevant to other people with other challenges. And part of my challenges started 11 years ago and dealing with loss. And
which, by the way, we volunteer together in an amazing organization called Menucha V'Yeshua, Mendy, and he makes big Shabbatonim in hotels with families that lost their children or widows, and I come there to help with different things, and you come to give from your experience to the mothers that are thinking, how can I live again? How can I get out of my house? How can I smile? And here they see Racheli that went through such a loss, and
many. And I'm just one of the people there.
Yeah, so no, but it's like the fact that we're sharing, that you come with your experience and you give it to, it's incredible. There's a lot of, nechama, comfort, and a lot of resilience and strengthening each other when we really share everything, all our resources with so much love together.
So if I have to, what I'm experiencing myself and with my friends and what you're saying, part of what we were saying was the drop in both tension and energy and in meaningful activity. You were all tense and you were all for it and you were doing the most important thing in the world, and there's something about this lowering that allows for, or even being in a safer space, allows for some of the problem voices to show up, because before we couldn't afford it. Okay, we couldn't allow ourselves to listen to some of those voices. So, it's stepping into a safer environment sometimes that lets a lot of things finally get exposed.
Yeah.
And even on a physical tension, our bodies speak. Everything we experience in a way is registered in our body. And sometimes our body is now acting up because, we were all on the mission, and sometimes, it's the imagining a siren or a sudden noise, or, people are, their whole body reacts to it. There's a process of like it's a bit of a limbo time. It's we're not there yet, and we're not there, and I think it's a time for healing. And I'm trying to think about the different tools that serve us, things that come up as far as this. I can tell them, I can go on, but
and I'm happy to hear, like, what do you see? Share.
Yeah, go ahead.
One of the things I think that a lot of people discuss, okay, is with the trauma. I don't know if I don't know even the professional phrasing to those post-trauma situations, but many of my colleagues, okay, and not only in Shura, also I hear it with combat soldiers, or that situation happens in life and it takes them back to what happened, okay? It can be a sound, it can be a smell, right? It can be something that happens and it brings you back to the room, brings you back to what you've seen on October 7th. And we're all having those flashbacks. We have it. I mean, we have it. It can be often, sometimes it can be once a while, but I feel again, like if we're going back to feeling, part of Hashem's plan with everything, that I believe that whatever we experience in Simchat Torah was very painful, and we've been exposed to really, really evil things, okay? Even our naked eyes, so things that you don't even... You actually, I remember, helped me to... gave me comfort, because I couldn't find the words to describe the bed. You can't say animals or monsters, and then you said to me, no, there's no words for that, and you don't want to. We don't have the words for that. It's not belong to us.
Our vocabulary.
Yeah, it's not. It just all these evil things that you see just project how much good there is. And I believe in HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and I believe that there is a tikkun, there's a correction all the time in the Metziut, in whatever happens. So if I experience something really bad, and now here I am walking in the street and seeing something that happened to me again, this is Hashem's way to heal me, to show me the same essence and idea. Sometimes it can be just, the same sort of environment or something, like a smell or a look. And sometimes it can be more act that is happening that bringing you back. And it's a correction.
Like a flashback.
Yeah. For example, I give an example. I remember when we were having the girls that came, these girls came from the south and they had leaves in their hair. And I remember like taking the leaves off the hair and like my hand was like this and I'm putting it gently, and like there was a shelf in the room and I put it there. And I remember like putting it down and looking at the leaves, thinking, sort of like this is where the stone of Yaakov Avinu, that was there. Underneath their heads until we brought them to Shura. And then a few weeks later, less than, maybe 10 days later, my son came back from the army. He's in the tank units, and he has those big dungarees things, that they're wearing, and schmutz and stinks, and, it didn't take it off for I don't know how long. And I want to put it quickly in the washing. He had less than 24 hours at home, and I'm shaking it. And those leaves coming down and in my laundry on the floor, I'm picking it up, looking at the leaves, and here I am back in the room. Yeah, mamash. And I remember standing looking at it in my laundry with a smile from ear to ear and thinking, Hashem, toda rabba, that הבן שלי חי וקיים, Baruch Hashem, נלחם, fighting those terrorists, and your name was disgraced in such a horrific way, and the blood that was poured with these girls, and now here we are, and the same Lev is with our victory. Like he's a chayal that came, and he's fighting. So it was like little things like this that happen. I remember also you wrap them with in Chevra Kadisha, and then I go to my daughter, and there's a newborn, and I'm doing the same act, and this is new life. So it's so beautiful. It's Chaim. It's life. I think the whole death experience is so painful, but it just projects for us what is life about. We become eager for life.
It's interesting when you talk about flashbacks as an opportunity for tikkun. Okay,
it's a gift. It's a gift.
In a safe environment, reliving the moment, but somehow correcting the moment. And I think, there are all kinds of trouble in the life, but the one that we're talking about and other people experienced is a meeting with evil that affects our life. And part of the fear, and I spoke to many people that, in different stages of the work that you do, the people that find, that collect, that part of their fear and the fear of us waiting for them at home is that some of that evil will rub down on us, that it will stick to us in some way. I was exposed to cruelty, and somehow the cruelty is going to stick to me. And what was very powerful for me is there's this... when Rav Kook describes, we mentioned the patriarchs as also warriors, he says, when they read the pasuk, "Gam ki elech b'geit al-mavet lo ira ra, ki ata imadi," even when I walk in the valley of death, I fear not evil because you're with me. He reads into it, I fear not becoming evil.
Wow.
I fear not, lo ira milahafoch lera. Okay, ki ata imadi. Okay, because I'm doing this I didn't choose this exposure. I'm here to do the right thing. People from different situations that were exposed to cruelty, they were doing their best. It's not on them. If ata imadi, I won't turn into evil. It won't rub down on me. Okay,
wow.
Which is to me it was a very powerful thought in that sense. I also feel there's a lot of the physical that has to do with it. I remember thinking after losing Naftali, I'm okay, but I don't want to get cancer from this because I don't want it to all be internalized and somehow. So there was a lot of meaning to dance, to run, to walk, to listen to my body, to let myself sleep. When I know from time to time we encourage each other to give respect to our physical being. It's not like we can do without it. And there's divine wisdom in this body, not only in this soul. And giving it the time it needs, and understanding that this is an ongoing process, and some of it just has to come out from the physical, and giving the proper respect to the physical, I think is a big deal.
But can I ask you something about it? Like, I never asked you, I hope it's okay. What's good with Racheli, you can always ask her whatever you want. Like, I'm thinking of the evil people that did what they did to your son. Like, what? Ma? Like, do they come back to you sometimes? Do you have... you don't have to answer. Sorry. My encounter with him was indirect. I didn't have the face-to-face encounter like many people in this world have. But... I'm talking more on the...
I chose not to look evil in the eye, but I chose to be part of the mission to fight evil. Okay, we don't come from a culture that serves the second cheek. Okay, just because you were encountered as a victim doesn't mean that you have to continue being a victim.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
And the resources in you and around you are the ones to help you out from that position. So that's, but I found myself worried like everybody else. How are these, these precious soldiers and the people and the civilians that were all out there doing what they can, how are they going to come home? What's going to stick to them? And I feel when you feel you're doing things from the right value set, in a way you're protected, 𝐾𝐈𝐕𝐄. Okay?
Right.
I'll also say that I was discussing this with friends, and one was talking about, let's say, post disease. There's a stage of healing, and the stage of healing is not the stage of being healed. Everything is already there. And she spoke about a mature take on that thing that says, maybe as a child I thought when something breaks, then you fix it, and it's done. When something was sick, then it heals and it's gone. My mature perspective on it is, this is my new life. This is my new stage. It doesn't mean that I get the old one back. It might be much more. It might be it might be very different. But my mature take on it is, okay, here's hello, this is your new life.
Remind me of one of the sentences that Rabbanit Yamima Mizrahi said to our team. She said, she spoke to not to our team, to the wives of the people that are the men of Chevra Kadisha. So she said to the wives, you had marriage stage A, number 1, with your husband before the war, and now you say welcome and thank you for stage B.
And don't keep on imagining you're there.
Don't think that things we all change.
Right,
Nothing will be the same.
Right.
And just welcome with a smile.
Yeah. And then a very dear friend that was sitting there, whose brother lost his feet actually quite recently, 𝐷𝐸. And she said, now when I see the treatments my brother is going through, so the doctor told him about phantom pains, how to deal with them. She said, hug your knee, and your body is now ending here, touch it, and tell your brain, this is my new body. This is my new body. And it's the way our mind deals with welcoming this new stage, the second marriage, the new life, these are the ends of my body now. And it's healing, but it's not, oh, I was sick, now it's gone. I was broken, now I'm fixed. It's let's welcome our new life.
This is shikkum that everyone...
It's shikkum, and it's also accepting that in the end of the shikkum, I won't be that person. I might be greater, bigger, different, whatever, but it's going to be the new stage.
Shikkum is like lakum, like it's
getting
in the process.
Wherever I am, it's,
Yeah, I'm not standing.
The other thing he said, which I found interesting, is he said, when the pain comes, you could deal with it. You're going to have pain, and you can deal with it. It's the fear of the pain that's going to paralyze you.
Wow.
So there are things that we have to deal in that level of fearing the pain that comes that they're very, very significant. And when it comes, you'll be fine. You'll deal with it. It's going to be okay. And it's true to us.
Al tira
𝐾𝐈𝐕𝐄. Right.
I think this is I don't know.
It's our motive, huh?
This is the conclusion, the subtitles, the highlights of Al tira Israel.
Yeah. Do you find there are specific tools that you say to yourself, that you, like mantras? I'm asking because I have my own.
I have a new one.
Ask you. Yeah.
I have a new one, Al tira.
Okay.
Sometimes you have sentences that walks with you, or you go to bed, or you wake up in the morning, or it keeps coming to you. So, what are your mantras?
The truth is, it always feels funny to repeat something, but when it's powerful, it's powerful. So I'll share with you if you share with me. Things that work for me. One is this: I can feel pain. It's like what about the doctor? What the doctor said. Okay, it's I can feel pain. Okay, and he said it's going to be okay. I can feel pain. I don't have to become my pain.
Wow.
I can feel sadness. I don't have to become my sadness. It works for feeling tense, feeling anxious, feeling pressure. There are many things that this is something I'm experiencing. It doesn't define who I am. It even in a way, I don't know, in the circles we walk in Israel, one would, I don't know, bring a quote from you, and then they might say, "Oh, 𝐿 shakula," okay, a bereaved mother. Hey, yes, this is part of the package of my life. It could be somebody else saying something. Oh, he's a mental patient. Great, this is a thing he's working with, he's dealing with. It's not what defines him. It's one of the many things. In my inner landscape, there are so many colors and shades and successes and failures and hopes
what is
and disappointments.
What is you?
And you know what? And mostly there's great blessing. And to me, the core of whatever my experience is feeling blessed. One could, when they go through difficult things, they can pick up this bucket of paint and black paint, whatever, spill it all over their being. It's a choice, okay? And I know not everybody at every point has choices. I realize that. But there are enough points in time where we can choose what shade am I going to... And who said any one specific shade has to define us? In the end, it's the whole spectrum. So that's a big deal for me.
Well, thank you. I think sometimes I used to start in the morning with the blessing of the morning, Birkot HaShachar, Anoten Ya'ef Koach. How do you translate that to English? Give the Ya'ef is tired, but like strength, that I don't possess anything. I don't possess the Koach. People say to me, you're resilient, you're so strong. I don't know. We wake up in the morning and you ask Hashem for Koach every day. You don't feel like you possess anything. I think maybe I spoke about it before, but Ana Hashem ani avdecha, like understanding that I'm גם אני הבת שלך, like just being with like Hashem is everywhere, אין עוד מלבדו. Those kind of things that He's just everywhere all the time with us. This is everything. Yeah. You know what? One of the things I'm going back for the first year and thinking of one of the hardest time. Someone asked me today what was to tell a story of one of the hardest time that I had. So it was actually not in Shura base. They took us all the group of the women, the 𝐔 Kadisha women, and we went to like a retreat. It wasn't really a retreat. It was an army retreat. We have to grab our coffee somewhere outside this building. But it took us for 2.5 days of resilience. And we were sitting in a room. And one of my chayalot, when they opened and spoke about things, so she said she wanna tell me something. And what she was talking about was that it was a time of really, crazy and busy and so many things going on and everything on the top of the heads. And she just came in and straight away I threw her to work. And she said, you didn't even say anything. And I was shocked. I was shocked to see what I'm seeing. And whatever, I apologized. And she said, no, I forgive you. I know that you were very busy and you were in the middle of so many things and you meant well. And I remember after everything finished and everyone went home and I sat outside and then I got into the car and then I was thinking about it and my tears came down and that was very, very painful for me. I said, Ribono shel Olam, Kadosh Baruch Hu, like I was so careful. We are so careful with the bodies, with the niftarim, Kvod Hamet, dignity, kavod for the people that were killed in the Kedushim. I can't even, it's just unbelievable, the Kedusha, and the way that we do our best with them. And what about the Chaim, the living people? Many times people say to me, wow, about my work, and I say, I know there's people that washing, showering, working in an old age home, old people every night, and they're alive. So it's a phrase that we speak a lot about it in Shura, and it's called Kvod Hamet. Okay, it's halacha, Kvod Hamet. You have to give respect, dignity to the person that passed away. But we say in Shura, Kvod Hamet to Kvod Chai. It's the dignity of the living people. So when I'm working in Shura, and we have, like, even last week we had a soldier that had been killed in a car accident, and I built up a team that was someone new, and so I have to make sure that everyone respect each other, that everyone feeling okay, that if there's a woman that it's too much for her, you know, that I'm noticing it. I remember in October 7th, the army had to really bring a lot of people to help with the trucks and with all what was going on, and they brought young men that were mashgichei kashrut, and you could see the fear and the shock on their faces, and we had to change the rules, you know, like sometimes you don't speak, and now, yes, we talk to them, we have conversation, sort of mundane conversation to keep them, you know, normal. It's very interesting. We look back now a lot about what happened. We opened a new unit during the war for identification of civilians. If God forbid there is an occasion of many, many victims, we were expecting it on attack from Iran. Baruch Hashem, thank God. Baruch Hashem for the miracles that we didn't have it. One of the things that we learned is that the people manage mentally after the war, when during the chaos, during the work, during the disaster, they, like, sort of when they have the breaks, they have some normality, sort of pockets of life, or islands, I call it. Someone is talking to them, someone is asking them if they want to drink something, they're talking to their families, they're going home. People sometimes said, okay, I'm going to sleep in the car. I had a chayalet, she only wanted to sleep in the car. She didn't want to go back home. And like, you try to push, like, just go home, cuddle your child, I don't know, go see your parents, do something. Just keep your connection with your family, and then go back. For long distance, they say,
we're here for the long run.
Yeah. It also keeps you, like, you know, like we spoke before, our trips together. I used to come home. My husband wasn't home. I was worried about my boys, but I, first of all, sat on the couch, cuddled my boys.
The younger ones that were home.
Yeah. And I don't know, just chatted with them, just had coffee, something, but just being with them.
There's still normalcy in the world somewhere.
Yeah, because people tend sometimes, when you really need to do something and it's so important and holy and whatever, or fighting, to just give yourself, Ana Hashem ani avdecha, you jump and you're like, Ana Hashem ani avdecha is also keeping myself normal, keeping my family. You are like sort of working on, like, with open heart on your team, on your commanders, on the, like, everybody, to see that, like, you see if someone is wrong, if someone is not okay. You know, when we, God forbid, do something wrong, with the, after we treat and finish Chava Kadisha, we always say Mechila. We ask forgiveness from the Niftar to say, like, whatever we did. But you say Mechila, you need to move them. Yeah, you're really, really careful. And then I'm thinking to myself, you know, life. Am I like this with the people that they're pushing me in the train or in the supermarket on the line or in the car, you know, there's always traffic coming back home. Am I saying, slicha, come, of course. So I think this awareness of understanding that there's a hard situation, that I remember the people around me, and to look at them in their eyes and to see what they need and to speak and to love. And when you manage to do it, it gives you koach, and afterwards when you look back at things, it's sort of tied together.
I feel part of the things that you're talking about have to do with not only the things that we go through, but also the things that people around us went through. And we're also, you know, fathers and mothers and siblings and, you know, friends of people that have gone through
challenges.
Yeah, whatever it was, you know, we don't even know all the way what they saw, what they experienced, what they went through. And here we are not knowing what to ask. Should we say, should we ask, should we constantly check on them? Should we give them space? Can we, what are we supposed to do? Check their pulse all the time? Start interviewing them?
And also each of them is different. Each child is...
And the needs are different, and the stages are different, and who knows what, you know. And it's part of what we, it's in the background of everything we're saying, is the need for compassion towards them, but towards ourselves and towards this stage of what we named as healing. Nobody's going to be perfect with this, and it takes the evil guys that were behind the scenes, they had no compassion. But what we learned from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and you kept on saying it, is compassion. And it's just, okay, so let's be here for when they feel like talking, we will be able to listen. That's a lot, okay?
And also, you know what? Maybe the talking is not...
Maybe
who
not.
says
Maybe
they need
it's
to
the
talk?
hug and the cuddling, right? But
Whatever they
if
need.
they choose, when they choose, okay, we should be able to receive it. And it's not so simple all the time.
Yeah. This Shabbat, my son came home, and he said to my husband, I need an aliyah. And he's not like a aliyah chaser or something.
Yeah.
And
to go up to the Torah.
Yeah, to be called to the Torah. And Eddie says, what? And he says, I need to say Hagomel. He came back from Gaza. So I was like, And he didn't say anything. It was also the situation, just before Shabbat. And on Friday night, he started chatting to one of the brothers. So I just pulled the chair closer to them and started to listen. So they had, Trump said there's no war in Gaza, right? But
she said.
Yeah, he's in a tank, and there was a Nuntet, and Baruch Hashem. They were fine. On that occasion, one of those that he was, 2 soldiers been killed. And you it happened to me that I was listening, but you go through so much with them that you just want them to know that I'm there for them and I love them, and no ego. As a mother, I need to know, I need to share. Like if my kids tell me, it's me that I'm just really,
it's
really.
Not about me.
Yeah. Life is not about us. That's the story. Thank God. It's not easy sometimes because as a mother, you want to, this. Yeah. Sorry.
One thing that comes to my mind really has to do with motherhood. When Naftali was born, he's my second child, and I was all in with the experience of, you totally fall in love with your first child. And I was wondering, how can you even love another kid? You're so totally, your heart is filled up. And I was feeling very guilty. Like, I'm not good enough, I can't do this properly, something. And it only clicked by me when I realized that I might have 2 boys, but he has only one mother. And there's something almost liberating about that, because it's not only that whatever you are is good enough. Whatever you are is at this moment the totality of reality. And it's not about chasing, all kinds of coulda, shoulda, woulda situation. It's you. It's you as you are. Just be here. And letting someone else know that you're here, So for me that was like a major change. It's you, and you'll be there when they need you, and you're around, and you're not running away, and the deep breaths that you're taking now are maybe in preparation to something that at some point you'll have to hear or listen to or deal with, but just being who you are is a big deal,
Yeah. Just find that sometimes because there was so much going on, so big things take the focus, and then you are a mother, but you're a mother for this child, and you are a wife, and you are Rebbetzin, and there's so many things that you want to be your 100% to them as you are. I felt like we need to daven for, I can't just say Hashem sheyeh tov, and I have to just more connect to each angle, each request that comes in life.
So in a way, when we daven Amidah, so we have these little drawers, the Parnasah category and the wisdom category, and all these little drawers in Amidah, and I found myself saying that also when we say modim, when we thank, I can be specific. And then I met this side of myself that says, well, if you don't cover the whole list, something Khalila will be taken away from you. And I found myself answering, saying, it's not about that. It's about, every time you daven, choose one thing. Just be in this state of mind of recognizing your gifts and being grateful. It's not this OCD of I really have to cover it all, otherwise it won't. Yeah. And another thing that you were talking and
but I disagree with you.
Oh, please do.
So then you stand longer for Amida, and it's not like an OCD. It's a checklist that I want to daven for each thing. I want to daven for it. I don't want to say, okay, I'm focusing now. Like sometimes, really, you don't have time, or you just
sometimes you tell
inside
Hashem,
you
hear my voice.
Yeah, but like really, if you want to, להתחבר בתפילה, so you have to go through things, and it takes time. Okay, that's why we women, we don't need to rush in tefillah like that.
Yeah, the other side of it is that if you want it to be perfect, you never do it at all.
It's not because of I don't care if it's perfect or not, but it's like you really want to pay attention for so many. That's what I'm trying to say. That it's like there's so many areas of things that being needed. Like we always said, we were busy, and then COVID came, and then we became more busy with COVID. And like the war makes you like, oh my gosh, you have list of people like in WhatsApp that you even didn't open the message. Like when I'm I'm one of the blacklist.
Guilty.
You should apologize in front of the cameras, please. So
I,
you know what I mean?
I know what you mean, and yet.
I have to say the last word, so you can say it. Yeah.
Oh, I still have many words. It's about sometimes doing what's good enough. Maybe you need to perfect it sometimes, at least you wish to perfect it. I think the ability to live with something imperfect keeps us praying, because otherwise we would if in our mind it's always going to be 45 minutes, it's never going to happen. So that's the thing. But besides, just because we're here, in a way also enjoying a lot of everything sent towards us, all the energies, all the prayers, we each try our own thing, but really we're leaning very heavily on everybody that's giving us this hug. I feel like telling my Florida story. It's a few years after the kidnapping.
Right.
I was sent by my job to do something in Miami, and then we had a break for lunch. And we went out, maybe 4 or 5 of us, to eat. And when we got up to pick up the check, it turned out that somebody had paid for us. And it was very obvious what happened. Even though a few years went by, somebody with a great Jewish heart, recognized me from the news, wanted to do something good, and they picked up the check. And I was standing there, and I wanted to bury myself. I felt horrible. You know what? Can't I pick up, I can't pay for my own food? Well, what's going on here? And this Harriet, this very wise lady I work with, turned to me and said, Racheli, never feel bad when you're the instrument for somebody else to bring out the best in them. Right? Never feel bad when you're the instrument for somebody else to bring out the best in them. And for me, it was such a Torah, Here we are reaching out to each other, united to heal and depending on each other. And we always, we tell ourselves, you should merit to be on the giving side. It doesn't work like that. And we have this song that we're one human tissue. We breathe together. And often the greatest gift you can give someone is being willing to receive from them. So it even eventually happened that I told this story on a podcast in the war, and this amazing guy reached out and said, I'm so sorry, it was me, I paid for your meal, I didn't mean to make you feel bad. So
you told him, okay, I'm going next week too.
No, I told him, it was such a tremendous lesson, and I'm walking around the world repeating it. It was a Torah that needed to come to the world. And seriously, it's often we grow through us, somebody else grows through us. It's this relationship, and it's a human relationship, but Am Yisrael is like extra special about making it happen.
Can I ask you something? Yeah. Just I'm going back to Amudim and what they do. It's just a question that came up in my mind, and I want to hear what you say, because I'm not struggling so much with that, but I want to know, want to get tips. So now with the situation that we said, and especially after Chagim, I felt like there's mental health everywhere, with children, with wives, with husbands. I see people in my battalion or my unit in the army that are struggling to find a job or to go back, and they. So you have all those situations with different people dealing with different things, and everyone say, okay, you've been through a lot, take a big breath. Give yourself the space. Understand that it's okay. Whatever you do, it's okay. If it happens to you that you shout at your house, you went through a lot, everyone will listen. It's okay. It's okay. Just, accept yourself the way you are. And then I find myself thinking to myself, is what I do is okay? How to balance, to accept, the pain that we're going through and the healing period, and towards, I don't want to say being lazy, it's not the right phrasing. I don't know if it's a bit of a complicated question. I hope you get me. But how much I give myself discounts because, okay, I've been in Gaza and I was, in tunnels and I was not changing shoes for 3 months, so now I can be at home, not help in the house, be too much on the phone with movies because I need my space, how much we should take responsibility. Maybe the healing is on the other hand, doing good, being involved, not letting yourself saying, okay, I'm poor me, I'm allowed, to take a break of doing good things or being nice.
I'm not sure there's a simple answer to that. As we are compassionate and understanding and giving ourselves space and taking good care of our bodies and our souls and everything that comes with it, often the greatest healing tools for us is reaching out to somebody else, seeing that the world doesn't revolve around me and what I'm experiencing, hoping that you're, in a way, a tool or a pipe in some other things going on in the world. And often,
so people say that,
cutting down the movie space in 5 minutes, is my step for today for healing, because I want to feel I'm advancing somewhere. Okay, so it's about the tool set that you're using, and small steps could be huge tools. So we weren't perfect before, we're not going to be perfect tomorrow, but turning to a person that is in a very hard spot and has very, very low energies, and they can hardly handle what's going on in their internal space, and you're telling them, look at this guy and that guy and that. Sometimes it works, and sometimes you tell them, try doing the tiniest thing for that guy, and it will make you feel better, and you'll have more energy to pick yourself up, to function in the world. And it's fine to tell a person. There's a lot of even satisfaction that comes from understanding it's not all about you. There's something I feel is a tremendous treasure in my life, and I wish it on men too. I think women have it more than men, and that is the friends you can really talk to. For us, we have the sisterhood. I also have a group of friends that is willing to openly discuss things, and always, and it's a priceless treasure. And I know, some of us are luckier than others but some of us have it in hand's reach. We just we don't reach out to get it. We let these gifts just, sometimes, especially if you're a man and you're not used to speaking to your friends. So I just want to give it kavod. This being a friend is bemet. It's such a gift, you know. Well, I'm honored to.
No, so I mean, for me, obviously, you're a gift, and especially in the war, and to speak about things. I have to say, I mean, that I'm always nervous, especially in those situations, because of the pain that you went through in life, and to be a very good friend and love you so much, and like sometimes when I start just to think about the pain you go through, like my tears come, and you always, you know, you're smiling and you're positive and you give koach and life and chesed and all of that, but there's something there with the pain that I'm always that I'm in a pain. For just thinking of all the pain that you and your family went through.
Look who's talking. No,
okay. But I just want to say that in the army, okay, part of the things that they do with us is that it's very important for them that we'll go to psychologists or speak or do massages, etc. Okay, and the army also give us like different people to speak with us as a group or individually if you need. But I feel, and then even like I can give a receipt and like they'll pay back for a specific amount, right? Which I didn't do so far. So I feel like after this session, maybe I just had a psychologist session with 𝐶𝐈𝐕𝐄.
We should pay into Amudim because they gave us the opportunity. So actually, we can go on for hours.
So thank you for the session. No, I just want to say thank you for that. You know, being able to connect to people and with an open heart, it's a big gift and it's a healing. And I think it's Shechina, mamash. One of the things we do together is going to Europe and getting together women from, 20, 30 countries, and we're learning Torah with them together. We're not teaching Torah so much, we're learning Torah together. And somehow being with so much loss, being surrounded with death morning till night, and last week I was 4 days in the army and in the base, and so much of death, like the opportunity to be with women in a living situation, in Torat Chaim situation, it's one of the, it's like, I don't know, it's the thing. For me, the Torah, Limud Torah, opening Chumash, Parshat Shavua, this is the best psychiatrist in the world.
And in a world that is dealing with a lot of loneliness.
Yeah, as a Torah,
reaching out to the people that you're willing to talk to and they're willing to listen, it's just a tremendous treasure. It's like, we can go on for hours.
It's not even it's life. This is it. זה החיים. זה החיים.
Yeah. יפה. We should thank Amudim for this opportunity.
Thank you. Do you want dinner?
So the truth is, Amudim didn't decide to get into the travel business or involved in entry permits and visas.
As we know, when COVID started in April of 2020, all the airlines to Israel were halted, and it was very difficult to get bodies to Israel in proper manner for burial.
The first thing that came up was, how do we deal with people that passed away that had bought plots in Israel and wanted to be buried overseas?
We had the first case in the community that somebody passed away and they had a plot in Israel, and they wanted to take the body to Israel, and the family didn't know what to do. They want to participate and go.
I've dealt with Amudim on a few different times, and then during COVID, there was a lot of dealings with them getting bodies to Israel, including my own mom, who passed away from COVID.
We literally, went to bat and, pushed the system through our relationships and connections in order to reopen travel so deceased remains could come and go between the countries.
One text to David, within 2 hours, he has an issue of Misad Apinim, sent to me, go.
A call to them, and right away It was like, no problem, give me 10 minutes, I'll call you back, and was dealt with a very, very smooth experience.
And I have to say that I was so impressed, whether it was the State Department or whichever agency and avenue we needed, Amudim really knew how to conquer those battles. A very difficult time that was made extremely easier and supported because of Amudim.
And then once the world saw that we were able to make headway in those areas, all the requests for simchas and students and medical travel, not just funerals and death travel, but all the other travel started literally pouring in.
I was able to get 470 students into Israel. I was able to get them in 2-3 days a visa and get them straight to Israel. It felt amazing that I was able to have them be learning right now.
During the pandemic, my daughter-in-law in Israel was expecting, and that's not an event you want to miss. And so I contacted Amudim because I had heard that Amudim had become the point organization for people who were seeking entry, and they walked me through. It was not simple. It included all sorts of documentation.
David cussed through the red tape and could get it right away. Tremendous service, it really was.
So the exact numbers we'll never know for sure definitively, but the numbers that we do know for sure is that we helped close to 12,000 people get in or out of Israel. We did not divert a single drop of any of our resources, whether financial, time, technical, in any which way, from our core missions of abuse, addiction, and mental health.
It was priceless, the nechama that it provided.
I was able to meet and greet and hold in my hands my new granddaughter in Israel.
I think there isn't a grandmother in the world practically that will say that moment isn't extra special.
And I'll be forever appreciative that they were there to help.
They're working around the clock. These guys are amazing. Amudim is doing the Gimlut Chesed Amiti.
Take out that credit card and make a generous donation.
Give generously, give often, give a lot. Whatever you think you can give more.
You may have $18 to give $18. That's fantastic. You may have $180. That's great. Multiples of 18, high.
When I walk around and talk about an organization that has made a difference and a place where we should support, Amudim has been one of my very first names.
And this is really, frankly, what the Almighty wants. He wants us to look out for each other. No one looks out for each other more than Amudim. Please, please help support them. My father had been a rabbi in a synagogue for 45 years, and he had COVID very, very seriously, and he was really on the way back. He was getting better. First day Rosh Hashanah, my dad was able to go up to the Bima for the first time since before Hanukkah, and he was able to give a sermon, held onto his podium. It was the most amazing day, and that night, the middle of the night, he got very, very ill. We went to the hospital, my mom and him, and he passed away the second day, Rosh Hashanah. And it was really amazing because it was as if after 45 years of standing his post in that synagogue, God gave him one last perfect day. But then after Rosh Hashanah, we had to deal with the fact that we needed to go to Israel. We had to figure out what to do about permits. How do you get in? And someone said to call Amudim. 90 minutes before the flight, we got the permits. We were able to get on. My father was on the flight, able to get to Israel, able to bury him. And there's not a doubt in my mind or anyone's mind that without Amudim, none of that would have happened. I don't really know where we would have started. These things hit you. There's no scheduling. They just happen. You're going through a lot of emotions, and then Amudim steps in literally like angels. I don't know any other term for it. They pop on the scene. They know everything they do. Their just demeanor and kindness is just outstanding. Without them, I don't know how we would have gotten it done, and frankly, the family would have been devastated.
So Amudim is, 7 years old. And over the last 7 years, they have grown each and every year, not only because of the needs of the community, but because of the awareness that's taken place in the various different issues that are facing different families. And in particular, what's really amazing is in the last year and a half, Amudim organized itself in such a way, in such an efficient way to deal with these new crises. You have families that are now quarantining and they're staying at home. Many of them, unfortunately, were already dysfunctional, so it exacerbated the issues. And you have new issues such as deaths in the family. You had bodies that had to be sent to Israel. And they stepped up in such a way, in such a professional way, in such a short period of time. It's incredibly impressive. You know, when you think of an organization that's just 7 years old, I think in the past year they dealt with 4,500 cases and a budget now of close to $9 million. And a staff that is incredible how they could step up and deal with new situations, new things that they never had to deal with before. And they did it so successfully. To me, that is just an incredible, incredible feat.
We at Amudim see all types of addictions, from gambling addiction, porn addiction, sex addiction, substance abuse, alcoholism. These are things that we sadly see a lot more than we would like to, but it's the unfortunate reality of the times that we're in, and therefore we need to be able to provide whatever help those that are suffering need.
You know, first it was prescription opiates that he would buy from people, and then the summer of 2013 he started using heroin.
Addiction is something that affects many people all across the board. In our high schools, for example, we know that there is alcoholism and drugs, both experimentation and addiction, going on all across the board. We need to do more prevention programs within our high schools, everything from ultra yeshivish to modern Orthodox and everything in between. We need to be real and understand that addiction is real.
Last year, just before Purim, he OD'd in our house in the bathroom. My wife found him laying on the floor.
We also need to understand that nobody wakes up one day and decides to be an addict. And usually this is a process. And if we can catch it early enough, both by prevention through education and awareness programs, or by learning early detection when people start, we can actually curb this issue before it gets too far.
You know, like we say, Manishtana, why is this night different than all nights? Why is this campaign different than all campaigns? I'll put it in 5 letters, COVID. So if you start adding it all up, this is real, what we call sakanas nefashos. So there's no question. But I'm talking about the quality of the people that answer the phones. You could have a caseworker. You could have a junior caseworker. You could have a person that's just beginning to have a practice, someone that still has supervision over them, answering these life and death calls. And we had 2 or 3 of the top PhD clinicians doing this work by themselves. And Pashut living, letting their family down and doing this just to save God's children. It's a chapter in the history of Amudim, which great honor for Amudim to have facilitated that kind of response during the holiday of Pesach, well, and before it and after it, during those early difficult March, April, and into May months of COVID.
So the amazing thing about seeing Amudim grow is seeing the work that the case managers do, seeing the therapists, seeing just the larger capacity expand. In a way, sometimes it's almost hard to see Amudim grow, because what does that mean for the world at large? Does it mean that there are more problems? And I think the answer is no, there aren't more problems. What we're doing is bringing people out of the darkness and out of the hiding places and into a place of healing. So it's not that there are more problems, it's that there are more people willing to come forward to find the helping hand that is being extended by Amudim.
As we know, when COVID started in April of 2020, all the airlines to Israel were halted, and it was very difficult to get bodies to Israel. And that's where we got hooked up with Amudim and 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 and 𝐷𝐞𝐚𝐥, those two especially. They started working with the Israeli government and with private airlines, private planes, to take bodies to Israel. We had one particular case in the middle of COVID. It was like 20 people going along on the flight with the deceased, and it was very difficult for the family to get all the paperwork emailed to Amudim. So 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 and 𝐷𝐞𝐚 actually came down to our office in the middle of the funeral, sat down with the family, and processed all the paperwork. And everybody went along on the flight, and everything worked out, Baruch Hashem, okay. And from only this one case, you can see how dedicated and how important this organization is.
There are many times where a case manager will hit a halachic roadblock, where perhaps therapeutically it might make sense to go to a certain place where the kashrus is a question, or someone maybe who's suffering from an eating disorder should not be fasting on Yom Kippur, and they need a Rav. And although there are many qualified, really fantastic Rabbanim that are there, this requires a certain sensitivity, a certain knowledge, and that's really where I fit in. The client then is referred to me by the case manager, and we kind of hold their hand, taking them through whatever it is that they're up to. It really puts their minds at rest. I mean, I have received numerous messages after Yom Kippur along the lines of, this was the first Yom Kippur that I ate, and I didn't feel guilty because I knew that I was taking care of what needed to be taken care of.
We get a lot of clients who have suicidal ideation. Suicidal ideation is somebody who has thoughts of suicide. The first question that I would ask to somebody who's calling in saying that they have suicidal ideation is, do you have a plan? Do you have intent? A lot of people feel lonely. A lot of people are scared. They're lost in the world, and they just need help getting back on the path. And a lot of times they'll say, yeah, I have a plan, And then after talking to them, you realize they don't really have a plan. They just need help. We just want to talk to them, see where their mind is at, help them if they need a treatment center, if they need a therapist, if they need an inpatient, outpatient treatment center. We want them to be the best version of themselves that they can possibly be, and not all of them are suicidal. At Amudim, we give people hope.
At Amudim, we help people.
At Amudim, we don't judge. At Amudim, we give people a helping hand.
At Amudim, we listen.
At Amudim, we're going to care about you and help you get the best treatment you can.
At Amudim, we strive to make others lead a healthier life.
At Amudim, we truly understand.
At Amudim, we adapt to the ever-changing needs of our community.
At Amudim, we provide the light that guides you through your darkest times.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
At Amudim, we save lives and build futures.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
At Amudim, we make a difference every single day.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rabbi Mendy Mirachnik. I am the Executive Vice President of the 𝐔𝐲 𝐻aRabbanim, the Rabbinical Alliance of America. I am here today to discuss with the community, and in particular the Frum community, Amudim, an important organization that is dedicated with Ahavas Yisrael to help Jews in need. Unfortunately, as Rabbanim, issues such as domestic violence, substance abuse, alcohol abuse, counseling, foster care comes up. And it's important to know there's a wonderful resource called Amudim, which hopefully we will never need. Hopefully we will never need. The time arises, we should take advantage of the opportunity to help our fellow Jew out in need. I know that in 2019, in August 2019, prior to the pandemic, the Rabbinical Alliance of America, the 𝐔𝐲 𝐻aRabbanim, in partnership with the National Council of Young Israel and Amudim, held a wonderful day of Iyun, a day to examine the services offered by Amudim to help the Rabbanim understand where to get help when the time arises. I therefore encourage everybody in the Jewish community to do whatever they can to help Amudim continue in the holy work, whether it's financial, whether it's recommending referrals. Therefore, I recommend that everybody in the Jewish community take whatever steps they can to help Amudim accomplish their mission, be it financial, be it showing support, and of course, using them as a resource when necessary. Together with Amudim, I'm confident that we're able to make a difference in every Jew's life when the time arises. Again, this is Rabbi Mendy Mirachnik from the Rabbinical Alliance of America. I wish you all a good day.
This is a special, I don't know if it's a tribute, a thank you, an appreciation, a recognition, an awareness, an admittance that I don't think it's possible to go through this incredible, I will call it the jungle of this world, the challenges, the tragedies, the shailas that come to a rav, to a therapist, to a manik. And therefore, I want to publicly thank the Rebbeinu Shalom that he created such shlichim as the Amudim team. And of course, thanking the shlichim themselves, that whenever I have a shaila of what to do, how to help, how to save a life, emotionally, physically, I have the number, I have the Amudim's number. Ashreichem and Klal Yisrael really owe you a tremendous thank you. And the Rebbeinu Shalom should have gebenched you with siyata dishmaya, lemala min hateva, because you're dealing with lemala min hateva.
Everyone good? All right, welcome to the Amudim Tiny Studio sessions, this time featuring
Brother Joe.
New Hasidus, Joey Newcomb. And we're very excited to have you. And Chaim.
Gewalt. Yeah. It's a schus to be here on behalf of Amudei Sheish over here. What's the avoid? We're here on behalf of Amudim. Amudim! What's an Amud? An Amud is the pillars, not an Amud Gemara. I mean, maybe it's all, it's just hot right now. Maybe an Amud Gemara is a pillar. It's not a pillar. We live our life with the pillars. But Amudim are the pillars of Klal Yisrael because they hold up Yidden. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes Yidden need to be held up and need a little extra boost. I was wondering which song we should fabrang with. And then Brother Mitch said we should definitely start like this. You remember that song, Brother Mitch? That's every Yid is forgiven, Rabbi say. Every Yid. Oh, we could. It doesn't work. There's no such thing as a Yid that's unforgiven. You know what I'm saying? Every Yid is forgiven. Are we on the air? Oh, we're on the air. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. I did it, thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Bottom line, we got to thank Hashem. We got to keep thanking Hashem. Hey, how are you over there? How you doing over there? Here we go. Oy du lashem ki yitoy ki le'olam chazdoy. Oy du lashem ki yitoy ki le'olam fin the kefala biz the pitzala. Oy du lashem ki yitoy ki le'olam chazdoy. Oy du lashem ki yitoy Oilam chazdo Hapam oide es Hashem Hapam oide es Hashem Hapam oide es Hashem Kili oilam li oilam chazdo Hapam oide es Hashem Hapam oide es Hashem Hapam oide Everyone together, let's go. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Wherever you are, let's go. Thank you, Hashem. Toda rabba lecha. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Brother Mitch, take it away over there. Ho! I hoidu Hashem ki yitoy ki le'olam chazdoy. Hoidu Hashem ki yitoy ki le'olam chazdoy. Hapam oide es Hashem Hapam oide es Hashem Hapam oide es Hashem ki le'olam chazdoy. Hapam oide es Hashem Hapam oide es Hashem Hapam oide es Hashem Ki li'olam. Everyone repeat after me. Tzazamin, let's go. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Toda rabba lecha, Hashem yitbarach. Toda rabba lecha, Hashem yitbarach. Toda rabba lecha, Hashem yitbarach. Thank you, Hashem. Di-di-la-la-la. Thank you, Hashem. Di-di-la-la-la. Thank you, Hashem. Da-da-la-la-la. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, That's all, folks. Thank you, Hashem. 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. Huh? What do you say? I could get away with a train station gig, no? We're sitting around a few chavre, tiny 𝐓𝐕𝐄. I like the avoid. We should go down the subway one time and thank you Hashem for the oil. Maybe everyone will start thanking Hashem. Can you imagine? Imagine we got the whole subway to thank Hashem. That'd be wild. So here we are, tiny 𝐓𝐕𝐄. What's it called, Rabbi? Tiny studio. This is a tiny studio. I hear. Tiny 𝐓𝐕𝐄 in a tiny studio over there. Anyways, this song is very deep. It's very dear to me because I actually wrote this with another Yid sitting together in the car late at night. And the words I completely made up. People said, "No, where's it say such a... How do you say? Wie steht? What do they say? Where does it say? Where does it say?" And I say, "You know what it says? Came out of my own head. How do you like that?" It was the worst place. I could have got anything there, huh? But the Maisa was very deep. We were sitting together, me and another Yid, and he was in pain, and he was talking about his life and different things, and literally these words just came, and we made a song. And when people say, "Where does it say?" I said, literally, it just came straight out of my heart, you know? It goes like this. ואפילו כשאתה חושב שאין לך כוח, אבל דע שיש הרבה כוח. ואפילו כשאתה חושב שאין לך עצות, אבל דע שיש הרבה עצות. שהשם יתברך יכול לעזור בכל, בכל מצב שיש. אסור להתייאש, שהשם יתברך יכול לעזור בכל, בכל מצב שיש. אסור להתייאש. ואפילו כשאתה חושב שאין לך כוח, אבל דע שיש לך כוח. ואפילו כשאתה חושב שאין לך עצות, אבל דע שיש הרבה עצות. שהשם יתברך יכול לעזור בכל, בכל מצב שיש. אסור להתייאש, שהשם יתברך הוא ממש הכל יכול. ולמה לך ליפול? אסור להתייאש, שהשם יתברך יכול לעזור בכל, בכל מצב שיש. אסור להתייאש, שהשם יתברך יכול לעזור בכל, בכל מצב שיש. אסור להתייאש. So one time I sat with the Yidden and we went like this. ואפילו כשאתה חושב שאין לך כסף, אבל דע שיש הרבה כסף. The Abish is unlimited. It can bring whatever you want. ואפילו כשאתה חושב שאין לך שמחה, אבל דע שאתה יכול להיות בשמחה. שהשם יתברך יכול לעזור בכל, בכל מצב שיש. אסור להתייאש, שהשם יתברך הוא ממש הכל יכול. ולמה לך ליפול? שהשם יתברך יכול לעזור בכל, בכל מצב שיש, אסור להתייאש, שהשם יתברך ממש הכל יכול, ולמה לך ליפול, אסור להתייאש. Chaim, Chaim. It's a gewalt, no, everybody? It's a gewalt song? You know where that's from the Rush. He's playing with me right now. Yeah, he says that the Rambam, wo steht? Steht. You know where it steht? In a Yid heart. That's where it steht. In a Yid's heart. Everybody knows. In the end of the day, we're all here. We don't give up. We love Hashem. He loves us back. Bottom line. Ready, Brother Morty over there? I just want to point out, they say Brother Morty is top 2 keyboard players in this studio right here. You know what I'm saying, Brother Mitch?
So they say.
Who's the second one?
I don't know.
Anybody else play keys over here? What? Oh, we didn't say if he's 1 or 2. Taka. Last night he was top 3. Somebody got knocked off the list. We don't know what happened over there. How you doing? Am I allowed to tune the guitar in the avodah? It's a deep Indian because it's 𝐶𝐞𝐬𝐭𝐫, you know. In Hilchas Shabbos, you're not allowed to play guitar because you might end up tuning it and you fix the kli. Come on. Because all kelim are fixed already. Life is about fixing the kelim, fine-tuning everything. I say deep. Now every time I tune my guitar, I'm going to tell the oilam the whole kavana. Shadik kavana. Give me an A, give me an A. Give me a D over there. Give me a G over there. Give me a B over there. Beauty. That's what we're here. We're here to tune. Maybe we're not only here to tune ourselves, we're here to help tune other you. What do you say, everybody over there? When you learned guitar, what did they tell you how to remember the strings? E, A, D, G, B, E. There was a way to memorize what note each string was. What was it? No, but that's in the musical, not in the strings of a guitar.
It's Eddie Dynamite, Goodbye Eddie.
Oh, yeah, it's a rough one right there. How you doing over there? Eddie ate dynamite. Goodbye, Eddie.
That's actually pretty good. How would you forget that? That's so ridiculous.
That's very deep. That's a rough one. They could have come up with an easier one than that. Okay. Where are we here? Freilich? If I'm bringing Freilich? We got to be Freilich, bottom line. Okay, here we go. Freilach soll man sein. Jeden darf in sein Besimcha, Freilach all the time. Freilach soll man sein. Jeden darf in sein Besimcha, Freilach all the time. If du es Hashem besimcha, for you live from now, no. If du es Hashem besimcha, for you live from now, no. Ein dai, atitai, adididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididid di-di-di-di-di-do. Ho-di-di-da-di-da. Ho, ho, ho. That's what I'm saying. Listen to these guys back here. We got Brother Mitch. We got Brother Joe. Oh. Brother Edo. Give out. E's first name, Doe last name. And we got Brother Morty right there. Give out. This is putting me right into the avoider. Simcha! Freilach, 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 Sonnen sein. Jeden darf in Sam bis Simcha. Ho! Freilach, 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 Freilach soll man sein. Jeden darf in Sambe Simcha, Freilach all the time. Again. Freilach, 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 Freilach soll man sein. Jeden darf in Sambe Simcha, Freilach all the time. Freilach, 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 Freilach soll man sein. A year has to be besimcha, Freilach all the time. If du es Hashem besimcha, boy you live for now, the birinana. If du es Hashem besimcha, boy you live for now, the birinana. Diri-da-da, yap-di-down, diri-di-di-di-di-down, diri-di-di-di-di-down, diri-da-da-da-da-down. Es Hashem besimcha, oh you live for love. Here we go. Freilach soll man sein. Jeden darf in Sambe Simcha, Freilach all the time. Freilach, 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 Freilach soll man sein. Jeden darf in Sambe Simcha, Freilach all the time. If du es Hashem besimcha, boy you live for now, the birinana. If du es Hashem besimcha, boy you live for now, the birinana. Diri yitzu es Hashem besimcha, boy you live for now, birinana. If du es Hashem besimcha, boy you live for now, the birinana. If du es Hashem besimcha, boy you live for now, the birinana. If du es Hashem, oh you live for now, birinana. How we doing over there? What do you say, Brother Mitch, over there?
I say that was good.
Was that a mambo? What was it?
It was something like that.
Was it a mambo? The bossa nova? Was it bossa nova?
Yeah, it was kind of a song.
Brother Ido, can we play a bossa nova? I need a bossa nova right now to get me in the avoider. I got it. There we go. It's a bossa nova. No way. Hey, Lecha, you could do the bossa nova? This is Shlomo Kalach Yartzeit coming up. Really? Does it work, Doctor? Is this a bossa nova? This is a bossa nova? Wow. Listen to that, huh? Should we do this on F minor? I have a great idea. Now I'm very in the moichan of bossa nova. For some reason, I don't know what it is. I love that in you. It's like a bossa nova. Oh wow, I didn't know that. So how about we do this? We start like Mamish deep. And then halfway, the second round of the song, we go into the bossa nova. You with me over here? I could be a regular conductor. All I need is a jacket with a chopstick over there. You ever see that picture where they zoomed into the guy with the conductor and it said on the paper, it said turn around and bow?
No way, really?
Yeah, like there was no notes. This song is the Heilige song of Reb Levi Yitzchak, the Heilige Barditchever. The tune is the Barditchever's tune. But I was once sitting with a few Yidden and singing the song, and one guy next to me starts singing, "You fall down, you get back up." He started singing those words, and I'm sitting there. It's only him. Everybody else was just singing the niggin, and I'm looking like, wow, good out. I asked him, he just came up with that? He said, no, I heard it from another Yid. From then on, I sang the song that way. I sang the niggin that way. It hit me so deep. And then we recorded it, and I could never find a Yid who was Machadash this Inyan. I have no idea. Whoever it was who started this Inyan. If you're watching this video, I thank you very much. You get all the credit. Don't worry about it. So I was sitting in the studio, and we came up with an intro like this.
So the truth is, Amudim didn't decide to get into the travel business or involved in entry permits and visas.
As we know, when COVID started in April of 2020, all the airlines to Israel were halted, and it was very difficult to get bodies to Israel in proper manner for burial.
The first thing that came up was, how do we deal with people that passed away that had bought plots in Israel and wanted to be buried overseas?
We had the first case in the community that somebody passed away and they had a plot in Israel, and they wanted to take the body to Israel, and the family didn't know what to do. They want to participate and go.
I've dealt with Amudim on a few different times, and then during COVID, there was a lot of dealings with them getting bodies to Eretz Yisrael, including my own mom, who passed away from COVID.
We literally, went to bat and, pushed the system through our relationships and connections in order to reopen travel so deceased remains could come and go between the countries.
One text to David, within 2 hours, he has an issue of Misad Apinim, sent to me, go.
I called to them, and right away it was like, no problem, give me 10 minutes, I'll call you back, and was dealt with a very, very smooth experience.
And I have to say that I was so impressed, whether it was the State Department or whichever agency and avenue we needed, Amudim really knew how to conquer those battles. A very difficult time that was made extremely easier and supported because of Amudim.
And then once the world saw that we were able to make headway in those areas, all the requests for simchas and students and medical travel, not just funerals and death travel, but all the other travel started literally pouring in.
I was able to get 470 students into Israel. I was able to get them in 2-3 days a visa and get them straight to Israel. It felt amazing that I was able to have them be learning right now.
During the pandemic, my daughter-in-law in Israel was expecting, and that's not an event you want to miss. And so I contacted Amudim because I had heard that Amudim had become the point organization for people who were seeking entry, and they walked me through. It was not simple. It included all sorts of documentation.
David cussed through the red tape and could get it right away. Tremendous service, it really was.
So the exact numbers we'll never know for sure definitively, but the numbers that we do know for sure is that we helped close to 12,000 people get in or out of Israel. We did not divert a single drop of any of our resources whether financial, time, technical, in any which way, from our core missions of abuse, addiction, and mental health.
It was priceless, the nechama that it provided.
I was able to meet and greet and hold in my hands my new granddaughter in Israel.
I think there isn't a grandmother in the world practically that will say that moment isn't extra special.
And I'll be forever appreciative that they were there to help.
They're working around the clock. These guys are amazing. Amudim is doing the Gimlut Chesed Amiti.
Take out that credit card and make a generous donation.
Give generously, give often, give a lot. Whatever you think you can give more.
You may have $18 to give $18. That's fantastic. You may have $180. That's great. Multiples of 18, high.
When I walk around and talk about an organization that has made a difference and a place where we should support, Amudim has been one of my very first names.
And this is really, frankly, what the Almighty wants. He wants us to look out for each other, and no one looks out for each other more than Amudim. Please, please help support them.
You fall down, you get back up. You fall down, you get back up. Sheva yipoel tzaddik. Ain't shum yesh ba'olam klal ve'aklal iv'hu yikeh shelo yispacheh
L'chaim, Yidden, l'chaim, l'chaim. It's been a schus. I hope you enjoyed. Gewal.
Over the last 18 months throughout the pandemic, one of the more difficult issues was for people trying to enter Israel. Whether it was to attend yeshiva, seminary, visit family, attend simchas, it wasn't easy. But thankfully, Amudim was there. Whether it was their helpful website that kept updating guidance and helping people through the confusing Israeli forms, intervening with the Israeli government, especially in times of emergency, David Kushner and his team were there. My colleagues at Aguda, all across the country, were dealing with similar issues, and we found that all of us had David Kushner's number on speed dial, and we were constantly interacting with him, asking him for advice, assistance, and simply comparing notes. Because in times of crisis, Amudim is there for you.
Okay, boys, welcome back to our next Darchenu class. So excited to be able to share this topic with you. Last week a few weeks ago, we began talking about the topic of communication, how important communication skills are, thinking about different forms of communication in our lives. Can anybody think and remember what was the idea that we brought out as far as communication is concerned last time we met? Yeah?
Describing something?
So sometimes you can use words to describe something. There was a certain activity that we used to try to bring out the idea, yeah.
Feeling only try to use one type of communication, then it's harder.
So only one type of communication, like just speaking and not using something else, sometimes can be harder to convey that message, to communicate. Anybody remember something else that we did?
Hand motions, language.
Hand motions and language. What else?
Drawing.
Drawing, because what was the exercise that we did?
Like draw a square and talk.
So there were pictures, and you had to try to, just with your speech, describe what shape and pattern are you seeing on the screen, and everyone had to try to draw it for themselves to be able to say, like, oh, and then you hold it up and we compare, did you get it right, who came the closest, but how difficult it was when you were only using one form of communication, speech. Whereas if you could draw, if you could write, if you could use hand motions, which you weren't allowed to do, you had to keep your hands behind your back when you were describing it last week. If you could do all these other forms of communication, you have a lot more success in conveying your message. And remember, we ended off with the lesson that we have to keep in mind we can use different forms of communication to make our points more clearly, but we also have to keep in mind what communication are we communicating, whether we realize it or not, by those other forms of communication. So leaning way back in your seat or putting your head like, these are actually communicating messages to a Rebbe, to a teacher, to a parent. We have to become self-aware, which was the first unit we did, all about self-awareness. What messages are we conveying, are we communicating to the people in our lives? I want to move on now this week to the next unit, the next session in communication. And that is using communication for a very important purpose. And the topic we're going to be talking about today is bullying. Who can define bullying for me? Yeah.
A person making fun of another.
So one example would be someone making fun of someone else. Yeah.
Putting someone down to bring yourself up.
Putting someone down to bring yourself up. That's very well said. We're going to elaborate a little bit on what that means. Where is the bully? Why is the bully usually bullying? Yeah.
Yeah, physically hurting the person.
Potentially physically hurting, yeah.
Picking on someone.
Picking on someone is a way to say it.
Embarrassing someone.
Embarrassing someone.
Saying words like you're no good.
Okay, so again, putting the person down with words.
Threatening them because you really think that he's better than you.
Threats can be a part of it.
Me?
Sometimes, if you're the one that's doing it, make sure you pay attention to this class, yes.
Like taking someone's stuff.
Okay, so affecting other people's stuff, their belongings, taking it. Okay, so those are all good examples of bullying. The basic idea is that you're harming another person, and oftentimes it's being done repetitively, over and over and over again. I have a question for you boys. How many people here by a raise of hands have witnessed, have observed bullying? Pretty much every single person raising their hand. Now that doesn't mean that there's a lot of bullying going on around you. Could be one person bullying one other person who's the victim, but you all have observed it. The reason I ask that question is not to try to see how much bullying is going on, but actually because if you've all observed it, then you all potentially could be part of the solution. And that's the first point I want to make. What do you boys think is by far the most effective, successful anti-bullying tactic? The best strategy to stop bullying in its tracks, to eliminate bullying. What is the best way to make sure that bullying does not happen? Yeah. Everyone together. What were you going to say?
You ask him to stop. And
so now you're talking about from the victim's perspective, what should you do? Like asking him to stop and stuff. And we're going to get into that.
You could say that you're going to the principal.
You could say you're going to have to tell an adult. Absolutely, like the principal. Yes. We're going to get to all those ideas. But let's focus more on what he was saying. Yeah?
Stand up to him.
Stand up to him, again, as the victim. We're going to focus on all of those. That's important. Yeah?
But you can stand up to him as the crowd saying.
Okay. As the crowd. Or the word we want to focus on here is bystander. This is a word that we use when it comes to bullying that is absolutely critical. Yes, there will be sometimes, unfortunately, bullying in every single school. Baruch Hashem, I'm zocha to work with schools across the country and even outside the country. Every school will have incidents. And in every incident, there's going to be the victim. That's the person who's being bullied. And there's going to be the bystander. That's the person who sees the bullying. He's not the bully. He's not the person being bullied, the victim, but he is observing it. He sees it. He hears it. And the bystander, especially if it's a group of people, have the greatest koach, the greatest strength to influence the environment of the class. What's another place maybe in Chumash, in Torah, that we find that people are influenced by their environment, by what people around them stand for or don't stand for? Can anyone think of an example in Chumash and Gemara? Yeah? 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. Okay. What do we find by 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄? That the men maybe influenced each other and a large group started to get involved, thousands of people. But what group do we see didn't get involved by 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄? Do you know? The Levium. So they stuck together as a group. I'm sure some Levium got chizik from others to not join. What's another group that didn't get involved in the Egel? Yeah. The women gave each other chizik to not get involved. An amazing idea. Once again, you see the positive influence, but also potentially the negative influence of those who were serving it. Any other ideas? Any other examples? Yeah? Dasan and Aviram. Okay, good example, yes. Influencing people, potentially by Korach and other places. Yeah. Korban Pesach, you said? It's just a very large gathering of people being mechazik each other to do the mitzvah, right?
It's like they're like taking like the battle with other people.
Taking?
It's like they're basically the bystanders.
Okay, there's a lot of people who are bystanders, but we want to talk about how it could influence the group, yeah? By Shimshon, that what?
When he was being killed, like everyone was around him, even the Jews, like when he was not being killed.
And what? So that was a moment of influence. Shimshon knocking it down, killing all those enemies was a moment of influence for Klal Yisrael, of his Horus maybe. Yes, but we want to talk about more in a group form. Yeah. Just receiving the Torah, Matan Torah. It was a tremendous thing. All the people came together. They were matire themselves. They stood as a group. Ki'ish echad, b'lev echad, ba'achtos. The group has tremendous koach to influence for the good and chas v'shalom for the opposite too. And we have to be aware of that, which means the greatest, single, most impactful, effective anti-bullying campaign strategy is that the class doesn't stand for bullying and makes it known. That the grade or the school doesn't stand for bullying and makes it known, meaning the boys, the students. Yeah, the principal could say things, it helps. The mashkiach, the counselor could say things, it helps. The rebbeim and teachers can say things, the parents can get involved, it all helps, it's all great. But the most powerful is if the students themselves say no. What does that mean? It means if you're a bystander, and you hear or see one person bullying another person, calling him a really nasty name, or even getting physical with him, you walk up to that bully, even just by yourself, if you're brave enough. If not, get a little group together. 2-3 boys is enough to be powerful. If maybe there's a group that's doing the bullying, maybe get a little bit of a larger group together. Hopefully the vast majority of the class will be able to get together on this for the good. And say, hey, stop. What you're doing is not cool. Stop. We don't like it as a class. Stop. And you make the bully feel silly in what he's doing. It's highly intimidating to the bully and it helps him to stop the behavior. Because he says, okay, this is certainly not making me more popular. And I'm not comfortable doing this now. It's an environment that doesn't tolerate bullying amongst the students themselves, the boys themselves. That has the greatest impact. So keep that in mind as we discuss bystander. I want to introduce an abbreviation as a way to think about 4 ideas. There's more, but 4 ideas that we can keep in mind as a bystander, again, by ourselves or even especially as a group. What can we do to help stop bullying around us? because again, that's our greatest koach as a class. The acronym is called STAC. S-T-A-C. Here's what it stands for. S stands for steal the show. That means you see someone starting to call some names against another person, starting to say some mean things to another person. Steal the show means you jump in and say, did you guys understand the Tosfos Rebbe was explaining just before? Or maybe if it's a different guy, it might make more sense to say, did you guys see the field goal last night? Whatever the content is, doesn't matter so much. It's that you're stealing the show. You're changing the topic. By doing that, you interrupt the bullying, which is a great service to the person being bullied. That's one idea. Steal the show. T, turn it over. That means give it over to an adult. Now, this is important. Do you think every single time somebody annoys or bothers another person, no matter how light or heavy it is, you should always make sure to tell an adult every single time? What do you say? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, you should always tell an adult. No. Why not?
Because then, if you say it for every little thing, then the person...
All right, so let's give an example to make it more clear.
Like when you...
Somebody comes over to you, you go to someone and say, can I borrow your pen? And he says, no, I'm not in the mood of lending it. It's very not nice. Do you tell an adult? Yeah.
No.
No. What do you say?
No.
Why?
Because it's not serious enough.
So we all agree.
He's not doing anything necessarily wrong. He's just not doing something
Right.
good.
And sometimes it could be a little wrong, but the point is we all agree there's a certain lightness of just an annoyance that we don't need to tell. Now, can you always tell your parents about anything that happens in your day? Not only can you, you should. In fact, let me just digress for a second. When you go home today, and your mother or father, hopefully they haven't given up yet by the time that you're now in middle school, and they ask you, how was your day in school? Try really hard, practice this in the carpool on the way home in your head, not to say, fine. And then the next question is, what did you do today? What did you learn? I don't know. Nothing. I don't remember. Try instead to think of one or two things. You could remember this 𝐷𝐴𝐻𝑒NU class. This is one thing you could remember for the conversation today. And if your parents did give up and they're not asking you, what did you do today? Great. Go over to them and say, Mom, I'd like to tell you what I did in school today. We had a 𝐷𝐴𝐻𝑒NU class. It was about this. We learned this in Shir. We had an interesting thing in math class. Prepare 2 or 3 things. Here's what we did at recess. Your mom might say, wait, do you have a fever? What's going on over here? All of a sudden you're telling me about your day. And you'll say, no, I want to try to communicate, right? We're in communication right now. Communicate a little bit more. So as a side point, it's good to always try to make sure to communicate with your parents when they want to hear about how was your day. You can always tell your parents anything you want, and you should. No restrictions on that. Anything that bothered you, of course you should tell your parents. But the point is, do you need to run to a principal? Do you need to run to a Rebbe if someone annoyed you a little bit? So the answer to that is not exactly black and white. Here's what I mean. There are 2 categories where turn it over must apply. Okay, you can apply it in other cases, but it must apply. One, it's something significant and physical. So there's something, you're being hurt physically. Pinned down, pushed, punched, kicked, all these things. You got to tell someone. That is not okay. That is a major boundary crossing. You got to tell someone right away. That's one case. Another case would be an extremely nasty comment. Really making fun of you, calling you a terrible name, saying inappropriate stuff, all that stuff. You got to give it over to someone. You got to tell an adult. Rebbe, principal, mashgiach, counselor, parents. But if it's something very light, maybe the boy walks by your knapsack that's on the floor and he just kind of brushes it with his foot, clearly purposely. Maybe he calls you like a little play on your last name a little bit. And it doesn't really bother you so much, but it's a little annoying. And you ask him to stop. So maybe wait to see if he stops. You don't necessarily have to tell an adult. But there's another category where you do have to turn it over. even if it's light, if it happens again and again and again, and you try to ask him to stop, and again, and it's relentless, then even light things can start to hurt a lot. It's actually true. If you punch someone in their arm lightly, but you keep doing it a long time, it starts to actually potentially make a black and blue mark even, because it's relentless. Same thing with words. Even if the words are relatively light, if it's consistent and repetitive and it's for a long time, a number of days in a row, and it's not stopping, you got to tell someone, because that could really hurt a person. Just like one time if it's something strong and physical or particularly nasty verbally. Okay? So that's turn it over. You have a question?
But also, if you say, go to Rabbi Schwartz or the principal every single time there's a little thing, then they're not going to let you come back every single time.
Okay, sometimes if you overload the principal and you're coming to them every day, they feel like, okay, one second, we need to create some amount of resilience, some amount of separation in time. How often? Again, if it's big things and it's happening every day for some reason, you got to go. But hopefully those things are going to be taken care of right away with the parents involved and everyone involved. Yeah, good point. Okay, yeah, last question for now.
But sometimes the bully has to stop even when the parents or the principal gets involved.
Yes, we're going to talk about that. Excellent question. Sometimes these things are not enough. We're going to get there. But to finish off what a bystander can do, what's S? Steal the show. What's T? Turn it over. A is accompany others. Accompany others is A. Accompany others means that you want to make sure to provide company to the victim. What's the feeling that a victim of bullying generally feels right when he's being bullied and right after he gets being bullied? What feeling is the victim usually feeling? Yeah? No one cares about me. I'm all... He might feel some rage and anger, but also I'm what? Awkward and like a nobody. Alone. I'm all alone. No one's there for me. So what could you do as a bystander? You can go up to that victim and say, after it's let's say it just finished and now you noticed it. You go up to him and you say, hey, don't listen to him. He's being silly. Don't listen to him. What he's saying does not make sense at all. And by the way, at recess today, we're putting a game together. Come join us. I'm having some guys over to study and do. Come over. Invite, including him. That is directly helping the feeling that he's feeling of alone, of loneliness. Accompany others. Be there for the victim. And lastly, so what's S?
Steal the show.
Steal the show. Turn it over. Accompany others. And lastly, coaching compassion. That means we want to be able to tell the bully, hey, stop. That's what we really began with. Especially if you could do it in group form. Bring a whole group together. Approach the bully. Tell the bully in group form, hey, what you're doing is not cool. It's not okay. We don't like it. It's destroying our class. Stop. And you walk away. You're coaching compassion. Bully, you got to have some compassion. You got to stop with this mean behavior. Coaching compassion. One last time.
Steal the show. Turn it over. Accompany others. Coaching compassion.
Coaching compassion. That's right. So we want to remember these 4 tactics as a bystander. There are more things that you can do as well. And now we're going to also talk about what to do if you're the victim of bullying. Before we get there, you had a question? Yeah?
But also the person could, say something, but you might not want to say anything because, he could be going through something.
Let's say you know the fact is that the bully's going through something. That would be an excellent thing to say. You have to be careful with Lashon Hara. You don't want to start revealing secrets that you might know. But to say in general, I think he's just dealing with difficult stuff right now. Don't pay attention to what he's saying. He's just having a hard time right now, I think. He's like, well, what exactly? I don't know. I think he's just having a hard time. Absolutely, that's a great piece of information to share, if it's true. Right? In that case, that would be great. Absolutely. when you coach compassion and you go to the bully as a group or even as an individual to say, stop, it's not cool, it doesn't have to be with a meanness, just a firmness and a confidence. You got to stop. It could be very nice. Hey, you got to stop what you're saying. It's so not nice to him. I'm not sure you realize, but you're being really mean to him. It's hurting him. You got to stop. And if his response is, oh, okay, thank you, beautiful. But if his response is, I know, oh yeah, it's hurting him, you know? Oh, great, here I go. Well, then you got to get a little bit more firm. Maybe bring in a few more people to the group. Make sense? Yeah.
I think maybe we should also add a K so it can be spelled correctly, and K was stand for karate.
I'm so happy you brought that up, because we're going to talk about this in the victim. We'll talk about it now as far as the victim and the bystander. Should you use K? He's saying, let's add a K. Now it's spelled correctly as stack, and it stands for karate. Now, first of all, if you know anything about karate, karate is all about defensive posturing and not offensive, which means you're not doing any attacking unless you're attacked. So I'm not sure karate, maybe there's a different letter for a different form of fighting or whatever, but not karate. But let's just address the idea, so let's get rid of that. Let's just address the idea of should you get physical with him? The answer is no. We'll elaborate on that a little bit when we get to the victim. Should the victim get physical or not? But the answer is generally no, but we'll get to that soon. Yeah.
But if you're coaching compassion, sometimes you might get bullied back.
Yes, there is a risk. That's excellent that you brought that up. As a bystander, why would a bystander not want to get involved? Because, one second, Baruch Hashem, I'm not getting bullied. I feel bad for him that he is, but I'm not. I don't want to get involved. If I get involved, he'd start bullying me. So first of all, if you're in a group, that should be less of a concern. Because if 12 people out of 20 in the class go up to this person and say, stop, much less of a concern. Second of all, even if you're by yourself, you're right, there's a risk, and we wouldn't blame someone for not getting involved. But if you have the courage to say something, you'll have, hopefully, the environment, others who will be the bystander for you if necessary. Right? That's why we're talking about creating this environment in the classroom and in the grade of not tolerating bullying. Does that make sense? It's a great point. Yeah.
What if there are no bystanders?
Sometimes it happens in private and there are no bystanders, and this wouldn't apply. The victim can potentially tell other people, hey, could you look out for this? Could you help me out? But yeah, we have to deal with each situation in and of itself. In many, many cases, there's going to be some bystanders. Not every case, it's true. We're going to talk in a minute about what should the victim of bullying do to help himself. That's going to be the next part of the class. Yeah.
If someone's like bullying you and you're right at home from school and no one sees and he's doing it physically, shouldn't you defend yourself?
Yes, we're going to get to that. That's all within the victim side of things, okay? So this, we just wanted to talk about if you're the bystander. Now let's transition over a lot of your questions on what if you're the victim? Maybe there are no bystanders, maybe there are bystanders, but they're not coming to help. So the bullying has happened and you're the victim of it. What can you do to help yourself? So, 2 options that I want to share with you today. Number 1, think to yourself, does this person who's bullying me seem like a person I may be able to talk to ask him to stop? If the answer is definitely not, which sometimes happens, then we'll have to move on to option 2 that I'm going to give you in a minute. But if the answer is yes, I think I might be able to tell him to stop, I think it might work, then here's what you want to do. You want to tell him to stop, but we want to start with a concept called an I statement. An I statement means that you focus on your feelings, not his actions. Let me give you an example. I walk up to the bully and I say, you are being so mean by calling me that name. You've now invited a fight. No, I'm not. You deserve it. It's not so mean. As opposed to, it's hurting my feelings deeply when you call me that name. Stop. Or if you don't want to make yourself so vulnerable and so emotional, you could just simply say, I really don't like it when you call me that name. Please stop now. Firm, short, focusing on I don't like it. I don't like it. What's he going to say? That's not true. You do like it. There's nothing to argue about. If you focus on his actions, what you're doing, you're a Russia, you're not supposed to do, don't you realize? He could just start arguing. No, it's because of this, you're wrong, I am allowed. But if you just say, I don't like what you're doing, you want to add in, it's really bothering me or not, but I don't like what you're doing. I need you to stop now, please. That's, one second, I'll take questions in a minute. That's the statement, the I statement. And then there are two conditions to make this work. One, you want to be in private. I'll explain what that means in a minute. And there's a second condition of walk away. Okay? So those are the two things. Let's talk about that. In private doesn't mean you have to be in a private room when you say this to the bully. It means you want to be out of earshot. You don't want the bully to have an audience. Because if you walk up to that bully and he has 2 or 3 of his close friends around him, and you say, hey, bully, I don't like what you're doing, please stop now. When you call me that name, I don't like it, stop. When you kick my knapsack, I don't like it, stop, please, now. Clear, short, to the point. If he has 2 or 3 friends around him, he's going to feel like I got to put on a show. I got to save face, we call it. I got to save my reputation. So he's going to want to say to the victim, oh yeah, and then like call you the name right there. And then the 2 friends laugh. You know, sometimes when somebody makes a joke in a class, the whole class laughs and like the kid feels really good. But sometimes imagine if I was the kid. And imagine in the middle of class, I like raise my hand and I say something funny, right? Like, oh yeah, well that's not true because of this and this. And instead of everyone laughing, which makes me feel good, the whole class is just like, totally awkward silence. The person feels really silly with what he did. He probably won't do it again. So the point is, if the bully feels like he's going to get a laugh from an audience, a reaction, you're probably going to lose in trying to get him to stop by telling him to stop. What you want to do is when you're 10 feet away from other people, on one side of the room, from the other side of the room, that's when you quietly walk up to him. I really don't like it when you call me that name, when you do that thing. Please stop now. I don't like it. And then the second condition, so there's no audience. Second condition, walk away. Don't do this. Hey, bully, I really don't like when you call me that name. Please stop now. What's your response? How would you like to reply? No. This is not a discussion. This is not a debate. I don't like it. I need you to stop. I really don't like what you're doing when you call me that name. Please stop now. Walk away. Walk away. He might scream after you, yeah, but you just shrug your shoulders and walk away. Okay? So that's the first technique. If you think you can speak to him, go ahead and try it. If it works, great. If it doesn't work, we'll move on to option 2, which is going to be a whole different approach than speaking to him. It's going to be how do you react when you are being bullied. What's your reaction going to be? And that's going to have a specific idea to it. But before we move on to that, yep.
But also like have confidence and like go to him and like be nice to him, because when you're nice, sometimes they end up like they go stop.
Interesting. Sometimes just being a little extra nice to the bully makes him feel like a little more silly that he's being so mean to you.
Like say to him, okay, I don't like when you call me those stuff, but if it makes you feel better, then go ahead and do it.
Okay, that's going to get into the reaction. What kind of reaction should you have? And it's very much along the lines of what you're saying. That's excellent.
Say you go to the person, you tell them that you don't like it, walk away, and scream, I don't care. Next day, does the same thing.
Yeah. So then speaking didn't work. And we have to move on to the next idea, right? This is option number 1. This is option number 2. If you think option number 1's not going to work, move straight on to option number 2. If you think it might work, try it. If it works, great. If not, move on to option 2. Let's talk about option 2 for a second. Quick question, yeah?
If you tell him how you're feeling and he tells you you don't like it, and he goes and tells other people how I said that I don't like it, and he embarrasses you.
Yeah, he could bully you more with the speaking. You're absolutely right. He could say, guys, come over here. You know what he just said? He said I should stop. Ha, ha, ha.
And he tells you that, oh, he went to a red meat
Yep. And in those cases, we're going to explore option 2. But of course, if nothing's working, at some point, no matter what level of severity it is, like we said before, especially if it's repeating, and if it's severe right away, you got to do, turn it over. Give it to the adult, right? One more review. Steal the show. Steal the spotlight, yeah. Turn it over. Accompany others. Compassion coaching, coaching compassion. Good. Okay, so 1 second. Let's just get through this and then I'll take your question. What should now we're up to the point of we tried all that, it's not working. What should your reaction be when the bully bullies you? This is really important. The way to answer that question is, what is the reason many bullies bully? Why are they bullying? We kind of touched on this at the very beginning of the class. In the back, yeah? To get attention.
He's facing something
Something difficult?
Yeah, and he's like...
Yeah.
He genuinely doesn't like you?
He just doesn't like the person. Sure.
To get more popular?
Because what?
To get more popular?
To get more popular, to get attention, yeah.
Because he feels that thing about himself, so he tells you.
He feels that thing about himself. All the way in the back, yeah.
Something's happening at home.
Maybe something's happening at home that's making him feel bad.
To put you down and bring himself up?
A good visual for that is, he's feeling down and out about himself for some reason. So in order to shove you down and step on top of you, he raises himself up. But what a cruel, vicious, terrible way to make himself feel better about himself. But we have to understand that's where it's coming from. It's coming from him wanting to make himself feel better about himself because there's something that he doesn't feel so good about inside of himself. Which ultimately means he's trying to grab power for himself. He wants to feel more powerful and get a reaction out of you. This is something that has been written about. This is an incredible idea to think about when you're dealing with a bully. If he's trying to get power, it means he can cause you to react. That means he says something to you, a mean comment, and you crumble on the floor and cry. Haha, look how powerful I am. Or you run away, tell on him, and he gets in trouble. Look how powerful I am. I was able to cause you to get so upset you went and told on me, even though it's a negative consequence to him. Even that makes him feel power. So we have to think to ourselves, how do we deflate that power? How do we make it that that power just doesn't feel like he's getting that power anymore? What tactic can we take?
If you ignore him, then he just thinks that...
Ignoring is a good idea, but let's define two different types of ignoring. One type of ignoring is, he calls me a name, and I go like this. Do you guys hear anyone talking to me right now? I don't hear anyone. Is there someone even over there? Like silent treatment. That is a reaction. Even though you're not saying anything to him. But that's a clear reaction of, I'm very bothered by what you're doing. Look at what you're, right? The right type of ignoring, the word I like to use is more called indifference. I'm indifferent. I don't care. I don't care what you say. It makes no difference to me. Indifference. Then he feels like, oh my gosh, I'm not getting a reaction from the victim. That is something that's powerful in terms of taking away his feeling of power. So what would that look like? He calls me a name, and I just kind of shrug my shoulders. Okay, whatever you say, and walk away. Like, who cares? Let me give you a mushal. Just put your hands down, we'll get to questions in a minute. Let me give you a mushal, a visual to help you with this. Because sometimes it's really going to hurt. How do you pretend like it's not bothering you? So sometimes, I want you all to close your eyes for a second and imagine the face of a baby. Close your eyes. It could be a younger brother or sister. It could be a niece or nephew. It can be a baby that you saw on the outside of a diaper box. It doesn't matter. You can make up the baby face, but like a little 6-month-old baby's head. Okay? Picture that head in your mind. Okay, open your eyes. Now, Imagine there's a person bullying, I'm not going to say you, because chas v'shalom, but there's a person bullying someone. What I would tell that person is, oh, he's bullying you? Say it's a middle schooler bullying another middle schooler. Imagine that baby head being swapped out on top of the shoulders of the middle school boy's body, and now it's a middle school boy's body with a baby's head on top. Pretty weird visual. Why would I tell you to imagine that? Because think about the following case. I go to my friend's house and he's like, you gotta see my baby. You gotta come see the baby. It's so cute, come see the baby. I say, fine, I come. And I take a look at the baby and it's a very cute baby. So I look at the baby and the baby looks up at me. It's like 1 year old, not talking any English yet. And it looks up at me and says, you're ugly. And I'm like, what? What is it? And the father's like, his first words! He's talking so early, he's a genius! What would my feelings be? Would I be like, oh, called me ugly? Or would I be like, wait, let me take out my camera and video this. Maybe we can get him to say it again because it's just a baby. The words mean nothing. That's the visual. Somebody's calling you names. You imagine a baby's head on his body, and that's doing the talking. It means nothing to me. It doesn't bother me. It gives me a little chuckle even. It doesn't bother me. Now again, it's not really that case. It really is someone your age, so it does hurt. I get it. But if you could even act indifferent, like it doesn't bother you, you know what starts to happen? The bully starts to get more intense and more extreme with the bullying. Because he's losing grip with his power. You're not reacting, you're not caring. Every time he says it, you're just like, okay. Sometimes people like to say, okay, thank you, I guess, and you walk away. And it's all about how you say it, right? It's not, thank you, I guess, because that's like, I'm bothered. It's more, you have to do a little bit of an acting job, or maybe you could really come to the point that it doesn't bother you, and you simply say, okay, thanks. And you move on, and you get busy with other things. You go back to a book you're reading. You go out to play. And he's like, wow, it's not affecting. But he might increase the intensity at first because he's losing his grip and power. And then, eventually it stops because he's not gaining what he's setting out to gain, some sort of power over you through your reaction. So indifference, your reaction, not caring at all about what he's doing. Remember the mashal with the baby, that is what we want to focus on. It doesn't bother me, even if it does. Now again, if it's particularly nasty or intense, or it's not, but it's going on for a long time despite you doing this, or it's getting physical and pretty serious, it's hurting you, all those, what's that? Turn it over. Give it to an adult, 100%. Even if it's just slightly bothering you, always talk to your parents about what's going on in school, 100%. So keep all that in mind. But these are the tactics we can use to try to help ourselves if chas v'shalom we're the victim. Those are the things that we want to try to keep in mind, both as bystander, which is the most effective way to get rid of bullying in a school, in a classroom, in a grade, and as victim. The different ways to speak it out with I statements, to make sure that we talk about it's bothering me, I don't like it, not what you're doing is bad, because then he can argue. And private just means no audience, no crowd around, nobody around, right? That's all private means, so that there's no audience for him to get laughter from. And you walk away when you say that quick I statement. Doesn't matter if he's screaming after you, just drop the seed, plant the seed, and then move on. And finally, if the speaking doesn't work, the indifference, whatever, doesn't bother me. And you walk away and keep that up for a few days. Hopefully it ends. If it doesn't, you always got to bring adults into it. Hopefully your friends will come and help you. One last time.
Steal the show. Turn it over. Accompany others. Contact.
I will now take questions.
What point are you looking at physical?
Great question. So now the question becomes, is there ever room to get physical with the bully? What if the bully is saying really nasty things? Should you get physical with him? The answer is no. Never if it's just verbal. However, there's one exception. Let me tell you before I get to the exception. You know what often happens when somebody pushes another person? He's like, what, how dare you? You can't push me. And he goes to push him back. Let's just picture it in slow motion right now. So Reuven, the bully, pushes Shimon. Shimon's the victim. And Shimon's like, what, how dare you? And he decides not to tell him you shouldn't do that, and then to tell an adult, because that's a pretty serious physical thing. You got to tell an adult. Instead of that, Shimon decides, I'm going to take justice in my own hands and push Reuven back. Okay? Here's what usually happens. I don't know why, but this is what I see usually happens. Shimon, slow motion, gets ready to come push Reuven back because he deserves it. And as his hands make contact with his chest and he's about to shove him to the ground, the door opens. In comes the Menahel's head to check on how the class is going. And at that moment he sees Shimon push Reuven onto the ground. Excuse me? Shimon, come with me right now. Now, even if Shimon can figure out a way to explain and prove in cameras and other things that I was only reacting, still he can get in trouble for it. And also, the Menahel's going to react more to the thing he saw with his own eyes than the thing he didn't see, depending on what the circumstances are. Which means potentially Shimon's not only the one who got pushed first, but now Shimon's getting in trouble. Very often that happens. It's always a good idea to avoid getting physical at all costs, but there's an exception where you have no choice. For example, chas v'shalom, the bully is pinning the victim down on the ground and the victim can't escape. He shouldn't just lie there and be like, are there any adults around who can help me? He should do everything he needs to do to get out from that pin. He might need to push, punch a little bit. I'm not advocating for any of that, but he can't let himself just continue to be pinned down on the ground. Similarly, if he's being grabbed, right, he might need to kind of push his arms away. So you're getting physical to release yourself, not so that you could turn around and get him back physically, so you can run away. And in fact, that's always the advice, by the way, even for stronger people in your adult lives, that's always the advice. Don't engage in physical force with another person. It only adds to the risk and makes it potentially more dangerous. So we have to keep that in mind and think about that. It's the same thing here in school. Obviously, Baruch Hashem, we're not dealing with those types of scenarios. But when it comes to bullying, unless you're stuck and you need to release yourself, free yourself from the bully, nothing physical. Yeah.
Say you're a bystander and someone's being pinned down and can't move. Can you?
As a bystander, what I would say is scream out to get an adult to help, because it's always better if the adult does it. But yes, if you see that a person is being pained and hurt in a stuck position, you do what you need to do to pull the person off of him, right? So we're not saying, oh, great, I have an excuse now to punch him in the face. No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying have 3 guys come and pull him off. And that should be sufficient in the vast majority of cases. But yes, as a bystander, again, if someone's stuck, pinned, they can't run away. If they can run away and there's a fight going on and they're both actively participating in it, run and go get someone. You can, from behind, kind of each guy could be held back. You sometimes see that at sporting events, sometimes where they seemingly, like in baseball, aren't really going to fight, but they're making a point, like hold me back type of thing. It's funny sometimes. It looks to me like that a little bit sometimes. But either way, yes, trying to stop people from engaging in physical fights can be a case where you can get a slightly physical. We're talking about just holding someone back, but we're not talking about really trying to fight physically with another person. Great question. That's how I would deal with, generally speaking, nothing physical, and the rare exception where it could be a little bit physical. Excellent. Okay, so these are the ideas that I wanted to share with you in regards to bullying. It's a really important topic. This is just the beginning of the conversation. We're just opening up the discussion right now. We touched on this a little bit back in 6th grade, if you remember. We're really getting more heavily into it here in 7th grade. This is all about what we want to try to learn about in these Darcheinu classes. Obviously, if any of you have questions about specific circumstances relating to bullying or anything, you can find me in my office. You can make an appointment with me. We can talk. You can catch me in the hallway. We can talk. You have your wonderful Rebbe here as well, who heard the whole class together with us, and he can be involved and help you. You have the Menahel, and of course you have your parents. And Mirz Hashem, we won't even have to use these tactics because we won't have the bullying altogether, but just in case we do, we have these ideas. And Mirz Hashem, we should only have Menuchas HaNefesh and Siyata Dishmaya. Thank you, boys, so much. Enjoy your recess.
All right. Hello, Amudim Tiny Studio. This is actually very special because it's my tiny studio, and we've never had this many musicians in the tiny studio before. I've been very fortunate to be a part of Amudim's live stream for a bunch of years with a variety of different types of videos and performances and recordings, and I think this is the first time I'm doing one solo. And one of the special parts about Amudim for me is that is its impact, and I want to dedicate this song, the song 𝐂𝐈𝐕𝐄, to Amudim, to the Amudim staff, and to anybody who's struggling. מסתכל אני על העולם, יש הרבה דאגה, איפה הגאולה? כמה דמעות מן העיניים שוברות לי את הלב כמו גשם משמיים. אני קורא יומם ולילה, מחפש את ידך, מחפש למצוא תשובה. אנא השם אל תעזבני ותצילני, אבל אנחנו בצרה. 𝐂𝐈𝐕𝐄, למה עזבתני רחוק משועתי, דברי שאגתי. 𝐂𝐈𝐕𝐄, למה עזבתני רחוק משועתי, דברי שאגתי. I feel alone in all this darkness, trying to be a light in a world that's cold and heartless. I look around and all I see is fear, so many broken hearts, oceans full of tears. I'm calling to you, yeah, it's still you who hide. I'm calling to you, don't you hear my cry? Oh no, Hashem al tazveni, please come and save me. My arms are open wide. 𝐂𝐈𝐕𝐄, lama azavtani rachok mishuati, divrei she'agati. 𝐂𝐈𝐕𝐄, lama azavtani rachok mishuati, divrei she'agati. Ana anenu biyom koreinu, ana anenu biyom koreinu, ana anenu. למה עזבתני רחוק משועתי, דברי שאגתי. 𝐂𝐈𝐕𝐄, למה עזבתני רחוק משועתי, דברי שאגתי. All right. Sweet. Yeah. This is actually super fun. We need a pause.
Ido needs to. We need to call the Moldani group.
Oh well, I'll count it. Yeah. Well, all right. What do you? Yeah.
boom bop, boom bop.
Just like kick snare kind of thing, and then build it up.
There you go. One, two, 1, 2, 3. All right, everyone at home, everyone here in the tiny studio. We have a little audience here with our camera crew. Yeah. Time to wake it up. Back to 2007. Oh, 1, 2, 3, go!
I wanna thank my Creator, returning to me my soul. I wanna thank my Creator for giving me another day on His world, and I'll sing Modeh ani liponecha umelech 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 שהחזרת בי נשמתי 𝐓𝐻'M Rabba אמונה זכו na 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 mo yeah na 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 mo wanna thank my Creator for giving me another day on His world, and I say, Modeh ani liponecha umelech 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 שהחזרת בי נשמתי 𝐓𝐻'M Rabba אמונה זכו na 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 It's a very small room, and it feels like we're like in Madison Square Garden. Sometimes I wonder, like obviously it's every artist's ambition and dream to like play a very giant space like Madison Square Garden, and luckily we're living in an age where from artists or Israeli artists are playing Madison Square Garden and all these bigger venues. But I gotta be honest.
You want to know something? I after today, I may agree. We've been here all day, and with watching all the other artists performing and recording here, and just, you know, this space right here, and performing for all of you from this little tiny studio is very special. So, this next song is a song that I wish I wrote. So I recorded a cover of it, and I performed it enough times that I basically feel like I wrote it. And it's something that no matter what any of us are going through, but especially Klal Yisrael as a whole, is something to remember, to always believe. That belief and faith is something that has carried us on through the most difficult of times. It's carried me through my most difficult times in my life. And it's a song we've been singing for generations. It's words we've been singing for generations. And the words of Ani Mamin have carried us through. So. Pause. This actually, we're going to have to actually make a cut. This, we're going to actually have to make a cut because I forgot the opening lyrics. I've only performed this like 10,000 times. They tell me that I'm holding. Thank you. All right. Yeah. They tell me that I'm holding on to something that is long gone. Long gone. I look into the future, I know time will prove them all wrong. All wrong. Don't need to see you by my side to know I'm not alone. I look up to the sky and tell the eagles take me home. They say forget about this dream you dream, but I will hold on. I hold on. I will keep holding tight, I won't get lost in the dark of night. I believe and I don't care how long, yeah. I will hold on, I will hold on. Ani Mamin, oh, Ani Mamin. It's hard to see you in this darkness, but I know that you're here. And you hear me calling your name. When will this pain disappear? You'll appear and all this will change. Cause all the weak and broken hearted will have strength to stand. We'll look back at the place we started and we'll understand. And raise a glass up to the heavens filled with all of our tears. Say cheers. I will keep holding tight, I won't get lost in the dark of night. I believe and I don't care how long, yeah. I will hold on, I will hold on. I won't be chased, my man. 𝐔𝐲𝐢𝐭𝐫𝐞. You'll take us home, you'll take us home, yeah. I will hold on, I will hold on. Ani Mamin, oh, Ani Mamin, oh. I will keep holding tight. Can you please come soon? It's been a long, long night. Shem, we need you more than ever. Can use some light. I'll hold on, I'll hold on. אף על פי שישמע עם כל זה אחכה לו. יכול יום שיבוא. The only thing that I know is that I'll never lose hope. Though I'll never let go. I will keep holding tight. I won't right, this is our last song for you for the Amudim Tiny Studio series. My name is 𝐔𝐕𝐄. This is Morty Miller and the Miller Productions Band. We got Mitch Friedman on the bass. We got Ido Shoshan on the drums. And I want to give a very, very special thanks to Amudim for having me and for putting this all together. It's truly, this is such a cool experience. And we're going to finish with a song that is a constant reminder. It started from a letter that I wrote to myself of reminding me of my own power and my own strength. And it's turned into a reminder to everybody that you have the power of a lion in you, you have a light in you, you have strength in you, you can do anything. Just remember who you are and remember the power that you have, the impact you can make. And so this is Up Like a Lion.
Don't you know that you've got a lion in you? Don't you know that you've got the heart of a king? Don't you know that you've got the power in you to fight whatever struggle tomorrow may bring? Don't you know that the sun is rising and it's time to open up your eyes? Don't you know no matter how the winds blow, you won't be swayed from your will to survive. 1, 2, 3. Up like a lion, rise up like a lion. Let it hear you roar, let it feel you roar. Up like a lion, rise up like a lion. Let it hear you roar, let it feel you roar. Let it hear you roar, let it feel you roar. Let it hear you roar, let it feel you roar. Don't you know that you've got a fire in you? Don't you know that you are a beacon of light? Don't you know wherever the dark may bring you, you'll be the one to light up the night? Don't you know that the sun is rising and it's time to open up your eyes? Don't you know no matter how the winds blow, you won't be swayed from your will to survive? Up like a lion, rise up like a lion. Let it hear you roar, let it feel you roar. Up like a lion, rise up like a lion. Let it hear you roar, let it feel you roar. Ooh, let it hear you roar, let it feel you roar. Let it hear you roar, let it feel you roar. Strength and moving on. Look deep in yourself, pushing past the pain that's hanging on. This grip is tight and strong, and these scars on your back, no holding you back no more. The strength and moving on. Look deep in yourself, pushing past the pain that's hanging on. This grip is tight and strong. Up like a lion, rise up like a lion. Let it hear you roar, let it feel you roar. Up like a lion, rise up like a lion. Let it hear you roar, let it feel you roar. Up like a lion, rise up like a lion. Let it hear you roar, let it feel you roar. Don't you know that you've got a lion in you? Thank you so much, Amudim. Thank you, band guys. Thank you, Tiny Studio, and we'll see you next time. Yeah. Easy.
There are many times where a case manager will hit a halachic roadblock, where perhaps therapeutically it might make sense to go to a certain place where the kashrus is a question, or someone maybe who's suffering from an eating disorder should not be fasting on Yom Kippur, and they need a rav. And although there are many qualified, really fantastic rabbanim that are there, this requires a certain sensitivity, a certain knowledge, and that's really where I fit in. The client then is referred to me by the case manager, and we kind of hold their hand, taking them through whatever it is that they're up to. It really puts their minds at rest. I mean, I have received numerous messages after Yom Kippur along the lines of, this was the first Yom Kippur that I ate, and I didn't feel guilty because I knew that I was taking care of what needed to be taken care of.
Welcome to Unite to Heal, a 36-hour global broadcast powered by Amudim, an organization that has become a lifeline for our community. Amudim is where people turn when life becomes too heavy to carry alone, whether it's mental health struggles, addiction, abuse, or crisis. They're on the front lines every single day, reminding us that no matter how hard things get, nobody struggles alone. Unite to Heal brings together voices from across the Jewish world, rabbanim, educators, leaders, artists, to remind us that healing begins when we face reality with honesty, faith, and compassion. Tonight, we're doing exactly that. This isn't a typical panel. We're calling this conversation uncharted territory, things that as rabbis we never expected to face. Together with some of the most respected rabbinic leaders of our time, Rabbi Shai Shefter, Rabbi Aryeh Leibowitz, Rabbi Larry Rothwachs, Rabbi Ephraim Goldberg. We're going to talk about the real issues confronting our families and communities today. Challenges that probably did exist a generation ago, but somehow not in the same presentation, not with the same intensity, and things that we have perhaps stopped denying existed in our community. Questions that, to be honest, many of us were never fully trained to answer. This is meant to be raw and real. It's going to be intense, but it's also going to involve some anecdotes that I'm sure will bring a smile to your faces and ours. And it's rooted in Torah, because the Torah has something to say and rabbis have what to say about every challenge, even the ones we never imagined we'd face.
And with that, should we begin by introducing ourselves more fully?
My name is Larry Rothwachs. I'm the rabbi of Congregation Beth Aaron in Teaneck, where I've been for 24 years. I have the privilege of serving as the Director of Professional Rabbinics at 𝐔𝐬𝐯, involved in training the future of the rabbinate. And more recently, I've had the privilege of becoming a licensed social worker, so I'm also transitioning a little bit into the space of mental health counseling. These are overlapping fields, but obviously each with their own unique opportunities and challenges.
Ephraim Goldberg, I'm in Boca Raton, Florida. We have considered a large community, a large shul of a little over 1,000 families, very, very diverse, and spanning all kinds of ages, backgrounds, levels of observance, political affiliations, levels of knowledge, hashkafos, and that presents a lot of common themes and challenges in the world today, but also some nuanced differences between them, and it's an honor to be here.
Thank you. I'm Menachem Penner. I was for many years a rabbi in Queens, and then I served as the dean of the Rabbi Isaac Elchanan Theological Seminary, where I put together a team, including Rabbi Rothwex, Rabbi Leibowitz, to try to help the next generation of rabbis deal with many of the challenges that they would face. And now I have the privilege to serve as the executive vice president of the Rabbinical Council of America. I'm the only one here who doesn't have a congregation, but in a certain way I do. We support about 1,000 rabbis around the world, and I'm going to be bringing you not so much my own experiences in the last few years, but the collective wisdom of many of those rabbis.
My name is Shai Schechter. I'm the associate rabbi at the Young Israel of Woodmere. We have a congregation here in New York that is one of the larger congregations in the country as well. And we have many different kinds of people with a varying degree of ages, different kinds of challenges. And we're here to talk about some of those together, just to discuss as friends how we deal with some of the challenges that all of us are faced with.
My name is Aryeh Leibowitz. I am the rabbi of the shul where we happen to be right now, in the Beis HaKnesses of North Woodmere. It is not a very diverse, neither in age nor in religious background type of congregation. However, my insight into the diversity of the Jewish people comes more from my other job as a Rebbe in the Smicha program in REITs, in Yeshiva University. When Rabbi Penner brought me in, I was able to connect with so many young rabbis, so many aspiring rabbis, and many rabbis throughout the country who are dealing with a variety of different issues with different constituencies, and you get to see the full gamut of the issues that come up.
I think it's worthwhile to point out and to share that we're not just colleagues. People watching or listening might be surprised to know that rabbis don't just get along, but sometimes are good friends, like each other, mutual admirers, collaborate, and tap into each other's wisdom. So I think it's exciting for us to do this together, not only as colleagues, but also as a group of good friends.
I think I would do this even if it wasn't me.
In fact, before the cameras turned on, it was more fun than after the cameras turned on.
Can we take our ties off yet? Or?
Not yet.
So where should we begin, Rabbi Penner?
I think probably to try to grapple with, maybe to think back to the first time that you realized that as much as we tried, or those who came before us tried to train us in smicha, that we were sort of already in a different world. That as much as you can try to train in a classroom, that something is going to come before you. What memories do you have of something that happened in the first few years of your Rabbanos? Something that stands out, that's something that you may have thought it would happen, but now that it was really in front of you, you were like, wow, this is in our community too.
I'll go back to literally the first day, the second day of the job, because I started on a Sunday, and on Monday morning I was sitting at my desk. I still recall many of my belongings still in boxes, and I was staring at the phone. It was obviously not a cell phone because we didn't have them yet, and I was waiting for it to ring. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. I was sitting and waiting, and approximately, 9:08, 9:09, the phone rang, and it was a member of the shul, who's no longer a member of the shul, who told me that he was miserable in his marriage, that he wanted to divorce his wife, and he needed some guidance and help from me to figure out how to make it happen. And I hope this doesn't come across as insensitive in any way, but being a rookie, excited to be the first day of my job, wondering if anybody was ever going to call me, I started to almost salivate. I'm like, wow, this is it. This is my moment. This is what it's all about. I'm now a rabbi. And I was pretty certain in that moment that I was going to save his marriage within the next, if not week, 2 weeks tops. We were going to figure this out together. He thought he wanted a divorce. He thought he was miserable, but I was going to show him no. There's another path forward, and we're going to figure this all out together. And I mentioned that, first of all, it's a real example, but it took me personally a long time to realize that two things are true at the same time. Rabbis have a very critical role, and there are ways that we can be very helpful in crisis situations. There is a unique role that rabbis can fill that perhaps others can't. But perhaps the most difficult realization for me personally was that there are so many problems that we can't fix. There are so many puzzles that even if there is a solution, even if they can be solved, there's a limit as to what we can do. And being able to sort of hold both of those truths together every day is a big challenge. And it took me a while. It took me a really long time to realize that so often our role is to just listen and to be there and to help refer, but we can't necessarily fix. And to come to a place where we can accept that in a healthy way, for me, that took a while for me to learn that lesson.
Can I ask you a cynical question?
Sure.
First day on the job, I deal with a lot of rabbis that are on the first day on the job, and someone calls them and says, I have this major issue. Almost 100% of the time, that person had placed the call to the previous rabbi, and it wasn't dealt with the way they exactly wanted it to be dealt with. They have a fresh person, fresh meat to go after, or to try to maybe win the sympathies of when they couldn't with the last rabbi. Was that the case?
Of course it was the case, because the reality is, what I didn't tell you, is that after that call, it probably took many, many weeks or months, maybe even years, before the phone really started to ring on a steady basis. Because most people are going to have to really get to know you and develop a rapport to be able to know if they can really trust you enough to really open up. And I think what we're going to talk about today is the many, many issues that people struggle with, and how much we try with varying degrees of success to avail ourselves. But you're correct. He was definitely such an individual, and there were others as well. And almost by definition, if you're getting a call like that on the first day of the job, it's not because anyone has tremendous confidence in your abilities to take them to the finish line. Yeah.
But you are highlighting a very important point, that space of the rabbi filling that void of not being the fixer, but being the one who's actually going to hold their hands, is a very important space for you to fill, and one that probably many of the professionals would not be the appropriate fit to be filling. So I think that's also an important point that you're raising.
I agree. I found myself fairly often, when people are willing, when you have the rapport and there is the trust and they do make the appointment, and they're sitting there and they're so nervous and they're struggling to even communicate. And when you can calm down and say, I'm not here to judge, I'm here to love, I'm here to help, I'm here to be your friend, I'm here to be your rabbi. I often say, there's probably nothing you can share or tell me that haven't been involved with, although every time I've said that, I've come to learn something new, which is also an important point. But I think to communicate that and transmit that as rabbis, that certainly we have our values and our principles and our lives and our lifestyles, and we're here to teach and promote and support Torah and Torah living and Torah standards and Torah expectations, but also the humanity of Torah and the fallibility and the fact that we're real people, it's a real world, the Torah is not a utopian document, and we're not here to judge. We're here to listen, to learn, to love, and to try to help you however we can. I remember also, as a young rabbi, I maybe was equally as excited to get a question about like the fleishik fork and the milchik dishwasher, like again, to put into practice all the things that we had learned. But the first time I was really jarred, somebody had asked me to come over to the house. It was a man from the community, and he shared with me something relatively scandalous in his own marriage and his wife's discovery of it and its implications for their family, and really out of the ordinary. And I was a young rabbi, somewhat perhaps naive, that the things that happen in the general world are happening in our own community. And I remember, as I was listening to him, I was trying so hard to make sure he doesn't see that I'm shaking. Like I remember feeling I'm shaking right now when I'm listening to, and especially thinking I didn't have the most insulated background. I was I was a good boy. I was well behaved, but I don't come from the most insulated background, and I was shaking, and I was listening, and I was trying to listen in a supportive way, but working really hard that he not see I'm shaking right now. And every time over the last also 2.5 decades that sometimes I encounter new things, and I say, well, this is it. This is for sure the last new thing I'll learn, because we've seen it all. And I think that's also a really important idea, that whatever is out there in the general world is happening in our community. And maybe not the same percentage or the same extent, same awareness. And I don't think our community in Boca Raton is disproportional, or there's a lot more of it. I think, or at least make me feel better to believe that it's happening in all communities. But what's happening in the world is happening in our communities as well. And one of the challenges for us as rabbis is to be aware and exposed and learn and love and help, and somehow still be protecting ourselves, our purity, our avoda, our midos, our sense of looking at the world in a certain way, and to find that balance in between the two, I know is a regular ongoing struggle.
I think a lot of people assume the rabbi is the last person that they would want to speak to when something unfortunate is going on in their life, something that they wouldn't be proud of, because they assume the rabbi is, only sitting over a Gemara all day, and what will he do with this? The reality is usually exactly the opposite. a seasoned rabbi, I'm not talking about someone with 30, 40 years, but a rabbi who's in the field and connecting with his congregants probably has seen much more than your friends, much more than another type of mentor. That's the position of the rabbi, and that's what it means. I think the rabbi can often bring a lot of sage counsel and also a lot of support for things that people wouldn't think. Why am I going to go to the rabbi? What the rabbi? How is he going to react to this? As if, imagine if the rabbi is cordoned off from the realities of the community. And I find that usually it's exactly the opposite. The rabbi's understanding of many of the issues going on in the community is much greater, and society and the culture is much greater than the average person.
It's interesting because I'm so used to looking at that from a completely different vantage point when we're trying to train rabbinical students to be prepared for a very wide range of possible issues and challenges that are brought to their attention. Very often, the rabbi will say to himself, "Why are you coming to me?" And to train them. First of all, as Rabbi Goldberg said, not to look at them and say, "Oh my gosh, I've never heard anything like this before. That's crazy. Did that actually happen to you?" Even if in fact it is your first time, not to say that. But ask yourself, why is this person coming to me? And if somebody's really, if they want to know, I can't decide where to get pizza tonight. I think you can actually say to them, I'm not really sure that I have much to offer here in case you do. But if somebody's coming and they're not necessarily even asking a question, but want to talk about a particular topic, and you're saying to yourself, why are they coming to me? I know the Rabbi Penner has offered a whole range of possibilities why people would be coming to the rabbi, other than the most obvious reasons because they're seeking halachic counsel. What are some reasons why people would come to a rabbi?
Many more than the rabbi fixing it. Sometimes they hope, in the case of this example, that the rabbi is going to fix the problem. Very often I think that, you learn this after that. We all have those things where someone comes to us and we're like, okay, how am I going to fix this? Very often they're not really coming to the rabbi to fix it. And I think that was one of the hardest things for me to learn as a young rabbi. I remember a situation where a woman shared with me an abusive situation with her husband. But she didn't want me to reach out to the husband. It was an absolutely confidential, which really left me with very few options. At the time, I thought, as a young rabbi, that if I could just speak to the husband, I could solve the problem. Of course, that's not true either. But she spent an hour crying and talking to me, and she said I couldn't share this with anyone. About 6 months later, she called me to tell me how disappointed she was that I hadn't followed up with her. And I was just thinking, as a rabbi who was trying to fix the situation, that couldn't be fixed. And when she left my office, I assumed I was done. What she really needed was someone she could talk to and someone she could cry to. And I think that that's something that you really learn as a rabbi, and something that sometimes only a rabbi could do. Maybe a good friend. Not everything could be shared with a good friend. That the role of the rabbi is simply to be there for somebody, even if the problem can't be solved, can't be fixed. That simply being someone that somebody checks in on you. Someone who knows what's going on checks on you. Not the typical, how you doing? Everybody says, how you doing? But how you doing doesn't mean anything if you don't know what's going on in the person's life. And that was a really important lesson to learn.
If I could highlight a different reason that people come to rabbis that maybe we need to be more sensitive to be able to see through. Rabbi Shmuley Marcus, another good friend of ours, told me that his father, who was a great rabbi in Toronto, once got a phone call at 2 a.m. And the fellow on the other end of the line was telling him this elaborate problem that he had. And Rabbi Marcus, Zichrono Livracha, said to the fellow, it seems like you really have a problem, but this seems like a problem for a lawyer, not a problem for a rabbi. And the guy said, I know, but I can't call my lawyer at 2 a.m. And a lot of times they'll call the rabbi because the rabbi is free, the rabbi is available, and that's part of our responsibility also, to know when it's not a problem for the rabbi, when it's a problem for a therapist, when it's a problem for a lawyer, when it's a problem that someone else might be better equipped to actually deal with.
It's not only when we don't have the skill set, but continuing what you were saying is, how do we place the boundaries? I find and struggle with that sometimes too, is you want that person to know we're available, we're accessible, we care, we're following up, but where are the boundaries between when is it inappropriate that we become too much of a crutch, too available, too accessible? In what way are they getting in touch with us? Is there WhatsApping going on? Not crossing boundaries that, God forbid, are illegal or even not sanua, but where are the healthy boundaries for us, for our family, for our own identity, to both be a resource and helpful, but also have healthy boundaries and times for it. I don't know if that's something that you also face.
Yeah, I think everybody in one way or another faces that. But I always like to, as I'm deflecting, as I'm saying, maybe this isn't a 2 a.m. conversation, and it usually isn't. At least to feel fortunate that the person reached out, because I think that's ultimately what the rabbinate is about making those connections with people and letting people understand that you're someone that they can turn to. And so, it is inappropriate when they attack you with the kiddush or when they call you at the wrong time or whether, but I think that it's also, we could be thankful that, we've succeeded with this person in the sense that this person feels that they can call us and they can reach out to us.
You're talking about the 2 a.m. call. Sometimes the 2 a.m. call is exactly why they're calling the rabbi, because they know that at 2 a.m., when, let's say, there's a situation that does need to be addressed at 2 a.m., some major crisis in a hospital or some extremely abusive situation, the rabbi is the only call they can make. And the fact that they feel comfortable doing that, I think, speaks to the relationship that a rabbi can have with the community. And it's important for that to be recognized as well. But sometimes that is appropriate.
Sometimes. Don't learn from this discussion that it's appropriate
on a daily basis.
On a regular basis, but sometimes. Sometimes it is a sign of success, and sometimes it's the sign of someone who's a little socially awkward and they call him the rabbi, I suppose.
Brother Goldberg, what did you mean by boundaries? Meaning to maintain our own mental health and our own, or did you mean something else?
There's somebody who leans on you, whatever they're going through in their life, be it recovery, be it a family situation, and you've now responded. You're available, you respond, you meet, you give advice, wisdom, or you're just listening. So that becomes a very comfortable place to go. Either because, like you pointed out, you don't charge for your time. At the end of the hour, you don't kick them out and say, our hour is up, you need to go, make an appointment, and I'm not available for 2 more weeks. So then they start to text or leave regular voice notes. And where do you set the boundary between I'm here, I'm available, and I want you to know this is not only am I okay spending my time, this is how I want to spend my time. I just answered an email on the way here of a meeting I have coming up this week, helping parents make a certain decision for their family. And it begins with, we're writing this email to tell you what it's about in case you don't think we need to meet because we know how valuable your time is. And I wrote back, there's nothing more I want to be doing with my time than talking to you about this and helping you. And we would never want people to think that we want to spend our time on other things. This is why we do and went into what we do. But how do we also sort of protect our time? And where's that fine line between we're available, we're here, we want to help, but also there's some healthy boundaries. Don't abuse that. Don't overuse that.
And also protecting the people themselves from becoming over-reliant. Meaning it's not always emotionally healthy for us. Right. It's also not always emotionally healthy for them. If the only place they go whenever they have any issue is the rabbi.
And let's be honest, and I don't know if we want to take this conversation there. I feel comfortable because I think we're B'nai Torah, and it isn't a challenge, but it could be. There's a divorce, abusive situation, and there's a wife, there's a woman, she's WhatsApping, it's voice notes, it's calls, it's text, I'm filling you in, you won't believe what just happened, and I can't take this anymore. And how do we both listen, believe, follow up, but also that it's not late at night and you're on your phone and where are the boundaries? When is it appropriate? And how do you manage that without the person feeling, I guess you're saying you're too busy for me, I guess you've done too much, and how do you find the line for that? And at least be struggling with it and have the awareness of it. Yeah. And where does the Rebbetzin come in not ever violating confidences of disclosing who someone is, but also, maintaining our phone and so on. They're complicated things for rabbis to navigate.
I've thought about this a lot over the past number of years because there was a point where I would say, and I think Rabbi should say this, I'm not qualified to be able to address this particular issue. I don't have the training, I don't have the skills, and so therefore I have no choice but to sort of refer you. I'm now at a point where there are certain situations that are coming my way as a rabbi, and I could at least, with some degree of credibility say, I am actually qualified to be able to deal with this as a clinician. And I would use a different word than boundaries, but that's not my role here. And if I forget that, and it goes both ways, by the way, there are times where people come to see me as the therapist, and I have to remind them, I'm not a rabbi. I am but that's not what you're getting here. If I forget my role, so it's going to become very, very complicated. When it comes to, besides the ethical and just social boundaries that Rabbi Goldberg mentioned, a therapist has the ability to be completely devoted, dedicated to the client, and he or she is essentially my entire world for the purpose of this conversation. A rabbi doesn't have that luxury. If somebody comes to me and they're part of, they always are, a larger family system, so the more I learn, the more it's going to be more complicated for me to be everybody else's rabbi. If you put me in a position where I feel that I need to do something or I should do something, it's going to come at perhaps a cost. And what's going to happen is slowly but surely, I'm no longer going to be able to really to fulfill my role as your rabbi. You really, really can't have it both. And so I agree with Rabbi Goldberg said that sometimes we're not qualified, but I think especially when we feel that we are, and the same is true for rabbis and accountant. We all know at least one, I can think of one, very successful rabbi who was an accountant as well. I don't know what his policy was, but I'm hoping that he didn't do the tax returns of his balabatim, because there's going to be a point in time where that's just going to become too complicated.
Fundraising efforts.
Yeah.
So,
I know.
You're not getting nicer.
But speaking to everybody out there, I think it's important to realize that there are many situations where you want to come to your rabbi, but when your rabbi then holds your hand and refers you or says, I think that here's an individual who could best help you, that shouldn't be felt as rejection. That's my rabbi doesn't care. He has so much time for everybody in the world. It's just that's not my role here. I want to continue to be, again, your friend, your neighbor, your educated, your mentor, your posek, the person you can come to in times of crisis. But I can't do all of that and really, really, immerse myself in this.
I just want to clarify. I always refer to a professional. I never think that I'm trained or competent to do the counseling. I think people find in us, in their rabbi, someone who can maintain their confidence, someone who can empathize or sympathize or understand because they do know the other people. Meaning often therapists, which I refer to and admire and believe in, but they're really hearing one side. And I think there's even policies about not, unless it's couples therapy, meeting the other side if you have one particular as a client. They actually appreciate, sort of see the whole system, and that's what draws them even more to hear us. So always with referring, but then figuring out, maybe my aversion is I would never want someone to say, and I called the rabbi, he handed me off, he had no use for me, he put up a wall because it was too many times I bothered him, and I'm not saying you're suggesting we do that, but which I would ask you, Rav Shai, I think you have a reputation that people in crisis know they come to you, that you handle them. A lot of them probably not coincidentally end up at your doorstep. Why do you think that is, that people feel comfortable coming to you?
I don't think I have such a reputation. Maybe it's possibly because I'm younger than all of you and I haven't learned how to put up the proper boundaries yet. It could be. I'll say I think the most important thing I've learned from my own parents, who have been in this space, not as pulpit rabbis, but been in the space of rabbinic leadership for quite a long time. The most important thing that I've learned from my father is just to be real. Just the other night, there was someone who came to talk to me about a very preliminary crisis that they felt they were having, which really wasn't such a major crisis. For them, obviously, it was, because it's overwhelming to them. But they're just starting the process of infertility, and they're trying to figure out what the next step should be and where they should go and who they should speak to. And it was a lot for them, and I just burst out crying, like sitting with them, even though we've seen cases that are obviously much more severe. And this is a couple that just got married, and it's nothing overwhelming just yet. But they asked me, why are you so overwhelmed? And I wasn't trying to hide. I never try to hide that I'm shaking. I think being vulnerable and being real is totally acceptable and appreciated. And I told them, I said, I'll be honest, I just heard so many difficult things today and dealt with so many different possibilities of hardships that people are going through. You happen to be the last person who's here today. It was 11 o'clock at night. It just, at some point it gets to you. And I think showing people that we're real and showing people that we really take to heart the situations that they share with us, to me, I think is more powerful than anything else. I can say I'm talking about my father, but I've been to so many Shiva homes with my father. He's not a big talker, not a big schmoozer. And I find very often that he'll go into a Shiva house, not say a word to anybody. And I feel very awkward. I feel very awkward being the one going with him and just sitting there. And obviously I'm not going to speak if he's not speaking. And we leave. And so many people have told me subsequently that your father just sat there and cried with us, and that was worth more to us than any other visitors that we had. And I think that's an important role to play, just to be that person who really feels and empathizes with other people's situations, to understand that we really connect to it, that we really relate to it, that we appreciate the severity or the overwhelming nature of what it is for them. That's a very important piece of it.
With your permission, could we maybe just take a step back over here? We're not talking to rabbis right now. We're talking to the people who would come to a rabbi. So someone's going to be watching this, and someone's going to say, okay, now if I ever become a rabbi, I now have a lot of good advice about where my limits are and how to handle it. But there may be people watching that are going to say, you know, I wish I felt comfortable enough to talk to my rabbi. What do I need to do to develop the kind of relationship where if I were in crisis, I would be comfortable to go to my rabbi, even if it were a minor crisis, even if it were the beginning of something? How do I pave that road to be able to make sure that avenue? I mean, I've spoken in many places where I'll quote Mori v'Rabbi Harav Shechter Shlita, referring to your father, of course, even though you're also a great Rebbe of mine. But Mori v'Rabbi Harav Shechter Shlita, and people will come over to me and say, I don't have a Mori v'Rabbi. Like I don't have a rabbi. I don't have a Rebbe. So do you have, as rabbis on the other side, do you have eitzah for balabatim, for people who want to be able to develop that relationship?
It's said like any other relationship, it's about investing for the time that you need the relationship. I think that all of our most important relationships, you know, there are times when you're okay and you're at stasis and you're okay, but you need to be investing in having those relationships. I guess it's probably easiest to say about a friend. You know, if you continue to invest in a relationship over years, then it's there for you when you need it. And it's not so much that the rabbi won't be there for you. It's as long as you're in the community, even if you're not part of the community, we all have so many relationships with people who are not actually members of our shul. The rabbi will be there for you. That you don't have to be concerned about, but it'll be much more meaningful if there already is a pre-existing relationship. And I think that the job of the rabbi, again, going back to the rabbi, is to establish those interpersonal relationships. But I think people also need to invest in their relationship with the rabbi, to be open when the rabbi invites people to come talk to them, to find opportunities to be with the rabbi, even in downtime, because then the relationships, you know, will be there for you when you feel that you need that comfort nug. The rabbi will be there, I think, either way.
As a rabbi, I'll say that when people reach out to share very, very small, seemingly insignificant developments in their life, they get a new job, you know, I very much appreciate when young men and women are going to Eretz Yisrael and they'll call me a day or two beforehand. I know you're very busy today, but, you know, if we could just meet up for a minute or two, you know, I'd love a bracha. I'm not a Rebbe that gives brachas, but that 2-3 minute interaction, which sadly, but I'm going to be honest, very often I'm not the one to initiate. I'll try to initiate. I'm going to think about it more in the obvious situations. But when men come over on Friday night after davening and say Good Shabbos, you know, I know I'm speaking to, you know, people who may, you know, v'hamei v'nyavin. If you're doing that week after week after week and saying Good Shabbos, even if that's all we're saying to one another, our relationship, slowly but surely, is becoming stronger and stronger and stronger, even if no words are exchanged. And if that never happens, as Rabbi Penner said, that's okay. You know, I'm still here for you. But that investment doesn't mean that we have to, you know, get together for lunch every Tuesday. It really, really doesn't. Families can do that. Individual members within the family can do it. Rabbis interacting with children, people at different stages in life. These are all ways to sort of keep those relationships going. It's a very good point. It's sad that somebody said, I don't have a Rebbe. I'd like to think, and Rebbe Penner, who's...
It's an only child. You know, an only child, it's not your choice. You don't have a sibling. You don't know what that relationship feels like. But this is your choice. Aseh lecha rav. You can have a Rebbe. You can have a rabbi. You just need to do that for yourself.
So let me ask a more difficult question. I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this. What if somebody says, I did try, but I find that my rabbi is just not available. He doesn't seem to have the sort of interest or commitment that I'm hearing on this panel. I mean, is that conceivable? I think so.
Or I've come to discover over the last 5 years, both through Corona and then the war with Israel, that there are people who live in communities who their rabbi has said or participated in things that makes them just feel, I don't connect anymore. And therefore, I don't want to go to them about my personal things if I don't connect to the way that they're interpreting more global things. And they feel lonely, even within a community, even paying a membership, even showing up in shul, they feel lonely and bereft of leadership. Some.
And I think that's important feedback for Balabatim to give the rabbis, because I know, again, we have to continue to remind ourselves that we're not talking to rabbis. But I don't know if this is what you were alluding to, but if a rabbi is going to get up and make some very, political partisan comments from the pulpit that may unintentionally or maybe intentionally marginalize certain individuals, if that's how you're feeling in shul, whether he's making comments about politics or anything, I think in respectful ways, rabbis would appreciate that sort of feedback. I would. The worst case scenario is he won't listen. He'll dismiss it. But if he does take it to heart, I love critical feedback. I don't get enough of it. I love it. And then we can adjust. And then we can say, maybe my messaging on global issues is having the unintended consequence of making people feel that I'm not relatable or they can't connect with me. That would be a terrible price to pay. I don't think rabbis would do that intentionally.
I think this really aligns with our host, Amudim, and the purpose of this conversation is there are resources, and it's a shame if people would hesitate or feel not welcome. I hope that the people listening and watching know, whether they're immediate local rabbi or there are others, but there are people who care and who have experience and who have connections. One of the most enriching part I find of the Rabbanas is our Rolodex. For young people listening, 100%. That means the contact information of other people. But sometimes we can make one phone call or send one text that connects somebody that is a life changer for them and took us 5 seconds. The gratitude almost feels undeserved because all it took was like a text. Can you see that person in your office? They can't get through. Can you take on this case? Can you? But we're here. I mean, rabbis are here, and until your rabbi proves otherwise, give them the benefit of the doubt. Don't complain about it if you've never tried. Ask them if you can have coffee. Meet them for lunch. Ask for an appointment. Linger after shul and say hello. Shalom aleichem. Show up at a shir, which becomes community within community and builds a chevra. Go on a trip if a trip is advertised. Not everybody can. But that's exactly where those relationships are formed. And you have to put the time in advance so it'll be there for you when you'll need it. And this is not the point of our conversation, and I probably will regret and get in trouble for saying it, but the enormous growth of davening opportunities that don't include rabbis, which may be convenient and comfortable in the short term, but in the long term, when you may need a rabbi for a life cycle event, a significant question, a crisis, if that's where you've placed your lot and you've chosen comfort and convenience over relationship and community, we'll still be there. I think we'll still be there. But the nature of it's going to be different.
I agree with you 100%. And I definitely won't get in trouble for saying this at this point in my career, so I'm going to say it. The number of people over the past several months who have commented to me, more to my wife, you will always be our rabbi. For
just show our listeners why you won't be.
I'm planning on making Aliyah this summer, Be'ezus Hashem, and continuing to serve in some capacity as a rabbi, but it'll be different. And on the one hand, we appreciate that very much when people say you'll always be our rabbi. There will be other rabbis, hopefully I'll have a wonderful successor who will be even a better rabbi, wonderful. But in some of these situations, these are people who have, they haven't davened in our shul in years. And I know that they mean it. And on the one hand, but it also leaves us sort of wondering, what does it mean for you that we will always be a rabbi? On the one hand, thank you very much, but wouldn't our relationship be so much more enriching mutually if we spent more time with one another? But if you're davening in your neighbor's backyard every Shabbos, what am I to do?
So what I'm hearing is if we're trying to advise people on how to get the most out of your rabbi, how to get the most out of your relationship with your rabbi. So the first thing is to create a relationship, to have touch points. I also want to highlight something Rabbi Goldberg said before, that you got an email in anticipation of a meeting coming this week. How many times I'll get an email that will say, need to talk, right? And I don't know if they're about to attack me for something I said in a drasha, or if their kid is on drugs, or if it could be any, and I have no way to mentally prepare for that meeting. So I would also advise people, if you want to get the most out of your meetings with your rabbis, or with anybody for that matter, but I can only speak from a rabbinic perspective, give like a little bit of a hint, like a little bit of a clue.
If you have compassion for your rabbi, because it's not only a matter
but also
of,
you want him to be able to help you.
Right, but even aside from that, it's the compassion. Like, you don't know tell me what it's about, so I'm not imagining and anxious over things that never happened. So
right.
even
I always get it. I always feel like I'm being called to the principal's office. Right. Anytime someone I always feel like I said something that offended somebody. I'm going to get fired. I always feel like something, like I must have done something terrible. And usually it's not the case.
I think that even if it's not, now the four of you are sitting shul rabbis, and you're shul rabbis, but even if it doesn't happen to be a shul rabbi, there are cases where it could be someone else in your life. It's not necessarily the person who happens to be at the shul that you daven in or used to daven in. But that need of having one person that really understands you, that can be there for you, is absolutely critical. I mean, we're speaking about Israel. That very often doesn't exist in Israel, where a lot of the functions, a lot of the halachic issues, a lot of the day-to-day Jewish functions are handled by the government or by a larger mechanism. But it doesn't allow for that connection with the rabbi. And there are many reasons why the Israeli society may have developed that way, but I think it's something that is still missing to a large extent within Israeli society, and that people really need to have somebody who gets them and knows them. The concept that when a person is sent to an Ir Miklat, their Rebbe has to go and be with them. Doesn't mean that the Arei Miklat didn't have their own Batei Medrash. But your Rebbe has to go with you. I mean, I feel bad for that Rebbe. It's a separate question. But the fact to have someone there in your life who really knows and understands you and can suggest that people push you forward. Listen, it's also true in terms of where you're getting your Torah from. We have individuals in this circle to whom thousands and thousands of people get their Torah by listening to them, which is beautiful. Which is beautiful. But it's not exactly the same thing as getting Torah from someone in a group of 10. So listen to your Daf Yomi, listen to your Shir, listen to the podcast. That's great. That should supplement someone who you're actually learning with in a personal way and in a real way, because that community that you spoke about, that community of learning, that really can't be created with all of these amazing opportunities to learn with other people online. Because without that connection with the rabbi, I feel most people don't take their next steps forward. And certainly when you're in a crisis, you don't have that person that you need by your side.
Can we pivot? I would love to listen and learn from your perspective on most rabbis. They sit in the front, they look out, and they know something about almost everybody in that room that everyone else in the room doesn't know. And that's a privilege and it's an honor. It's without judgment. It's only with love. It's to have been through situations, but it's a lot to carry. We were talking before we started recording about the notion that when we lose our innocence because we're exposed to things, we need to react. Minimally, not even being exposed to scandal, but just bearing the burden of carrying a lot of confidences, pain. You were talking about before, feeling the pain, that end of the day, overwhelming and crying with emotion. Mori Varabi, Rav Shechter, Shlita Senior probably cries at the first meeting of the day and throughout the day, which is not a criticism of you. It's a description of his greatness. At the opening meeting of the day, he's already crying. What do you do to balance that out? Both balance it out from the mental hygiene, mental health perspective, to be able to stay healthy even while carrying all that pain, all that burden, all those confidences. And what do you do also, it's a second question, a parallel one, what do you do to balance out having been exposed to things that generally B'nai Torah are working hard to not learn or listen or see or hear directly testimony about, and we do without judgment and with love, but still need to sort of protect our neshama in some way. How do you handle both of those things?
I'll respond partially. I think it's important for us also, I know we're not talking to an audience of rabbis, but we are talking amongst ourselves. We need to continue to have people who we look up to as well. And the same way Rabbi Leibowitz was saying before that Aseh L'Charav is important for every community member, I think it's important that rabbis also, Aseh L'Charav, have their own people who they can turn to, who really are living a life that when I look at that, I can be reminded there is purity in the world. I can be reminded that there is something very pristine and very perfect that is untainted. And there are very few places where we can find that, but we all know that we can find that somewhere. To me, that's always a big source of comfort and clarity. I'll say also just personally, everybody has their own dynamics in their own home. My wife and I talk about, obviously without disclosing details, but we happen to work as a team very often. And we discuss a lot of the situations that are going on, obviously with the permission of the individual who's coming, but we go on walks together a lot and we discuss this. And I feel, to me, that is a very healthy way that we sort of lower the tension, but also try to remind ourselves how serious of a situation it is and brainstorm and try to figure out how we can be involved and hand-holding and where it is appropriate, where it's not. Also, in all of our communities, we have so many mental health professionals, and to use them as a tremendous aid to all of us is something that we've all done, and something that even I personally have called a mental health professional and said, you know, this is how I felt after somebody told this to me. I'm curious, is that a normal reaction? Like, maybe I'm misunderstanding. Maybe I'm not understanding them. Maybe I'm not understanding myself. Sometimes you just need that reassurance. No, that is totally appropriate. But I think the collaboration of the mental health community together with the rabbinic leaders of many of our communities is such a beautiful new wave of possibilities that we've seen, and it's so helpful. I'm sure all of us have had situations where a mental health professional will call us and say, you know, I did this, I want you to step in, can you do that? Maybe someone can speak to that. But that collaboration, I think, is extremely powerful because we're coming at it from different angles, but we're working together to be as supportive and as helpful as we can be.
I'm reminded of one of my favorite varts on the Asara Nisyonos Shenisnasa Avram Avinu. Some of the Rishonim say the last test that Avram faced was not the Akedah, but it was purchasing a burial plot for Sarah and having to deal with Ephron. And the question is obvious. The Akedah seems to be the ultimate. You know, people haggle over burial plots and prices and get taken advantage of ad hayom hazeh all the time. And I don't remember where I heard it, but someone suggested this was the first time that going into the test, Avram Avinu knew that at the end of the day, he was not going to be able to come home and say, Sarah, you're not going to believe the day I just had. And to be able to go through that test knowing that he wasn't going to have Sarah at the end of the day, knowing, at the Akedah at least he thought she would be there, but knowing that she wasn't going to be there, for him to emote, to unload. I can't break down in front of everybody all the time, but there's at least one person that I can be completely comfortable breaking down in front of. And it's similar to what Rabbi Schechter just shared about having a Rebbe, having that, you know, that pristine, you know, sense of purity and someone that you can turn to, and also a wife, a family that you know that you can find comfort in, you know you can turn to, and also a chevra, everyone sitting in the circle I've turned to in different times where I know that you get me in a way that other people can't possibly. You're going through a tragedy in the community, and when you have an entire shul that is mourning all at the same time, what does that feel like? No one else can understand that except for the people sitting in the circle and people like us. And there's tremendous comfort in being able to draw that chizuk from one another.
Something I'm very proud of that we do at REITs. Rabbi Penner gets really all the credit for being sort of the trailblazer in this regard. We have what we call processing sessions with our students, which is awkward for all of them in the beginning. But we put a tremendous emphasis on the importance of talking, actually in circles like we're doing right now, after we go through at least simulations, role plays of some very intense topics. And at first, it seems like a waste of time. Why are we doing this? What's the purpose? But we emphasize this is important because these are muscles you really need to learn to flex right now. There are going to be certain experiences that you're going to have that you're going to need to talk about it. Not necessarily everyone and not necessarily with the people in this room. But you have to get used to that discomfort about talking about how does this make me feel? I don't know. I'm very excited about this. I'm very upset about this. And to be able to, you know, to develop a greater sense of awareness as to what I'm feeling, to be able to talk about that. This is something that's built in structurally within the world of mental health counseling, certainly on a training level, which can last many years with supervision. Rabbis are not required to have supervisors. Again, you want to call it a Rebbe, you want to call it a Chevra, you want to call it a wife, all the above and more. But this is necessary. This is necessary. So one other thing I'll mention as well, and that is, I was just thinking about this recently. Rabbi Goldberg is correct. When we look out, we see all, again, sort of all those secrets, you know, the pain of so many people in front of us. But there's something else we see as well, and you know where I'm going with this. And as we see all the strength and the resilience as well, Dr. Pelkovitz, who's a mentor to all of us, you know, that has most of his training, I think, and his professional experience was in trauma work. But he spoke a lot always about this, what he called it, post-traumatic growth, vicarious resilience. And we always talk about the vicarious trauma the rabbis, mental health professionals, emergency responders, that they endure when they're dealing with, some unimaginable crises. But there's something else that can and often does evolve, and that is a tremendous sense of resilience, of strength. And people often say to me, how do you deal with this? You see, you go to so many funerals. It's true I go to so many funerals, but I also see people come back from the darkest of places, people who I would think to myself, how is your life ever going to be normal again and be able to slowly but surely move forward? We get an inside, perspective on that as well. And there's a balance there, but I can go for another 100 years. I'm not close to burnout, and I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but I would be shocked if anybody here would say otherwise. There's tremendous chiyus in this work, despite all the pain.
I agree. I say that all the time. Being at the bedside of even a young person, chas v'shalom, who's terminally ill, is not what drains the energy. That energizes. Being able to comfort and give strength and guide and seeing the resilience in people. It's maybe a topic for another podcast or conversation, but it's the shul politics, or it's the text that says, I do need to let you have it about your certain, those are the things that drain the energy. I think people get that wrong. Rabbi, how do you do it? There's so many, no, those are the things that's why I went into this. That's what gives me meaning and purpose. It's the other things. So many, your other conversations with me, that's what's draining me of the energy. So I agree. It strikes me that we're talking about sort of balabatim or community members putting in the time to get to know their rabbi for when they'll need it. But in hearing the descriptions about what the rabbi needs, that also takes preparation. Knowing that you have a rebbe and working hard to have a rebbe and a rebbe that you'll have for life, having a chevra and having colleagues and rabbanim who are your friends that you can count on and lean on. In dating, I don't know, smicha students or those who are dating, looking for a wife who can be a partner and source of strength and confidant and on these things. These are all critically to have lined up before the rabbi goes through his own particular crisis. Your story about calling or a therapist to say, is this a normal reaction? Many years ago, someone in the community had taken their own life, and people didn't know that. And I did, and I'll never forget to this moment, officiating the funeral and looking down at them and thinking in my mind what the rest of the people gathered had no idea, but essentially how could you do this to your children, to your wife? Understanding, obviously, it's the result of mental illness with no judgment, but I was a much younger rabbi who had much less understanding of those issues then, and I was haunted by that question, and haunted, how could this happen? How could he do this? And I spoke to a professional, and I think it's important to take away the stigma, to say that we support and we believe in it. And they said to me, if you could understand it, you'd be capable of it. The fact that you can't understand it is actually a reflection of your being healthy. And so stop trying to understand or explain or relate to it in that way. And that was enormously helpful to me. That actually let me let go of that. And again, it was a very immature, unsophisticated understanding I had. It was much earlier in my rabbinate. I was younger, and these topics were discussed much less. Not that I think I have an expertise now on it, but absolutely there should be no stigma, rabbis or others, to lean on people who are professionals when we need it to help us guide through these times.
I think you also realize over time that it's a harsh reality to realize. My wife says that the only thing she absolutely loved being a rebbe in all the years, and she said that the only thing that she regrets about or didn't like about being a rebbe was that she thought a certain naivete, a certain way of looking at the world, was shattered over the years. Not because people were bad people, but just because there's so much out there. And when you sit and you face the shul, the rebbetzin at least faces forward. The rabbi in many of our shuls has to face the shul, and you're looking out and you just realize, I think that there is a learning curve for a rabbi where you realize that crisis is the norm. Crisis really is the norm, that many, many families in the shul at any given time are going through a difficult situation. There are so many levers or so many potential potholes along the way. That's what life is. And then I think at a certain point in my Rabbanis, I began to realize that that's really what life is about. Life is about the particular challenge that each person was given. We've certainly had in our life a number of very unexpected detours along the way. And to realize that those detours, that's really what life is about. So I think that at a certain point we went from a place where we looked out and we saw all of this difficulty and all of this challenge, and we began to see it as all of these different tafkidim in life. That what people saw was something that was taking them away from what they were supposed to be doing was very much as difficult as it is, and as little as we understand why we have a certain tafkid and why, to suddenly see an army of people in front of us who were given very different tafkidim to try to serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu in those kinds of ways. And I think that over time we moved from a place where we said, I wish I didn't know about all of this. I wish I didn't realize how much challenge there was, how much pain there is, to realizing that at least we're in a position, we're lucky that we're in a position that we can be there. It's not ours to finish or to fix or to be there to the end. There are many organizations like Amudim and others who have the kinds of abilities to take situations to a place where we can't do it, but to almost feel privileged to be able to play a role in these people's lives and to be able to play a role in their tafkidim. Once we began to realize that the challenges that they were facing, the unique challenge of this household and that household and that household, again, wasn't something that was taking them away from their avodas Hashem, but was their ikar avodas Hashem, to grapple with this kind of situation in their life and to feel like we could be on that journey with them. So it took a lot of the pain and it sort of gave it meaning, it gave it purpose, and to feel like somehow we were a partner, or we were somehow encouraging or supporting someone in the struggle that their life was about, that became very, very energizing for us. And in many ways, we're not a shul rabbi in Rebbetzin anymore, but we feel that with many of the families that we deal with on many levels.
Can I highlight just one more point? I'm sure we're wrapping up, but I think this is very important for people who aren't rabbis. You now heard that rabbis deal with a lot, that we love to help. It's why we believe God put us on this earth to try to help people. No matter how with it your rabbi is, no matter how in touch he is with the people in the shul, no matter the size of the shul, there's no way that he's aware of everything. And it's very important for all of us to have eyes and ears on the ground. And if you're aware of someone in the shul, in the community that's going through something, and you're not sure, even if it might be, if you're not 100% sure that the person is getting the rabbinic help, is getting the chizuk that they could use, tell the rabbi. And you know what? 90% of the time he'll say, I'm aware, I'm on top of it, thank you so much. And 10% of the time he'll say, oh wow, I didn't know, thank you so much. Because we need it. We need the help to know where to help. We need the direction.
Absolutely. Should we end the way we began by thanking Amudim and encouraging everybody to support? We rely as Rabbanim on Amudim. They play an enormous role in the community. They're a resource for the things that well beyond our training and skill set. So we thank Amudim and we thank you for your partnership and help in supporting Amudim. And I feel so honored and privileged to have this support system for me and to listen and to learn to all of you. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Shkayach everyone.
I'm asking each and every one of you to please take a few seconds to hear what I'm about to say. I'm coming to you on behalf of an organization that means a great deal to me personally and should also mean a great deal to each and every member of our community. Amudim is an organization, as so many of you are aware, that responds to all kinds of crisis, whether it's personal, familial, communal, whether it's in your own community, whether it's in your own state or across the world. Once a year, we have an annual campaign in which the proceeds from this campaign comprise the overwhelming vast majority of our budget the entire year. Every single one of the services that we provide and every drop of assistance that we provide to those that are struggling or facing a crisis, we don't charge a single penny for. This is the time that once a year we're coming to you to please open your minds, open your hearts, and open your pockets as much and as generously as you can. Because if you believe, as I do, that the issues we're dealing with are critical and need to be worked on further, and that we need these resources readily available for when people do face a struggle or a crisis, then please contribute to this campaign and please partner with us so together we can unite to heal.
Shalom, my name is Rabbi Moshe Bamzer. I am a Rav in Albany, New York, and I've had the b'schus, the bracha, of knowing Rav Tzvi and knowing Rav David and knowing Amudim from its inception, the dream that became a reality on the part of one who wanted to serve not only Klal Yisrael but in the entire world. Being a Rav in a small community like Albany, New York, the challenges that come forward, the difficulties, certainly the crises that arise need an address. Who do you turn to with a teenager? Who do you turn to with a young adult? Who do you turn to when it comes to issues of whether or not it's obsessions or whether or not it's addictions? Who do you turn to when you need a placement? Who do you turn to when you need help and guidance when it comes to a family? Amudim has been and continues to be an extraordinary address on the part of Klal Yisrael. We have been direct beneficiaries of its activities. We wish mazel and bracha. We applaud and we hope that they will go mechayel el choyel from strength to strength. They are inseparable. They are indomitable. And certainly they are a core of our Jewish community, providing help, guidance, and support, always with a smile and always with a sense of commitment and concern. Yasher koach, chazak v'yamatz.
I am so excited. We're here because a dear friend of mine once again has asked us to participate in the incredible work of Amudim, where they're having kind of a night where we're having all these conversations related to mental health, life, religiosity. And I wanted to kind of use this opportunity as an excuse to force you, to pressure you, to coerce you into conversation. We had one conversation once.
I came to your house.
It was about midnight.
Where it was about midnight?
Yeah, we finished past midnight.
Okay.
And it wasn't recorded, it wasn't videoed, and it was the first time that we met through our dear mutual...
It was recorded in audio.
Audio,
there
just
was no
audio.
video. This was before...
Correct.
Video, but it wasn't audio. We had an audio.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And
And our friend Jeff Bloom, we should shout out to Jeff Bloom.
huge shout out
Yeah.
to Jeff Bloom
Yeah.
who introduced us and connected us. And the conversation was about Teshuvah, but I wanted to talk about something else because I really look towards you as somebody who is doing public work in teaching Torah and bringing Torah to new people, and you look like you are authentically in touch with yourself.
Okay.
And what I'm trying to figure out is, why am I still struggling? Why do I still have so many days where I feel performative, inauthentic? And what's so interesting to me, like I'm staring over here, you have this like YouTube thing, you have 100,000 YouTube
Silver
subscriptions,
plaque. Yeah, that
you've
was
blown
on
up
camera.
on Instagram.
Yeah.
And what I find
Yeah.
very moving, honestly, and what I'm trying to like learn from you
Yeah.
is, how did you preserve your humanity after stepping into this like public space of clicks and driving and virality? And I know you have, because we spoke beforehand and we talk. We're in touch constantly.
Yeah. Not as much as we should be.
Not
we should
as
be
much
in touch
as we
more.
should be.
We should be friends. And I don't have friends. But I'm saying that if I were to have a friend, I would consider maybe that.
But I'm coming to speak out loud. That's really what I want to do. I want to talk out loud, and I want to figure out how what am I doing wrong at this point? No, I'm being serious. Like I'm fairly frum.
Yeah.
I'm a reasonable Talmud Chacham. I do mitzvahs. I mess
I like
up like
that you're
anybody
comfortable
else.
with knowing your milas. That's
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm
All right.
reasonable.
I mean, you toned it down a little bit, but yes, and I would say that you're a respected thought leader.
Sure, that's great.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to figure out is I've gotten to the point where I'm suspicious of anybody who says that I have answers that you don't have, like the knowers. In the room.
Yeah.
I'm very suspicious of the knowers.
yeah.
And what I find remarkable about you is you don't present as knower. Something must have, I don't know, changed about you. I find you to be both very inviting, but also very mysterious because I don't really know your past. There's a lot. I don't believe, to me, when I speak to you, what I'm trying to understand is what is the suffering that you experienced that allowed you to have the profound insights that you do. Because I don't believe you, and I asked you this the last time we were on, I don't believe you that there's no major, that there isn't a kernel of catalyst suffering in your life. And I just find that you're able to both be so outward focused and uplift and have this core that is not getting swept away in this modern world of virality. I'm trying to understand what you're doing because I feel like I need to learn how to do this. I'm not doing it well.
Okay. You remember when we had that conversation, the recorded conversation at your house in your little side office there in the basement?
Which we've expanded.
Oh,
it's much nicer. Yeah, you'd like it now.
With the little roadcaster over
there. Yeah.
Okay. And there was no video. And I remember I told you the story about getting the ticket on Rosh Hashanah and getting towed on Rosh Hashanah.
We had to cut that story in half, basically. You told a 45-minute story.
About getting towed on Rosh Hashanah.
Yes.
And about the draconian bureaucracy of getting the ticket, peeling the ticket and getting my car. And
what I described as this Kafka-esque story where you kept on coming to you finally get to the counter where the person who's going to figure out the paperwork that you need and sign it off, and you keep on getting shuffled to another counter. That's how I feel in my life right now.
Okay.
Honestly.
So the reason I brought that up is because I told that whole story, and in the end, and I wasn't sure you would get it because I didn't know you well, but I told the story. And it's a real story. And it's a sort of a banal story. I mean, there's no real drama there. I mean, that's kind of the point of it. And I was wondering if you would get it. And when you said that was Kafka-esque. So right away, I knew a few things about you. First of all, I knew you were literate. Okay. Secondly, I knew you got it because you understood that was a horror story, but the horror wasn't gore and shock,
persecution,
right?
None of those things.
The horror was the tedium of it, the heaviness of the system that everyone accepts as normal. And you used the exact right adjective, Kafka-esque. And usually when people use the term Kafka-esque, it's pretentious. But that was one of the rare non-pretentious uses of the word Kafka-esque.
Because it came from a place of suffering. You know, I have a friend who told me something who has made a big impact on me. His name is Eli Shulman. Quote him a lot. But when I had him on, he said, the biggest bracha is the right amount of suffering. There are people who have too much suffering, but there are a lot of people who have too little suffering.
Yeah.
And I just look at you, and honestly, what I see is somebody who seems to have done a good job healing their suffering to the point where they're able to really be out in the public constantly and not lose themselves. You don't come off as that kind of prostitute-esque influencer, which always worries me.
Yeah.
And I'm not calling, God forbid, any influencers.
No.
But you don't step into the world that way.
So
what am I missing? I'm here for your guidance.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you a Kafka quote.
Please.
And I love this quote so much that I can even say it in the original German.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have my attention.
Ich schämte mich. I was ashamed. Als ich bemerkte, when I realized, dass das Leben ein Maskenball ist. That life is a Maskenball, a masquerade, costume party. Und ich mit meinem wahren Gesichte teilgenommen habe. And I, with my true face, participated.
And he felt shame from that.
I was ashamed when I realized that life is a masquerade, and I attended with my
Without
own
a costume.
face, without a
my own
costume.
face.
Now, someone in 2025, almost 2026, reading that quote will say what Kafka was describing was neurodivergent masking. And they'll diagnose him and they'll say his mother took Tylenol. And
Okay.
okay. I don't think Tylenol existed then.
Probably not. Correct.
Gotta tell Bobby. Neurodivergent masking. A differently wired person, a little bit too sensitive for this world, a little bit too deep for this world. And having this shame, this burning shame when you realize that if you show up to life as yourself, there's going to be a severe penalty to pay. You're going to be judged, you're going to be ostracized, you're going to lose opportunities. You thought everyone was just being who they are. You find out one day that everyone's lying, everyone's faking. And there's this, I mean, he calls it shame, this shame of, some people call it the vulnerability hangover, but that's from like one night of sharing too much. This is like realizing at some point in your life, I didn't realize that everybody's lying and they expect you to lie. And you've overexposed yourself. That experience, there's a reason why I remember the quote, and I remember the quote in German, is because when I saw that resonated with me on a deep level. And you're asking me about my pain. What's your pain? What's your pain, right? Everyone wants to know everyone's pain. So I'm telling you I'm not telling you this because I think it makes interesting content. One of my deepest pains, top 3 or 4 pains, maybe even could be top 1 or 2, but for sure top 3 or 4 pains in my life is the pain of not being able to be my true self, the fear of being rejected, and intermingled with a complex sort of, I figured out how to play the game. Now I do know how to mask. I can make people like me. And then the self-loathing for participating in that. And then even worse, the even deeper feeling of rejection that you can get people to like you for your false self. You understand? Like, what's more painful than being hated for who you are is being liked for who you're not. Even more painful, more devastating. So that's the answer to your question.
So, knowing this, why is it that you pursued, you have had a very interesting career. I'm actually quite fascinated by it.
Yeah.
You wrote this bestseller book, which actually had a pretty big impact on myself. That was about addiction.
Yeah.
That you deliberately no longer like to talk about.
Rarely speak about it. Yeah.
Rarely speak about it. It was called
God of Our Understanding.
A God of Our Understanding, which I love that title. A God of Our Understanding. That's taken from the Blue Book?
I mean, it's a play on words from AA lingo. They talk about God as we understood him. And so, yeah, I mean, it's sort of paraphrased it, but yeah, there was a implication that the
But you
R,
could have rode that train into the sunset, the addiction train.
Yeah.
That could have been the only thing that
yeah,
you talk
could
about.
have made hay of that. Yeah,
And then you kind of like, I don't know how deliberate it was, or
deliberate,
how
very deliberate.
like pivot away from that
Yeah.
into something more like what you're doing now,
Yeah.
which is maybe more generic. Is that
Yeah.
a word that you
Yeah.
don't like? Generic.
It is more generic.
And it's more to the public, like direct to public.
The wider.
Wider.
But it's the same exact stuff.
Why did it is? But why did you do that? What is it that you pivoted away from? Why didn't you? It was right in front of you. You could have
I
been the
told you
addiction
my
rabbi.
greatest pain is I could have been the addiction rabbi. Yeah, yeah.
It was right
Yeah.
there for the taking.
Right. Yeah. Like
And you just
Napoleon said, they said, "How did you come to rule France?" He said, "After the French Revolution, the crown was lying on the floor and no one bothered to pick it up."
Correct.
Yeah.
And you had it there. It
Yeah.
was waiting. You were on this, like, when did you publish? 20 years ago?
Close to 20 years ago, yeah.
You published a book on addiction 20 years ago, before this became, before the opioid epidemic.
It was like buying Apple in '83.
Correct. As a rabbi.
Yeah,
for
as a
real.
rabbi.
Trauma, existence,
Oh,
all
man.
this stuff.
Yep.
And you could have rode that into the sunset.
Yes.
Why didn't you?
Because I told you my greatest pain is being misunderstood.
And what would have been misunderstood had that been your primary window through which you
I wrote
interacted
an
with the
entire
world?
book, the thesis of which, and this will save you however much the book costs. And by the way, I don't get the royalties anyway, so it's not like. At any rate, the whole thesis of the book that saves you from buying it is that addiction is not really the problem. Addiction is the solution.
But the problem is the pain of
Existence.
Existence
The pain of
itself.
existence as a separate selfhood, as a conscious ego apart from God. And the only real solution is spiritual awakening. So I wrote, that was the whole thesis of it. And yet, like, people kept coming to me, like, wanting me to talk about what I just said is not the real problem.
And they kept on wanting you to treat their...
Yeah, like when everyone's, oh, Purim is coming up. Can you make a statement about drinking? I'm like, I don't care about drinking. No, what do you do? And they think I'm being, and even they'll think either I'm being facetious or I'm being rude. I'm just blowing them off. I really don't care. Let people drink on Purim. I really don't. Can you lend your voice? We have a petition against the kiddish clubs.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care about that. So
you wanted to decouple in order to focus on that spiritual
my
awakening.
whole point was the spiritual awakening. My point was that I was speaking to the recovery world where you don't have to sell them on the fact that life is unbearably painful. They already know that.
Sure.
They learned that from life. And then I'm presenting this possible solution that spiritual awakening is the solution. And and that was all I wanted. That was my only message. And instead, everyone is coming and asking me about something that to me is so secondary, so incidental to the whole thing. I'm like, don't you understand? What I'm interested in is that existence is painful, inherently so. For some people, even more so, sensitive souls. And the God of Understanding, I called it spiritual canaries. That was, by the way, I coined that phrase, spiritual canaries. By the way, that's another thing about being like being this quirky, offbeat type of like authentic guy, is that you say weird things that people don't understand.
A lot of them catch on.
But then they catch on, and you don't get credit.
I had that.
Ask my kid here. Yisrael is the producer of the show. That's my son.
I
He
had that
knows
with-
how many times I've come home and I said somebody ripped off a thing that I said.
I had that with Gvir culture.
Gvir culture was your thing. I know that it was your thing.
It was my
I
thing.
know that it was your thing.
And there was a conference that everybody came together.
And
to
you weren't
talk
even invited?
Wasn't invited, didn't contribute, and
you
I
didn't
got
get to sit on a dais and drink Diet Coke?
I got an email afterwards from the person who organized it.
Yeah.
You were mentioned a few times. Who actually came up with Gvir culture? I was like...
I know that you came up with it. I know that you okay.
I like that. Spiritual canaries.
Spiritual canaries, like the canary in the coal mine. That he shows the symptoms first. Now they use it in political context. The canary in the coal mine,
Sure.
Western civilization.
But a spiritual
But
canary.
a spiritual canary, meaning to say, embodiment is inherently painful for every soul. But most people kind of get used to being in embodiment. No, they the pain of separation from God doesn't even feel. They don't even complain about that. They get used to embodiment, And if they complain about any pain, it's about a lack of material stuff. If they have any problem or any complaint, it's a lack of material stuff. Most people. But then the spiritual canaries are the ones who they never get over the soul's trauma of embodiment. That's why they're called the spiritual canaries. So the sensitive souls. So that's who my audience always was, because that's who I am. That's what I wanted to speak about. And it was misunderstood as me being interested in drugs and alcohol, which I'm not.
So I think, and I don't think my problem is all that unique, because I think that just the way, if you're plugged into a spiritual community, if you're plugged into, you have a synagogue that you go to, you have a base.
Synagogue.
I love that. I love shout out to my book.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Tell them the book.
So tell them about the book.
How can we get your book? You've written many books.
I've written a few books. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for plugging, for
which
pushing
one do you
product.
make the most? You self-published any? Because self-publishing, you make the best
I know,
margin.
I didn't self-publish any of them. It's such a mistake, right?
It's a big mistake.
Because I'm
with Amazon especially, the best margin.
It goes right into your pocket.
Right into your pocket. Yeah. Except for the fulfilled by Amazon, but that's it. They take less than a publisher.
No, I'm getting
nothing.
My royalty check. No, I'm not retiring off them. Then my dream of retiring as a book writer has been fully dashed and dispelled.
One of our favorite books at our house is the funny one, the top 10 lists.
Oh, top 5.
Top 5s. Yeah, I'm sorry, the David.
That's
Letterman's
a good
top
book.
10, top 5.
That's a good book. I can't get the publisher to give them away though. It's hard to sell books.
It's a coffee table book. I love it.
It's a great coffee table
It's a great
book.
coffee. It's a conversation starter, and you put it out in your house, and people know you're hip. That's what I'm saying.
But come back to the spiritual embodiment. Spiritual embodiment.
Right.
Because I think it's much more difficult now because it's so much less organic. There was an article that had a big impact on me in the New York Times that was written by a travel journalist. I have to send this to you. It was so profound. It was by a travel journalist who was explaining...
Like an Anthony Bourdain type guy?
Who covers that kind of stuff, type guy. And he was explaining, this is somebody who studies awe and wonder. And he said the billionaires who are paying money to go into outer space are not going to get the experience of awe and wonder that they hope for and paid for. Why? Because the experience is too manufactured and expected. And in order to really experience awe and wonder, it needs something that is organic and that is not like, it's not obvious that it's going to be like the end of the road. That's when you're going to experience the awe and the wonder. And a part of my frustration is this moment in the Jewish world. If you're tapped in and you have this community and you have all this content and all these rabbis who you could speak to and get inspiration from, it's almost like it gets harder to have like a spiritual awakening. Like it's easy. I almost envy, and I'm going to say something radical. I envy in some ways.
I'll be the judge of that.
I envy non-Orthodox Jews because
that's radical.
Post October 7th, I think that they had a very organic awakening about what their Jewish identity is supposed to be, and like it started a frenzied search. Oh no, like I don't know enough about it. I gotta learn more about this, and I look at that journey, and it's so exciting, and very quietly, and obviously, you know, October 7th changed all of us, but like quietly, deep down inside, I don't really see that within our community, and secondly, in myself. Forget the community, like. Me, David, I'm not. I think whatever spiritual awakening was is maybe taking Judaism more seriously, but it didn't give me more serenity. Didn't give me more peace. Maybe briefly it did. I just need to make a disclaimer. I came to you and I'm having a terrible day. I told you that up close.
You told me when you got out of the car.
So I just need to be clear that this conversation may be colored by a certain, just like Sisyphean cynicism, which I would define as there's this boulder story of Sisyphus trying to push his boulder up. And when it keeps on dropping, at some point you just end up saying, well, this boulder is dumb. Or this is stupid. I don't need it's my way of coping. And I feel like that's where I am right now.
You want to talk about what your boulder is? for the world here?
My boulder on the boulder I'm talking about.
Yeah, the boulder you're talking about. Yeah.
Should I just say it out loud?
You said you're having a bad day.
Yeah.
So what was the boulder that put you in a bad mood?
Fundraising for 1840.
Okay.
I stink at it. I'm not good at it.
Do you know that when people fundraise for their causes, they borrow your platform?
That does happen a lot. It's one of my frustrations. Sure.
You understand? They're coming to you to ask for a platform to fundraise for their cause.
Yeah.
You've got the platform.
Correct.
You've got the platform.
I don't know. I'm not good at asking people for money.
For yourself.
For myself.
You can do it for others. You give others the platform that they should get the money.
Yes.
You're the Cyrano de Bergerac of fundraising.
Explain what you mean by that.
Cyrano, he knew how to write the poetry that would woo the ladies, but he couldn't get the girl himself. That was the tragedy.
It's a great Seinfeld episode where Kramer falls in love with a book dealer or somebody who works at a bookstore.
Okay.
Kramer was not that literate, so he positions Newman, who's this very lovable character played by Wayne Knight, behind the bookshelf, and Newman's whispering the poetry into Kramer's ear, so Kramer's able to say all the right words.
Right. Mamish the Cyrano de Bergerac.
But it has an effect on me that I'm disappointed at how much it knocks me out. I'm disappointed in myself. I should be stronger. I should be more resilient. I should have a deeper sense of what I'm worth, and I feel like it brings out my...
You should, but can I just say as a friend or as a potential friend?
Sure.
That's not real. You're okay. It's good to take responsibility and to say, where can I change myself instead of changing the situation? That's very good. And you're right. And you should expand your threshold for frustration. It's all true. But I think at the same time, there is, there's an expression, I think, to say that the bad dancer says the floor is crooked. Right? Everyone always externalizes the problem instead of owning up to their part.
The bad dancer says the floor is crooked.
Yeah.
I love that.
So to a certain extent, yeah, you're right. You need to expand your threshold for frustration. And okay. No problem. True. But there really is an issue here that is a practical issue, objectively is a real issue that needs to be fixed. And maybe you need to talk to some friends. I will volunteer to be one of them, to talk about the fact that 1840 is a worthy cause. And Ein Ani Ela B'das, the greatest type of poverty is lacking knowledge. And if people support worthy causes where they feed the hungry who are literally hungry, and you're feeding people who are spiritually and intellectually hungry, that's no less of a worthy cause, perhaps even in some ways even more of a worthy cause. And especially, we're heading into people can call this era in history whatever they want, but the reality is these are the birth pangs of Mashiach. We're heading into the redemption, and we're heading into a time where the prophets tell us people are hungry not for bread, but for knowledge, to hear the word of the Lord.
I see it. I see it deeply so. I see my own hunger.
Okay, so why is that not a worthy cause? It is a worthy cause, and the problem is not just that you need to learn how to deal with frustration more. You do, sure, but there's an objective problem that can easily be fixed with some smart minds to get together, and that 1840 should be, not only should it be something that you can support yourself so you can focus on it and not have to run around and do anything else, but to be completely focused on it, but to grow it, to expand the reach, and really a guy like you who you have your finger on the pulse and you understand things, I think, in a deeper way. You should have a vision for what, at least your niche, and how that's developing until the Geula Shlema, and you should have that mapped out and how much money it's going to cost, and we should have a budget.
Is it weird that when you're speaking, I got like a little emotional?
Not weird at all, because your pain point.
What is the pain? Is it not about? Is it about fundraising?
No.
I got emotional as you were talking.
Yeah.
It was really nice to. It's nice to hear somebody be optimistic and be, kind of like praiseworthy. That's really. I get a lot of really nice praise and feedback. I don't know what you just said right now was very kind of you. That was really nice.
Because I think, first of all, it was affirmation that you haven't heard People give you compliments all the time. You're a brilliant guy, creative, funny. People appreciate you, but it's like, yeah, thanks. That and $1.50 will get me a cup of coffee, right? I don't even think you can get a cup of coffee. So people can praise, but you're trying to create something that people value. Like, vote, put up your money. Like, show that you care about this. My father, Hakam, whose 𝐻𝐸zeit is in a couple of weeks. So I remember he told me a story about an encyclopedia salesman who came to his house.
Okay. There used to be encyclopedia salesmen.
There used to be encyclopedias.
My parents had a World Book and a Britannica.
Yes.
But the World Book
You didn't have an Encyclopedia Judaica?
We, of course, had Encyclopedia Judaica.
Right.
The 76 one. They redid it and they made it worse. The old school from the 70s. But the World Book, there are pages of the World Book that I have memorized. They used to have a page where they would show how fast every animal goes. And they'd also, I was very into the World Book Encyclopedia.
Yes.
Very. Brown.
So before the internet existed, guys like you and me.
Before Encarta.
Very good. Encarta. Yeah. People don't know what
Throwback.
Encarta is.
That was Microsoft's digital encyclopedia. Pre-Wikipedia.
And I use Encarta, by the way. Last week was the Knesset Shlochim. So I use Encarta when people ask me, how do they get guys to go to crazy places like Ghana? And I say, you don't get it. It's not like they say, oh, here's your package, here's your, your compensation package, and then, the health plan and your 401k. And no, these guys, they have literally no support. They're paying to be able to go, right? How do you get them to go? Okay, so I say like this. And by the way, I didn't make up this mushal. It's a mushal it's from a book about motivation. I think the name of the book is Drive.
Okay.
I never read it.
Sure.
I have a secret, though. When someone tells me there's a good book, I find the TED Talk by the guy who wrote the book. I watch the first 5 minutes on double speed, and in 2.5 minutes, I know the thesis of the book.
You know what I do?
What?
When somebody tells me of a great television show or movie that I know I don't have the time budget to commit to, it's like, oh, Harry Potter. I'm like, it can be 8, but I don't have that kind of time.
So what do you do?
I read plot summaries on Wikipedia. I love read, and I read. YouTube makes shortened movie recaps.
How short?
8 minutes.
8 minutes, and you get a feature film.
The whole thing.
Wow, it's a bargain.
Yeah, it's one of the ways I veg out. It's my number one. Sometimes I need to veg out to not feel. To almost let go of the consciousness steering wheel and just veg out and just let my mind
It's how you self-soothe.
My self-soothe, my addiction that helps me escape the pain of reality is watching YouTube movie recaps.
I'm not going to forget where I'm going to take us back to where the fork in the road. But before we come back, what 8-minute YouTube summary did you watch that you believe, that you feel like you had a full experience as if you saw a whole movie? Like you don't feel like you're missing anything. Like maybe someone will say, no, you have to see it. It's 2.5 hours. You don't even know there's a whole subplot that you didn't even see. And you're like, no, trust me. This 8 minutes rocked my world. It was incredibly meaningful to me. It took 8 minutes. I don't even want to see the feature.
Right now, there's a horror renaissance right now, which is very interesting. It's interesting to me that horror movies have captured the public's attention.
Yeah.
And there's a horror movie, and a lot of these horror movies are made by comedians that crossover. Like Jordan Peele he was doing comedy sketches. Jordan and what was it called?
Peele.
Yeah, Key and Peele, very good.
Yeah.
Key and Peele, and he went into horror movies, and I love his horror movies. I think they're very profound. The movie that I saw that is an 8-minute movie, a recap, where I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Weapons.
That's one of his?
No, but it's a horror movie.
Oh, it's a horror movie.
It's a horror movie about an unexplained. The entire classroom of kids disappear except one kid.
Okay.
And that's the mystery. That's the premise. Right. Watching 8 minutes, and I was like, I was blown away by the way they structured it, and I got all of it in that 8 minutes. You got it all. The whole thing.
And it was intense.
Very intense.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and we're not recommending this.
No.
Bittelsman.
Of course.
Completely.
Total Bittelsman. Do not veg out. Do not watch 6 YouTube movie recaps in order to fall asleep on a weeknight.
So
we're just being clear. We're not recommending. It's
the opposite of recommending.
The opposite.
We're telling you not to do it.
Yeah, not to do it. Correct.
Okay. So the place where Encarta. Oh, hold on. There's 2 browser tabs open here. So when I explain to people how they get people to go on shlichus to crazy places, I say like this. And �CARTA was Bill Gates had an idea of an online encyclopedia. He put tons of money into it. He hired the biggest experts to write the articles, the biggest developers to create the platform, and it totally tanked. Along comes Wikipedia. It was all free. Everyone did it for free. It's all voluntary. And it became like the #1 website. So I explain like this. And I got this from Drive, which is where I said that I watched the TED Talk and then you have
Very
the secret.
good.
You watched. Okay, fine. All right. So he says that in �CARTA, with all of their money and all of their funding and hiring experts, but no one was moiser nefesh for this. He doesn't use that term, but like, it's a job. It's a living. But Wikipedia, someone's doing it out of the love of their heart. It's personal, right? So the thing that was funded fell apart. The thing that had zero budget flourished. So I say, if you would try to put out an ad and say, we're hiring a younger man for $150,000 a year salary plus benefits, you would not get people to go to Ghana. But if you say, no, you get nothing. You got to go fundraise for yourself. Then you got guys lining up. Okay, but at any rate, encyclopedia sales. So that's, okay. So the encyclopedia salesman comes to my father and he says, listen, you may or may not need an encyclopedia. That's not really the point here. He says, this is democracy and you vote, okay? You vote for a candidate you believe in. That's what you do, you vote. Well, here's the thing. When you buy from me an encyclopedia, that's how you vote for me. You're voting for me. You're saying you believe in me. So it doesn't matter if you need the encyclopedia. By buying the encyclopedia, it's a vote for me. I can't remember if he bought it or not, but I remember my father telling me like decades later how compelling that was. Because there's something true about it. It's like, do you believe in me? And now that's a little manipulative and weird because it's a stranger. I never met you before.
Yeah, that would be a very...
But it's like, they say if someone's a real friend and you have a business, they shouldn't ask you to give them a discount when they buy from you. But if someone's a real friend, they should pay full price when they patronize your business because that shows that you believe in that person's business, right? Okay, so similarly, you were asking why it was so poignant for you to hear the validation that I gave you, even though you get tons of validation, Baruch Hashem. Because specifically, the validation of saying that what you're doing has tangible value. To quote Eric Adams, who was in that chair 6 months ago, before we knew he was dropping out of the race, he was sitting in that very chair. He was here in Soul Words Studios.
Sure, I remember.
Yeah, you remember that. And he didn't say it here, but he was famous for saying it. And it's a movie quote, which you probably know. But he was famous for saying, show me the money.
Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Show me the money. The great Jerry Maguire. Sure.
Right. That's the origins of it. But show me the money means tachlis. Let's be real. Talk is cheap.
But I want to move away.
So when someone says to you, what you're doing is worth money, that validation hits deeper. If someone says, oh, that was inspiring. Yeah, how inspiring? How inspiring, right? Sounds cynical, but listen, we're talking about embodiment. We are in a physical world, and there are certain realities of the physical world. And, it's like the Meraglim. They wanted Torah on a conceptual level. That's why they were happy to stay in the Midbar, stay in yeshiva, and just learn all day. Don't enter Eretz Yisrael. Don't become farmers. Don't deal with agriculture and city building and infrastructure and roads. No. All abstraction, nothing concrete, all soul, no body. Okay, but as you, being a real Chabad Chassid, know, it's about dira b'tachtonim, dwelling place in the lower realms. It's got to be tangible. That's show me the money.
But I wonder for myself, and I do find that, I wonder for myself, how does one figure out where to invest in spiritually? Meaning, people come to you and you decoupled where we started with. You decoupled kind of addiction from the actual spiritual awakening so that existence is not as painful.
Yes.
What I'm trying to figure out is why I have most days are good days, genuinely. And I happen to work out that I'm here on one of my bad days. few things didn't go right, had a couple meetings that didn't go great, and I came here feeling dejected, exhausted, and frustrated,
Right.
which I was very straight up with you about, and I appreciate you bearing with me as I share it. But when I'm in this place, I wonder to myself, what is the spirituality I need that these moments do not feel quite as, I'm going to use the word like frightening. Like there are
Okay.
times where like I feel like, usually like right before I'm going to sleep,
Right.
that's where it gets you. Like I feel like I'm falling through the floors of
Yeah,
my own
yeah,
self
yeah,
until
yeah.
like you're literally just like on the bottom of this skyscraper.
Yes.
And you're just like, how'd I get here? What am I trying to do? And I can feel this spiritually bereft, and I don't always know where to turn.
Okay, I'm going to deny you a little bit.
Please.
Okay. And I told you this before, I'm going to say it again. You're right to some extent. You do need to learn how to man up and deal with this stress. You're right. And maybe that means looking for, I mean, of course it means looking for some type of a spiritual way of reframing it and sort of giving yourself more resilience, maybe call it. Okay, you're right. That's true. But I'm not letting up on this. I mean, look, people. One of the weird things about me is people seem to think that I have insights about people. I don't think I do, but people say that I do. People say that I've been helpful to them, which, by the way, that's a whole other thing, like avoiding the whole addiction world, avoiding the label of being a therapist. That's like, please, I'm not a therapist. I'm like, okay. But
Is that deliberate that you didn't?
So deliberate. I'm not a therapist. Get out of here. I'm not a therapist. Well, it was certainly you trained, you studied. No, my father, who I mentioned, was a psychologist. So I grew up with the books. I read a lot of psychology books. There were certain books that I really, really connected with on a deeper level.
But what were you trying to avoid by not going on that path also?
Because that's not what I'm interested in. I don't care. But people will ask me about modalities of therapy. And they'll say, is this new thing, is it kosher? And I'm like, I don't know what it is. And they think I'm like being passive aggressive. No, I really don't know what it is. I never heard of it. You'd have never heard of it. All the rabbis heard of it because they follow that stuff. I'm not interested. I don't follow. I don't know these new therapies. I never heard of it. But at any rate, people say that I'm pretty good at figuring people out. I'm not negating the fact that you're trying to own up to this and say that there is some growing that you need to do. That's true. That's always true.
Sure.
But I think that you're sort of bypassing the fact that you really do want and deserve and need, not for you even, more like, can I use the word shlichus, as part of your shlichus in this world, to receive that validation, not just because you need the pat on the back. That's nice too. That's a side benefit. But there's a real thing that your soul came to a body for. And it's not just to be the ideas guy, because you could have been in Gan Eden and you could have hung out in the Masifta Derakia and done the same thing. If you're an ideas guy, you could have stayed in Gan Eden and been ideas guy. And you wouldn't even need Twitter, because I don't know how they communicate up there, but that's a world of ideas. You came to the physical world. There has to be some marriage between the spiritual and the physical. There needs to be something physical. There's something built. There needs to be something that I can see. 1840 has to be something tangible, not just ideas. You're a guy who lives in a world of ideas. I'm also a guy who lives in the world of ideas. And I have the Miraglim syndrome, very much so. That's why I built this house, by the way. The studio that we're in is the basement.
It's crazy what you built here.
Why did I do it? Because when I started to have millions of people a month online, I said, oh, good. I never have to leave my house again. I really said, because I used to travel to speak. COVID knocked that all out. People don't do in-person events anymore after COVID. I used to travel to speak all over the world, Australia, South Africa. It was crazy. Constant travel. You can ask my son how much I used to travel when he was a kid. Okay. And then I was reaching millions of people a month online. I was like, I don't have to travel ever again. Beautiful. I don't have to deal with people ever again. I never have to sit in the same room with other human beings. I can just put it all out into the ether and I realized how dangerous that is. My soul didn't come to the world to be divorced from physicality. So I made a house. And at this house, we've had thousands of people come here. We have events here. We have Fabrengens. We have this podcast. I'm going to just tell you one thing real quick. A friend of mine told me, and it changed my life, I think about it all the time because it's one of my main struggles. You can fake caring, but you can't fake showing up.
You can fake caring, but you can't fake showing up.
Right, because either you did or you didn't.
Either you did or didn't.
Right.
Correct.
Caring, you could trick someone to think
Sure.
you care more than you do, or maybe you don't care at all, and you make them think that you care. But showing up, you can't trick someone to think you showed up. Either you did or you didn't. That, to me, is the difference between the abstract and the concrete. The world of ideas, you will always question how much value it had. But something that's concrete is undeniable. And I want that for you. And the world needs that for you. And Mashiach has to be here in this world. So it's all part of Geula, is something tangible and physical.
It moved me when there's a custom. What's amazing about this house is that it's very close to the Ohel. And our timing was off, so you had like 40 minutes. This is going to be broadcast later, so I feel more comfortable sharing it now, because it doesn't have that immediacy. If you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, a little bit removed.
But there's a custom that when you go to the Rebbe's Ohel, which I had only been at one time previously, but with not a delegation, but with somebody else, with
handlers,
with somebody who I love, but
right.
I wasn't on my own. I
Right.
had somebody telling me what we
Right.
do next, what you do next, and this is the first time that I was really there on my own, and I felt like I desperately needed it. Like as I was like, I've never felt I've been to Ohel twice in my life.
Okay,
once was a year and a half. And I loved it. I love that I was on my own. There's a mikvah, and then you come in, and then you usually write a note for the Rebbe, which is not something I'm used to or comfortable. Like that's not my default writing, and I'm just not good. But I did it because I had to do it, because I wanted to do it. No, honestly, it didn't require any force. I wasn't. I wasn't looking around. I wasn't with anybody. It was beautiful because it was just me, and it felt very sincere and real. And I don't want to share what I wrote, but one sentence that was there, and it was such a real sentiment. It's kind of what you said now. Was this desire? I want to be a shliach. I want to feel like I am, and I feel like I am, but. That sense of feeling mission-oriented and mission-driven. And I guess in my darker moments, and I feel like a lot of people deal with this, but I deal with it, it comes in very strong, where you feel, you don't feel aligned, you don't feel missionless, you don't feel like you remember who the Mishaleach was, you're on the way, but you forgot, wait, what, do I even have an envelope on me? I don't think I was given an envelope. I don't even know what, I don't even know what the shlichus is, And that sometimes is hard because I'm trying to I feel it in my bones. I'm on a shlichus.
Yes.
But I don't know what it is. And then you meet with somebody and they're like, oh, you run a podcast. And you're like I want
So when people say to you,
I want to
you
jump
run
out
a
a
podcast.
window. I want to jump.
That's like when they say to me, oh, you're a therapist. Well, cause that's even worse because I'm not a therapist. You do run a podcast.
Correct.
But when they say to you, you're a therapist. You run a podcast. That's like when they say to me, "Oh, you wrote a book about addiction." It's like, yeah, I did, but that's not who I am. That's not what I want you to know.
Correct.
Okay, and also, by the way, and I know this about you. I only met you one time before in real life. Just
Correct.
like you were
That is
the
true.
oil twice.
That's true.
We only sat together in the same place.
Yes.
Okay, and I remember. It's funny. Maybe I bring this out of you, or maybe you're fetching all the time.
No,
but
you
told
do. You
me,
bring
I bring
something
it
out of me. You do.
Okay, you told me last
You
time.
know you do.
I know. One of the things that you hate when people say, "Oh, you're the Twitter guy."
Exactly.
Twitter guy.
Yes.
Come over and tell us some jokes.
Yeah, the Twitter guy.
We're having a kiddish club in the lobby. Come over and tell us some
There is nothing I
one-liners.
find more diminishing. I find it suffocating, genuinely.
Yeah. So, you have a podcast. Oh, you're the Twitter guy.
Yeah.
Twitter guy or
you're
Twitter
the addiction
rabbi?
guy. Twitter guy. I get
Twitter
both.
guy.
Twitter
Okay.
rabbi.
Twitter rabbi doesn't make it any better.
Yeah.
Right.
Doesn't help.
Doesn't help.
I think it makes it worse, honestly.
Okay. Why is it so dehumanizing and demeaning? No, I'm asking.
Oh.
And you realize that people are watching right now and judging both of us and saying, these guys get to make a living doing what they're great at and
Well,
tons
this
of
was
people.
a favor, so I feel like I'm allowed to do whatever
You're allowed
I
to do
want
whatever
with this
because we're doing
time.
a favor for Amudim,
So
so
I
we can say whatever we want. But people are like, this is their complaint? But don't worry about their judgment. I'm here. I'm empathizing. Why is it dehumanizing, demeaning?
It's
Why
diminishing.
It sucks the air out of you.
It does.
Yeah. Why?
I'm very enamored with, and we WhatsApped about this thinker named Lacan, who was a French thinker and a French philosopher. And he has a moment where he talks about the first time a child sees themselves in the mirror.
Okay.
And he says that there is a trauma in the first time you see yourself in the mirror.
You didn't tell me this. Did you tell me this?
Maybe not.
I don't think so.
What is the trauma? It is the first time that you realize that there is an interior self and a public self, and that people are just interacting with your surface self. And what I think, and he talks about that pain of like the first time that you realize that you're kind of like not one with the universe. It's when your consciousness starts to individuate. It's like I have a 3-year-old son. You know what the only thing he talks about now? I'm still a baby. I'm like, babies don't need to. But he keeps on saying, he feels it. He's 3.
Oh, wow.
He feels the individuation and I see it.
Yeah.
And he literally declares, I'm still a baby.
Wow.
Constantly. I'm still a baby. And I feel like that foundational pain of looking in the mirror and realizing there's the perceived self and there's this interior self. When I confront that perceived self through other people's comments,
even positive comments,
it shifts my focus away from my interior self, and I find those experiences really painful. There was a show that was produced by Tina Fey right after she retired from SNL called 30 Rock. I'm sorry, different show, not 30 Rock. There was a show called The Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, also produced by Tina Fey, I believe. And she has this very flamboyant friend named Titus Andromedon. And there's this scene in the show where Titus, who's this who wants to be an actor so badly, so desperately, he's finally getting on television for the first time ever, like on live TV. And he's sitting there like powdering up like his face. It's like this big, heavy black man, but like very theatrical. He's a hilarious character, and he's ready. And then like he starts like singing to himself. Where he's like, "I'm gonna be with eternity." Like I finally have my moment. I'm now living. Mamash, I'm one with the stars. And then all of a sudden, his mic is like, "Titus, you're on. You've already been filming." And then all of a sudden, he's like, "What? You're filming?" Like he just made a fool out of himself. He's like singing to himself. He's like, "Stop!" And then he realizes the chyron is there that has his name, and he's like trying to like cover the digital chyron. It's hilarious. And then he screams out. This is in a TV show. He screams out, "Stop! I want to be a baby." That's what he screams out. "I want to be a baby." Wow. And that I appreciate that feeling of like I want the pain of differentiation and the individuation to be less acute. And there are times where like that feeling of like that mirror stage, I feel like I experience that over and over again in my life because we are in public and we so often interact with people's perception of us. It can erode or serve as kind of this mask or barrier between me remembering and constantly centering my real, true internal self.
You're describing the pain, the trauma of the 𝐂𝐤𝐬𝐻. This is the trauma of the 𝐂𝐤𝐬𝐻. When you taste from the tree of knowledge, what knowledge do you gain? You become like can win Trivial Pursuit, like lots of
Jeopardy.
Right, Jeopardy. The knowledge is self-knowledge, but not in like an edifying sense of like insight. Self-knowledge, like crippling self-consciousness. Shame, which is why the first symptom of self-awareness was shame.
Busha. Sure.
Yeah. And particularly, we could talk about this, but sexual shame. They covered up their nakedness, which they didn't have a concept before because they were like babies. What does it mean they were like? A baby runs around without a diaper on.
Correct.
There's no busha. Right. Because a baby doesn't have a self-concept or a fragmented sense of self, or what you're saying Lacan calls this difference between the inner and outer self. So the 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, the tree of knowledge, basically is where that construct of the false self emerges, and maybe even not only becomes a distraction, but maybe even becomes a focal point. And then there's that pain of separation from self, the separation from self, which is, an awful thing to be separated from your true self.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
And this we were talking about, but I kind of want your approach to it, and it doesn't really align with what we've been talking about before, but you brought it up.
Sure, it's aligned.
Why is it that the prototypical shame that the Torah addresses is sexual shame? Well, I also feel shame when I get up at 2:00 in the morning and I eat a loaf of bread that could feed a family of 4. Like they make those like big loaves.
Yeah.
So like I could get like in a carb spiral, and like I just first I just peel off like the crusty layer, and then I'm like, shame to leave the beautiful, delicious white, fluffy insides. And then before I know it, it could mamish be like it's in the middle of the night. I'm doing 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
And I have just finished a full proper loaf of a loaf that you cut up into distinct sandwiches that can feed a family.
Yeah.
And I
That's
just finished,
your thing? That's your taiva?
It's one of my many taivas. It's one of my many taivas. But I've always intrigued by the unique why sexual expression, sexual shame, embarrassment is always held apart in Jewish law,
why is it a category unto itself?
Correct.
Because it is the quintessential shame, not because it's inherently shameful, but because shame, like we said, is awareness of self, too much awareness of self. And sexuality is synonymous with self. Too much awareness of self is too much awareness of sexuality, and vice versa. Too much awareness of sexuality is too much awareness of self.
Why sexuality is so tied up with self?
Because the true self, I'm talking, when I say self, I mean the true self.
Yes.
Although when it becomes fragmented, then it becomes misappropriated and co-opted by the false self.
Sure.
Okay. The true self is alignment with God. Oneness with God, even.
Sure.
The signature quality of the human being that is godly is the capacity to create.
Correct.
Now, that can be creating a podcast or writing a book, or it can be literally the quintessential act of creation, procreation.
Sure.
And that's where your selfhood is most clearly revealed, your deepest self. And that's why it is subject to the deepest shame. And that's why the injury is the deepest injury. Somebody comes over and insults you. You'll get over it. Somebody comes over, even punches you in the face. Take a little longer, but you'll get over it. Somebody violates your sexuality. Why is that such a deep wound? Why is it such a deep wound? And we know that it is. We see that it is.
Correct.
Because it is the most synonymous with my deepest self. And when that is, I'll say it, not even injured, but even when too much attention is called to it, when somebody becomes aware of their sexuality at a too young of an age, right? For instance, classic example, the awareness of it is the trauma. In other words, it's like, I want to be a baby. I want to not really understand where I end and the world begins.
Correct.
I don't want to have this much awareness that it is killing me. This degree of self-consciousness is killing me. And so when someone comes over and says, you've got a podcast, what they're doing is they're highlighting an aspect of your external self.
Exactly.
Which is not a shameful thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. But it's highlighting that awareness that you have of that outer self. And there's a pain of being forced. It's like someone making you look in the mirror. I don't want to look in the mirror.
Correct.
I mean, I'll check my hair just to make sure I don't look crazy. But
I used to have a lot of trouble looking in the mirror because when my hair started going white, it gets a little thinner. I just I didn't want to look at that. I don't want to be reminded of what other people are
By the
experiencing.
way, I love your white hair. It's one of your signatures.
I know, but it started too young. Now it's great. I fully owned it. It's great. When do you think I got my first white hair?
In your 20s?
16.
Oh my gosh.
That's a little too young.
No, it's good. The premature gray is a good look. You don't look old. No one thinks you're old.
No
one thinks you're old.
I've caught up with it. I've shared some. I used to dye my hair. I mean, I had two in yeshiva. Oh my gosh! Don't make me
struggled with it. That's shame.
Oh, big time. That was real.
We're
shame.
ashamed of it.
Do you know how to?
No, I was never prematurely gray. Thank God I never had such a.
Have you ever lived in a yeshiva dorm?
Yeah.
To dye your hair, you have to put on gloves.
Oh, there's a lot
of dye. You can't do that in the middle of a dormitory.
You lock yourself in a toilet stall?
I would set it on 2:30 in the morning. I do it in the middle of the night for sure. The same way that when you miss Shacharis, and I wouldn't want to be putting on tefillin at 9:15, and people
You should have learned in Lubavitch.
Look, you know what I would do? I would go to the bathroom in the middle of morning seder around 11.
Yeah.
I walk out very calmly and quietly, and then the moment I was not in, run back to the dorms, slap on the Rashis, quick, because I just don't want anybody to see. I don't want to be associated with it, even though I was pretty much missing chakras fairly. Cal Ripken Jr. was missing chakras. It was a fairly consistent practice of mine, but I want to rap, so I would run to my dorms and do that privately at 11, and I would dye my hair once every. Yeah, 2:30 in the morning in the Ner Yisrael dorms.
So how is it now? Can you look in the mirror now? A little bit more.
Yes, I've learned how to do it much better. It was genuinely very difficult for a long time. I want to ask one question about, and this is almost what we were originally going to talk about, which is because we were talking about sexuality and self.
Yeah.
So one of the theories that Lacan talks quite a bit about, I want you to weigh in on, is what is the nature of desire? What are we doing when we covet, when we want something very badly, and specifically with sexual desire? It's very interesting that there's something that it arouses you to such a degree that you feel like I need to do something with this.
Right.
What are we trying? So Lacan has this theory, which I love, which he says the name of a book. All desire is a desire for being. Whenever we want something, what we want is not necessarily the experience, but what the experience represents. That's why we advertise luxury cars a certain way. We're trying to sell being. We're not actually trying to sell cars. We're
not the car. It's the identity that I will have.
Correct.
When I have that car.
Correct. Yeah. But there's no other desire that I have where you're walking the subway and you see somebody eating a nice sandwich.
Right.
It doesn't arouse me in the same way as being sexually aroused. Hunger does not arouse. I fasted. Yeah, you want to drink at the end of the fast. It's not arousal in the same way that sexual arousal shifts your whole sense of being into that direction. Right. And what my original question was, which I was going to start, but now it looks like we're going to end on this note. Is how do you address and almost change desire itself? Meaning, how do you learn to want things that are healthier and better for you?
It's an interesting thesis.
I wish I was not. I'm a shtickle bal taiva. I am. That's the real truth. I wish
you eat whole loaves of bread in the middle of the night.
Full loaves.
Yeah.
And they're not. It's not whole wheat, right? It's white, isn't it?
White bread.
Proper processed
Smushy,
carbs.
Yeah.
But what I saw is how do you get to that root of to get the desire and fix it. And fix it in a way that it is more constructive. We all have ambitions, but they can be so strong and so powerful. It's not quite the same question as healing addiction. I'm sure it's related in some ways, but how do we figure out how to desire the right things?
Yeah, there's a lot here. I mean, you're trying to like wrap up, but you're opening up a whole new vista.
I am.
over
I'm
here.
sorry.
No, it's fine.
I'm sorry.
I'm okay with it, but this is a lot.
I
There's a lot
genuinely
here.
love sitting with you.
Okay, I do too.
I really, really
sitting
do.
with you, not sitting with myself. Although I'm okay with that. I mostly sit by myself. I mostly am misboided. So let's take one on ramp and see where it takes us. Why do people do stupid, crazy things and mess up their lives because of sexual desire more than other things? Arguably, I would say that's the main thing.
Yes.
Right? The proverbial crime of passion, right?
People throw away careers, jobs,
right,
politics,
families,
empires, families.
right?
Yes.
And their self-respect or their morality or
Correct.
their yeah. Like, why is it like the thing that can get people to be so careless and stupid? And like, why is that the downfall, the bane of...
Yeah.
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 So, like I was saying before, the first symptom of self-awareness after the tree of knowledge was awareness of sexual shame, and they made clothing to cover it. And God said, why did you do that? Because I didn't want to be naked. Who told you were naked? What do you mean, who told you were naked? Adam wasn't a fool. He knew he was naked. It just didn't have any meaning. Being naked didn't mean anything. It wasn't scandalous to be naked.
Correct.
Like when we were kids, we used to, a cup would say, oh, your epidermis is showing.
Yeah, we
right?
had that. Yeah, sure.
Right. So your epidermis, of
That's a
course, my
classic.
epidermis is showing. Right. Okay. And before the 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, before the tree of knowledge, having your reproductive organs exposed was like having your epidermis showing. It didn't mean anything.
Correct.
Again, like a baby.
Correct.
Like a baby. Okay. When we became self-aware, when the self became fragmented into what I'll use, what you say is Lacan's terminology of the inner and outer self. I'm not sure if that's the terminology he uses, but
Who cares?
something akin to that. So here's the thing. The desire, the deepest desire of the innermost self is for union. I mean, there's a reason why King Solomon wrote Song of Songs as a love poem, and it wasn't to sell more copies. The Gemara says Shlomo Melech had 3,000 neshalim, 3,000 metaphors for every concept. For any concept, he could do 3,000 metaphors. So he certainly didn't have a lack of
imagery to call
right.
upon.
And the fact that he chose
And
this,
he chose romantic sexual imagery
Right.
to describe
Right.
our spiritual relationship.
Right, correct. So there's a reason for that. And there's a reason the Kabbalists equate, I mean, all of the imagery of world building, of God's being a creator is all reproductive imagery. Male, female, yichud. So there's a reason for that, because the ultimate pain is the fragmentation. The ultimate pleasure is union or reunion, where one loses one's fragmented self and has the bliss, the peace.
The ultimate pleasure, I just love it, is
Yeah.
union and reunion.
Yeah, yeah.
To feel that wholeness.
The wholeness, right, exactly. All right. Now, when that is misappropriated, obviously it becomes, it takes us very far from God. Makes us do things not even far from God, things that are just far from common sense. But the original power of it is because not only is it the most basic desire, but it's actually the only thing that we're here to do. Like you said, I'm on a shlichus and I forgot what my shlichus is. I have this nagging sense I'm sent here on a mission, and I loved your imagery. I'm on a mission and I'm like, where's my envelope?
Put it somewhere.
Okay, so then what's the mission? I cannot tell you specifically what your mission is. I have some theories about your mission based on things that I know about you and your skills and your resources and opportunities. So maybe I'll tell you later about
offline. Sure.
Offline. But in general, I know your mission because I know everyone's mission. Your mission is to make a home for God. Home for God, we call it dir b'tachtonim, but a home really means a home in the sense of like you get married and you have a home. Okay, so your job is to get married to who? To God, and you're going to move in together, you're going to make a home together. Now, we're all doing this as well. It's not just you,
sure.
It's not just David. I mean, it's also me, it's everyone else. So your deepest desire is to experience that reunion with your true self, which is reunion with God, which is that feeling of wholeness, that I can finally forget about the fragmented me. I can finally stop feeling separate. I can stop being self-aware. I can lose myself in the oneness. And your job, it's counterintuitive, but in heaven, the soul was much closer to God. In the embodiment, the soul is, so to speak, farther. I mean, we're not talking spatially, obviously, farther from God. But by becoming far, it's like when Adam and Eve were separated, they were one, and then they were separated, and he says, now cleave together and become one flesh. Dreikup. You had one, you broke it up and said, just leave it the way it was. No. Because the point is reunion, not unity, reunion. So to be divorced from wholeness and then to come back to it, we also call this teshuvah. You don't have to sin to do teshuvah. And you can do teshuvah from the embodiment trauma. Teshuvah doesn't mean you did anything wrong. People are like, why should I do teshuvah? I didn't sin. Who said you sinned? Teshuvah means returning to your innate oneness with God. If you were embodied, you were sent away from God. The purpose is that through your embodiment to come back closer to God than you were before. In other words, I don't want to speak dirty here, but when the Adam was male and female in one being, one organism, one body, there were certain things that he could not do.
Correct.
Right?
Sexually.
Right. Yes.
Correct. Yeah. We're on the same page.
Right. Okay. By the way, just parentheses. In honor of my father's upcoming yahrzeit, I have to tell one of my father's jokes. I told you my father was a psychologist. So my father said there was once a little boy who they were very concerned about him because he was making inappropriate comments of a mature nature. So they sent him to the school psychologist, and he gave him the Rorschach test, the ink blots, these
sure.
abstract forms, and you have to say what it looks like. All right. So they showed him the first ink blot, and he looks at it and he says, well, that's, it's an image of like, I'm trying to censor myself to be more adel here, but you said it's yeah. So then he showed him another ink blot, and he said, what's that? Oh, yeah, that's even hotter than the first one. Okay. And he shows him another ink blot. Whoa, look what that is. And the psychologist says to the kid, he says, little boy, you seem very preoccupied with sex. Kid says, me? You're the one who brought in all the dirty pictures.
That's great. That's great.
My father used to tell that joke. By the way, I have a whole video on YouTube of stories and jokes that my father told me, and I didn't tell that one because I didn't have the guts to tell it, but
here we are.
Here we are. He used to tell that about projection. People who go around, complaining.
You brought the dirty pictures. This is your fault.
Exactly. Okay, but at any rate, the shlichus is to feel fragmented from God, from our true self, to have the trauma of becoming hyper aware of that fragmented self, to feel pain from that, and then to do teshuvah, to come back to oneness, the release, the bliss of just self-transcendence. I'm no longer stuck in myself. I'm you said Lacan uses the term being. I don't know what he means by it, but like to me, being is the ultimate being. He who just is.
Correct.
God is ultimate being. And when we transcend our doing and we become one with God through surrender, what we call bittul, doing our shlichus, there's that wonderful, pleasurable experience of just being. Just being. It's the most profoundly satisfying thing. But if you don't know about that, or you don't know how to do it, then you end up running after the fake version of it, the imitation version of it, which is, the hagshama of it, the lower level, coarsened version of that very actually spiritual desire.
Also, your entire idea, which I love, about the reunity as being the goal.
Right.
Not just unity is not the goal. Reunity is the goal.
Right.
Which I always found beautiful just in the Jewish holidays, that we have so many holidays that celebrate the return of the divine presence to the temple, and we never celebrate the actual construction of the temple.
Is that your Chiddush?
I just
as
know
far as you know.
There's more time in the entire 5 books of the Torah spent on the one day of the calendar, which is Rosh Chodesh Nisan, which is when God's presence finally rested on the temple, than any. I mean, it's multiple parshios. It's a really important day, and yet we don't really celebrate it in a formal way. It's not any of the. It's not Pesach. It's not Shavuos. It's not Sukkot. It's not Hanukkah. It's kind of this idea that I find very moving, is that the celebration isn't about dedication. The celebration is for rededication.
Right. And the ultimate celebration is Mashiach. What's Mashiach? Mashiach is reunion. But what you should understand is when Mashiach will come, it will not just rectify the collective trauma that we experienced from the tree of knowledge. Because if that were so, that it just rectified it, then it would be a zero-sum game. Basically, we started off here, we had a terrible time, but then we came back, we broke even. Broke even. You leave the casino, at least I broke even. No. The whole thing was to come to a higher level. So just like embodiment, you go far away from God and experience the pain of self-consciousness in order to be able to do your shlichus, do your mission in the world, and then become one with God through doing that mission, and thereby becoming higher than you were from your point of departure before your embodiment. It's the same thing with Golus and Geula, that we have to go through this whole dysfunctional...
Collectively,
like all of history since basically day 6 of creation has been dysfunctional. But we come out of it on an infinitely, incomparably closer plane than before. I mean, I'm opening up a whole new discussion, but
this is the Mashiach that I wait for.
Adam was one with God before the sin. And what did the sin cause? Fragmentation, that he felt separate from God. So then, if Mashiach comes and we're one with God again, so what was gained? The whole thing was, like I said, you broke even. It would have been better not to do it in the first place. But what he gained was separation, and then to be able to, obviously I wouldn't even call this the parallel to sexuality as a parent. It's not even a parallel. It's literally the same concept. The becoming a separate entity so that there can be two who are really one, becoming one, that's what we gained. That because of the tree of knowledge, we gained that sense of separation. When Mashiach comes and we reunite with God, that will not just be going back to the baby-like innocence. In fact, we spoke about this when I was at your house. We spoke about
tshuva of experience and tshuva of innocence.
That's right, and it's a recurring theme. It's
something
the same
I think
thing.
About all
tshuva
the time.
of experience and tshuva of innocence. So before the sin was the innocence. That's you're one with God, but you don't even know what that means.
Yes.
Then you lose it, and it's a crisis. And you're self-aware, and people are calling you the Twitter guy, or you have a podcast, and I can't look in a mirror because I'm hyper-aware. And then you realize all of those things All of those things are part of my toolkit for getting closer to God and ultimately becoming closer than when I was a baby.
Reunity, rededication.
Yeah.
Rabbi Shay's
We have a lot to talk about after the cameras are off.
There's no
We're gonna
question
come up
about
with a plan
that.
here.
I am so grateful that we got to spend time
Yeah,
today.
we gotta
Really,
do it all the
This
time.
was an incredibly special
We should do it
day,
regularly.
and I needed this day.
Yeah, that's all
Desperately.
about this.
So
But
thank
I
you so,
want to
so
put it
much.
out there. I think the Olam should demand that you and I should do, in addition, I'm not going to stop Soul Words. You're not going to stop 1840, but we should do regular collaborations.
More consistent. It would be the
Consistent
greatest privilege
collaboration.
in my life. I
Okay,
would
we're going
love
to talk
it.
about it after the cameras are off.
Thank
Can,
you. So
can we do?
Let's just both look into the camera and be '8 hour shlichus for this video. Looking at the camera and say at the count of 3.
You started off talking about you loathed being performative. So
just look at the
this
camera
is not performative.
and say,
Amudim. Vote early, vote often.
Vote early, vote often. Thank you so much for speaking with me today.
Okay.
Welcome back to Jewish Jeopardy! Not to be confused with Jews in Jeopardy, which is a show about Otisville. Great Daf Yomi there, by the way. I'm your host, Chaim David Mendelbaum. Let's meet our contestants. First up, he's 5'8" with acid reflux, works as an audit partner at Ernst & Young. Please welcome from Woodmere, New York, Howard Schwartzberg.
Hi, call me Howie, and it's Deloitte.
Deloitte?
Yeah, Deloitte.
Shkayach. Next up, from Great Neck, New York, we have Nissan Mateheda Weda Yusvadelian. No, Nissan, how are you? Welcome.
Wait a minute. Are you related to Daniil Mateheda Weda Yusvadelian from Great Neck?
No.
So, Nissan, tell us, what do you do for work?
What do you mean, what do I do? What do you do, Rabbi?
Well, how do you make a living?
I make it. Baruch Hashem. Thanks God.
What, you sell rugs or something?
No. Why, you need one?
Okay, never mind. Let's move on to our next guest. Please welcome from Congregation Rodev Shalom Simon Tavu Mazel Tov in Bushwick. Ladies and gentlemen, Rabbi Shelley Newhouse Dreyfus.
Hi, Shalom. I am so honored to be here celebrating unity, advocating for justice for all, combating anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, and...
Listen, Shelley, please keep it short, okay? We can't keep you on screen too long. Mishpacha Magazine's a sponsor.
I don't even know how to play guitar.
Well, we're looking for a rabbi. What'd you get, 𝐶hov? JTS? Harvard Divinity School. Might as well get Shabbos Kestenbaum.
We pronounce it Shabbat.
Oh, yeah, bro.
Shabbat Shalom.
Moving on. Okay, let's move on to our final contestant. He is a self-described artist who just released his first single on 24/6, My Rebbe Loves Me Anyway. Please welcome from Toms River, New Jersey, our youngest contestant, 16-year-old Momo.
So, just out here trying to fill that klipas nister with some fresh arpanecha. You know what I'm saying?
No, I have no idea what you're saying. Does anybody know what he's saying?
I believe he's talking about Tikkun Olam.
Yeah, of course you would think that. Does anybody know what he's saying?
I think he said his vape died.
Vape died? Ah, Baruch Dayanemes.
It's like a baby hookah.
Okay, let's check out our categories. We have Shidduchim, New, What's His Deal, Say Better, Name That Hashkafa, Jewfluencers, Learner or Earner, Can You Take a Small Package for Me, Out of Town, and finally, Goyim.
I don't love that term. We prefer Semitically challenged.
Okay, before we start playing, I just want to remind you to please answer in the form of a question. We're all Yidden, we know how to do that, right? Verstehst?
Mazel tov.
Let's begin with, yes, Howie, what?
Are you validating the parking?
You serious? Yes, Nissan, what?
Rabbi, the prize, it's all cash?
It's all for tzedakah. It's for Amudim.
Oh, tzedakah. Okay.
Momo, why don't you go first, since I doubt your attention span's going to last the whole game?
I bet. Hit me with say better, 200.
They made the wedding in Lakewood on a Tuesday because it's halfway between New York and Baltimore and said it was more convenient for the families. Yes, Rabbi Shelley.
What is Tikkun Olam?
No. Yes, Nissan.
What is? It's cheaper.
Correct. Simcha's cheaper on a Tuesday. They probably serve chicken. Nissan, the board is yours.
I want shidduch.
Okay, you got to pick a number.
No, I want shidduch for my daughter. She's too old. 20.
Okay, someone call Eliza Ben Shalom. Ha! Okay, now, please pick a number.
Shidduchim for 200.
Okay. The shadchan swore she's beautiful with a big neshama, but she doesn't send pictures because it's not tznius. Yes, Shelley.
Rabbi Shelley. What is, she's not focused on her looks because she doesn't want to be objectified. You should give her a shot.
I don't think you understand the game. Yes, Momo.
She beat.
She beat? I don't think you understand English. Also, you have to answer in the form of a question. Yes, Momo.
She beat?
Yes, Howie.
What is, she's ugly, but they already paid the shadchan and she's got to deliver something.
Correct you are, Howie, for $200.
Wow, you buy wife for $200? Where's she from, Esfahan?
All right, Howie, board is yours.
Okay, let's try name that hashkafa for 400.
He's hideous, she's gorgeous. He keeps Chalav Yisrael, she has a tattoo and a nose ring. Yes, Reb Shelley.
What is Chabad?
Wow, Reb Shelley, that is correct. Good for you. How do you know Chabad?
They put tefillin on me every day.
Really? Rashi or Rabbeinu Tam?
Yes.
Okay, Shelley, the board is yours.
Rabbi Shelley. Let's do name that hashkafa for 800.
Okay. I'm strictly kosher, but I eat out dairy.
What is Scarsdale?
What is Englewood?
What is Tom's River on vacation?
All correct.
Isn't all dairy kosher?
This person. Since you all got it right, Nissan, why don't you take the board?
I'll take what's his deal for 200? But listen, you give me a receipt for 400.
You can't do that. That's called tax evasion.
What? Who you work for? You wearing a wire?
Okay, back to what's his deal for 200. And for this answer, we're going to go to our special video clue. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 1840 podcast. Today, we are to explore various particularities and intersectionality by which from me community finds itself in Christ. Who am I? All right. Anybody know who that is? Anybody get that at all? Yes?
What is...
Don't you say it.
Tikkun Olam.
Every time with you people. There's other things. Shelley, there's other things. Anybody else know who that was? Yes, Howie.
Who is David Bashevkin?
Oh, nobody knows, actually. Oh, that's your answer. Correct. Rabbi David Bashevkin. Howie, board is yours.
I'll take what's his deal for 400.
He says he's a comedian, but it seems like all he does is touch his hair and talk about dating.
I don't know if that's all he does.
Yes, Howie.
Who is Dovi Newberger?
Correct.
Oh, he sounds gross.
I feel like some people like him.
No one likes him, although Elon and Modi are currently fighting for full custody.
Howie, you like him?
I don't know him, but I'm sure there are more talented comedians with less hair that find him frustrating.
Well, his father's a big Rav. He's probably very disappointed.
I don't think he's that disappointed.
Wow, his father's a rabbi?
Oh, yeah.
Like a real rabbi or this?
No. Legit.
Liz Glazer was on The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon.
Is her father a big Rav?
No, but her wife is.
Ah. All right, Rabbosai, let's keep it moving. I got a Wachnacht to attend tonight.
Bless you.
Howie, pick the category.
Let's do Jewfluencers for 200.
Okay. Ellie Zeiler's skirts and tacos for dinner.
What are things that only happen on Tuesday?
Correct. Okay, board is yours.
Let's stick with this for 800.
Andrew Cuomo, Shabbos Kestenbaum, and the couples on Stories of Hope. Yes, Momo.
What are people that settled?
Correct. All right, Momo, you got it right, but it looks like you're spacing out. Take a hit of the vape. Nissan, you're up.
I'll take Jewfluencer for 800.
Answer is Sebastian Maniscalco.
Who is 𝐔𝐤𝐬𝐭𝐫𝐤?
Correct. You all got it right. Momo, you want to go?
I'll take Say Better for 600.
All right, say better for 600.
Say Better for 700.
6 or 700?
6 or 700.
What is wrong with these kinder? The answer is 3 Reform rabbis and a Satmar Chassid walk into a bar. Yes.
What are Jews for Zoran?
Correct. Surprise, surprise. You got that one. All right, we're up to the last answer under Jewfluencers. It says it's for 1,000, but we'll give it to you all for 7,000.
Who is Lizzie Savetsky?
Correct. You guys are rocking it. Great work. Great job. Steiging away over here on Jewish Jeopardy.
Can I leave?
What do you mean?
I got to dip. My Adderall's wearing off.
Momo, you can't leave. We're in the middle of the game.
I got to record. I'm going to the studio.
That's fine. You'll do it later.
No, I got to go now.
We gotta go. Okay, moving on. This concept, originating in the Torah and later expounded upon in the Mishnah and Gemara, teach us that we must repair all that is broken in this world. You have 30 seconds. Okay, Howie, let's start with you. What did you put down? What is Tikkun Olam? That is correct. Very good, Howard. Very nice. Okay, Nissan, what do you have? What is Tikkun Olam? That is correct. Congratulations. Very good.
Rabbi, you pay me now?
Okay, we're going to go to Shelley now.
Rabbi, I got to go.
Fine, Momo, we'll go to you. What did you put down?
I forgot, but I got bored halfway through, so.
What is Tikkun and then a picture of your hand?
That's my hand.
All right, it counts. Tikkun Olam. Congratulations, Momo. Okay, Shelley, I know you got this one right. We have, I assume, what is Tikkun?
Yair Shalomi Das from Maseches Baba Metzia, Chaf Aleph, Amud Aleph, Chaf Aleph, Amud Beis.
I have to say, that's not correct, but I'm very impressed. It's very stark.
I do the daf with Rafeli Stefanski every day.
Maybe she is a rabbi.
She?
Good evening, everybody. It is an honor to be part of Unite to Heal, brought together by Amudim. And I am beside myself with excitement because I finally get to sit down. I get to strap him down and ask him questions. The deeply epic Hillel Neuer. Hi.
Hi, Deborah.
We have been talking to each other via IG for a while.
That's right.
I've been kind of a rabid fan, I think it's fair to say, because you are fighting the most incredible fight through UN Watch, and you are fighting the monsters. It's David and Goliath, and to be able to sit here with you, and first of all, thank you, of course. But I just need to know how you got here. I need to know, like, when you grew up, what was it about your childhood that made you feel like your voice was strong and would be able to change hearts and minds, and how you ultimately found yourself in this position?
Well, thank you. And I have to begin by saying that I'm starstruck. So I guess it'll be a mutual admiration society. I'm sorry.
It's perfect. It's perfect.
I'm starstruck because watching TV in the 90s, and I got to see a beautiful actress on Will and Grace and on Seinfeld and on other programs. And so it's really a thrill for me to be sitting with you. And then the past few years to see you, the person that I knew as a Hollywood celebrity, who's brilliant and funny and beautiful, and then to see you speaking out courageously is really something amazing for me and my friends. So it's really a thrill for me to be here. I'll begin by saying that.
Thank you. I've been wanting to just sit down with you for so long and to just learn about each other, and we've never had that opportunity. So
now's our chance.
So I am grateful.
Likewise. Okay, so you asked me the first question, then I'll be able to ask you some questions as well.
Just tell me about your upbringing and all of your influences.
Yeah. So the truth is, it's hard to know what ingredient was it that set me on my path, but certainly I can identify a few things that I'm grateful for that I think gave me a tremendous amount. Certainly, it's my family. I grew up in a very Jewish home, which was Jewish education, Jewish religion, Jewish history, Jewish values.
Where?
Was in Montreal. I grew up in Montreal, Canada, which actually is not unimportant because as a community, as a Jewish community, it's a very literate Jewish community, different than America. The Jews in America started coming in large numbers, perhaps in the 1880s, and America had the kind of society that was about melting pot and assimilation and individuals, and a lot of American Jews lost a lot of knowledge about Judaism, didn't speak a Jewish language anymore. Right. If Jews once spoke Yiddish, they didn't anymore, different things. And Montreal is very different. Montreal, in part because there was the French Catholic community, there was the English Protestant community, and it wasn't a place where you could just sort of disappear and be an American or be a Canadian. You kind of had to belong to a community. And the Jews in Montreal had their own community and their own neighborhood, more or less, where Jews lived, and eventually a Jewish school system, which is similar in other countries as well. America stands out a bit in the way that Jews were able, perhaps until now, to assimilate so easily and being so welcome. Right. So in Montreal, the Jews had many more Jewish education system, Jewish summer camps, and so many people grew up in a very Jewish environment. So that's the city. But certainly my family was a big part of my upbringing. And I went to also Jewish day school. So my whole life I went to Jewish day school. And it was a day school. It wasn't just the education that I got, but the state of Israel was very important for us. When Ethiopian Jews were being freed, we had an Ethiopian rabbi come speak to us in the 1980s, the early 80s, which was so exotic and interesting. And there was a rabbi, Shlomo Carlebach, who was doing Hasidic music on a guitar in the 1960s and 70s. And he came to our school and played music. And Soviet Jews were being released. And we used to march. So when I was a kid, we used to go in downtown Montreal in the freezing cold. It's really cold in Montreal. And we would go to the Soviet consulate and march. And we would say, 1, 2, 3, 4. Open up the iron door. 5, 6, 7, 8. Let our people emigrate. Wow. And this is in the late 70s, early 80s when I was growing up. And Anatoly Sharansky, as he was then called, was in prison. And I'd be sitting there as a little boy, 9 or 10 years old, looking on stage. And on stage would be Professor Erwin Kotler, the head of the Canadian Jewish Congress, with a megaphone standing on a makeshift stage, talking about his client, because he was the lawyer for Sharansky. And later, Professor Kotler became my teacher at law school, who's a great human rights professor and a great advocate for the Jewish people. So I really grew up in an environment entirely suffused with Jewish knowledge, education, values, community. So that's kind of my upbringing.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you spoke Hebrew. You learned Hebrew in school?
Yeah. I grew up, my family speaks English, and we spoke English. But I went to my day school. We learned English, Hebrew, and French. Canada, you have to know a bit of French. Oh, so we didn't like it because it was forced on us. Hebrew also was hard. But I learned Hebrew from kindergarten. Yeah. Studied Hebrew. And then I also lived in Israel after high school. I did a year of studies in a yeshiva. So intense Jewish studies, Talmud, Bible, and so forth. So yeah, I had a strong Jewish education.
And when you went to study Talmud, was there any part of you that was considering a life as a rabbi? Or
there was a moment. There was a moment. There was a brief moment when I was very into it and thinking about it, but that was a brief moment. For me, it was mostly education, and I would say the law and politics bug. To come back to your question, how I got to UN Watch. So first, I talked about the Jewish values that I got and education, which was very strong. I'll say that we would have Shabbat. My family is observant, and we would have Shabbat dinner on Friday night with the whole family, which is the equivalent of like a Christmas dinner every Friday night with the family, and then also for lunch on Shabbat. So the whole family come together. And we would talk about things. We talk about the Bible portion of the week, and talk about what's going on in the world and history. My mom's very interested in history. Her family had lost a lot of family in the Holocaust. My grandparents came over before the Holocaust, but she had many family. So we talk about things, and at some point we would pull out the Encyclopedia Judaica, which is a terrific encyclopedia, and we'd put it out on the Shabbat family table, and we'd start looking at things to try to answer a question someone had, but then it would be open. And so that was the kind of the background that I got. But I was very interested from a young age in law, because my dad is a lawyer. So for me, law was always something very interesting. And from a young age, I was interested in politics. So law, politics, the Jewish world, those are kinds of things in my head, and it kind of set me a little bit on my path.
And then activism, advocacy.
Yes. So that's a good question. I'll mention two things about it. I mean, one is you're an actress, so I'm a wannabe. When I was from a young age, I did amateur acting in school, and when I was in kindergarten, I played the King 𝐿 of the Purim play, and that was it. I got the bug. So I always liked the stage, which is part of what I do. As I'm appearing, speaking. So you have to be able to like the stage. So that's part of it. But then activism. Certainly, I would say in college. When I did college in Montreal, which the school that I went to was called Concordia University, was known to be particularly difficult place. The kinds of things we saw the past 2 years, not at that level, but a little bit. So there was some nasty activism, anti-Israel, anti-Semitic stuff. The Star of David equals the swastika being put up in campus. Yeah. And this is in the late 80s.
Wow.
So So I saw that, and there was one professor who stood up. Like today there's Shai Davidai who stands up. So when I was in Montreal, the equivalent then was someone named Professor Frederick Krantz. May he live to 120. He's a liberal arts history professor. His expertise is Renaissance Italy, but he saw anti-Semitism on campus. And he stood up and he said, I'm here and I'm going to do something, try to help the students. And he created a group to help the students. And he helped the students create a magazine called Dateline Middle East. And I became active in that. So I became very active in campus in response to the kinds of things we see today, not as egregious, not as virulent, but pretty nasty, where the college paper was radical left, anti-Israel, anti-Western. I would give them an article to respond to something. They wouldn't publish it.
Wow.
So we created our own.
In the 80s?
Yeah, in the late 80s. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah. So there was a professor who helped us, and so I started writing. And I started writing and being an activist then. And I started writing articles for the student paper. Then I would submit it to the community newspaper. Then I sent it to the Gazette, and then I sent it to the Christian Science Monitor. So I began writing a lot. I'd say that's how I got started. Started writing. And then after I did law school, first I did political science and liberal arts, then I did law school. And while I was in law school, I was writing. I worked for a think tank in Jerusalem that was also learning how to write essays. I wrote about constitutional law, about Israel and Canada. So I got into those issues, constitutional law, human rights stuff. And I'll mention one other influence, and then I'll stop because I'm talking too much.
No, you're not.
But I mentioned when I was a kid, so I saw this Professor Erwin Kotler, who was the lawyer for Sharansky and others. And when I got to law school, he became my teacher. And he's an iconic figure who is a great human rights lawyer for political prisoners around the world, in Venezuela, in South Africa, and other places. He helped Mandela. And a great defender of the Jewish people and of Israel from unfair attacks. And I got to study with him and be his research assistant. And I when I was in law school, I said, gee, I'd really like to be someone like that, to do the kind of life that he had, which was a law professor and speaking out on a range of issues affecting human rights universally, but also the Jewish people. And so that was a big influence on me.
Wow. Wow. I just have to tell you that I had a cuff that had Sharansky's name on it when I was young to show support for him.
Wow.
And so the fact that...
When he was in prison?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, okay.
Yeah.
So were you also going to rallies and stuff? Or
No. Well, no.
We'll have to get to where you grew up.
Yeah. I mean, I've never seen a rally until I'm a full grown woman.
Okay.
You know, it just yeah.
Where did you grow up?
I was born in Brooklyn, but I grew up in Rhode Island and next to a farm, and would go over and watch the horses being born. And
was it pretty?
It was pretty. It was simple. It was small town. There were 18 farms in our community, and I was one of 3 Jews. It was a very Italian, Irish Catholic community. And from a very young age, I knew that people did not like me.
Wow.
And didn't like my family. And it was because we were Jewish. And second grade, you know, a kid told me to get to the back of the line, 𝐶𝐈𝐕𝐄. Didn't know what that meant, but the teacher did. And so that was the first time my parents had to sit me down and say, you know, there are people who don't like us, and it's not for any reasonable reason, but this is just part of our history. And we are strong and proud Jews, and we are proud Zionists, and, you know, that's their problem. And it's not something that, you know, don't shrink yourself, don't hide, which I didn't realize until I was adult. I actually was hiding. I was trying to hide as much as I could.
You said you're one of 3 Jews in your town?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And
that experience that you had, which I imagine if you're 8 years old,
yeah,
that would have been kind of a traumatic thing as a kid to...
I think the one that really shook me was, I think I was like 11, and my grandfather was visiting over Halloween, and someone painted a swastika on his car. And I remember waking up and my mother seeing it.
Oh,
and
God.
I'd never seen her scared before.
Oh, my God.
And she was scared.
Wow.
And she just said, get in the house. And we all got in the house. And then the car somehow disappeared. And we didn't talk about it.
In the United States and Rhode Island, I wouldn't have thought. I mean,
right.
Yeah.
So that, because I saw her scared, you know, it felt menacing.
Yeah.
You know, and, you know, the big lights at the end of our driveway were you know, bats were taken to it on a regular basis.
Really? Wow.
And so, you know, I knew I was an other before I knew what an other was. And it wasn't until I went to Brandeis University for undergrad that I realized that that was the very first time that I had ever felt safe in my entire life.
And Brandeis, for people who don't know, is a very Jewish university.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And, you know, people celebrated Shabbat, and I didn't have to explain why I wasn't going to class on Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah. And all of a sudden I felt seen and known and safe.
Wow.
And that was really profound for me. And it just so happened that going to graduate school for acting, I went to NYU, and of course New York has the most Jews outside of Israel. So it immediately felt much safer than Rhode Island.
Right.
Which is, it's kind of crazy because New York is this urban, you know, there are a lot of scary things in urban centers, and I lived and watched a pony being born, and, you know, like the worst trouble that the kids got into was being caught drinking a beer on a dirt road somewhere. You know, it was a very unsophisticated, unprogressive childhood. And so it was when I moved to the city that I started to feel like, okay, I feel safe. I feel safe in New York. And I didn't feel like I had to advocate for the Jewish people until much later, until around 2016, around Charlottesville. You know, Jews will not replace us with the tiki torches. Again, that, like, I was chilled to the bone, and I was scared, and I thought, I can't stay quiet. And I had been very outspoken in support of the LGBT community because I was on Will and Grace, which, you know, was the first show that sort of celebrated that community on primetime television. And so it's very attached to the community and the civil rights and equality in marriage. And so, you know, it wasn't until 2016 that I started speaking out. And